Chapter 601 Battle. Just when Lin Yu and the Yuancheji were in a stalemate, Yen Lai, covered in blood, appeared outside the city with the help of a girl in a long skirt. "Didn't I tell you not to come? Why did you come here to die?" Yen Lai shouted at Lin Yu with his remaining strength. His eyes widened with anger. And then, he started coughing violently. "Brother, don't move. Your wounds haven't healed yet." The girl hurried forward to support him. But her petite figure couldn't stop Yen Lai's burly body. And she was immediately led by him to the place where the few people were confronting. "If you didn't say this, I might not have come." Lin Yu glanced at him silently, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing a living person, he finally felt relieved. But before they could communicate more, they heard the old man on the opposite side coldly say, "Can we let him go now?" As he said that, a terrifying aura burst out from him, making the air around him tremble. 9 pieces of godhood. Lin Yu was shocked. Although he had thought that he would meet a strong man of this level, when he really sensed the other party's aura, he was still shocked and extremely solemn. With his current strength, even with the blessing of the savage roar, there is still a big gap between him and the 9 pieces of godhood, and only his physique can barely approach. Although the other 4 people did not reveal their aura, they were obviously not simple people. "I am afraid that there will be a fierce battle next." After taking a deep breath, he said, "Let them leave to the original realm first. Boy, don't go too far." The demon lord spoke again, and the demonic energy on his body surged wildly. Lin Yu did not speak, but stared at the old man. Obviously, this old man was the leader among these people. "Let them go," King Wuya said in a low voice. For him, the plant godhood is above everything else. As long as Lin Yu can stay, nothing else matters. The reason why he wanted to save the 10th level lord was that he didn't want to waste a high-level combat power in vain, so as to avoid being criticized so soon. Yen Lai and his sister were released by them, and staggered to Lin Yu. Yen Lai stared at Lin Yu with red eyes, as if blaming him for coming to die, because he knew very well that the guys on the opposite side were coming for Lin Yu. So he asked Situ Jian not to pass this matter back. But Lin Yu still came. He was angry and worried at the same time. After all, there were 5 11th level lords on the opposite side. "Let's leave here first. I will be fine," Lin Yu said with a smile. Then he waved his hand, and summoned a legendary emerald green dragon directly. Yen Lai hesitated for a moment, but finally clenched his fist. "Don't die. Otherwise I won't forgive you." Of course he knew that if he stayed here, he would only become a burden. Without saying any more nonsense, he took his sister Yen Ro to the emerald green dragon. Before leaving, Yen Ro turned around and looked at Lin Yu. She didn't say anything, but put her hands on her waist and bowed slightly to Lin Yu, thanking him for saving her life. It's hard to imagine that such a dignified and gentle girl would be the sister of a rude man like Yen Lai. "Go. Take care of your brother, and don't let him run around." Lin Yu nodded in response, and then an invisible force wrapped the 2 of them, and sent them to the back of the emerald green dragon. They flew high into the sky in a whistling wind, and rushed back to the direction of the primitive world. The 5 people on the opposite side were attracted by the emerald green dragon, and looked surprised. "I can't find any information about this green dragon," the demon lord whispered. "I can't find it either." The old woman next to him spoke up, her voice sharp and sinister. "There are only 2 possibilities for not being able to detect information. One is a prop that obscures the rules, and the other is something outside the rules." The stern man standing in the corner, who was shrouded in black fog, said lightly, "It seems that he is not simple. Pay attention to it later," King Wuya warned. The other 4 people had different expressions. Some were solemn, some were indifferent, but they didn't say anything more. When the emerald green dragon sent the 2 away, and flew back again, the demon lord finally spoke again. "Boy, can you let him go now?" The 10th level lord had been controlled by Lin Yu. At this time, he had been breathing in more than breathing out, and looked dying. Although the 10th level lord was still like an ant to them. But if the other 11th level lords knew that they couldn't even defend a border, they would probably become a laughing stock. It would be difficult to explain if the emperor blamed them at that time. "Let him go." "Of course." Lin Yu smiled again, and the 10th level lord finally escaped from his control, and slowly flew to the opposite side. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly turned cold. He stretched out his hand, and grasped the air fiercely. With a bang, the 10th level lord didn't even have time to scream before he exploded into a blood mist. leaving a fragment of the godhead floating in the air. The people of the original evil world were stunned at first. And then their momentum suddenly burst out. Boy! You are looking for death. You can't be spared today. At this moment, the anger in their hearts was finally completely ignited, and the surging breath exploded on their bodies. Then the surrounding space twisted, and hundreds of thousands of 11th level soldiers appeared out of thin air and quickly surrounded Lin Yu. If you want my life, you have to pay a price. Lin Yu didn't say much nonsense and put away the fragment of the godhead. With a thought, 11 royal families and plant armies appeared in an instant, and under the blessing of savage roars, they went straight to their soldiers. You think you can stop us with just these few soldiers? Die! The demon lord shouted angrily, and the demon army turned into a black torrent and crashed into the ancient tree army in the front. The sky was full of flames, and large pieces of lava and sky fire roared. Lin Yu focused his eyes, and finally found out the specific strength of the opponent. In addition to the elemental old man with 9 pieces of godhood fragments, the middle-aged man of the demon system in front of him had 7 godhoods, and the old woman of the insect system and the man of the undead system had 6 godhoods. The remaining mechanical lord, who looked the youngest, had 4 godhoods. Such a luxurious lineup to deal with him alone. It was really a big deal. Master, let me deal with him. At this moment, Qianlong, who had just joined the team, took the initiative to volunteer. With a loud dragon roar, the legendary dragon army roared past and greeted the demon army. I help too. The mushroom demon king showed his head on Qianlong's back, led the mushroom army to ride on the back of the green dragon, and threw explosive mushrooms at the demon in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion echoed in the ears, shaking the space to crack. The demon army that just rushed up was blown back in an instant, and the one at the center of the mushroom demon king's explosion was killed on the spot. As the dragon king, Qianlong rushed out of the team and collided fiercely with the demon lord, who was about to launch an attack. What? The demon lord's face changed, and he was shocked by the speed shown by Qianlong. What shocked him even more was that the attribute reduction effect of the demon talent did not have much effect. Just as he unfolded a blood shield in front of him, he was slapped away by Qianlong's dragon claws with great power, and a lot of cracks appeared on the blood shield. The 2 royal families surrounded the demon lord on both sides and fought fiercely in the air. The remaining 3 were about to attack, but were also entangled by the 2 royal families, and were shocked. There's something wrong with these soldiers. Their strength has reached the level of 4 godheads. This is impossible. The appearance of the royal soldiers shocked the people in Yuancheji, because it was the first time they saw such a powerful soldier. Although it was not enough to threaten them, the 2 together gradually entangled them, and they couldn't get away for a while. Even the soldiers below were blocked by a group of soldiers whose attributes could not be detected. Led by a huge vine monster and a strange twisted dandelion, they fought fiercely in the wasteland, with a tenfold gap in the soldiers. There was a tendency to be blocked. It seems that we underestimated you. In the sky, King Wuya, who was confronting Lin Yu, looked at the scene below with a slightly condensed look. I thought Lin Yu was just a small lord who had just upgraded to the 11th level and could be manipulated at will. But he didn't expect that he actually had such amazing strength. And he had 1 more divine power than the news said, reaching 3, which really surprised him. But it was just a surprise. As soon as the voice fell, the whole person disappeared from the spot in an instant and came behind Lin Yu. So fast! Lin Yu was shocked. Is this the full agility speed? There was no time to avoid it, and a vast force of the 5 elements exploded behind him. With a bang, the space was shattered, and Lin Yu crossed his arms and retreated violently, with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Just 1 blow broke his defense. You know, he is now in the Savage Roar Blessing, bursting at full speed, and he just happens to have an elemental divine power on him, which has a 10% damage reduction against elemental attacks. Even so, he can't completely block the opponent's attack, which is terrible. 3 divine powers can block my attack. Not bad, Wu Yawang praised, and without giving Lin Yu a chance to breathe, his figure flashed and disappeared in the air again. For a moment, the figure of the old man kept flashing, and the wind blades gathered in the air, attacking Lin Yu from all directions. Wherever he went, the space was cut open, and the space turbulence almost blocked all of Lin Yu's ways. Under such intensive attacks, Lin Yu had to defend himself and constantly use skills to resist the wind blades. However, the gap in strength between the two was too big, even far exceeding Lin Yu's expectations for the full Godhood Lord. Under the full attribute crushing, he could only fall into a passive situation of being beaten. Just as he wanted to teleport away, he was immediately blocked by the opponent. After a while, a lot of wounds appeared on his body, and blood stained his collar. What's wrong? Wasn't it very capable just now? The voice of King Wuya sounded in the void. With the blessing of the wind element hurricane skill, the speed was extremely fast, even to the point where even perception could not capture it. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise came from below, except for Qin Gang, who had the highest defense, and Wu Ying, who was in charge of the Four God Lord. The other royal families retreated violently, all covered with wounds. Even Qianlong, who was blessed with the dragon's fury, was knocked to the ground by the demon lord, smashing a large piece of rock. In a blink of an eye, Lin Yu and the royal family fell into a precarious situation. Chapter 602, Forced into a Dead End. The gap in strength is too big. After just a few rounds of fighting, Lin Yu and the royal family were almost all defeated and suffered serious injuries. Lin Yu's face was as gloomy as water. When he was in full burst, his physical attributes were just close to the level of 8 godheads. And that was when the opponent did not use the enhancement skills. He can have the enhancement skills of the 4-leaf clover in the plant system. And other systems naturally have similar enhancement methods. Even with the additional damage reduction of the 11th level equipment and national treasures, it is still a bit difficult to resist the attack of 9 godheads. More importantly, the 4 attributes of the old man in front of him have obviously been upgraded to the maximum value. It's better than him in attack. And his agility and reaction ability are even to the point of crushing him. Once his defense skills are used up, he will fall into a passive situation and can't escape even if he wants to. There is no need to say more about the royal family. Their current comprehensive strength is only comparable to the level of 4 godheads. 2 against 1 is unlikely to be a match for the opponent with 6 or even 7 godheads. In addition, the enemy's troops were 10 times their own, and they were always fighting and harassing them, which made it even more difficult to continue. Master, don't worry about us. Escape when you get a chance. At this time, Ling Shi's voice was transmitted to Lin Yu's mind through mental connection. At this time, Shi and Tunshin were retreating step by step under the attack of the old woman and the insect army, with wounds all over their bodies. Even if the elf elder in the back tried his best to treat them, he could only barely hold on. The Qin Gang and the cannon on the other side were in a slightly better situation, but they were also beaten by the undead lord on the opposite side and had little power to fight back. Even the fatal sniper of the cannon was blocked by the undead army that continued to fall, and there was no way to launch an effective attack on the undead lord. Master, go! I stopped them. The Qianlong, who was blasted into the rock, quickly got up, rushed into the sky with the Mushroom Demon King, and led the Dragon Mushroom army to meet the Demon Lord, whose strength was second only to the Wuya King, and fought with him again. The whole sky and ground roared and exploded continuously, and the plant army fell one after another in the surging attack, like a group of desperate warriors. What nonsense! How can I abandon you and run away? Lin Yu had a war barrier in front of him, constantly resisting the strong winds from all directions. At this time, he had already regarded the royal family, who had been with him day and night, as his family. So how could he abandon them? Not to mention whether he could escape now. Even if he could escape, he could never watch them die in the hands of the opponent. Where are you looking? Suddenly, the voice of King Wuya sounded, just as Lin Yu was thinking about how to escape. The power of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth appeared again, and built a 5-element formation around him, accompanied by a ray of light that soared into the sky. The phantoms of the elemental masters representing the 5 elements of power appeared in 5 directions, thousands of feet high, and a punch fell on him. Wherever he went, the space collapsed and the wind and clouds surged. The power was far greater than the one that had just hit him hard. If he was hit, he would be either dead or disabled. However, just when Lin Yu wanted to teleport away, he found that the space around him had been completely imprisoned by the invisible formation. Unable to avoid it, he had to crash into the wind blades that were all over the formation. Puff! Blood splashed. The damage he had endured finally reached the requirement, triggering the additional effect of the national treasure. A magic shield appeared on his body, immune to skill damage for 5 seconds. The next second, with a loud bang, the whole sky shook violently and collapsed completely into a void. The turbulent space flowed back crazily, tearing everything around. Some of the soldiers, who were closer to the bottom, were sucked in and turned into ashes in an instant. When the space was repaired again, and the power of the 5 elements gradually dissipated, Lin Yu, who was wrapped in a breath of life, showed up again. Not dead? King Wuya looked at Lin Yu in surprise and frowned. He found that Lin Yu's attacking ability was not strong, but his vitality was extremely tenacious. And he was completely unlike a lord who had just been promoted to the 11th level. Even with the support of the resources of the Emperor, it should not be possible to reach this level. It seems that I have to use some tricks. Gradually, the contempt in King Wuya's eyes disappeared, and a force of the 5 elements emerged and poured into his whole body. His already extremely powerful momentum suddenly surged to an extremely astonishing level. Boom! With an explosion under his feet, the whole person stepped on the void and shot out, turning into a series of afterimages in the air. Lin Yu, who had just activated the healing skill to recover some injuries, changed his face and immediately activated the hardening skill to dodge to the side. Bang! With a muffled sound, he was hit by a slow speed. A fist covered with flames fell on his shoulder, accompanied by a terrifying force, which actually shattered his shoulder blade and blasted him out. After finally stopping the figure, there was another flash in front of him, and the Wuya King covered with metal appeared again. Lin Yu endured the pain and waved his hand. Countless vines rose into the sky and swept towards the opponent. At the same time, with the help of the remaining flames on his shoulders, he directly triggered the Phantom Walker effect. One after another, the Phantom clones appeared beside him, continued the savage roar state, and then launched an attack with him. In an instant, the whole sky was surging with vines, and the power of the 5 elements exploded. The two sides collided fiercely in the sky. The residual power of the collision even flew away all the nearby soldiers, making it difficult to get close, as if they were evenly matched opponents. But only Lin Yu knew how bad his situation was. Basically, every time the skills collided, the blood in his body surged, and wounds broke out on his body. Even the recovery bonus of the healing skills and racial talents could not keep up with the speed of the aggravation of the injuries. If it weren't for the Phantom clones to help contain him, he would probably have been defeated long ago. After hundreds of rounds of crazy bombardment in the air, Lin Yu finally felt a little exhausted, and his vision began to become hazy. And his defensive skills were basically exhausted. You know, the various defensive skills of the plant system are already the most among all races. But facing the attack of the 9 Godhead Lord, it is still a drop in the bucket. If even he is defeated, let alone the other royal families, none of them will be able to escape. It's useless. Just die obediently. Feeling that Lin Yu's breath began to weaken, King Wuya became more and more excited. After today, he will no longer be King Wuya, but the Emperor Wuya standing at the top of the continent. Even though he was determined, he couldn't help trembling all over, and his attacks became more fierce. One after another, the power of the 5 elements blasted out, destroying the Phantom clones around Lin Yu one after another. The speed of replication was not even as fast as the speed of being destroyed by him, making Lin Yu's face gradually pale. The death of the Phantom clone did not trigger the effect of Dragon's Fury, because the power of rules can only use the skills of the soldiers, but not their exclusive talents. Not to mention that he is not a dragon. Seeing the opponent's attack coming again, gritting his teeth, he stretched out his arm, and a huge pea-like shadow appeared behind him. With a bang, a stream of flame shot out. The fatal sniper skill of the cannon has twice the damage, and the speed is extremely fast. Almost in an instant, it has already swept to the front of King Wuya. King Wuya, who was launching a crazy attack, changed his face, feeling the destructive breath contained in the stream of light. The armor on his body suddenly lit up with a rock light. Boom! Sparks exploded, and Wuya was directly knocked back several kilometers away. And on his left chest, a fist-sized wound suddenly appeared. It was only less than an inch deep, and was directly blocked. Is it really not possible? Lin Yu's face was solemn. Even the fatal sniper with double damage only forced out the opponent's life-saving equipment. And it was not even a serious injury. If he drags on like this, he will surely die. No. He has to find a way to change the situation. It is obviously impossible to escape back to the primitive world with a guy with 9 godheads blocking him. After all, the opponent is not only faster than him, but also has a longer teleportation distance than him. He is afraid that he will be stopped by the opponent as soon as he escapes into the void. So his only way out now is to get rid of the others first and free the royal family. Only with a joint attack can he successfully get rid of their entanglement. But the problem now is that the opponent is too fast. As soon as he makes an abnormal move, he will be intercepted immediately and has no chance to take action at all. Moreover, the range of the law of time is only a dozen meters. So it is not easy to catch the opponent. He needs an opportunity. You are the first one who can hurt me like this. With less than 5 godheads. Just thinking about it. The cold voice of King Wuya suddenly came. Perhaps because he could not attack for a long time and was almost seriously injured. He finally completely aroused his anger. With his palms open, a raging flame suddenly ignited on his body, engulfing him completely, and all parts of his body gradually transformed into flames. And in the blink of an eye he turned into a giant of fire covered in red. Elemental incarnation. Lin Yu was shocked. This was the signature burst skill of the elemental system, which could transform himself into an element in a short period of time and greatly enhance the elemental incarnation of attribute attack. Boy! Die! The elemental Wuya King roared, and the raging flames exploded on him. The whole person turned into a ferocious fire dragon and attacked Lin Yu directly. Wherever he went, the temperature suddenly rose, and even the air was instantly evaporated and gasified, like a raging red cloud. Facing the terrifying oppression that was coming straight at him, Lin Yu was extremely solemn, but his brilliance flashed. The opportunity he was waiting for has come. Swallow it for me! With a loud shout, he directly activated the swallowing skill of swallowing the sky and the absolute domain of the void. A huge phantom of a carnivorous plant appeared behind him, opened its mouth, and enveloped the fire dragon with a siphon. At the same time, the domain expanded, instantly covering the entire 1-kilometer range. However, due to the huge attribute gap, these two skills were completely ineffective. The devouring power and the domain were instantly burned by the raging flames and turned into nothingness. Fortunately, Lin Yu had expected this and immediately turned his head to look down. Sage! He shouted, and finally stopped holding back. At the moment when the dragon transformed by King Wuya entered the 12-meter range, the power contained in the body suddenly erupted, and with a hum, a strange wave that did not belong to this world appeared, causing the space around him to become distorted. The speed of the originally powerful fire dragon suddenly decreased by 3 times, and even its movements became slow, as if it was trapped in this space. It was Lin Yu's time-lost skill. It slowed down the flow of time around him by 3.5 times. At the same time, all the royal families who received the signal jumped up, directly knocked away the opponent in front of them, and surrounded the mechanical lord with 4 divine attributes. Then, the light of life of the forest sage bloomed, forcing all friendly forces to retain 1 point of physical strength within 10 seconds. Chapter 603 Escape. The power of the Emperor. Not good. Stop them quickly. The sudden change made the faces of several demon lords change. They guessed Lin Yu's intention and shouted in surprise. And the Wuya King in the sky was terrified, because he found that he was restricted by a strange force that he had never encountered before. His reaction and speed dropped sharply, almost only 30% of the original, and his movements became extremely slow, as if he was trapped in a quagmire. What kind of power is this? Even his full godhood strength can't break free. Just when Wuya King was shocked, Lin Yu also took this opportunity to dodge to the side. The power of rules exploded, and the insects and demon corpses all over the ground exploded, turning into blood and energy all over the sky and gathering towards him. That's right. He was waiting for this opportunity. This opportunity with enough 11th level corpses for him to explode. And just when the blood torrent gathered, the 10 great royal families, under the cover of the light of life of the forest sage, surrounded the mechanical lord whose face had changed greatly. Obviously, the mechanical lord did not expect that they would collectively rise up at this time. Feeling the threat of death, he retreated without hesitation and rushed to the rear of the mechanical army. Die! Then, a loud shout came. The combined attack of the demon lord, the insect old woman, and the undead man fell, and the terrifying power exploded on the royal family. However, what they did not expect was that the royal family actually directly resisted their attacks, and the natural power on their bodies exploded. With a loud bang, countless giant vines rushed into the sky and blocked the mechanical lord way. Then 9 extremely powerful attacks exploded, pouring out from all directions towards the mechanical lord, not giving him a chance to tear open the space and escape. Damn it! The mechanical lord was shocked. 9 soldiers of equal strength to him launched an attack at the same time. Not to mention him. Even a lord with 5 godheads might not be able to stop it. How dare he hold back? He directly activated the mechanical overload skill. A fierce electric arc burst out from his body, and his attributes instantly doubled. At the same time, a power grid condensed in front of him, and he went straight to the attack of the 10 royal families. You have no chance. Unexpectedly, a cold voice suddenly sounded at this time. Before the mechanical lord could react, an ancient wall clock appeared behind him. With a ding sound, the pointer went back a circle, and all the states on his body were restored to 1 minute ago. It was Lin Yu's end countdown skill. Under the blessing of bloody frenzy, even the mechanical lord with doubled attributes could not break the effect of his skill, and was directly hit. No! The mechanical lord's eyes widened with anger. The mechanical overload state disappeared, and he had no time to activate the skill again. He could only watch the strongest blow of the 10 royal families fall down and tear him into pieces. The whole process only took a breath. An 11th level lord with 4 divine bodies was killed on the spot, and others were too late to save him. Congratulations. You have successfully killed the 11th level lord of the other plane and obtained 541 billion magic energy. With a prompt, a colorful crystal shining with metallic brilliance slowly floated up from the body of the mechanical lord, which shocked everyone on the scene. Boy, you are looking for death. You can't be spared. The demon lord shouted in shock, and finally woke up from the shock of the mechanical lord being killed. The momentum of the whole body suddenly surged, and attacked Lin Yu directly. And Lin Yu also had to cancel the skill because of the large consumption of the power of rules in his body. And the law of time could not continue. You angered me. The face of Wei Wang, who broke free from the shackles of the law of time, was as gloomy as water, and his eyes were full of cold murderous intent. There was actually someone who dared to kill 2 high-level lords of the original evil world under his nose. He would not let Lin Yu go easily today, no matter what he said. After he finished speaking, there was a bang under his feet, and his body in the form of an elemental incarnation shot out violently. He raised his arm, and a 1,000-foot-long fist that seemed to be cast in flames condensed in the air, and slammed into Lin Yu fiercely. The terrifying and boundless power frightened even Lin Yu, who was in a bloody frenzy. Seeing the effect of the life light of the forest sage disappear, the other 3 people came to double-team him. He did not dare to be careless, and a large number of vines rushed out, forming a thick vine wall in front of him, surrounding him. Boom! With a loud bang, the vine forest collapsed instantly. The huge flaming fist and the attacks of the other 3 people exploded on the mirror wall that Lin Yu had just condensed, smashing the mirror wall into pieces. And Lin Yu also retreated violently with the impact force, turned over and rushed straight to the divine body, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You dare! King Wuya was filled with murderous intent, and immediately guessed Lin Yu's intention, and chased after him. However, Lin Yu had already seized the divine power, and rushed out of the encirclement of several people without looking back. Go! With a loud shout, he immediately took the severely damaged and recovering royal family, and the few hundred remaining legendary soldiers back to the origin space, and disappeared in an instant. The bloody frenzy state lasted only 3 minutes, and it was all absorbing the blood of insects and demons, which was not fully exerted. It could only barely block the elemental incarnation of King Wuya. In addition, he had just cast the law of time, and the power of rules in his body was almost gone. Once he was dragged until the bloody frenzy effect ended, he would be waiting for death. As for absorbing the godhead, it goes without saying, the 11th level godhead contains huge energy, which cannot be absorbed in a short period of time and can be easily interrupted. With the opponent's strength, a few seconds are enough to catch up with him. So now is his only chance to escape. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Lin Yu escaped directly into the void and fled far away in the direction of the original world. Chase him! King Wuya and others who reacted all looked cold, and immediately tore open the space to chase after him. The speed was so fast, especially the Wuya king with 9 godheads, who teleported thousands of kilometers and arrived in front of Lin Yu in a blink of an eye. His whole body was in flames, and he turned into a flaming giant, punching Lin Yu again, shattering the space where Lin Yu was. forcing him to escape from the void. Boom! The whole sky shook violently, and the mountains and the earth collapsed below, and a large area of mountains and rivers were shattered by Wuya King's blow. The three demon lords followed closely and blocked Lin Yu's way. Put down the godhead, and leave you with a whole body. With angry shouts, the three of them attacked together, and the demon fire and bone spurs surged, and the insects like dark clouds covered the entire sky, completely blocking Lin Yu's retreat. Get out of my way! Lin Yu waved his hand, and the huge phantom of the man-eating plant appeared behind him, swallowing the offensive of the three people in one gulp, and exploded in the air. However, just as he was about to teleport away again, the Boundless King had already arrived, and the scorching flames burned the sky red. But Lin Yu was prepared. Just as the other party approached, the forest sage appeared beside him again. Buzz! An invisible wave spread out, covering all four of them. The offensive that had just been condensed dissipated in the air in an instant, and the flames of the Boundless King were extinguished. No! The attack is invalid. The faces of several people changed. They didn't expect Lin Yu to have such a method. When they looked at Lin Yu again, they found that he had torn open the space and escaped again. Chase! Without hesitation, they immediately followed his breath and chased after him. In this way, Lin Yu, whose power of rules was almost exhausted, finally broke through the void and came to the border of the primitive world. His face was pale because of excessive blood loss. Seeing that the border of the primitive world was in front of him, he didn't care much and tore open the space again, preparing for the last teleportation. But at this moment, something strange happened. A terrifying and boundless pressure suddenly descended, covering him completely. Lin Yu was horrified and struggled desperately to break through the pressure. But as soon as he stepped half a foot into the space channel, the overwhelming power completely imprisoned him and made him unable to move. You want to leave after taking the godhead of our Yuansha realm? A majestic voice sounded. As Lin Yu stared in horror, the space in front of him suddenly twisted, and a figure in a purple and gold robe appeared in front of him, shocking him. Emperor Dongli, the one who appeared in front of him at this time. It was Emperor Dongli, who was in charge of the entire border of Yuansha realm. When the two sides fought in the realm before, Lin Yu had seen each other once, but he didn't expect that he would appear here. Seeing that his body was completely imprisoned and the power of rules in his body was gone, Lin Yu felt a strong unwillingness and despair in his heart. Just one more step. Just one more step, and he could escape back to the original realm. But he happened to meet the other emperor here. Is God really going to kill him? Emperor! At this time, King Wuya and his men also rushed over. When they saw Emperor Dongli, they were shocked at first, and then immediately stepped forward to salute respectfully. No need to salute. Emperor Dongli glanced at them lightly, and there seemed to be a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. 5 people besieged one person, and 1 was killed. You are really going backwards as you live. The Emperor taught us that we were too careless. King Wuya opened his mouth, but finally did not dare to refute. As for the 3 people of the Demon Lord and the old woman, they did not dare to disobey at all, and bowed their heads. Okay, let's solve the problem first, and I settle the accounts with you when I go back. Emperor Dongli waved his sleeves, and a terrifying force wrapped up the immobile Lin Yu and sent him to the few people. King Wuya and his men were overjoyed, and surrounded Lin Yu with excitement. However, just as they were about to start, a cold and arrogant voice suddenly sounded in the void. Dongli, you seem to have forgotten the agreement between the realms. As soon as the voice fell, 2 terrifying figures appeared out of thin air, staring at them grimly. It's you, Chan Feng. The face of the great Emperor Dongli sank, and he looked at the person solemnly. It turned out to be the 2 great emperors Chan Feng and Sheng Yao from the primitive realm. Lin Yu, who had already fallen into despair, was surprised and happy. He didn't expect that the emperor of their primitive realm would come at this most critical moment. And it was the Emperor Chan Feng who was the most unexpected to him. Chapter 604 I was forced. Lin Yu could understand that Emperor Sheng Yao came to save him. After all, he was also a member of the Sheng Yao Empire. But the appearance of Emperor Chan Feng was beyond his expectations, and he had never thought of it, because Situ Jian had said before that he had asked Emperor Chan Feng for help, but was ruthlessly rejected. Could it be because he happened to be nearby? Lin Yu was full of doubts. Before he could think about it, he heard Emperor Dongli say coldly, You broke into our Yuansha realm and killed our people in Yuansha realm. And you want to leave? Obviously, he didn't want to let it go so easily. So, your Yuansha realm wants to provoke a realm war and become an enemy of our major realms? Emperor Chanfeng said with a cold look. The realm rules state that those above the emperor level cannot take action against the lords below, and cannot intervene in the fights between the lords below. Emperor Dongli had just violated this rule. Once it is spread out, Yuansha realm will definitely become the target of public criticism. You know, many realms have been waiting for this opportunity to take action. When the time comes, they will have a legitimate reason to do so. And the people of Yuansha will not be able to defend themselves. Emperor Dongli obviously understood this point. And after hearing Changfeng's words, he was immediately confused. He knew it very well. Although it is now a critical time for the major realms to join forces to attack the Realm Alliance, it is too naive to expect them to be completely united. It is just because they want to kill the Emperor of the Realm Alliance for a legitimate reason and seize more godhood. Especially now that reincarnation is approaching. Everyone is seeking self-protection. As long as they dare to act rashly, this fragile alliance relationship will collapse in an instant. And no one will regard them as allies at that time. So basically no one is willing to be the first to come out. Originally, they could have solved Lin Yu quietly, without witnesses. Other realms naturally had no reason to attack them. But now that Chanfeng and Sheng Yao are both present, the result is different. After weighing the pros and cons, Emperor Dongli said coldly, "You can let me go. But the godhead that belongs to our Yuansha world must stay." The Yuansha world and the Yuansha world have always been at odds. So he naturally couldn't watch a complete godhead fall into the hands of the Yuansha world, which would be a huge hidden danger for them. Godhead? What godhead? Emperor Sheng Yao on the side was slightly stunned. Emperor Chanfeng was also puzzled. Then, they thought of something, and suddenly looked at Lin Yu, who was controlled. "Lin Yu boy, you didn't kill their 11th level, did you?" Emperor Sheng Yao asked in astonishment, obviously not expecting such a development. After all, they just arrived and didn't know what happened before. Now suddenly hearing about this, let alone him. Even Chanfeng couldn't help showing a surprised expression. It was only a few days after he was promoted to the 11th level, and he actually killed an 11th level lord on the opposite side. And it was under the siege of 5 people together. And even one of them was a top lord with 9 godheads. Such a gifted person must be saved at all costs. Impossible. Chanfeng directly rejected Dongli's request. "I have already understood that it was your people who first captured our people, and wanted to lure this boy to death. In the end, they were killed because they were not strong enough. If you want to blame someone, blame your skills. Are you really unwilling to give in?" Emperor Dongli's voice gradually became colder. "Don't forget, this is in my Yuansha realm. That's right. Outsiders are not allowed to run wild in the Yuansha realm." Suddenly, 2 sounds broke through the air, and 2 majestic figures, a man and a woman, appeared and came to the front of several people in a blink of an eye. Swallow Star, Ling Long. Chanfeng and Sheng Yao's faces sank and became solemn. The visitors were Emperor Swallow Star and Emperor Ling Long of the Yuansha realm. In a blink of an eye, the 2-to-1 situation became 2-to-3, which made the 2 look a little unhappy. It seems that it may not be so easy to take away the godhead today. You know, with 1 more divine power, the chance of a new emperor being born in their realm will increase. As long as there is 1 more emperor, the emperor level of their original realm will surpass that of the original evil realm, which is absolutely a huge advantage. Are they going to give up the divine power that is about to be obtained? Not to mention them. Even Lin Yu doesn't want to give up what he has fought so hard for. After all, this divine power is very important to him. At least it can make his strength go to the next level. And he doesn't have to be afraid of the Lord of 9 divine powers. But if he doesn't give up, the people of the original evil realm will probably not let him go easily. Even if they are unwilling, it is still important to save their lives. "I heard that there is a fight here." Suddenly, an arrogant voice sounded, interrupting the confrontation. The space beside Emperor Chanfeng twisted, and a tall figure wearing golden dragon scale armor appeared, and a terrifying aura swept around. Another emperor. The 11th level lords were secretly shocked. Chanfeng and Sheng Yao looked at the newcomer with surprise. "Long Yuan, didn't you go to the secondary space to deal with the monster invasion?" Chanfeng said in surprise. The newcomer was none other than the Long Yuan emperor of their primitive world. Lin Yu didn't expect that the fight between several 11th level lords would attract 6 emperors at once. Such a scene can only be seen in a battle between factions. Right? Not to mention the three emperors of Dongli in the original evil world, all of whom looked at Long Yuan Emperor with a serious face. Long Yuan's strength, even in the entire primitive world and the original evil world, can be ranked in the top 3, and he is also a famous battle maniac, and even given the title of crazy. He is one of the emperors they least want to see. Oh, you mean me? I just had a big fight with Mo Luo and his men in the secondary space, and I was about to go back for supplies. I heard that you guys are going to fight. Long Yuan responded to Chong Feng's words while scanning the people in the original evil world, which made them jump in their hearts. Mo Luo the Great. That is an existence comparable to the level of the Dragon Emperor. To survive under him without any damage. How strong is Long Yuan? Without waiting for them to think more, Long Yuan had already listened to Sheng Yao's explanation of the cause and effect, and looked at them with a playful face. So, you are not going to let them go? As he said, he licked his cracked lips, with an expression of eagerness to try. Dongli and the others had no doubt that if they dared to say a word of no, the other party would immediately take action, although they were not afraid. But taking the risk of the collapse of the realm for a piece of 11th level godhead was obviously not what they wanted to see. Moreover, this place is very close to the border of both realms. Once a fight really breaks out, it will inevitably trigger a war between the two realms. Especially now is the critical time to attack the realm alliance. No one wants to fight for a small matter, unless they are sure to crush the other party. Otherwise, they will not get any benefits, but will be accused of destroying the alliance relationship, which is a bit of a loss. But if they let them go like this, where will their Yuansha realm put their face? For a while, the two sides were deadlocked, and no one was willing to give in, which made the Wuya King and several others on the side terrified and dared not make a sound. But they didn't know. Just when they were deadlocked, Lin Yu's rule power in his body finally recovered about 30%. He looked at no one and saw that no one noticed him, and his eyes suddenly sank. Buzz. The law of time was activated, and an invisible wave exploded on him, which actually directly broke through the rule restraints of Emperor Dongli, and the whole person turned into a sharp arrow and shot out violently. What? Dongli and his companions' faces changed. Obviously they did not expect that Lin Yu could actually break free from the restraints of the Emperor level. Looking for death, Emperor Tuanqing directly burst out the power of rules, turning into a shocking sword light and slamming down towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu clenched his teeth, and the speed of time around him increased, and the speed suddenly soared 3 times. The next second, Long Yuan on the opposite side rushed out and smashed the sword light of Tuanqing with a palm. The terrifying energy exploded between the two, instantly destroying a large area of the void. All this happened in just a moment. Before Lin Yu could react, he felt that he was grabbed by someone, and when he came back to his senses, he was already next to the 3 emperors of Xingyao. Haha. Good boy. You can actually break free from the restraints of the emperor level by yourself. Not bad. Emperor Long Yuan laughed wildly. Dongli and his companions were as gloomy as water. No one expected that things would turn out like this in the end. An 11th level lord actually broke free from the control of the 12th level without any signs. This was definitely beyond everyone's expectations. And the strange power just now made them very unfamiliar. It was as if it did not belong to the power under the rules of this world. However, Dongli and the other 2 did not care about these things at this time. Now that Lin Yu has been rescued, they are not in a dominant position in terms of numbers. It is obviously impossible to regain the godhood. Let's go! Finally, after taking a deep look at Long Yuan and Lin Yu, they teleported away, including King Wuya and several others. They were taken away together and disappeared in a blink of an eye, leaving only the 3 emperors of the primitive world and Lin Yu. This battle was bloodless. In the end, the primitive world won. Let's go. Let's leave here first, Long Yuan said to Chong Feng and Sheng Yao behind him. I won't accompany you until the matter is resolved. Emperor Chong Feng did not stay for long. After taking a look at Lin Yu, he teleported away directly. Lin Yu saw a very complicated expression in his eyes, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. He didn't think that Emperor Chong Feng happened to be nearby, so he came to save him. I'm afraid that a big reason was because Situ Jian had asked him for help. It seems that this Emperor Chong Feng is not as cold and ruthless as the rumors say. Lin Yu's expression moved slightly, and he silently watched the direction where Emperor Chong Feng disappeared. Unexpectedly, at this time, A palm as big as a palm fan suddenly slapped on the back of his head. And with a slap sound, he almost saw stars in his eyes. Smelly boy. You only know how to cause trouble for me all day long. Needless to say, the owner of this slap was Emperor Xingyao. Lin Yu looked back at Emperor Xingyao, whose eyes were as big as copper bells, and smiled embarrassedly. I didn't want to do it either. They were staring at me one by one, trying to steal my godhood. I was forced to do it. And then you killed one of their 11th level lords? Emperor Xingyao said with a strange look on his face. He didn't remember that the godhood he gave was so powerful that it could allow a lord who had just advanced to the 11th level to do such a feat. Even when he was promoted to the 11th level, it was not so exaggerated. This kid. There must be many secrets hidden from him. Chapter 605 The Fourth Divine Body. Just received the news that the plan of the Yuansha realm has failed. Just as Lin Yu was rushing back to the primitive realm, many 11th level lords and other nearby realms received relevant news. Failed? Didn't they say that they sent out at least 5 11th level lords? They didn't even succeed like this? A lord said in surprise. I don't know the specific news. The Yuansha realm seems to be deliberately concealing this matter. But someone has seen the emperor of the primitive realm appear at the border. That should be right. It was the emperor of the primitive realm who came forward to save that guy. Isn't this just right? I thought that the guys from the Yuansha realm had gotten there first. But I didn't expect there would be a turnaround. Indeed. But we still have to investigate it clearly. I always feel that there is something wrong here. Are you thinking too much? The other party is just a lord who has just advanced. Similar conversations continue to appear in the 11th level meetings of various realms. Without exception, they failed to obtain detailed information about this incident. It was as if the original evil world was deliberately concealing it. And not much relevant news came out. Some people who smelled the unusual atmosphere chose to wait and see for the time being, intending to investigate it first. Some people didn't care, thinking that this was their chance. After all, the original evil world had taken the lead once. So it was naturally impossible to watch the godhood being taken away by people from other realms. So some people began to act secretly again, carefully investigating Lin Yu's movements, waiting for him to leave the realm again. On the other side, Lin Yu, accompanied by the 2 emperors Long Yuan and Sheng Yao, soon returned to the vicinity of the main city of the border. Emperor Long Yuan had something to return to the territory. So he said, and left directly. It can be said that he came and went in a hurry, which seemed very mysterious. When only Lin Yu and Sheng Yao were left, Emperor Sheng Yao finally warned in a low voice, "You killed the 11th level lord from the original evil world today. They will definitely not let it go. Remember to be careful when you go out in the future." Yes, I understand. Lin Yu nodded seriously. Today's battle made him clearly realize the huge gap between himself and those top lords. If he hadn't made various preparations in advance, he would have been buried under the siege of those lords. Not to mention waiting for the emperors to arrive. You can say, if he had missed one thing, he would have died here today. Especially the law of time, which definitely played a crucial role, and was the key to his burst and killing the mechanical lord. Okay, there's something else in this secondary space. And I should go too. You go back to the territory first. After explaining the matter, Emperor Sheng Yao didn't ask any more questions. After all, everyone has their own secrets. And Lin Yu's growth rate is far beyond his imagination. Not only did he kill one person on the opposite side alone under the siege of 5 11th level warriors, but he also successfully seized the godhood, which shocked him and made him feel relieved. Without giving Lin Yu a chance to respond, he tore open the space and disappeared on the spot. Lin Yu's plan to ask about Emperor Changfeng was instantly thwarted, and he could only stare blankly at the direction where he disappeared. Forget it. There will always be a chance to ask again in the future. Lin Yu shook his head helplessly, and continued to rush back to the main city of the border. Finally, when he passed the city wall, he found Yin Lai and his sister, who were anxiously waiting at the city gate. Lin Yu, you are finally back. I thought you were dead. Seeing Lin Yu appear, Yin Lai, who had just recovered from some injuries, was immediately shocked and hurried to meet him. Don't worry. I won't die that easily, Lin Yu said with a smile. In fact, his injuries at this time were not much better than Yin Lai's, and it would probably take a long time to recover. But in order to prevent this guy from thinking too much, he said, I was lucky this time. I happened to meet the emperor of our realm passing by and saved me. The Emperor saved you? Yin Lai's eyes lit up, and he was finally relieved. If Lin Yu died to save him this time, he would probably feel guilty for the rest of his life. Fortunately, the worst result did not happen, and the brothers and sisters felt relieved. They did not sense Lin Yu's weak breath. Thank you, Yin Lai said solemnly. Brother Lin, thank you for saving us. Yin Ro bowed slightly to Lin Yu again. Okay, it's not a big deal. Lin Yu waved his hand indifferently. If you want to thank someone, then thank Sidu. He even went to ask Emperor Changfeng for help for you. Ask Emperor Changfeng? Yin Lai's face changed, and his brows immediately frowned. Didn't I tell this guy to leave me alone? Although it was a complaint, a little bit of emotion could be heard. Anyone would be moved to have such a good brother who is willing to sacrifice for himself. However, he did not forget Lin Yu's kindness, and said seriously, I won't say anything else. If you have anything in the future, just call me. My Yin Lai's life is yours. Let's talk about these things after you recover from your injuries. I should go back and tell Sid the news. He is still waiting in my territory. Okay. We will leave first, and come to your territory to thank you another day. Yin Lai was not a shy person. After saying that, he took Yin Ro away, and rushed back to his territory. After watching them leave, Lin Yu did not stay for long. He appeared on the teleportation square in a flash and teleported directly back to the territory. Then he found Situ Jian, and told him the general situation. When he learned that Yin Lai and his sister had returned safely, Situ Jian, who was originally anxious, was overjoyed and confirmed 3 times before he believed it. But when he heard about the matter of Emperor Changfeng, he was silent again. You mean, that man showed up too? Situ Jian said indifferently, completely different from what he had just said. Yes. Lin Yu nodded slightly. I think he may not be as cold-blooded as you think. Maybe there is some misunderstanding between you? Absolutely impossible. Situ Jian interrupted Lin Yu's words directly. Bloodshot eyes appeared. I know very well what kind of person he is. He must be just pretending to be a good person. What he cares most about is his reputation. Lin Yu was silent. He found that the conflict between Situ Jian and Emperor Changfeng was more intense and difficult to reconcile than he had imagined. However, this was someone else's family affair after all, and he couldn't intervene too much. He just told the truth and didn't say anything more. Is there another hidden story? Or is he a hypocrite? It can only be left to Situ Jian to judge. Sorry. I lost my temper. At this time, Situ Jian also reacted to his own loss of temper and said apologetically. Then he didn't stay any longer and walked out as if he was worried. I go back to see Yin Lai first and come back another day. After saying that, he rode on the mantis soldier and flew away from the palace, heading towards the newly built kingdom teleport square outside. Lin Yu looked at the direction where he disappeared and couldn't help sighing. As the saying goes, every family has its own problems. Even as strong as Emperor Changfeng, such things will happen in his family. This saying really applies. After he could no longer see Situ Jian, he didn't waste any more time. He hurried to the world tree, took a deep breath, and then took out the mechanical godhead he had just obtained. In an instant, the shining metal light illuminated the entire territory, dyeing the surrounding plants with a layer of silver-gray color. The acquisition of this mechanical godhead can really be said to be full of twists and turns. First, he was besieged by the Lord on the opposite side, then captured by the Emperor-level strongman, and finally escaped. Every step was extremely thrilling. However, the result was very gratifying. He obtained the 4th godhead and finally successfully entered the middle level of the 11th level. Do you want to absorb Godhead mechanical system? Once absorbed, it cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. Absorb. With Lin Yu's response, the mechanical godhead in his hand suddenly burst into a dazzling colorful light, covering his entire body. The 3 godheads in his body also lit up, echoing the mechanical godhead. Gradually, the auras of the 4 godheads intertwined with each other and finally merged together. The mechanical godhead also turned into a stream of light and sank into his chest. Then a surge of energy exploded in his body, instantly rushing to his whole body, constantly nourishing his limbs and bones, and repairing the injuries in his body. Add to that the self-recovery of the plant system talent. It is estimated that it will take a few days to fully recover. Thinking of this, Lin Yu immediately opened the personal interface to check it out with confidence. Not bad. The average attribute has been increased by 50,000 to 100,000. which is much more powerful than any magic pill. With a physical fitness of 1.6 million and a savage roar state of 1.9 million. He finally reached the normal level without bursting out the 9 godhoods. It is no problem to fight against the 7 godhood lords in full strength. If he had such attributes today. Not to mention that he could beat Wu Wang and his men. But at least, he would not be as embarrassed as today. And he almost couldn't escape. Lin Yu was very satisfied with this. After all, he had just advanced. And it was impossible for him to reach the point of crushing the top lords at once. Which would be a bit ridiculous. At the same time, through today's battle, he also deeply realized the importance of agility attributes. Wu Wang was almost powerless to fight back, because his agility was much higher than his. The reason why he dared to go alone was because he was sure that he could retreat safely. Not because he ran over impulsively. But the result proved that his judgment was wrong. The 9 Godhead Lords were much stronger than he had imagined. Which was why there were so many twists and turns. He had to pay more attention to this in the future. So what he had to do next was to accumulate resources and strengthen his agility attribute to the maximum value. Chapter 606 Revisiting the Old Place. After obtaining the 4th divine power, not only did Lin Yu's basic attributes increase by 10%, but all arms also increased by 10%. The effect of the creation armor was also improved due to the increase in the number of divine powers. 8% damage reduction, 40% abnormal immunity, 40% rule power recovery. And at the same time, all arms were blessed. Thinking of the arms, Lin Yu calmed down and entered the origin universe to check. In this battle, almost all the royal families were seriously injured, especially when they broke out and besieged the mechanical lord at the end. They also withstood the full force of the demon lord and his men. If it weren't for the life light of the forest sage to lock blood, it is estimated that several royal families would have been lost. There are other arms as well. Common arms were basically all dead. And there were less than 800 legendary arms left, which was nearly half of the loss. After all, they were facing a siege of arms that were 10 times theirs. And it was good enough to be able to survive. Fortunately, after killing the mechanical lord, he also gained more than 500 billion magic energy, which can be used to fill the vacancy of the army. Seeing that the royal family was recovering under the world tree, Lin Yu did not disturb them, but moved his eyes upwards and looked at the top of the world tree. Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He found that the previous divine fragment had been completely formed, fell off the branch, and floated quietly in the air. On another branch, a faint colorful light shone, and the prototype of a divine fragment was condensed again. Calculating the time, it was just as he estimated. It only took 5 days to form a piece, which finally made him feel relieved. With this fixed output of divine fragments, there is no need to risk going to other realms under the eyes of the emperors, and the 11th level to capture the 10th level lord. If you are not careful, you may be besieged. It's okay if you meet the 11th level. If you meet the emperor level, you don't know how you died. Today he was lucky. The emperor of their original world arrived in time. So the emperor of the original evil world did not dare to act rashly. But luck is not always there. So I have to be more careful in the future. After thinking about it, Lin Yu put away the fragment of the godhead and put it together with the one he just got today, preparing to use it to cultivate 2 more principalities. Then he exited the original universe and teleported outside to check the construction of each principality. In a blink of an eye, it was the next morning. While Lin Yu was recuperating in one territory and checking the development of the kingdom, the voice of Emperor Xingyao suddenly sounded in his ears through the space channel. By the way, I forgot to tell you one thing. Every kingdom that has just been promoted can go to the lower plane to open up a new area to attract more new lords to come. Go and get it when you have time. Don't waste the quota. Open up a new area. Lin Yu was extremely surprised. Isn't this asking him to open up a regional space similar to the novice village where he stayed at the beginning? So this was opened up by lords above level 11? Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but click on the territory interface and flip to the end of the territory function. He found that after upgrading to level 11, there was indeed an additional function called the reception space. After clicking and reading it carefully, he finally understood the general meaning. So, each territory above the kingdom can open up a reception space to receive new lords, who came down from the collapse of the world, as a supplement to the lords of the kingdom and the duchies below. The most important thing is that only the kingdom that has opened up a new space can participate in the joint recruitment between kingdoms. In this case, Tomorrow is the day for joint recruitment. If he doesn't quickly open up a reception space, won't he be unable to recruit new lords? Lin Yu felt a headache. No one had told him this before. He was still thinking about recruiting a batch of new lords tomorrow to replenish fresh blood. There was no more time to waste. And his finger lightly clicked the function option. The next second, a portal that was exactly the same as the one he had used to recruit new lords as the chief judge of the Great Wilderness Principality suddenly appeared in the territory. Lin Yu looked around for a while and walked straight in. Swish! The light lit up. When he stood still again, he had already arrived at the familiar recruitment platform. Zhang Yuan. Beast System. Rated B level. Sima Liang. Plant System. Rated C level. Zhuang Jinjin. Element System. Rated C level. Accompanied by shouts, the teams and portals of the kingdoms came into view. Unlike the recruitment platform of the principality, the platform of the kingdom is obviously much wider and more luxurious. Almost 10 times the size of the principality. However, it was not the day for joint recruitment, and resources had not yet been allocated. So there were not many new lords on the platform. There were only a few dozen people lined up next to each kingdom. Lin Yu simply counted them. There are more than 50 portals on the entire platform. In other words, there are more than 50 lords of the 11th level in the original continent, which is exactly 5 times the number of emperors. Which makes him surprised, because it is the first time that he has such a direct understanding of the number of 11th level lords in the entire realm, which is more than he imagined. But compared with the number of 10th level lords, it is much less. After all, it is the level closest to the emperor level, and the competition is so fierce. And it is the same as the rumors say. The qualifications of the new lords trained in the subordinate areas of the kingdom are generally higher than those of the principality. The evaluation is basically above D level, which is much better than their E level and F level. And just when Lin Yu looked around, the heads of the kingdoms and the new lords who were responsible for the test on the platform also noticed his uninvited guest and cast curious eyes. Because he was wearing the dragon python golden robe that only the king could wear. Although it was just an ordinary casual dress, those leaders could still recognize it at a glance, especially when seeing the cross-leaf symbol on the dragon python's golden robe. One of the older 9th level judges was shocked and hurriedly stood up and ran to greet him. "Meet the Holy King," he said, and bowed respectfully to Lin Yu. When the voice came out, everyone around was in an uproar. The judges of other kingdoms hurriedly got up from their seats and rushed over. "Do you know me?" Lin Yu looked at the 9th level lord in front of him in surprise. "Yes." The 9th level lord responded respectfully. "I had the honor of visiting the Holy Kingdom once before, and I recognize the symbol of the Holy Kingdom." "I see." Lin Yu's face suddenly understood. And then he looked at the other judges who came over. The new lord team outside was in a state of agitation. "Did you hear that? The chief judge just now actually called that person the King of Saint Blessing. Is he the king of a certain kingdom? It should be correct. I didn't expect to meet such a big man. I wonder if he is here to recruit people. If he chooses me, won't I be able to rise to prominence?" The new lords talked about it, their eyes full of excitement and expectation, staring at Lin Yu, who was talking with the chief judges of various countries. But unexpectedly, at this time, the 8th level lord in charge of the test poured a basin of cold water on them. "Don't dream. He is an 11th level big man. Even I don't have the qualifications to talk to him. Let alone you. Hurry up and continue the test." As soon as this was said, there was an uproar in the crowd. Hiss. Level 11. It's actually higher than level 10? What kind of level is that? How strong is it? At their level 6, these level 8 leaders are already unattainable and unimaginable, let alone level 11. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Yu differently. At the same time, they imagined that they could reach this level one day and be admired by countless people. However, the commotion did not last long. After understanding the general situation with the judges, Lin Yu disappeared on the platform with a teleportation. Not long after, he passed through the void and came to a familiar area below the platform. That's right. It was the area where he was at the beginning, looking at the familiar mountains, forests, wastelands and deserts in front of him. Lin Yu was full of emotion. Although more than 3 years have passed, this area has not changed much. There are still many low-level lords exploring around, with very few soldiers around them. Only a dozen or 20. And they are cautiously alert to the surroundings, just like themselves at the beginning. Lin Yu glanced at the location of his territory. It had now become the territory of a third-level beast lord, who was slowly moving forward with several beasts in the forest he had explored. Time flies so fast. Lin Yu sighed, and did not disturb these new lords. He disappeared again in a teleportation and came to the gray fog area they had passed through. It was not until then that Lin Yu discovered that this gray fog was actually the aura of chaos. It was just that the concentration was diluted thousands of times, and it had no effect on him. Without stopping, his figure flashed and came to the sky above the dividing mountains in the center of the gray fog area. Quack! Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. A toad as big as a hill appeared, staring at the suddenly appeared Lin Yu with fierce eyes. It was the 10th level devouring beast they encountered at the beginning. We meet again. Lin Yu looked down at the giant toad, which was exactly the goal of his trip. Name, Devourer. Race, Chaos. Level 10. Skills, Devour the Void. Chaos Body. Gluttony. Disaster Beast. Introduction. A very special monster that can only move in chaos and live by devouring the space of the realm. Its strength will continue to grow as it devours the space, and it will eventually devour a realm. After killing it, you can obtain the space stone and open up an independent space. When Lin Yu encountered this devourer again, he could easily find out all its specific information, and it was no longer all question marks like before. Just as it was said in the introduction, this monster was born in chaos, lived by devouring the realm, and would continue to grow stronger as it devoured. Only more than 3 years have passed, and it is almost reaching the 11th level, which is simply terrifying. However, this is no longer a threat to Lin Yu at this time. As soon as he raised his arm, the devourer's huge body exploded, and he was killed instantly on the spot. Then a block shining with crystal white light came into his eyes. Obviously, it was the space stone used to open up space as mentioned in the introduction. Huh? Suddenly, Lin Yu was stunned. Looking through the space stone towards the center of the empty canyon, he saw a fragment shining with golden light. Chapter 607 Legendary Fragment. A treasure is hidden in the place where the devourer of the world lies. Lin Yu was surprised, looking at the golden fragment half inserted into the ground. He didn't expect there was something else here. Thinking carefully, when they first encountered the devourer of the world, the monster never left the canyon, as if it was guarding something. That's why they were able to escape and save their lives. It seems that the devourer of the world is guarding this fragment. It's obvious that it must be some extraordinary treasure that can make a monster of this level stay here for 3 years. Delighted, Lin Yu immediately put away the space stone and flashed to the center of the canyon. As soon as he approached the golden fragment, he felt a strange breath enveloping the surroundings, which was very strange, but a bit similar to his law of time, which surprised him. You know, his law of time is a power beyond this world. In such a low-level space, there is actually something of this level? With a wave of his hand, the golden fragment broke out of the ground and flew into his hand, and he finally saw the full picture of the fragment. It was a corner of a military token. However, this military token was different from the ones he had seen before. It was dark gold, and there were faint shadows of various shapes flowing on it. You could tell its extraordinariness at a glance. Lin Yu's eyes condensed slightly, and an information interface appeared in front of him. Name, Military Token Fragment, Random, Grade, Legendary. Level, Unknown. Introduction, Fragments containing soul power. Collect all the fragments to randomly synthesize a legendary military token. If the level is not enough, it cannot be used. Legendary military token. Lin Yu opened his eyes wide, showing shock. This was the first time he had seen a legendary thing. Although it was just a fragment, it still surprised him. In other words, as long as he collected the remaining fragments, he could synthesize a legendary military token? If this is true, it would be incredible. After all, his mutation ability can improve the potential of a first-level soldier. If he gets a legendary soldier, he can mutate it to a higher level of potential and become stronger. I didn't expect that this trip back to the old place would bring such an unexpected surprise. It was beyond his expectations. I don't know if there are similar fragments in other places. If a legendary token can be synthesized, it will be a big profit. After checking all around to make sure there are no omissions, he immediately teleported out of the canyon and searched at the junction of other areas, killing the swallowing beasts he encountered. However, what disappointed Lin Yu was, after killing 6 swallowing beasts in a row, he didn't see the second fragment. but collected 6 pieces of space stones. Is it really not that easy? Lin Yu couldn't help sighing. It seems that this legendary fragment accidentally crossed the space and fell here for some reason. Think about it. Things of this level don't belong to the 10,000 worlds. So how could they appear in large quantities? It's already a great luck to get one. I can only wait and inquire slowly later to see if I can find out the whereabouts of other fragments. After thinking about it, Lin Yu put away the fragments and looked at the 6 white blocks in his hand. After killing 6 world-devouring beasts, he found that these space stones are of different levels. Killing a 10th level world-devouring beast will get a 10th level 1. And killing an 11th level world-devouring beast will get an 11th level 1. For example, the space stone with the largest and most dazzling light ball in his hand now. Name, Space Stone. Grade, Rare. Level, 11th level. Introduction. It can be used to open up an independent space connected to the kingdom for training new lords. Each kingdom can only open up one space, which can only be used in the secondary chaotic space. This space stone was obtained by killing an 11th level world-devouring beast with an attribute of 800,000. The others are all 10th level space stones. It just so happens that he now has 5 principalities under him, so he can open up their reception spaces at the same time, which will make it easier to recruit new lords. Seeing that the fragments of the legendary soldiers were nowhere to be found, Lin Yu had to give up the search and teleported directly to a vast void far away from other areas, and took out the 11th level space stone. Using Space Stone, 11th level, will consume 1 billion magic energy. Do you want to continue? Use. 1 billion magic energy is nothing to him now. It is equivalent to the current daily revenue of the Holy Blessing Kingdom. And as soon as his voice fell, the space stone in his hand immediately burst into a dazzling white light. The white block, which was originally only the size of a fist, also expanded rapidly under this white light, isolating the chaotic energy that was diluted countless times around it. Then, in a loud rumble, various terrains and climates rose from the ground, and the sun and the moon appeared, gradually forming a vast and independent world. Lin Yu sensed it carefully. The size of this space is exactly the size of his kingdom. It is not a problem to accommodate millions of novice lords, which is enough for them to reproduce and compete for resources. Then, he did the same thing again, taking out the remaining 5 10th level space stones to build 5 small spaces next to this large space. Not long after, 6 novice areas, 1 large and 5 small, were successfully opened up and successfully connected with the Holy Blessing Kingdom and its subordinate principalities. Boom! Just at this time, a loud noise came from the depths of the chaotic void, and the chaotic aura around them surged wildly. Lin Yu's perception was fully open, and he could only vaguely detect that a space was collapsing, and the terrifying energy swept across a large area of chaotic void. Then, rays of light suddenly lit up in his newly opened reception space. A closer look showed that there were many new lords who were teleported here, and a series of extremely simple first-level territories. This is... Lin Yu opened his mouth, his eyes full of surprise. Could it be that the loud noise he just heard, was it actually the destruction of a certain cosmic space connected to the Wanjia continent, which brought all the intelligent creatures in it here? Fuck. I traveled through time. Who can tell me where this is? Let me go back quickly. I want to go home. Where are you? Chunlon? Haha. I was assigned to the Flame Puppy Army of the Demon Department. I'm coming to the other world. In this life, I, Long Out Yin, must take back everything I lost. As more and more new lords descended, the entire receiving space began to become noisy, filled with all kinds of wailing and shouting everywhere, which made Lin Yu, who was in the void, couldn't help but be surprised. So, is this how they came to this world? Interesting. Lin Yu smiled and looked at everything that happened in this space. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A new cycle is about to begin again. Creaky. In the highest palace in the Chanfeng Empire Palace, the palace door slowly opened, and Sidu Jian, with a cold face, walked in from outside. What do you want to talk to me about? The Chanfeng Emperor, dressed in a white robe, stood on the terrace, looking at the entire imperial capital without looking back. You saved my friend yesterday, right? Situ Jian spoke directly, his eyes fixed on the back of the Chanfeng Emperor. After the words fell, the palace fell into silence again, and the Chanfeng Emperor was still looking into the distance. After a long time, he said faintly, "It's me, If you are here to thank me, then you don't need to. He did not explain why he appeared there, nor why he rescued Lin Yu. His voice was as cold as ever. It was as if he was talking to a stranger. Yes, I am here to thank you. Situ Jian generously admitted his intention, although he was very reluctant in his heart. After all, the man in front of him also saved his two best friends. In Lin Yu's words, it was awkward. But immediately, Situ Jian changed the subject. I owe you this. One day, I will surpass you. And then I will return it to you in its entirety. After saying that, regardless of Emperor Chongfeng's reaction, he turned around and left, passing through the palace gate and disappearing into the long corridor. Surpass me? Emperor Chongfeng murmured, his expression unchanged, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long while, he slightly tilted his head and glanced at a dark corner on the side. Go, called Sanlong over. Yes, a response sounded, and suddenly there was a space distortion in the corner, and a black shadow disappeared instantly. Sanlong King is the king of the kingdom where Yanlai and Situ Jian are located, and is also one of the few veteran 11th level lords on the primitive continent. But few people know, Sanlong King was actually cultivated by Emperor Chongfeng. After the black shadow completely disappeared, Emperor Chongfeng retracted his gaze, sighed slightly, and looked up. In a blink of an eye, the whole palace became silent, with only gusts of breeze blowing. Following the gaze of Emperor Chongfeng, one can still see the vast void above the primitive continent, and no one knows where it leads to. On the other side, after solving the problem, Lin Yu quickly returned to the territory through the teleportation of the recruitment platform, after sending a message to the kings of the 5 principalities below about the reception space. He came to the world tree and exchanged the rule fragments with the 2,000 faith fruits that had just matured today, and began to mutate the legendary troops. The reason for choosing legendary troops, because he found that when facing those 11th level lords with more divine nature, ordinary troops basically have little effect. After all, he has less divine nature, and the blessing of troops is not as good as those of the old lords. Ordinary troops are naturally very weak, and can only be used as cannon fodder at most. But legendary troops are different. The higher basic attributes just make up for this gap, so that he will not fall into a disadvantage in group battles. Although it consumes more resources, it is also worth it. He had to recover his strength before the monster invasion ended and go to the secondary space to earn more rule fragments. Otherwise, if he missed this invasion, he would miss an opportunity to quickly improve his strength and be left far behind by other lords. Moreover, there was no emperor watching in the secondary space. If he was lucky, he might even be able to get other divine powers. Chapter 608, Going Out. Whereabouts leaked. For 3 whole days, Lin Yu spent all his time in the territory. Thanks to the various treatments and self-recovery methods of the plant system, his internal injuries were finally completely recovered. During these 3 days, the joint recruitment between kingdoms officially began, and all the receiving spaces were connected to each other, and all the descending 6th level newcomers were concentrated on the same platform for screening. Originally, Lin Yu was worried that his receiving space had just been opened up, and he could not cultivate a 6th level lord so quickly, and he could not participate in the joint recruitment. After asking around, he found out the emperors all support the newly promoted kingdoms. When investing resources, they only need to invest 5 times more resources than other kingdoms, and distribute them evenly to the receiving spaces of each kingdom. The monthly resource investment of the kingdom is basically 10 billion magic energy, and 5 times more is 60 billion. Although this is not a lot for Lin Yu, it is not a loss to exchange for a joint recruitment quota. So he took out 60 billion from the 500 billion magic energy he just got to invest. Then he built a portal and sent a team to recruit new lords. During this period, he also used the remaining 2 pieces of divine fragments to support the 2 9th level lords, who ranked 1st and 2nd in the month, and established duchies for them, increasing the number of duchies to 7. Then he allocated funds to build cities, monthly rewards, and sent resources to the dwarf kingdom. After a series of operations, only 100 billion magic energy was left. Fortunately, his origin universe did not produce many rule fragments in the past 3 days. Only more than 6,000 pieces. After spending tens of billions of magic energy to mutate more than 600 legendary arms, the number of legendary arms finally reached 1,500 again. Although there are still few, they are all powerful arms that can fight 10 against 1. As long as they don't encounter 7 pieces of divine fragments, or more than 2 11th level lords. Group battles should not be a big problem. It's time to go out. Lin Yu glanced at the direction of the boundary border and murmured silently. After calling Shui Changui to explain some things, he walked directly into the portal. Swish. The light lit up. The long-lost main city teleportation square appeared in front of him. Still as lively as before, with people coming and going, and shouting. Lin Yu did not stop and rushed towards the direction of the monster invasion. However, when he teleported away from the main city and came to the edge of the boundary, he suddenly had countless perceptions on him, and then quickly withdrew. Are they still guarding? Lin Yu frowned, not expecting these guys to be so persistent and wait for him to appear. Although he has tried his best to conceal his breath, there must be many people who can guess his identity through various clues. And just now, almost hundreds of perceptions fell on him. No matter how confident he is, he can't face the siege of so many 11th level lords at once before his attributes are strengthened to the full value and legendary troops are not recruited. Let's go. Leave here first, he said to Ling Shi beside him, and then teleported again and disappeared, heading out of the boundary. Then not long after, dozens of powerful figures appeared. Looking at the direction he disappeared. It's him. After waiting for so many days, he finally couldn't help but come out. One of them said happily. It's good that he came out. It's worth it that we waited here for so long. We must get this plant godhead. Hurry up and chase him. Don't let people from other realms get ahead. In a blink of an eye, the 11th level lords of all realms received the news that Lin Yu had left the realm, and they gathered together and chased after Lin Yu quickly. At this time, Lin Yu had brought Ling Shi to the outside of the realm. Everywhere he looked, there were surging monsters and lords fighting monsters, shouting and roaring. Lin Yu didn't dare to stay, because he had sensed that a large number of figures were approaching rapidly from behind, and their breath was not weak. Some of them even had more than 8 godheads, which was not something he could deal with now. After identifying the direction, he immediately sped up and rushed to the depths of the monster army. Not long after, one by one, the space gates standing between heaven and earth appeared in front of him. A large number of monsters surged out from inside, much denser than the outer area. Only a few teams with relatively strong strength could come here and kill the lord monsters that rushed out. After scanning the surroundings, Lin Yu plunged into one of the most stable-looking 11th level space gates and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Damn! He ran into the monster space. A newcomer who just advanced dared to run in. Didn't he know that there were lord monsters above level A? The 11th level lords, who were chasing, stopped one after another, and their faces became gloomy. Obviously, they didn't expect Lin Yu to be so decisive and actually rushed directly into the 11th level space gate. You should know that the number of high-level lord monsters in there is even more exaggerated than outside. Without 7 or more godheads, basically no one dares to set foot in easily. He, a newly promoted lord, ran in like this, which was just like committing suicide. What should we do? Should we continue to chase him? Immediately, many people backed down. No. He, a newly promoted lord, will definitely not stay in there for long. We just need to wait here. That's right. I want to see how long he can escape. After the discussion, many lords immediately gave up the pursuit and chose to wait outside the space gate. Those who were more confident in their own strength stayed outside the door for a while, and then chased again. But it was precisely because of this short stay that Lin Yu finally succeeded in getting rid of their perception tracking, and went all the way deep into the monster space. It was not until he confirmed that no one was chasing him that Lin Yu teleported and landed on a remote and desolate land. He did not dare to go too deep. After all, this is the 11th level monster space, filled with a large number of A-level and above lord monsters. If you are not careful, you may be besieged. Not to mention going deep into the area to compete with those top lords for mission rewards. So it is better to honestly look for lone lord monsters in the outer area and slowly accumulate rule fragments. Qianlong, the reconnaissance work is left to you. Lin Yu waved his hand and summoned the royal family and more than 1,000 legendary soldiers. Leave it to me, Qianlong responded. And in a whistling wind, he took a team of green dragons to the sky to do reconnaissance work and clear the flying monsters along the way. The dragon army blessed with air overlord increases the damage to flying enemies by 50%. And Lin Yu is still very relieved to leave the airspace to them. Soon, He took the remaining royal family and legendary soldiers to go deeper and explore around the outer periphery of the monster space. As they were moving forward by killing ordinary monsters along the way, the Qianlong flying in the sky soon sent back the news. Master, a lightning area was found 300 miles ahead, and a large number of lightning elves are approaching. Lightning elves? Lin Yu, who was picking up corpses, was shocked. The same kind of monsters appeared in large numbers. And there was also a lightning area. Could it be a lord monster? He did not dare to be careless, and immediately recalled the scattered troops, set up a defensive formation on the spot, and stared at the front. Boom! Sure enough, not long after, a thunder exploded. In the sky at the end of the sight, a large piece of dark cloud suddenly appeared, and in a burst of lightning and thunder, it quickly approached them. Wherever they went, dense lightning struck down, forming lightning-surrounded lightning elves on the ground, like a large army passing through. The direction they were heading towards was exactly where Lin Yu was. They were coming for us, Qing Gang in front whispered, tightening the sword of disaster in his hand. This sword of disaster is still rare, because Lin Yu has mutated many times, but he has not been able to mutate into a legendary level mounted soldier. I don't know if it's because of the rules or some other reason. Be careful. There may be a lord monster, Lin Yu warned, then turned on his senses and looked at the center of the thundercloud. Sure enough, he found a huge lightning element that was constantly summoning lightning. Name, Lightning Lord, Lord, Race, Element. Level, 11th level, A-level skills, Heavenly Punishment. Thunder Spirit, Thunder Field, Thunder. Chaos, all attributes increased by 70%. Introduction, a terrifying creature condensed by the power of lightning, which can change the surrounding environment, form its own lightning field, and summon a large number of lightning spirits. A-level Lord Monster. Seeing the information interface in front of him, Lin Yu's eyes condensed. Although he had been prepared, he still couldn't help being shocked after seeing the average attribute of 1.7 million. Just in the periphery, there have been monsters with the strength of 7 godheads. What about the deeper places? Fortunately, he now has 4 godheads, one of which is elemental. With the blessing of Savage Roar, the physical attribute can reach 1.9 million. And the royal family has basically reached more than 1.5 million. As long as he doesn't take its thunder skills, there should be a great chance to take it down. Be prepared. After the thoughts flashed through his mind, Lin Yu immediately raised his hand slightly. Charge! With a loud shout, Savage Roar was launched directly. More than 1,000 legendary soldiers were led by the royal family and turned into 10 teams, rushing straight to the lightning area and colliding fiercely with those thunder spirits. Crack! At this moment, a huge lightning as thick as a bucket fell down and struck Lin Yu at the back of the team. It was the Thunder Lord Heavenly Punishment skill. He activated the skill right after they met. This Lord monster really thought highly of him. Lin Yu didn't dare to be careless. He raised his hand and a vine rushed out, building a defensive wall above his head. With a loud bang, the Heavenly Punishment skill exploded on the vine. The terrifying power of lightning instantly penetrated the vine and fell on Lin Yu, paralyzing him. However, because the vines were connected to the ground, more than half of the lightning was led into the ground and did not cause any substantial damage to him. On the contrary, a reminder caught his attention. Affected by the skill Heavenly Punishment, lightning resistance is reduced by 20% for 1 minute. The effect of the creation armor is activated, and lightning resistance is reduced by 12% for 36 seconds. I didn't expect that this skill would also have resistance reduction. Fortunately, his creation armor has abnormal resistance, which directly offsets 40% of the effect. Otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with. Lingxi. Attract thunder. Seeing the Lightning Lord attracting thunder again, Lin Yu immediately removed the vine protection and shouted to Lingxi. Lingxi received the signal and immediately raised the staff, bursting out the power of rules with him. In a loud bang, trees rose from the ground. Chapter 609. A flash of lightning. Deafening thunder roared in the sky. Lin Yu had just created a forest when the Thunder Lord Thunder Field suddenly exploded, crashing down on their heads, forming a terrifying electric grid between heaven and earth. Everywhere you look, there is dazzling white light, illuminating the area of several kilometers as if it were daytime. However, after the lightning struck the trees, it was directed directly to the ground. There was a loud bang, and large areas of lightning exploded on the trees and the ground. spreading rapidly in all directions like electric snakes. In the end, it only caused partial damage to Lin Yu and the soldiers. Very good. This method works. Keep attacking. Seeing that the power of lightning was contained, Lin Yu immediately issued an attack order, and the power of rules in his body erupted again, and countless vines and wooden thorns emerged, turning into a green torrent that broke through the Thunder Yuan elves and went straight to the Thunder Lord. Crack! Several more heavenly punishments descended, crushing all his attacks. The surging power of thunder and lightning exploded, transforming into countless thunder spirits again, filling the gaps left by the killed, and fighting fiercely with the royal family and legendary soldiers at the edge of the forest. Then Lin Yu gradually discovered, under the crazy attack of the thunder spirits, his team's advancement speed was very slow. In addition, the large-scale attack of the Thunder Lord had a paralysis and penetration effect, forcing the royal family to distract themselves and resist, and it was difficult to get close at all. Kong Ming, are you sure you can clean up these thunder spirits? Lin Yu used long-range attacks to contain the Thunder Lord, while shouting to Kong Ming in the air. In terms of large-scale attack methods, Kong Ming is definitely the strongest one in the royal family. No problem. Kong Ming, who was treating the soldiers below, responded without hesitation. Then he left the team, led the lantern grass army to spread out in the sky with thunder and lightning. And in a blink of an eye, he was all over the sky above the thunder and lightning field. Boom! The Thunder Lord seemed to have guessed Lin Yu's intention, and suddenly his whole body exploded with lightning, triggering the thunder. In an instant, dense purple lightning fell, striking Kong Ming and the legendary lantern grasses with swift and fierce power. The surrounding space was also cracked and shattered, turning into a large piece of destructive void. It was the Thunder Lord thundering skill. Buzz. Without waiting for Lin Yu to give an order, the forest sage and the team felt the horror of this skill and immediately activated the Light of Life to protect the entire lantern grass army. The purple sky thunder fell on them and instantly penetrated their bodies. Except for Kong Ming, all of them were seriously injured. However, the effect of the Light of Life forced them to retain 1 point of physical fitness, so they were not killed directly. Glorious! Kong Ming's calm voice sounded. On the body that looked like a lantern, a large piece of dazzling green light suddenly bloomed, covering the entire world. At the same time, the talent of thousands of lights was triggered, and all the lantern grasses around them also burst out with dazzling brilliance one after another, turning into a piece of destructive energy that swept the earth. The lightning spirits that were originally surging wildly all wailed at the moment of contact with the light, and their bodies began to melt rapidly. You know, Kong Ming inherited the spiritual protection of the four-leaf clover, and his spiritual attribute increased by 40%. In a blink of an eye, all the lightning spirits surrounding the Lightning Lord were killed instantly and completely cleared. The damage caused by the light skill was converted into healing in proportion, and the injuries of all soldiers were healed back and restored to their peak state. Take advantage of now. Lin Yu was shocked and immediately led the team to surround the Lightning Lord to prevent it from summoning lightning spirits again. The 10 royal families quickly surrounded them, and under the treatment of the Elf Elder and the Emerald Dragon Mother, they resisted the lightning and launched a fierce attack on the Lightning Lord. Attacks emerged wildly, submerging the huge body of the Lightning Lord, and explosions continued. Then Lin Yu did the same thing, and together with Ling Shi, he built a forest and trapped it to death inside. The Thunder Lord roared continuously, and lightning continued to explode on his body. But Lin Yu had the creation armor, which was immune to abnormal effects. When 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, his body made of lightning began to dim rapidly. Finally, the Shadow Kill skill, which was doubled by wooing, penetrated the core of the lightning, and exploded into countless lightning in a burst of unwilling wailing. Kill the 11th level Lord monster and gain 1 billion magic energy. With a prompt, the dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate rapidly. The lightning power around him continued to gather, and gradually condensed into pieces of shining regular fragments in the air. After a careful count, there were as many as 70 pieces. That is, 10 times that of the 10th level Lord monster of the same level. Very good. Lin Yu was overjoyed. A Lord monster of level A could have such a huge harvest. At this rate, it would be just a matter of time before he could strengthen his attributes to their maximum values. And he would even have surplus rule fragments to mutate legendary soldiers. It was worth it for him to risk his life to come to such a place. What surprised him even more was that, in addition to the rule fragments, Something else exploded. A scroll with a lightning symbol. Lightning flash, consumable after use. Agility instantly increases by 3 times. Lasting for 6 seconds. Only effective for level 11 and below. Items that increase agility? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. What he lacked most now was speed. Because he was in danger of being besieged at any time. The appearance of this scroll was simply a timely help, giving him an additional powerful means of escape. Although the effect only lasted for 6 seconds, the 3-fold increase in agility was enough for him to escape from any level 11 battle. He happily put the things away, and put them in the most conspicuous position in his personal space, so that he could call them at any time. Then, he looked at the situation in the Origin universe again. He found that after killing the 11th level Lord Monster, the number of faith fruits began to increase again. 2 more than before. Just reaching 2,100. Although this increase rate does not seem to be much, it is still very terrifying when accumulated slowly. You should know that the daily revenue of an ordinary kingdom is only about 50 rule fragments. And even those old kings can only make about 100 at most. As long as he is given time, he can surpass everyone. Let's go. Keep moving forward. After checking the surroundings to see if there is anything missing, Lin Yu said to the royal family. Then he led the team to explore other directions to find the lone Lord Monster. I have to say, the density of monsters in the secondary space is really terrifying. In just one morning, Lin Yu encountered nearly 50 A-level Lord Monsters. Except for a few who did not dare to provoke because they appeared at the same time. The remaining 43 were all killed by him. And 3,010 rule fragments and 86 origin fruits were harvested. If it were other lords, this efficiency would be absolutely unimaginable. After all, ordinary lords do not have 11 royal soldiers with strength equivalent to 5 godheads. Even if they act together as a team, the rule fragments obtained must be evenly distributed. And there are not many for each person. It can be said that this monster invasion was prepared for Lin Yu. So Lin Yu cherished this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity even more, and frantically searched for resources in the outer area of the secondary space. And the rule fragments in his personal space became more and more. Just like this, he explored and killed the Lord Monsters. It was not until the afternoon that he was finally interrupted by several uninvited guests. Quick! That monster fled over there. Chase it! Lin Yu was repairing on a wasteland. And suddenly a rapid shout approached from a distance. The opponent's speed was very fast. And even the Qianlong in the air had no time to detect it. And it had already entered the wasteland. At the same time, there was a rumbling sound, like the footsteps of some giant beast. Hide. Lin Yu's face condensed. And he immediately recalled the troops, and took a few smaller royals to hide behind the mound on the side, carefully concealing their breath. Then after a while, billowing smoke and dust rose. A group of giant mammoths, about 20 to 30 meters tall, rushed from a distance. Wherever they went, the ground shook, accompanied by a rumbling sound of footsteps. And the one rushing in the front was an SS-level mammoth lord. Obviously, these monsters were chased here from deeper places. Being able to chase an SS-level Lord Monster, the opponent's strength is obviously not weak. What's more, mammoths are known as the species with the best strength and defense in the beast system. Ordinary lords have no way to deal with them, which made him want to retreat immediately. At this time, 5 powerful figures appeared immediately, and surrounded them with a large number of soldiers. 2 of them teleported directly in front of the mammoth group and attacked the fierce mammoth lord. Finally, they successfully blocked the charge of the elephant group and stopped less than 2 kilometers away from Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked through the mound and finally saw the appearance of the other party. He was stunned, because he had seen these people before. They were the 11th level lords of their primitive world. Who? Suddenly, one of the female lords holding a bow and arrow turned around and looked at the place where Lin Yu was hiding. She actually found his breath at once. Lin Yu's face changed. If he guessed correctly, the other party should have detection skills. Otherwise it would be impossible to find his existence so quickly, considering that he was not familiar with the other party. He turned around and wanted to escape from here with the idea of less trouble than more trouble. But unexpectedly, just as he was about to teleport away, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. So fast! Lin Yu was secretly shocked. This speed must have the strength of at least 8 divine bodies. And 2 of them appeared at once. No wonder even SS-level Lord Monsters are not their opponents. After the 2 blocked his way, their eyes, which were originally full of murderous intent, suddenly froze. Is it you? The middle-aged man of the B system was surprised, and seemed to recognize Lin Yu's identity. Are you the recently promoted Holy King? Another mechanical lord looked surprised, and also recognized Lin Yu. After all, they were often summoned by the Emperor to attend meetings during the previous camp wars. So they naturally recognized him. It was obvious. They didn't expect to meet Lin Yu, the new generation figure who has been making a lot of noise recently. After reacting, the mechanical lord immediately raised his head and shouted to the other three companions who were restraining the mammoth group, "It's okay. They are people from our realm." Chapter 6:10 Hunter and Prey. The mammoth lord, who was chased here, was already at the end of his strength. When the three heard the shouts from this side, they immediately burst out with their strongest means, quickly solved the mammoth lord, and then collected the spoils and hurried over. Seeing that they had no ill intentions, Lin Yu let down his guard a little, and stayed where he was for the time being. Are you the recently promoted King Sheng Yu? The two female lords and another insect-type man came to Lin Yu and looked at him in surprise. These three people were slightly weaker than the previous two, but two of them had reached 7 godheads, and one had reached 6 godheads. The strength of the entire team was luxurious, except for not having 9 godheads. They were even stronger than the original Evil World team that besieged Lin Yu before, which made Lin Yu secretly shocked. "It's me. Who are you?" he asked back. "Let me introduce you," the mechanical lord, who looked the oldest, said with a smile. Then he pointed to the beast lord beside him, who also had 8 godheads. "He and I are from the Beta Kingdom and the Baisho Kingdom, respectively, with 8 godheads." After that, he pointed to the elemental female lord, who first discovered Lin Yu's trace, and the insect man. These two are the kings of the Yuling Kingdom and the Futian Kingdom, with 7 godheads. The last one is the youngest angel girl, the king of the Qinglian Kingdom, with 6 godheads. The introductions between the 11th level lords are basically based on the names of their respective kingdoms, and generally do not reveal their real names. Just like they call Lin Yu the Holy King. Lin Yu has heard of the Baidu, Baisho, Yuling, Futian, and Qinglian kingdoms, which are basically old kingdoms on their original continent. I didn't expect to meet them here, and they acted together, which surprised him a little. "Who are you calling a little girl? I'm already over 200 years old this year." Qinglian refused to agree after hearing Baidu's introduction, and immediately spoke fiercely, making Lin Yu and the other 4 people frown. Okay. The young man is still watching us. As a senior, you should be more reserved." Baidu wiped the sweat from his forehead. The awkward look immediately made the other 3 people snicker, and also made Lin Yu smile knowingly, and let down his guard a lot. It can be seen. These people are not evil people. He immediately clasped his fists and said, "Nice to meet you. I didn't expect to see you here. Baidu, to be honest, we were quite surprised to see you. Indeed, you just promoted to the 11th level. How could you run to such a dangerous place?" The king of beasts asked immediately. As soon as this was said, the other 4 people looked at Lin Yu with curiosity. "You know, this secondary space is full of A-level and above lord monsters. It's too bold for a newly promoted lord to run in alone." But immediately, Yuling, holding a bow and arrow, let out a light exclamation and looked at Lin Yu in surprise. "You already have 4 godheads?" Lin Yu was shocked when he heard this. His godhead had been concealed by Emperor Xingyao, and he had not revealed any breath from just now to now. He could even detect this. It seems that, as he guessed, this person has very powerful detection skills. The other 4 people were also shocked when they heard Yuling's words. "For godheads? Are you sure? Good guy. You have 4 godheads just a few days after the advancement? Brother Shengyu, you are really well hidden." Generally speaking, the old 11th level lords don't pay much attention to the newly promoted kingdom, because it is too easy to die. This is also the reason why no 11th level lord has come to the kingdom of Xingyu to congratulate so far. After all, they didn't know when Lin Yu would suddenly die, so why waste the energy to run over to congratulate him? But now it's different. Lin Yu, who has 4 godheads, has a certain ability to protect himself. He is no longer so easy to be killed. Finally, they pay attention to him and look at Lin Yu with a much friendlier look. "I'm just lucky," Lin Yu said awkwardly. "Lucky? Can you get 4 godheads just after advancing?" Several people looked strange, obviously not believing Lin Yu's words. But they were also tactful and didn't ask more questions. After a moment of silence, Fu Tian, who had been standing quietly beside him, thought of something and suddenly interrupted. You appeared here. You should be chased by those guys outside. Right? His voice was not loud. But when it fell into the ears of the other 4 people, it made them stun for a moment. And then a gleam of light suddenly burst out in their eyes. Yes. I had no choice but to run in. They are probably still blocking outside the space gate. Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. After hearing his answer, several people's eyes sparkled and they became excited. Opportunity. Our opportunity has come. Bai Shou rubbed his palms vigorously, looking at Lin Yu as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Even his eyes changed. The other 4 people were the same, and their excited and hungry expressions made Lin Yu think they were going to eat him alive. But immediately, Baidu's words made him suddenly realize. Brother Lin Yu, are you interested in doing a big deal with us? You come as bait. We will ambush from behind, kill those guys, and snatch their godheads. Snatch the godhead? Lin Yu looked surprised, and finally understood why they showed such an expression. Not to mention, using him as bait. The method of others' ambush from behind is really feasible, which makes him unable to help but move. During this period, he has been passively beaten, hunted by many lords, and even harmed his friends. Do you think he doesn't want to fight back? Of course not. It's just that his strength is too weak after the advancement, and he has no capital to fight back for the time being. If you don't have the strength, but still fight with others, you will only hurt yourself. He is not some Long-Oudian, who can easily destroy the enemy with a tiger body shaking and revealing the kingly aura. He can only endure it before he is completely sure. Before, it was because Yen Lai and others were captured, and he couldn't stand by and watch them die. So he had to take action. But now it is different. He already has 4 godheads, plus these 5 powerful old lords. There is definitely a lot of room for him. Maybe he can get the 5th godhead. How about it? Are you interested? Baidu asked again, his face full of expectation. As long as the godhead is obtained, we will distribute it according to demand, and then subsidize some resources to others. According to the news I received, those guys should still think that you have only the strength of the newly advanced level. If you are lucky, it should not be a problem to get 4 or 5 godheads. This is definitely a great opportunity for our primitive world. Indeed, just as he said, this is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Because generally speaking, the newly promoted 11th level lords either die early, or are too weak to leave the realm. It is basically rare to encounter a situation like Lin Yu, who has 4 godheads at once, and is unknown to others. As long as the operation is done properly, it is not a problem to kill several 11th level lords from other realms. The most important thing is that there will be no emperor to stop here, and the chance of obtaining the godhead is greatly increased. Although it requires a great risk, Lin Yu is still very tempted. After thinking for a while, he finally nodded heavily. Okay, I did it. Good job. Baidu and others were immediately excited when they heard it. Without saying any more nonsense, they immediately called the troops back to their side, started to discuss the plan next to the Earth's slope, and then went to the surroundings to scout. It was not until half an hour later that Lin Yu broke away from the team. Wait for my news. After saying this, he rushed directly towards the direction of the space gate, until he could no longer be seen. Beta turned around and said to the others, let's hide quickly. Those guys are very cunning. They will definitely run away in advance if they know we are here. Hee hee. Of course. I have waited for this opportunity for so many years. And it is time to use the trump card. I have also prepared a 5-element blockade formation, which will definitely make them never come back. As the few people said this, they scattered and hid in the 5 corners of the agreed location, waiting patiently. At the same time, outside the space gate, the lords of various circles, who had been waiting for most of the day, finally became irritable. It's already afternoon, and the kid hasn't come out yet. Could he be dead in there? Or was he killed by the people who chased him in before? Or was he eaten by a monster? If I had known this, I would have chased him in. So I waited here for half a day in vain. The angry curses continued to sound in every corner, but not many people really retreated. Dozens of lords from all walks of life were still hiding in various corners outside the space gate, waiting for Lin Yu to show up, while secretly alerting others. The atmosphere around them became cold. Swish. Suddenly, the light came on. A figure passed through the space gate and appeared outside. Everyone was stunned at first, and then their eyes suddenly widened. It's that kid. He came out from inside. Do it! Low shouts rang out one after another, and some reacted very quickly and attacked directly. As soon as Lin Yu appeared outside, the space around him was distorted, and several powerful attacks instantly blocked all his retreat routes. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge deep pit exploded on the ground. Lin Yu only had time to condense a war barrier in front of him before he was blown away by the terrifying impact force. He didn't expect that these guys would be so persistent and wait from morning to afternoon. Just the attack just now made his blood surge. It was obvious that they had used all their strength to attack him. He could not handle it alone. Seeing the war barrier broken, he followed the recoil force and fled into the space gate without looking back. Chase! The lords, who were almost out of patience, did not choose to wait and see this time. Seeing Lin Yu escape, they immediately chased him and plunged into the space gate. Unexpectedly, just after entering the secondary space, a large piece of red mushrooms fell at their feet. Boom! The entire entrance shook violently, and several lords, who did not react in time, were instantly blown away, almost falling into the chaotic atmosphere at the edge of the entrance. They were so shocked that they quickly turned over to stabilize their bodies. Then, there was another loud noise under their feet, and a large piece of vines rushed out of the ground and went straight to their vital points. You think you can stop us with such an attack? One of the lords sneered disdainfully, and slashed out with a sword, easily cutting the vine in two, and then chased after Lin Yu. Chapter 611, Trap and Kill. Inside the secondary space, a thrilling chase scene was staged. Dozens of 11th level lords chased after him relentlessly, following closely behind Lin Yu, constantly shuttling through space. And Lin Yu turned back from time to cast various plant skills, disrupting the space and interfering with their pursuit. For a while, there were constant explosions and shouts. The crowd gradually moved away from the space gate and went deep into the secondary space. Lin Yu didn't even need to perform. Those lords with higher agility than him were already pressing forward step by step, and almost intercepted him several times. If this goes on, it's only a matter of time before he is caught up. Sure enough, his agility attribute is still too low. As a last resort, he had to take out the lightning flash scroll he had just obtained, grit his teeth, and tear it open directly. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and his agility attribute suddenly soared 3 times, turning into a residual image and sweeping towards the depths, and once again widened the distance between him and the crowd. It's a speed-up item. Chase him. We can't let him escape. The faces of the lords from all walks of life who were chasing behind changed. They obviously didn't expect Lin Yu to have such a powerful speed-up item. It also made them confirm that Lin Yu was already at the end of his strength. They immediately activated their burst skills and accelerated to catch up. But Lin Yu was extremely fast in the burst state. After a while, he left those who were slower far behind. Seeing him running farther and farther, some people were worried about encountering the Lord Monster group. After hesitating, they chose to give up the pursuit. Gradually, the number of people chasing Lin Yu was getting smaller and smaller, from dozens to 7, and their strength was between 6 and 8 godheads. And they were all in urgent need of plant godheads, and didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, they didn't notice that Lin Yu, who was running in front, suddenly raised a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. His figure flashed, teleported to a barren mountain, and fled straight into the depths of space. Then 6 seconds passed, and his acceleration disappeared, and his speed suddenly decreased. The people behind him were shocked when they saw this. His acceleration effect disappeared. Very good. Chase him. I want to see where you can escape to. With a loud shout, the speed of several people suddenly increased, and they teleported to Lin Yu in a blink of an eye, blocking his way. But at this moment, one of the old demons with 8 godheads suddenly frowned and looked around. Something is wrong. The terrain here seems to have been moved. As soon as these words came out, the others were all shocked, and finally noticed a little abnormality. Some of them even retreated without thinking, and their reactions were extremely fast. However, before they rushed out of the mountain range, a loud shout sounded. Do it! Boom! The ground around them suddenly exploded, and 5 light beams of different colors shot up into the sky. Then, in the frightened eyes of several people, a giant magic circle was constructed, covering the entire mountain where they were, affected by the 5 elements blockade formation. All displacement skills are invalid, and all attribute attacks are invalid. The cold reminder sounded in their minds, causing their faces to change suddenly. By the time they reacted, Lin Yu in front of them had already disappeared into the formation. Then, the 5 beta people teleported and waved their hands, and soldiers emerged from the sky, surrounding the blockade formation in the middle. Damn it! We fell into the trap. This is the trap they set. The 7 people in the formation looked gloomy, and they didn't know that they had fallen into Lin Yu's trap. They immediately summoned soldiers and rushed towards the edge of the formation. It's useless. This blockade formation has taken me 10 years of hard work. No one can break it from the inside. Yu Ling was heroic, and the bow and arrow in his hand were pulled to the full moon. A terrifying arrow infused with the power of the 5 elements shot out, piercing through the void and rushing straight into the formation. An elemental lord in the formation was about to attack the formation when he felt a threat of death looming in his heart. He immediately condensed a large wall of fire in front of him and retreated violently. However, at this moment, Beidou outside the formation suddenly appeared behind him with a flash of lightning all over his body. He actually activated the mechanical overload skill and punched out suddenly. Bang! Ah! The elemental lord screamed, and one of his arms was directly shattered. The whole person turned into a stream of light and fell to the ground, smashing a huge deep pit. The surrounding soldiers didn't even have time to rescue him. The remaining beasts, Fudian and Qinglian, also burst out their strongest means, and the roar of the beasts and the sound of insects flapping wings came one after another, launching a fierce attack on others across the formation. The few people inside just wanted to block, but found that all the skills with attribute attacks were invalid, and they were shocked and gathered their soldiers and retreated quickly. At the same time, a roar was heard, and a large red light enveloped the 5 Beidou men and their troops, boosting their momentum once again. All attributes increased by 30%, and 30% speed increase? What a powerful increase! Whose skill is this? The Beidou people who were launching the attack were shocked and looked at the center of the red light. It was Lin Yu, who had just come out of the formation. You know, the general group increased skills basically only add 1 or 2 attributes, and the effect is mostly around 20%. But Lin Yu's savage roar directly increased by 30%, and it was an increase in all attributes. And it also came with a speed-up effect, which was simply outrageous. They found that they still underestimated this newcomer who had just advanced. Haha. Good. With the blessing of Savage Roar, several people suddenly became more powerful and attacked the remaining 6 lords fiercely across the formation. Lin Yu also summoned soldiers, and long-range skills kept coming out of his hands, and dense attacks poured into the formation. Coupled with the suppression of Beidou in the state of mechanical overload, the opponent was beaten back step by step, and the soldiers fell in groups. Hold on. His mechanical overload effect won't last long, the old demon shouted loudly, and demon soldiers rushed out desperately, blocking Beidou's steps one after another. The rest of the people resisted the attack while manipulating the soldiers to crash into the outside of the formation, creating circles of ripples on the formation. Unexpectedly, at this time, Beidou's mouth corner suddenly curled up slightly, and he took out a mechanical crystal stone shining with electric light from his personal space and used it directly. The electric light on his body burst out again and blessed him. Props to extend the buff? Lin Yu outside the formation was slightly surprised. This King Beidou actually has such a rare prop. He is worthy of being an old king who has lived for hundreds of years. With double attributes, he restrained and suppressed them inside, and the remaining 6 people on the opposite side were defeated immediately. Immediately, another lord was severely injured and fell from the sky. The Beast King on the other side was equally unwilling to be outdone. The power of a tiger, the fury of a lion, the speed of a cheetah, the charm of a fox, and the shadows of beasts lit up behind him. He actually broke the limitation that only one beast could be used at a time, and burst out with unparalleled might, making the other person unable to resist. He was defeated in a short while, and could only rely on the army to support him. Fudian, not far away, was even more terrifying. With a wave of his hand, the insect army, which originally had only more than 30,000, began to split rapidly. In a blink of an eye, the number broke through 100,000, and turned into a dark cloud and rushed into the formation. Wherever he went, it was like a locust passing through. All the enemy's arms were eaten clean, leaving only skeletons. Obviously, they all used the means at the bottom of the box, and did not intend to leave a way out for the few people inside. Bang! A spark exploded beside Lin Yu. The cannon aimed directly at the old demon, and a stream of fiery red light pierced through the void and flew straight towards him. The old man's face changed, and the blood shield appeared in front of him. But it was instantly defeated. The pea bullets continued to move forward, exploding at his waist, knocking him back hundreds of meters before he could barely stop. The old man was shocked. The power of this attack was even enough to threaten his life. Is this really something that a newly promoted 11th level lord can do? What a deep scheme. They were all deceived. How dare he hold back? He burst out with the power of rules all over his body, and built a demon array around him, directly sacrificing tens of thousands of demons. Boom! The entire ground suddenly began to shake violently, and a lava demon hundreds of meters tall broke through the ground and appeared in the array. The terrifying might far exceeded the level of 9 godheads. Not good. It's a demon sacrifice. Stop it quickly! The imperial spirit in the sky shouted in surprise, and directly entered the elemental incarnation form, launching a fierce attack on the lava demon. The green lotus at the other end burst into dazzling white light, turning into chains of holy light and rushing into the formation, instantly locking the huge body of the lava demon. But at this time, another humanoid lord with 8 godheads also burst into golden light, condensed a giant sword in the air, and with a clang, cut off all the chains. Roar! The lava demon let out a shocking roar, and punched the rushing Beidou, and actually knocked him out with double attributes. Then the old man and the humanoid lord looked at each other, and at the same time burst out the strongest means. The lava demon and the golden sword light gathered together, and suddenly crashed into the blockade formation on the side. There was a deafening roar, and the entire blockade formation shook violently. The extremely hard protective wall actually had large cracks, and a huge gap was blasted open. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately activated the void space to cover the broken part, trying to stop them from escaping. However, the 2 people in the explosive state were not something he, a 4-god character, could stop. The skill effect was immediately broken by brute force and rushed out of the formation. I will remember today's revenge. After throwing down a harsh word, the old man and the humanoid lord fled directly into the void and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Among the remaining 5 people, one of the Ghost Clan lords with 7 godheads also seized this opportunity, risking a serious injury to break through the siege of Lin Yu and others. And then a large number of strange runes appeared on his body, and quickly dissipated in a wailing sound. The reincarnation technique of the Ghost Clan? The Beast King, who was about to launch an attack, could not help but speak in surprise. The lords of the Ghost Clan, like the Phoenix Clan, have the talents of their own race, and can cast all the soul power and reincarnate on other carriers. But they will lose power for a period of time. Sure enough, these high-level lords are not so easy to kill. Basically, they have 1 or 2 life-saving methods in their bottom boxes. But the remaining 4 lords, with only 6 godheads, are not so lucky. 2 of them were already seriously injured, and their combat power was greatly reduced. Now without the support of the 3 powerful fighters, they were also dragged down by Lin Yu's void space. They were defeated immediately, and in a burst of unwilling roars and resentful curses, they were completely drowned by their attacks, and all fell on the spot. Killed the 11th level lord of the other plane and obtained 99.4 billion magic energy. Fortunately, Lin Yu managed to grab ahead at the last moment. Chapter 612 Invitation. For an 11th level lord, more than 90 billion magic energy is too little. Lin Yu has obtained more than 80 billion magic energy from killing lord monsters that day. And with ordinary monsters, it can reach more than 100 billion. It seems that this guy either stored the magic energy in the kingdom or spent it all. A poor guy. What a pity. 3 of them escaped. Beidou and his men gathered together and looked at the direction where the 3 people fled with regret. They made so many preparations, used their own bottom-line tricks, and took them by surprise. But they still couldn't kill all the trapped people. It is enough to see how difficult it is to kill a lord with more than 7 godheads. But soon, they couldn't help getting excited again. Although 3 escaped, they successfully killed another 4. A full 4 godheads, which was absolutely unimaginable before, and even more than they expected. Quick! Look at what kind of godhead they are. Baisho hurriedly urged on the side. Yu Ling didn't waste any words and directly put away the damaged 5-element ceiling formation, revealing the corpses on the ground and 4 colorful godheads shining with various colors. Then Beidou stretched out his hand, and the 4 godheads turned into streams of light and gathered in front of him, namely the elements, insects, humanoids, and undead. After reading it, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He could use all the 4 godheads except the elements. Beidou and the others had different expressions. Some were excited, some were disappointed. Especially Futian, who was beside him, smiled bitterly, because he was an insect, and he had the 3 godheads of elements, humanoids, and undead, which meant that he was directly out of the distribution of godheads this time. Haha. Futian, you are too unlucky. You don't even have a single godhead you can use. Baisho seemed to know about Futian's collection of godheads, and laughed and teased him. Others had strange faces, as if they wanted to laugh but couldn't. Get lost. You're still acting like a spoiled child. Futian glanced at Baisho unhappily. Then, Beidou beside him shook his head helplessly. I'm lacking the humanoid and beast systems, so I won't compete with you. It's not easy for those with more than 8 godheads to collect godheads that they can use. After all, they only lack 2 of them. Only Baisho was lucky. He just happened to lack an elemental system, and immediately said, in that case, I take this elemental system first, and when there's a chance in the future, Beidou and I will go with you to get the 2 systems you lack. Okay. Beidou nodded silently, but he wasn't very disappointed, because for him, even if he had 1 more godhead, he still couldn't become an emperor, so he wasn't as anxious as those lords with 9 godheads. The remaining 3 pieces can be divided among Yuling, Qinglian and Shengyu. As agreed before, each of you can give me and Futian 100,000 rule fragments respectively. No one will sell the godhood, so it is difficult to estimate its value. But they are distributed within the team, so they don't need to consider these things. In the end, they decided to charge only a symbolic price. Each of the 4 people gave them 100,000, which is a full 400,000 rule fragments, which is a considerable amount. Beidou obviously knew that Lin Yu couldn't take out so many rule fragments at the moment, and then said, Brother Lin Yu, I will help him with the 200,000. If it weren't for him this time, we wouldn't be able to get so many godheads at once. Isn't this not good? Lin Yu was a little embarrassed in front of these old lords. He was simply a poor guy who couldn't even take out 200,000 rule fragments, let alone 200,000. He didn't even have 20,000 now. It's okay. This little rule fragment is nothing to me, Beidou said slowly, and I'm not helping you for nothing. If I find a target in the future, you have to come and help me. In the battle just now, he personally experienced the horror of Lin Yu's wild roar, which directly caused his attributes to surge by 30%. And the last space blocking skill made him even more surprised. If he could get Lin Yu's assistance, his chances of killing other 11th level lords would be greatly increased. Lin Yu is not stupid. He can naturally guess his intention and immediately agreed, of course. Just call me when you need me in the future. Okay. It's settled. Beidou also laughed after getting his affirmative answer. Then after some discussion, Lin Yu finally got the humanoid godhood. The reason for choosing this is that the insect system and the undead system both win by numbers, and the single unit attack ability is not strong, which happens to be restrained by his high defense of the plant system. For the humanoid system, it is still very difficult for him to increase the attribute when injured. In addition, the explosive skill of beast transformation is even more threatening to him. It is always safer with the 10% damage reduction provided by the godhead. Okay. The things are distributed. Let's leave here quickly. Those 3 guys escaped. I guess the news will spread soon. Let's go back and avoid the limelight first. Beidou stood up and patted the dust on his body and said, the death of 4 11th level lords at one time. Once this news spreads, it will inevitably cause an uproar. If they continue to stay here, they will only be concerned by the major realms, and they may even encounter revenge from the realms where the 4 lords are located, and form a group to cause trouble for them. So soon, several people got up and rushed back to the direction of the original realm. Then not long after, as they guessed, the news quickly spread among the realms, causing a sensation in an instant. What did you say? The primitive realm teamed up to kill 4 11th level lords? Absolutely true. The 11th level lords, who escaped from inside, said so themselves. Hiss. Killing 4 11th level lords at once. Isn't that too exaggerated? For a strong person of this level, even if they can't beat them, they should be able to escape. What happened? I heard that the newly promoted 11th level lord from the primitive realm used himself as bait to lure them into the trap. And his strength is not just one piece of godhead that he just advanced to, but at least 4 pieces. Everyone was fooled by him. Lords from all realms exclaimed constantly, all discussing this sudden heavy news. You know, the 11th level is second only to the Great Emperor, and is the pillar of combat power in each realm. Usually, the death of one is enough to alarm all directions. Not to mention the death of 4 at once? Especially the news about Lin Yu, which shocked them even more. An 11th level lord who had just advanced a few days ago actually had 4 divine bodies, and no one knew about it yet. This was too well hidden. The lords who had hunted Lin Yu down all changed color when they heard about this. It was already very difficult to kill him with 4 divine bodies. What's more, he might get new divine bodies this time, which would greatly increase his strength. They finally gave up their plan to snatch the divine bodies and evacuated the border of the primitive world. This saved Lin Yu a lot of trouble. After leaving the secondary space and returning to the main city, Lin Yu teleported back to the territory and hurriedly took out the divine body he had just obtained. Do you want to fuse? Divine body, humanoid? Once fused, it cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. Fusion. As the response fell, the divine body in his hand suddenly burst into a dazzling bloodthirsty red light, wrapped in the colorful halo of the divine body itself. It turned into a stream of light and entered his body, slowly merging with the 4 divine bodies. The fusion is successful. The number of godheads changes, and the various attributes change. Please go to the corresponding interface to check. Lin Yu was shocked, and felt a huge force flowing into his body, flowing through his limbs. Whether it is physical strength or 5 senses, they have been significantly improved. He did not use the more than 6,000 rule fragments obtained from hunting the Lord Monster today to enhance agility, so the basic attributes remain unchanged. However, because of the extra godhead, the additional attributes all increased by 10%, and finally successfully crossed the half of the 11th level. After the godhead increased to 5 pieces, the effect of the creation armor was further improved. Damage reduction of 10%, negative effect resistance of 50%, and rule power recovery speed of 50%, and gradually began to show its fangs. As long as he faces the enemy of the series with the godhead, he is equivalent to a permanent 20% damage reduction, coupled with the physical fitness improved by the racial talent. It is not so easy to kill him. It was not until this time that he finally had enough self-protection ability in front of those 8 or 9 godheads. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Just at this moment, Su Zhong's voice suddenly sounded outside, interrupting Lin Yu's thoughts. Come in. Lin Yu closed the interface and looked outside. After a while, Su Zhong hurried to him and bowed to him respectfully. Your Majesty, I received an invitation from the Sanlong Kingdom and the Great Wilderness Principality this afternoon, inviting you to attend the founding ceremony of their subordinate principalities. As he said, he directly handed over 3 golden invitations. Founding ceremony? Lin Yu took the invitations in confusion and opened them one by one. On them were the signatures of Yan Lai, Situ Jian, and Ji Yunchuang. The 3 of them were actually going to establish a principality the day after tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Lin Yu was surprised. He was not surprised by Ji Yunchuang's words. After all, he had heard that she was preparing for the path of the saint half a month ago. But Yan Lai and Situ Jian were different. They had just returned from the living world recently, so it was not logical that they should have reached the 10th level so quickly. Did they have some kind of adventure? Or did they get support from the Wolf King? Chapter 613 Patriarch of the Li Family. Lin Yu was very happy that Yan Lai and the others could be promoted to the 10th level. After all, there have been frequent wars recently, and lords above the 10th level often fall. It is time to replenish them. It just so happens that the founding ceremonies of the 3 of them are staggered. One on the day after tomorrow, and the other 2 on the day after tomorrow. So there is no need to worry about the dates colliding. Lin Yu thought for a while, and said to Su Zhong beside him, Go and tell the envoy who sent the invitation that I will go there in person at that time. Yes. Su Zhong responded and immediately took his leave. Seeing that it was getting dark, Lin Yu put away the invitation and teleported to the palace to rest. The next morning, Lin Yu woke up early as usual, but he did not go to the border of the realm again. After all, they had just killed 4 11th level lords, which attracted too much attention from the realm. For safety reasons, it is better to wait until the storm is over. In addition, today is the founding day of 2 principalities under him. As 2 subordinates he trained, he still has to show up in person. So soon, he stood up and put on his usual clothes under the waiter's service, and left the palace and went outside. Your Majesty, the traveling team is ready and can set off at any time. Su Zhong, who was waiting outside, hurriedly came up and said respectfully. In the square in front of the hall, a well-trained flying horse team was neatly arranged, surrounding an extremely luxurious royal sedan chair in the middle, as if afraid that others would not know that it was the king's trip. Lin Yu glanced at the team and immediately waved his hand. No, I can go there by myself this time, just to see if those 2 guys have managed the principality well. Except for Yenwu Yin Tianda and the other 5 people, the 6th and 7th principalities were all supported by him from the monthly list. These 2 people can also be regarded as old people in the kingdom. He promoted them from the 8th level, and has been helping to manage local affairs. So they simply allocated the land around their territory to them to establish a principality, and let them recruit lords themselves. Now 3 days have passed since the joint recruitment began, and the newly built cities have basically had lords to send. So they chose to hold the founding ceremony today. It's just right to see how far it has developed now. After a few simple words with Su Zhong, he directly tore open the space and disappeared on the spot. At this time, in the eastern part of the Holy Blessing Kingdom, in the capital of the Chaoyuan Principality, which was just established not long ago, people came and went, and there was a lot of traffic. Forces of all sizes came from all directions and poured into the capital. In the sky, there were also many teams and lords riding flying mounts, who also joined the teams on the street and gathered towards the temporary palace built in the center of the capital. The whole capital looked very lively, as if a grand event was being held. Hurry up. Hurry up. Put everything in place and make up for the missing things. Your Majesty will be here soon. Hurry up and decorate this place. In the hall inside the palace, the newly appointed King Song Chaoyuan of the principality shouted repeatedly, constantly directing the waiters coming and going. Tables, chairs and flower pots were placed in and out, and there were busy figures everywhere. At this time, an old man in official uniform ran in from outside. Your Majesty, the time has come. It's time to change clothes. Oh, yes, yes. Hurry up and change clothes and wash up. This time, His Majesty will come in person, and you must not lose your manners. Song Chaoyuan slapped his head and immediately followed the old man out of the palace in a hurry. It was obviously him who was going to hold the founding ceremony, but he seemed to be more nervous than anyone else, and wanted to do everything himself. There was no way. He had received news that King Shengyu would come in person when the founding ceremony was held. He didn't have the mind to take care of so many things, for fear of any trouble. By the way, before leaving, he turned back and looked at the old man. And those guests who came to congratulate should be arriving soon. Send more people to receive them, and don't neglect them. Many of these guests are representatives from various forces, and some are his lord friends, so they can't be ignored. In short, there are so many things to do that the Chaoyuan Principality is busy from top to bottom. But they are also happy and sad, because after today, they will officially become a principality. And just thinking about it makes people excited. On the other side, just when the whole palace was busy inside and outside, on a small road outside the capital, a not-so-luxurious carriage team slowly moved forward and headed towards the capital. Brother, do you think King Chaoyuan will look down on a small family like ours? In the most spacious carriage in the middle of the team, a man said worriedly to the middle-aged man sitting opposite. I don't know either. I can only go there first. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. The Chaoyuan Principality has just been established. It's a good time to make connections and show off. There will definitely be many powerful forces coming. If you want to gain a foothold in the principality, you can't miss this kind of event. If you are lucky enough to get a relationship with King Chaoyuan, then our Li family will be able to rise to prominence in no time. And we can even develop our family industry into the capital. The man became more and more excited as he spoke, and there was even a yearning in his eyes. As a family power in the cities surrounding the capital, their biggest wish is to move their family to the capital. Even if they only get a share of the pie, it is enough for them to successfully gain a foothold and develop into one of the most powerful forces in the principality. Especially now that the principality has just been established and the order is not yet determined. It represents the word opportunity, and it is also a rare opportunity for them to meet the new king. So in addition to those famous big forces, other small and medium forces are also trying their best to show off in front of the new king. If they are lucky enough to get the favor of the new king, then they can almost be said to soar to the sky. And it is not impossible to become a big force in one fell swoop. After all, there are too many forces in the capital, and it is complicated and the competition is fierce. It is not easy for outside forces to intervene. If they are not careful, they may be swallowed up without leaving any residue. So in order to seize this opportunity, the two brothers started their journey yesterday, bringing many things to the capital to meet the new king and get familiar with him. That is why they had the conversation just now. These two people are the current patriarch of the Li family, Li Xingtai, and the second patriarch, Li Xingrui, the one in front. Get out of the way! Suddenly, just as the two were discussing, a shout came from outside. The convoy bumped a bit, and the speed gradually slowed down. What's wrong? Li Xingtai and his brother poked their heads out of the carriage and looked at the front of the team. Reporting to the patriarch, there is a traveler blocking the way of the convoy in front. Steward Zhou is sending people to drive him away. It will be ready soon. A servant trotted from the front to the side of the carriage and reported respectfully. This change immediately made more than a dozen young clansmen sitting in other carriages behind poke their heads out, each with a puzzled look on their faces. They are all the young generation of the Li family. Li Xingtai specially took them to the capital to see the world and participate in the guard selection that will be held in the capital. This is also an important opportunity for the family to establish a relationship with the capital. After all, the selected guards are directly under the king. Even if one person can successfully enter the guard, it is extremely worthy of their happiness. It can only be said that in order to revitalize the family, Li Xingtai really took great pains and made sufficient preparations. After hearing the report from the servant, Li Xingtai's brows suddenly frowned. Didn't I tell you to be kind to others? If someone blocks you, just go around. Why drive them away? Go. Tell housekeeper Zhou not to be nosy and hurry on your way. Yes. The servant received the order and did not dare to disobey it. He immediately ran towards the front of the team again. Seeing him disappear in the team, Li Xingtai was still a little worried and immediately lifted the door curtain and got off the carriage. Brother, what are you going to do? Just leave this little thing to the people below. Li Xingrui in the car said hurriedly. You don't understand. This is already the territory of the capital, and you may encounter people from other major forces and those high-level strongmen at any time. It's better to be careful. As he said, Li Xingtai walked towards the front of the team without looking back. After a while, he saw a figure standing in front of the team, being stopped outside by a group of servants and guards. This person is none other than Lin Yu, who had just teleported here and was planning to go to the capital of Chaoyuan Principality. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to continue teleporting, a convoy appeared behind him and drove slowly towards him. So the scene happened. Are you coming from other cities? Lin Yu looked at the convoy in front of him with interest. But he was not in a hurry to leave immediately. And at this moment, Li Xingtai had also come to the front. Seeing him surrounded, he immediately shouted, Come back. Look at what you are doing. Do you really think this is our Li family's territory? After saying that, he immediately left the team and came to Lin Yu, his face full of apology. This young man? I'm really sorry. I didn't manage my people well and scared you. His words were very sincere, and he didn't look like he was pretending. Are you the leader of this team? Lin Yu looked at him silently and saw his strength at once. He was only at the 8th level, and should be a small or medium-sized force in the nearby city. Yes, I am Li Xingtai, the head of the Li family in Huayuan City. What's your name? Young man? He was in his 20s. His strength was not obvious. He was dressed decently, and he was alone. He should be like them, rushing from other places to seek refuge with relatives in the city. As for strength, compared to the fact that the other party's realm was higher than his own, and he couldn't detect it, Li Xingtai was more willing to believe that Lin Yu really had no strength. After all, he was too young. Moreover, the monsters around the capital had been cleared out long ago. As long as they didn't run into the mountains and forests, even ordinary people could travel easily. My last name is Lin. Lin Yu replied calmly. It turns out to be Brother Lin. I apologize for offending you just now. Li Xingtai had a kind face and did not look down on Lin Yu. Instead, he invited him warmly. I see you are traveling alone. You should be planning to go to the capital. Right? If you don't mind, would you like to go with us? Chapter 614 King's Guards. Faced with Li Xingtai's invitation, Lin Yu was still a little surprised, because he had already concealed all his auras at this time. He looked like an ordinary person to others. Not only did he treat him, an ordinary person, with courtesy, but he also apologized in person. This Li family patriarch was quite interesting. Either he was a good person, or he was well versed in the way of survival, and would never easily offend anyone who didn't know all the details. It just so happened that he was also planning to inspect whether Song Chaoyuan had managed the principality well along the way. So he smiled and replied, "Okay. Then I will be disrespectful. That's it." In the surprised eyes of the servants and guards, Lin Yu got on an empty carriage at the invitation of Li Xingtai. Then with an order, the whole team slowly moved again and headed towards the direction of the capital. "Brother, why are you so polite to an ordinary person?" In another carriage, Li Xingrui asked puzzledly. Just now, he also detected Lin Yu's aura and found that he had no strength at all. "It's just a good relationship." Li Xingtai smiled slightly. "Our trip is of great significance. We should avoid trouble if possible, so as not to get a bad reputation of bullying others." "Brother, you are here again. Don't you do a lot of good deeds in normal times? And you don't get any reward?" Li Xingrui curled his lips, obviously tired of hearing Li Xingtai's words, and was somewhat non-committal. Li Xingtai smiled. "It's just a little effort anyway, and we won't suffer any loss. Let's talk about the next itinerary first. At this speed, we should arrive in the capital in less than half an hour." When he heard the capital, Li Xingrui, who was sitting casually, suddenly looked serious. He didn't forget the purpose of their trip to the capital. While the two were discussing the itinerary, Lin Yu, who was sitting in another carriage, was checking various interfaces while looking at the scenery along the way through the window. Gradually, a magnificent city wall appeared in sight, and the number of pedestrians and carriages around it gradually increased, all converging towards the huge city gate below the city wall, forming rows of teams. The entire city was bustling, just like a market. "Chief, we have arrived at the capital." At this time, a shout came from the front of the Li family team. Then the whole team slowly came to the outside of the city gate and was inspected by the guards. "Wow! Is this the capital? What a high city wall. Much higher than our Huayuan city. After a day's journey, we finally arrived." The young generation of the Li family in the convoy stuck their heads out, looking at the city wall in front of them with excitement, and explained one after another. Lin Yu also opened the curtains and looked around. The security inside and outside the city wall was not bad. At least it was well managed, and there was no trouble. He immediately showed a satisfied smile. But unexpectedly, at this time, the guard leader, who was leading the team to check the goods in front of the convoy, happened to look over here and saw him sticking his head out of the car. "That's it." The guard leader's eyes suddenly widened. His expression was like seeing a ghost, and he almost dropped the weapon in his hand. This abnormal behavior immediately attracted the attention of several guards nearby, and they asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Commander? Is there something wrong?" As soon as these words came out, the two brothers Li Xingtai who were waiting for inspection changed their faces, thinking that something that shouldn't be there was found. You know, they didn't hesitate to spend a lot of money for today and prepared a lot of precious materials, hoping to use them to manage relationships in the capital. If this batch of goods was detained, it would definitely be a huge loss for them, making them nervous all of a sudden, because they had already inquired that the Chui commander in front of them was a favorite of King Chaoyuan. If they offended him, it would be equivalent to offending King Chaoyuan, which would almost mean that they would lose their chance to develop industries in the capital, and they might even be suppressed. However, what they didn't expect was that the imagined scene did not appear. Instead, Commander Chui seemed to be stimulated by something, and suddenly left the team, stumbling towards the back of the Li family team, and soon came to the outside of the carriage where Lin Yu was. He took a deep breath and wanted to bow. "Okay, go back." A calm voice came from the car. Lin Yu, who had already sat back in the car, naturally noticed someone approaching. After a quick scan, he found that it was the confidant who stood beside Song Chaoyuan when he appointed and dismissed Song Chaoyuan before, and he obviously recognized his identity. When Commander Chui heard his voice, he was surprised and happy. He didn't dare to disobey, and after a slight salute to the carriage, he hurriedly left the team and returned to the city gate. "Okay, don't check it. Just let it go." He called back all the men who were checking the goods of the Li family. This action immediately made Li Xingtai and his brother look confused, and they didn't understand what happened. Instead, Commander Cui walked towards them with a smile on his face. I guess you two are the first and second in command of the Li family in Huayuan City. Right? Nice to meet you. Please forgive me for wasting so much of your time. Commander Cui. What are you talking about? It's us who wasted your time. Li Xingtai and his brother were even more confused. They couldn't help but glance at the carriage where Lin Yu was. And they were in doubt. What happened just now that made a figure like Commander Cui change his attitude 180 degrees immediately? Even like a different person? Could it be that this little brother Lin in the car was not an ordinary person, but the son of a large force? They had just arrived and didn't dare to ask more questions. They had to get back on the carriage with this doubt, and continue to drive slowly into the city with shouts, until they disappeared into the city gate. One of Commander Cui's subordinates couldn't help asking, Commander, they are just forces from the surrounding small town. Why are you so polite to them? Even the other people around him cast curious eyes, full of confusion. What do you know? Commander Cui glared at them fiercely. Do you know who was sitting in the car just now? That's the one our king has to salute when he sees him. The king has to salute when he sees him. How is this possible? The guards were completely shocked, and their eyes widened. Immediately, someone reacted and opened his mouth in shock. Could it be? Shoo! Shut up. Commander Cui interrupted him directly. Then he came over and whispered a few words in their ears, which immediately shocked several people with horror, and they almost fainted. At this time, the Li family's motorcade had already passed through the city gate and arrived at the busy main street. Amidst the shouting and hawking, they drove through the street towards the city center. They were not far from the Chaoyuan Palace. But Li Xingtai and the others didn't care much about these things at this time, but were still discussing what had just happened. I'm afraid this young man Lin is not a simple person, Li Xingtai said with a serious look. I thought they were just ordinary people who were given a ride on the road, but I didn't expect that there was such a huge power behind them. Even Commander Cui had to be respectful and polite to them. Could it be the young master of a big force? Li Xingrui couldn't help but guess. It should be correct. Li Xingtai nodded silently. Commander Cui's strength has reached the 9th level. To make him so polite, at least a powerful force with a 9th level strongman can do it. Then why did he go into the city with us? I don't know about this. Since he doesn't want to say more, we don't need to ask more. Maybe we can leave a good impression and establish a relationship with the power behind him, which will be of great benefit to the future development of our Li family. That's right. Li Xingtai nodded in agreement. That's it. After a discussion, the two gave up the idea of finding out Lin Yu's identity. Then, with a rolling of wheels, they drove towards the center of the capital. It was not until mid-morning that they finally arrived near the palace, on the busy street, and stopped next to a shabby courtyard in the corner. This was the courtyard they sent someone to rent in advance. Although it was a bit shabby, it was the best place they could rent, and at least they had a place to stay. After all, their family is weak, and they can't compare to those big forces with 9th level or even 10th level strongmen. It's very good to have a yard near the palace to stay temporarily. Okay, let's get off the car and rest, Li Xingtai said to the whole team. There is still a lot of time before the founding ceremony starts at noon. Just enough for them to settle down, and then visit other big forces to build relationships. After all, a small family like theirs can't directly participate in the founding ceremony and meet the new king, so they can only get in through relationships. This is why they brought so many things. There were cars and people coming and going around, and representatives of forces from all over the place were everywhere. There were even many people who looked at them with contempt and snickered, laughing at them for living in such a shabby place. Looking at the luxurious and spacious mansions next to them, they were simply a world apart. Why are you so proud? When I am successfully selected into the Principality Guard, I will trample them all under my feet. That's right. Don't bully the poor young people. The young generation of the Li family clenched their fists and looked at those who laughed at them unhappily. Okay, this is not Huayuan City. Don't make trouble. Li Xingtai sighed, knowing that their Li family was weak and could not compare to those big families. So when they came to this powerful capital, they were even more cautious and did not dare to offend anyone casually. I hope everything goes well. Alas, Li Xingtai sighed again, turned around and began to command the servants and guards to dismantle the goods, and walk towards the carriage where Lin Yu was. But at this time, there was a sudden commotion on the street in the distance. A large team with well-equipped and powerful momentum appeared and rushed towards this side at a high speed. There was even a flying unit in the sky, responsible for clearing roadblocks and opening up a straight road on the street. It's the king's personal guard. With such a big scene, is the founding ceremony about to begin? Wasn't it supposed to start at noon? How come it's suddenly earlier? No. Look at the middle of the team. Isn't that King Chao Yuan? It really seems so. How could King Chao Yuan appear here in person? There were exclamations on the street, and representatives of various forces stepped aside to make way for the personal guard. The Li family, who had just arrived at their residence, were also shocked and excited. They didn't expect to see the king so soon. With such a big scene. Is it to pick up some important person? Chapter 615 Situ Jian's rapidly increased strength. Among the forces that came from other places, many small and medium-sized forces were not qualified to meet the king. So the appearance of King Chao Yuan immediately caused a sensation. Representatives of various forces received the news and rushed from all over. When they saw King Chao Yuan actually travel with such a large array at the founding ceremony, they were immediately surprised and wondered if something big had happened. And small and medium-sized families, like the Li family, were so frightened that they retreated behind the carriage, fearing that they would block the king's travel. However, what the Li Xingtai brothers did not expect was, just when they were urgently avoiding, the guard seemed to have locked the direction and kept approaching them. After a while, the entire huge team had arrived outside the small courtyard where they were. Stop! With just one order, the team slowly stopped. An elite team ran out from the back and surrounded the Li family's small courtyard, blocking all their ways. What on earth is going on? The two brothers were terrified and stunned by this sudden situation. The representatives of other forces watching on the side were also extremely surprised. They didn't understand why the king would go to this unknown small family. However, before they could think about it, the space not far away suddenly twisted. A middle-aged man in a dark golden dragon robe appeared in the encirclement, staring at the Li family team in front. It's really King Chao Yuan. He actually appeared. What happened? The crowd exclaimed, and was immediately shocked by the terrifying aura emanating from Song Chao Yuan, and recognized his identity at once. The representatives of those small and medium-sized forces were even more excited. They didn't expect to see the new king in person. Is it a chance given to them by God? Not to mention the Li family. All of them were weak and almost fell to the ground. The two brothers Li Xingtai stumbled out of the team, came to Song Chao Yuan in panic, and bowed deeply to him. Meet His Majesty. Greetings to His Majesty. At this moment, they were both excited and worried. They couldn't understand why the king, who was so high and mighty, would appear here. Could it be that their Li family had done something wrong and angered the king? No need to be polite. Unexpectedly, Song Chao Yuan ignored them. He just raised his hand slightly to let them be polite, and walked straight past them, heading towards a simple carriage in the distance. The next second, something that shocked everyone happened. Welcome, Your Majesty. With just a loud shout, Song Chao Yuan actually leaned down and bowed deeply to the carriage. Boom! The crowd exploded instantly, with their mouths wide open, their faces full of disbelief. The king actually bowed in person. What kind of existence was in that carriage? Wait, Your Majesty? Just now, King Chao Yuan called that person Your Majesty? Suddenly, some quick-witted people reacted and looked at the carriage in doubt. There is only one person in the entire Xingyu kingdom who can be greeted by King Chao Yuan and addressed as His Majesty. That is the ruler of Xingyu kingdom, King Shengyu. Could it be that? Wow! Just as everyone was shocked, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a lazy figure slowly appeared, stretching his waist. It looked like he had just woken up not long ago, fighting and killing every day. Lin Yu hasn't had a good leisure journey for a long time, and he didn't expect to fall asleep in the carriage without knowing it. Seeing this, Song Chao Yuan was shocked and immediately ran up to help him out of the carriage. Okay. I just came here to take a look. There's no need to make such a big scene. Lin Yu waved his hand to stop his action and stepped out of the carriage. He is now a demigod. Although he was just sleeping, he still perceives everything around him clearly, so he naturally knows what happened. Your Majesty is a noble man. How can you ride in such a shabby carriage? You should have informed me in advance so that I could go to greet them in person. Song Chao Yuan said hurriedly, frowning and glancing at the convoy next to him. This glance made the Li family's hearts beat wildly, and they were scared to death, and almost knelt on the ground. No matter how shabby the carriage is, it's still a carriage. What's wrong with riding it? Lin Yu said indifferently. Besides, they are good people. They gave me a ride. It's also fate. Yes. Yes. Your Majesty is right. Song Qiaoyuan nodded quickly, and then walked out to meet Lin Yu. Before leaving, he signaled to his confidant not far away with his eyes, and then disappeared into the team with Lin Yu. Let's go! Accompanied by a loud shout, the guard started moving again, and rushed back to the direction of the palace, until he disappeared at the end of the long street. The confidant of Song Qiaoyuan came to the stunned Li Xingtai, and the other two with the team. May I ask if you are the head of the Li family in Huayuan City? Ah? Oh, I am Li Xingtai, the head of the Li family. And this is my brother Li Xingrui. What do you want? Sir? Li Xingtai reacted and asked nervously, thinking that Song Qiaoyuan had sent him to question him. But unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the man immediately waved his hand and smiled. Sir, I don't deserve it. I am Gongsun Mao, the commander of the king's personal guard. I am here to take you to stay temporarily in the mansion and participate in the next founding ceremony. I wonder if you are willing to honor me. The commander of the personal guard, Li Xingtai, and the other two changed their faces and showed shocked expressions. They had heard of Gongsun Mao's name. He was definitely a top figure around the king. How many powerful forces have tried to curry favor with him, but failed? And now he actually came to invite them personally. They had never dared to think of such an opportunity before. But now it suddenly came true. They were shocked and extremely excited at the same time. How could they not know that they had met a noble person? And a great noble person. Yes. Of course we are willing. It is an honor for our Li family to be invited by the adults. Li Xingtai answered repeatedly. When he looked at Li Xingrui, he could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Then, under the gaze of the surrounding people, they led the convoy and followed Gongsun Mao to leave, heading towards the most luxurious street in the capital, leaving behind a bunch of envious and jealous eyes. With the line of the personal guard leader, the Huayuan City Li family is afraid that it will soar to the sky and rise to become one of the most powerful forces in the principality. Let those who laughed at them before be stunned. And all stood there in disbelief. The news that King Xingyu personally came to the capital was like a hurricane, sweeping the entire capital in an instant, causing a great uproar among the major forces. Who is King Xingyu? He controls the entire kingdom of Xingyu, and his strength reaches the 11th level. Even the kings of the major principalities have to be respectful when they see him. Now he suddenly came to the capital. How can they not be excited? Immediately, all the major forces started to move and began to prepare for the upcoming founding ceremony, wanting to leave a good impression in front of King Xingyu. It also made the entire capital more lively. Of course, none of this attracted much attention from Lin Yu. After learning about the establishment of the principality and some problems with Song Qiaoyuan along the way, he came to the palace that had been prepared long ago to rest, and did not interfere too much with the affairs of the principality. Even at the next founding ceremony, he only showed up and said a few words of encouragement. Then he left the principality with Song Qiaoyuan respectful farewell and rushed to the next principality. Until the evening, he had just finished all his work and returned to the territory. Clicking on the kingdom interface, there were 7 more options for the duchies, and information about the revenue and faith each duchies provided him every day. Lin Yu roughly observed it. After the joint recruitment in the past few days, the number of lords in each duchies has increased significantly, and gradually got on the right track. Counting the revenue of his kingdom itself, he can now obtain about 1 billion magic power and 45 rule fragments every day, which is very close to the level of those old kings. You must know that this is just the beginning, and he has only established 7 duchies. With the additional blessing of the hegemon certificate, he can obtain more rule fragments than ordinary kingdoms. In addition, the origin universe is now more than 2,200 pieces per day, and it should be possible to strengthen the attributes to the full value within 3 months. 3 months? Lin Yu looked at the interface in front of him and muttered to himself. Now there are only about 9 months before the reincarnation opens. If 3 months are deducted, there will only be half a year left. It may not be easy to reach the Emperor level in half a year. After all, you can't just kill the 11th level if you want to. Especially those who survive the 11th level are not weak, and have many ways to escape. Unless it is unexpected like before. and there are several top strongmen cooperating. It is possible to kill. It seems that he can't stay in the territory for too long, and he has to continue to hunt Lord monsters. Anyway, his current strength has been exposed, and there shouldn't be many people staring at him. The only thing worth noting is those lords with 9 godheads. According to his estimation, he must at least strengthen his attributes to the maximum value, and have 6 godheads to have the strength to fight. Let's go and see tomorrow. Looking at the gradually darkening night outside, Lin Yu thought silently. Anyway, Yin Lai and his founding ceremony is just a formality, which won't take much time. The remaining time is enough for him to hunt many monsters. After making up his mind, he immediately called the kitchen, and after dinner, he went back to the palace to rest. Time passed quickly. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, while Lin Yu went to the secondary space of the realm to collect rule fragments. He also participated in the founding ceremony of Yin Lai, Situ Jian and Ji Yunchuang. What surprised him was that Ji Yunchuang, who had risen to the 10th level, actually had 3 pieces of divine fragments at once. That is to say, in addition to the Saint's Road and the one he sold to Ji Xinghe before, she got 1 more piece for herself. No wonder I haven't seen her figure recently. It turns out that she went out to fight. But compared to Ji Yunchuang, Yin Lai and Situ Jian shocked Lin Yu more. Yin Lai was okay. At most, he only had 2 pieces of divine fragments. But Situ Jian was directly maxed out, and he had 9 pieces of divine fragments just after the breakthrough. Although Lin Yu is not short of divine fragments now, he was still shocked by this news. After asking, he found out that it was the Wolf King who took a fancy to his fighting talent and planned to train him vigorously, and gave him all the divine fragments he had saved to improve his strength. At first, Lin Yu suspected that the Wolf King wanted to raise Situ Jian to the 11th level, and then kill him to seize the godhood. But after some inquiries, he realized that the Wolf King did not lack the godhood of insects. He was extremely confused and felt that something was wrong. Chapter 616 Large Monster Space. Lin Yu. Wait. I will catch up with you soon. At the border of the Sanlong Kingdom, Situ Jian, who came to see Lin Yu off, said seriously. Me too. I will catch up with you soon. Yin Lai next to him interrupted. It was already afternoon, and the founding ceremony of the 2 of them was basically over, so they had time to see them off. Okay. I wait for you to reach the 11th level. Lin Yu smiled slightly. When she went to attend Ji Yunchuang founding ceremony yesterday, she also said the same thing. He couldn't help but sigh. His existence seemed to give these 3 people great motivation, and they all regarded him as a goal to surpass. It seems that he has to work harder. Otherwise, he will be caught up by them sooner or later. Especially Situ Jian. Now with the strong support of the Sanlong King, he is even more powerful. And it is only a matter of time before he upgrades to the 11th level. Thinking of this, he said, okay. You just established a principality, and there are still many things to deal with. I won't stay here to bother you. See you another day. Okay. See you another day. After saying goodbye to each other, Lin Yu didn't stay any longer, tore open the space and disappeared directly on the spot. However, he didn't rush back to the territory, but teleported directly to the border of the boundary, preparing to go to the secondary space to collect more rule fragments. After 2 days of intermittent battles, and the output of the origin universe and the kingdom, he has accumulated more than 8,000 rule fragments, adding more than 6,000 pieces that he didn't want to use before. It just reached about 15,000. After some consideration, he finally used it to strengthen his agility attribute first. The basic agility of nearly 730,000 has greatly improved his escape ability and reaction ability. At least, he will not fall into the passive position because of the slow speed like before. The basic attributes of the royal family have basically reached more than 800,000 and can exceed 1.5 million in the state of Wild Roar, which is equivalent to the strength level of 5 godheads. As for the physique, since the racial talent is slightly higher, it is not a problem to tie with the strength of the 6 godheads. What surprised Lin Yu was that, after 5 days of nurturing, the godhead fragment in the origin universe finally matured completely, peeled off from the world tree, and a new fragment embryo grew at the same time. As long as there are 10 more days, he can build the remaining 3 principalities and reach the level of those old kingdoms. So what he lacks most now is time. Lin Yu's eyes condensed slightly, and he kept shuttling in the void. With his current 5,000-kilometer space shuttle distance, it doesn't take too much time to reach the border of the realm. The only thing worth noting is that this ability consumes much more rule power than ordinary skills. Even if he has the 50% rule power recovery speed of the creation armor, he can't do long distance unlimited shuttle, and needs to stop and rest for a while before continuing. Just walk and stop along the way. Finally, after nearly an hour, we arrived near the border of the realm and saw the space gates deep in the monster plane. Some had just appeared, while others were on the verge of collapse, which should be a sign that the core of the space was about to be destroyed. However, what Lin Yu didn't expect was that, just as he was thinking about which 11th level space to enter, there was a sudden boom in the depths of the monster army, and it began to vibrate violently. Even the monsters near the depths were like frightened birds, fleeing in all directions, and the whole scene fell into chaos. What's going on? Why did these monsters suddenly riot? Did something happen in the depths? Look over there. Another new space gate has appeared. The lords who were forming a team to clear the monsters outside exclaimed constantly and looked into the depths. At the extremely unstable junction of the 10,000 Worlds continent and the monster plane, huge cracks suddenly appeared and spread rapidly in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, extremely strange space gates were constructed in the depths of the plane. Why is it weird? Because those space gates are actually golden, and there is exactly one for each of the 6th to 12th levels, and they are also connected to the edges of the major realms, attracting countless lords to come. Then, a reminder suddenly sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Lords, please pay attention. A large monster space has appeared, and the final mission has been activated. Mission, Plane Invasion. Please go to the large monster space to find and destroy the space core, which will last for 30 days. Those who participate in the mission will receive 10,000 rule fragments after completing the mission. Those who destroy the core will receive Godhead, designated X1 after completing the mission. There are 3 large space cores. Please be careful. 10,000 rule fragments. 3 designated Godheads. Lin Yu was shocked when he heard the reminder in his mind. I didn't expect the system to activate the final mission at this time. Is the monster invasion going to the final stage? If so, he has to hurry up. Otherwise, once the monster invasion is over, he will lose a way to quickly obtain resources. It is unknown when he can strengthen the attributes to the maximum value and recruit all the legendary soldiers. Fortunately, the deadline for the task is 30 days. It is obviously not easy to complete this task. Otherwise it would not be given so much time. Let's go in and take a look first. Not far away, several 11th level lords came after hearing the news and rushed directly towards the golden space door. For the 11th level lords, the temptation of the designated godhood is too great. It is even more attractive than the Chaos secret treasure to them. After all, the Chaos secret treasure is too illusory for them, while the designated godhood can actually improve them, especially for those lords with 9 godhoods. If they can get one of the designated godhoods, then they can directly take the last step and become the existence standing at the top of the continent. This is enough to make them crazy. So soon, the lords of various realms who received the news appeared one after another and gathered towards the golden space gate, making the boundary between the realms lively. Lin Yu. At this time, a shout sounded. Ji Yunchuan, who had just met 2 days ago, walked with several 10th level female lords of the primitive realm and came to Lin Yu in a short while. Meet King Shengyu. The female lord saluted Lin Yu slightly. Yes. Lin Yu nodded at them, then looked at Ji Yunchuan in confusion. Why are you here too? Have you finished the work in the principality? You have to come even if you haven't finished it. Ji Yunchuan pouted and said, the reward for the 10th level space mission is 10 pieces of divine fragments. I have to grab one anyway, so that I can catch up with you as soon as possible. Ji Yunchuan was very upset about the fact that her strength was left behind by Lin Yu, and she wanted to catch up with him as soon as possible. After all, she had wasted too much time in order to complete the path of the saint a few days ago, and she couldn't do without working hard. So he didn't chat with Lin Yu for too long, and said goodbye to the lords and left, heading for the 10th level secondary space. After a while, he disappeared into the golden portal. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. After saying this to Ling Shi and Kong Ming beside him, Lin Yu took them to the junction and plunged into the 11th level space door. Swish. The space twisted. When he stood still again, he had come to a strange space wrapped in a chaotic atmosphere. Compared with the unstable spaces before, the rules of this world are obviously more perfect, and the prototype of the sun and the moon has begun to appear. If it continues to develop like this, more and more powerful monsters will definitely be born. And then it will become a huge hidden danger to the 10,000 Worlds continent. And what surprised Lin Yu was, in all directions in the depths of the space, there were actually beams of light rising into the sky, supporting the entire sky above. After a careful count, there were as many as 99. And it was very similar to the scene when he obtained the 10 forces in other spaces before. Could it be that these were all treasures evolved from the 10 forces? Lin Yu was surprised and happy. The treasures transformed from the 10 forces could enhance the power of his law of time. If he snatched all of them, his time speed would have a qualitative leap. If it reached more than 10 times, he could even control other 11th level lords by surprise, making them move 10 times slower in a short period of time. Wouldn't it be easy to kill them then? Let's go! This space had just appeared, and many lords had not arrived yet. It was a great opportunity to seize resources in advance. He was not willing to waste time. So he immediately summoned all the royal family, and more than 1,000 legendary soldiers, and rushed towards the green beam closest to him. Because according to previous experience, the effect of the plant force on the law of time was twice that of other forces. So it was natural to snatch it first. But what Lin Yu never expected was that, just as he cleared the monsters along the way, and came near the light column, he found that it was actually a large monster nest. A large number of weird and twisted lord-level tree monsters wandered around the light column, forming a deep and terrifying forest that was difficult to get close to. He spread his senses, and casually explored the properties of a tree monster on the outermost edge. Chapter 617 Terrifying Death Chi. S-level Lord Monster. After reading the attributes of the tree monster, Lin Yu's eyes condensed. The average attribute of more than 1.7 million has exceeded the level of 7 godheads. 2 or 3 is okay. With the help of the royal family and legendary soldiers, he can barely kill them. But there are more than 2 or 3 death tree monsters in front of him. And there are at least 300 twisted figures that can't be seen at a glance. If they rush up in a swarm, even the strength of 9 godheads can't withstand it. What's more terrifying is that the death chi radiating from these death tree monsters penetrates and merges with each other, and gathers into a thick black fog in the entire nest, almost spreading to the sky. If you rush and rashly, the consequences may be unimaginable. The degree of danger in this large monster space is indeed much greater than those small spaces before. Lin Yu looked solemn and seemed a little hesitant. If he could eat all the 300 lord monsters, he would get more than 20,000 rule fragments, and the daily output of faith fruits would increase by 500 to 600. Not to mention the force treasure in the center of the nest. With such a huge temptation, he really didn't want to give up. Forget it. Let's try the power of those dead air first. Lin Yu thought silently. Now the Lord army has not arrived yet. He must hurry up and act. He took a deep breath and led the team to approach carefully from the edge and stepped into the black fog area, affected by the dead air. All attributes are reduced by 1%, and the physical fitness is reduced by 1% per second. When the dead air is stacked 2 times, all attributes are reduced by 2%, and the physical fitness is reduced by 2% per second. When the dead air is stacked 3 times, all attributes are reduced by 3%, and the physical fitness is reduced by 3% per second. When the dead air is stacked 10 times, all attributes are reduced by 10%, and the physical fitness is reduced by 10% per second. Trigger the sinking effect. Unable to attack. Lasting 5 seconds. Fuck. Lin Yu's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately retracted his foot. In just half a second, a series of prompts rang wildly in his mind, and the death effect instantly stacked to more than 20 layers, and even the attack ability was completely blocked. This is not a lord monster. It's just a debuff machine, and it can be stacked infinitely. You must know that this is the effect after the creation armor reduces the abnormality by 50%. Even this is so terrifying. What will happen under the full state? In fear, Lin Yu immediately retreated outside, and the number of death layers disappeared. However, the noise he made just now still attracted the attention of one of the death tree demons. Roar! With just a roar, the death tree demon left the nest and rushed towards him with rumbling footsteps, and a large amount of death emerged from his body. Wherever he went, the weeds on the ground quickly withered into hay all over the ground, and finally turned into flying ash and disappeared. Go. Get rid of it first. Lin Yu immediately gave orders to the soldiers around him. At the same time, The power of rules burst out, and the four-leaf clover protection and wild roar were launched at the same time, which made all the plants' momentum suddenly rise, and the attributes of the royal family reached more than 1.5 million. In an instant, vines rushed out, like small snakes, and entangled its forward body. Then the wood thorns and leaves continued to emerge, and shot straight at it together with the pea bullets, and mushrooms exploded on it. The remaining plants surrounded it, and the dense attacks completely submerged it. Boom! At this moment, a huge dead air emerged from the body of the dead tree demon and spread rapidly around. When the dead air is superimposed on one layer, all attributes are reduced by 1%, and the physical fitness is reduced by 1% per second. When the dead air is superimposed on two layers, all attributes are reduced by 2%, and the physical fitness is reduced by 2% per second. Huh? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Yu was stunned. He found that in the case of a single death tree demon, a layer of death energy would be added almost every 10 seconds, which was much slower than before. In this way, it would take at least 100 seconds to trigger the sinking effect. So that's why these death tree demons are so scary. Precisely because they live in groups, which can allow negative states to be infinitely stacked. Once alone, the two skills of death energy surrounding and sinking cannot be used, and the death tree demon is equivalent to losing two skills at once, and the threat is greatly reduced. Kong Ming, try to purify. Lin Yu immediately found the key and shouted into the air. Kong Ming, who was assisting the attack, received the order and immediately activated the purification skill. A bright green light suddenly burst out from his body, covering a radius of 1 kilometer. In the blink of an eye, the death energy effect on Lin Yu and all the plants disappeared. The number of layers returned to 0, and the attributes returned to the original level, without the suppression effect brought by the death energy reducing the attributes. The death tree demon that was swinging its branches frantically suddenly showed a decline, and was gradually suppressed by the plants. There are only a few seconds left before Savage Roar. Lin Yu stretched out his arm, and a huge pea-like shadow appeared behind him, and the terrifying flame aura quickly condensed. Lin Yu, who was blessed by the four-leaf clover and the full state of Savage Roar, had a spiritual attribute of 2.2 million. With the double attack effect of the Fatal Sniper skill, the basic spirit doubled and increased by another 1 million. The power of this attack was as high as 3.2 million. Even the S-level tree demon felt the threat of death and immediately let out a terrifying scream. The sharp sound waves turned into ripples, causing all the plants around to fall into fear and chaos, and then ran back to the nest as if escaping. Boom! A deafening roar. Sparks exploded behind Lin Yu, and a stream of flames penetrated the void and swept straight towards the death tree demon. The death tree demon had just fled not far when a large piece of flame suddenly exploded on its body, and a huge hole appeared, passing through its trunk. However, it was not killed directly. After all, the defense and health of 1.76 million are there. After deducting the defense, Lin Yu's attack only caused 1.44 million damage, and there is still more than 300,000 to kill it in 1 second. Don't let it run away. Seeing the death tree demon fall to the ground after being severely injured, Lin Yu immediately gave orders to the plants closest to it. In a blink of an eye, the 10 royal families and legendary soldiers who recovered from the chaotic state caught up with the death tree demon again and launched a fierce attack on it. The death tree demon roared continuously, but Lin Yu's attack just now almost made it lose its ability to move. Before it could release the death energy, it was broken through the defense by countless attacks and killed on the spot. Kill the 11th level Lord Monster and gain 1 billion magic energy. A reminder sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Not bad. Lin Yu stopped with satisfaction. With his current strength, there is not much pressure to kill the S-level Lord Monster alone. Seeing the death tree demon die under the siege of the plants, he immediately teleported to the corpse and picked up the 80 rule fragments that exploded. After checking, no other treasures were dropped. Sure enough, the explosion rate was extremely low. Recover first, he said to the plants, and then sat cross-legged on the ground and activated the healing skill to recover. The second he stepped into the tree demon's lair, he lost nearly 20% of his vitality. That is, his blood volume. This skill of percentage blood loss directly ignores defense. Just like Qingting Bloody Kingdom, only abnormal resistance and attribute suppression can be effective against it. Therefore, Qingting, whose attributes are much lower than those of the Death Tree Demon, cannot exert the full effect of the Bloody Kingdom. Fortunately, his creation armor has abnormal resistance. If it were someone else, he would probably have lost half his life just now. If he met someone who rushed in directly, he would not know how he died. That's it. After recovering to his prime, Lin Yu stood up again and led the team to the outside of the nest, continuing to use the same method to lure out the death tree monsters one by one and kill them. When the death energy stacked up too high, he activated the purification skill to clear it out. He and Kongming took turns using skills, occasionally relying on phantom clones to fill in the gaps, just in time for the skill recovery. Without the threat of two negative skills, they killed the death tree monsters very quickly. In less than an hour, they had solved nearly 2/3 of the tree monsters and came to the depths of the nest. Finally, they saw the treasure under the light column, a green leaf exuding a strong breath of life. Lin Yu excitedly wanted to continue to clear out the monsters and seize the treasure, but unexpectedly, at this time, several urgent shouts suddenly came from outside the nest. Hurry! The treasure is just ahead. I've already seen the bottom of the light. Hurry up. Get the treasure before others. Someone came so soon. Lin Yu's face darkened. The thing he least wanted to encounter still happened. It seems that people from other realms have received the news and started to pour into this large monster space. It may not be easy to seize the remaining force treasures. There was no more time to waste. Looking at the remaining 100 death tree monsters, he gritted his teeth, put away his troops directly, and then teleported to the side of the light column. Roar! The death tree monsters surrounding the light column reacted very quickly and immediately found his trace. With a roar, the surging death energy suddenly erupted, covering the entire center of the nest. Death energy effect stacked 1 layer. Death energy effect stacked 2 layers. Death energy effect stacked 3 layers. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Yu's death energy stacked more than 50 layers. And he was so shocked that he immediately activated the purification skill to dispel the negative effects. Then he activated the law of time without hesitation, reducing the speed of time around him by 3 times, restricting the movement of the death tree demon. He stretched out his arm, grabbed the life leaf, tore open the space, and teleported away from the nest. Swish! In a blink of an eye, he appeared 2 kilometers away. In a hurry, there was no way to build a stable space channel, and he could only teleport such a long distance. Then, with a loud bang, the green light column began to dissipate rapidly. Without the support of the original force treasure, it directly turned into light spots all over the sky and dissipated in the air. What's going on? Why did the light suddenly disappear? No! Someone took the treasure first. Go and have a look. The thing is gone. The treasure was indeed taken away. Damn it! There is something wrong with these tree demons. Get out of here! Faintly, Lin Yu also heard a chaotic shouting coming from the direction of the tree demon's nest. It seems that those who rushed over directly broke into the nest and ended up being trapped by the dead air. They were really unlucky. However, Lin Yu did not think that this level was enough to kill the 11th level lord. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he did not stop, and directly tore open the space and left here, rushing towards the direction where there was no one. He came to a small forest, and finally stopped to sort out the gains from this nest clearing. Chapter 618 Target Locking. It has to be said, Lin Yu's harvest from this clearing of the tree demon's nest was really huge. First of all, it was the rule fragments that he needed most. This time, he killed nearly 200 S-level lord monsters, 80 pieces each, and a total of 16,000 pieces, almost equivalent to his harvest in the previous 3 days. The second is the faith fruit in the origin universe. It directly increased by 400, plus the lord monsters he killed in the past few days, and finally successfully broke through the 3,000 mark. Moreover, after absorbing the energy of the lord monsters, the civilizations in those galaxies have also achieved great development and have entered the era of universal cultivation. It is almost equivalent to the ancient times. But what made Lin Yu most happy was the life leaf he had just obtained. Life leaf, plant system, a treasure condensed from one of the 10 original forces. After using it, you can directly obtain 5,000 rule fragments. Unlike the force treasures obtained in the 10th order space before, the force treasures in this 11th order space are obviously more condensed, and will not dissipate quickly because they are taken away. The most important thing is that the rule fragments obtained after use have increased by 5 times, reaching 5,000 yuan. This is equivalent to the revenue of an old kingdom for more than 3 months. At that time, it is likely to attract many lords to compete. Although Lin Yu urgently needs rule fragments. After hesitation, he still put this leaf into the origin universe. The next second, the leaf was directly attracted and turned into a stream of light and merged into the world tree, making the rule power in the origin universe more perfect and condensed. Then Lin Yu opened the personal interface and took a look at the skill effect of the law of time. Time law, active form a time domain within 13.9 meters around the body. Change the flow of time. Consume 10% of the rule power per second. Not affected by skills other than the time law. The effect increases with the origin space. The maximum time multiplier, 3.9 times. It actually increased by 0.4 times? Lin Yu was very surprised. The effect of this life leaf was twice that of the 10th level space. In this case, the force treasures other than the plant system can also get a 0.2 times bonus? If this is true, then he has to get more force treasures. If the time law can be strengthened to 5 times, or even more than 10 times, then he will not be at all inferior even if he faces an opponent with 9 godheads. Very good. Let's go to other places to have a look. Having made up his mind, Lin Yu didn't waste any more time, and immediately teleported out of the woods and rushed towards other force treasures. At the same time, the light column in the space is also constantly decreasing. Gradually, the number of 99 at the beginning decreased sharply to more than 80. Obviously, other lords have begun to compete for the force treasure, and they must speed up. If it really doesn't work, they can only resist the attacks of those lord monsters and snatch the treasure. Anyway, he has many life-saving skills. Think about it. Lin Yu immediately increased the speed of teleportation and kept shuttling in the void. As time went by, more and more lords heard the news and rushed to the large monster space, making the whole space lively. There were figures fighting with lord monsters everywhere, and even the lords were constantly fighting each other, all competing for monster resources and force treasures everywhere. Some even fought for this, and there were melees everywhere. For example, the white light column that Lin Yu was heading to was already in chaos at this time. Haha. I take this lord monster. Want to snatch the monster I like? You're 10 years too early. Get out of here. This place is occupied by us now. Occupied by you? That depends on whether you have the strength to do it. Kill them all. The whole light column was surrounded by shouts, and the soldiers and monsters were in chaos, fighting fiercely outside the temple covered by holy light. And those monsters were S-level angel lord monsters, constantly emerging from the temple, blocking the lords from entering the temple. If you look closely, you can vaguely see an angel statue placed on the high platform in the center of the temple, which is a treasure condensed by the angel force. As long as you can grab it, it is equivalent to killing 50 SSS level lord monsters. The lords will naturally not miss such treasures and fight with each other. Not long after, the lords killed more than half of the lord monsters and led the soldiers into the temple. Seeing the force treasure within reach, all the lords showed joy on their faces, and they all started to move quickly inside. But unexpectedly, an accident occurred. The space next to the light column surrounded by a large number of lords and monsters suddenly twisted, and a figure appeared there and ran straight towards the force treasure. Not good. Someone wants to steal the force treasure. Stop him quickly. The lords were shocked and angry, and wanted to stop it. But most of them sneered and had no intention of taking action, because there were hundreds of S-level angel lord monsters beside the light column, and they all had powerful attack skills. Even if the top strong men with 9 godheads teleported in, they would be severely injured in an instant. Only fools would rush in and die. Although 5,000 rule fragments were many, they were not enough to make them fight desperately. Peaceful field. However, at this time, a calm voice sounded. An old tree appeared in the center of the encirclement, and an invisible wave spread from its body, covering the entire temple. Those angel monsters had just condensed the holy light and were ready to launch skills. But they were defeated by the wave and turned into energy and dissipated in the air. Take this opportunity. Lin Yu stretched out his arm and took the angel statue away. Then, in the astonished gaze of all the lords, he teleported with the forest sage and disappeared from the spot, leaving only an empty high platform. Quiet. The whole temple was silent. The lords stared at the place where the angel statue was originally placed, and it took them a while to react. Then, there was a large number of pig-killing howls and angry roars in the temple. But this had nothing to do with Lin Yu. At this time, he had crossed the space and teleported thousands of kilometers away, hiding his breath. After confirming that the tails chasing him were thrown off, he finally calmed down his fluctuating mood and excitedly took out the force treasure he had just snatched. Angel Statue, Angel System, a treasure condensed from one of the 10 forces. After using it, you can directly obtain 5,000 rule fragments. He didn't expect that the process of snatching the treasure would be so smooth, without spending a single soldier. Just relying on the invincible skills of the forest sage, he snatched it from under the noses of so many 11th level lords. If it weren't for the long time it took to recover the time in the peace domain, he would have wanted to use this method to snatch all the force treasures. Without thinking too much, he immediately put the angel statue into the origin universe and let the world tree absorb it, and then looked at the changes in the time loss skill. As he guessed, it increased by 0.2 times, and finally successfully broke through 4 times and reached 4.1. It should not take long to reach 5 times. At this time, there were only more than 70 light pillars in the entire space. Not long after staying, he immediately teleported away and continued to rush to the location of the next force treasure. The whole afternoon, Lin Yu spent it snatching and searching for force treasures. Thanks to his various invincible skills and time laws, he finally got 4 force treasures at night, one of which was plant-based. His time law effect was increased to 5 times. Originally, he wanted to get more, but gradually he found that when the 33 force treasures on the outermost edge were divided up by the lords, the remaining deeper treasures were actually upgraded to SS level by the guarding monsters. And the number was even more terrifying, with thousands at a time, let alone him. Even the top lords with 8 or 9 godheads were blocked by the lord monsters of this level, and the speed of destroying the original force slowed down a lot. For a long time, no light column disappeared. If this situation continues, the last 33 treasures will probably be surrounded by SSS level lord monsters, and the number will increase further. It will take at least 10 days or half a month to destroy all the original forces and lead them out of the space core. Taking this opportunity, he can just collect more rule fragments and work hard to improve his strength. Just thinking, the 33rd light column symbolizing the location of the original force treasure finally dissipated completely, turning into a light spot and disappearing between heaven and earth. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came. The entire monster space followed violently. Then a series of prompts sounded in the minds of all lords. Lords, please note that 1/3 of the 10 original forces have been destroyed, and the first space core has appeared. Please go to the designated location, destroy the space core, and complete the final task. All participants in the task will receive corresponding rewards. The first space core appeared so quickly, Lin Yu was stunned when he heard the prompt. He thought that the 3 space cores would appear together after all the force was destroyed, but they appeared in stages. You know, destroying the space core can get a designated godhead. Even if you fail to grab it, you can get 10,000 rule fragments by participating in the task, which is definitely a sure win. How dare he hesitate? He looked around immediately. After a while, he found that at the other end of the space, the colorful force light was rapidly converging towards one place. It was obvious that it was the space core. He immediately tore open the space and teleported there. While teleporting, a private chat message suddenly popped up in front of him. Brother Xingyu, I found the target and need your help. Please reply when you receive it. Lin Yu took a look and saw that it was a message from King Beidou. He chose to take action at this time. It seems that he intends to use the chaos caused by the space core to kill the lords of other realms. It's not easy to find such an opportunity. It's a good opportunity to repay the favor I owed to King Beidou. Lin Yu thought about it, and then replied to the message to ask for the meeting place, and then rushed to the core direction of the space without stopping. At the same time, in all directions of the monster space, the lords of various circles who received the message were also gathering quickly and rushing in the same direction. A melee is about to come. Chapter 619. What a powerful treatment. Brother Xingyu. Here. After more than half an hour of space travel, Lin Yu finally arrived at the core of the space and found the 2 lords Beidou and Baishou who were waiting there. As for the other 3 people who had acted together before, they were nowhere to be seen. They must have been absent due to something. What kind of target are you targeting this time? Lin Yu asked directly as soon as they met. It can't be called a target. I just want to take advantage of this rare opportunity to see if I can pick up a bargain. Beidou said with a smile. Destroying the core of the space can obtain a designated godhead, which will inevitably attract a large number of lords to compete. If you are lucky, you may encounter a suitable target. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even Baisho, who already has 9 godheads, is eager to try. With shining eyes. If nothing unexpected happens, this designated godhood is likely to give rise to an emperor in the 10,000 worlds. And it will definitely make many realms go all out to take it away. This is our chance. Indeed. Beidou nodded silently. But we still have to be careful. After all, this battle is of great importance. Although he and Baisho each have 8 and 9 godhoods, the appearance of the designated godhood will definitely attract a large number of top lords. If something goes wrong, it may turn over. This is why they invited Lin Yu to come. Because the plant system not only has strong healing ability, but also has various exclusive large-scale protective skills. And its life-saving auxiliary ability is first class. In addition, with the group burst means and space blockade that Lin Yu showed before, even if he couldn't succeed, he wouldn't fall into a disadvantage. Okay. Wait until you find a suitable target before you start. Lin Yu also knew that this battle was dangerous, and he might have to face a lord with 9 godhoods. So he looked particularly solemn. After thinking for a while, he calmed down and exchanged and absorbed all the 16,000 rule fragments collected today, and the 5,000 faith fruits accumulated in the origin universe in the past 2 days, to strengthen the agility attribute. With more than 80,000 attributes, his agility finally broke through to more than 800,000. As long as he didn't encounter more than 8 godheads, escaping would not be a problem. Moreover, he had the extra burst skill of Savage Roar, which increased all attributes by 30%, which was equivalent to 3 more godheads. Although he only had 5 godheads, his actual combat power was close to 8 godheads. Except for slightly inferior strength and agility, there was basically no big difference. In addition, there were 11 royal families with strength comparable to 5 godheads, and legendary soldiers with higher basic attributes. It was not easy to kill him. Here they come. Just as he was thinking, the voice of the beast suddenly sounded. Lin Yu and Beidou looked around with a stern look. At the place where the 10 forces converged, a large number of powerful lords came quickly from all directions, almost covering the entire sky and the ground, and surrounded the core of the space in the middle. The lords were wary of each other, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Lin Yu just took a simple look and found that several top lords with 9 godheads had terrifying auras. In less than half an hour, thousands of 11th level lords had gathered around, and the scene was extremely spectacular. The Realm Alliance and the Anti-Alliance camp each occupied one side, confronting each other from a distance across the rapidly gathering force light. Roar. Finally, a shocking roar sounded. The terrifying power turned into a wave of air that swept around, shaking all the lords away. In the encirclement, a giant monster with a height of 100 meters and 10 different heads appeared in everyone's sight. Name: Chaos Original Beast Eater. Race: unknown. Level: unknown. Strength: 3.3 million. Constitution: 3.3 million. Agility: 3.3 million. Spirit: 3.3 million. Skills: Primal Power. Ancestor of 10,000 beasts. Chaos Control. Heart of Space. Introduction: Original beasts born in chaos. Their strength will continue to increase with the increase of space, and they have the terrifying ability to control the 10 original forces. After death, the original forces dissipate, and the space is destroyed. 3.3 million. All the lords changed their faces. This is just the first one, and it already has such a terrifying strength. Not to mention Lin Yu, who was also extremely shocked at this time. You know, even if he bursts out a fatal sniper, he can only cause 3.2 million damage. And he can't even break the monster's defense. And because of the attribute suppression, the effects of his skills of ignoring defense and reducing defense will be greatly reduced. Not to mention various abnormal states. This monster, it's not something he can afford to provoke now. Lin Yu immediately came to a conclusion in his heart. He was not arrogant enough to snatch the killing of the Chaos Beast from so many 9 Godhead Lords. After all, he only had 5 Godheads. It would be better to see if there is a chance to pick up the leak and kill the Lord of the opposite domain alliance. Go! At this moment, a loud shout came from the crowd, and all the lords finally moved. One by one, they summoned soldiers and launched a fierce attack on the Chaos Original Beast that had just appeared. In an instant, Attacks from all over the sky emerged and poured towards the Chaos Original Beast, causing the entire sky to shake violently. Cry! The phoenix head and the 10 heads of the Chaos Original Beast let out a long howl, and the raging flames exploded on its body, instantly turning the surroundings of its body into a sea of fire, burning all the attacks to ashes. But soon, the sea of fire was extinguished by the tide-like army of soldiers surrounding it in the middle. All the lords attacked fiercely, and powerful skills flew out of their hands, turning into streams of light and constantly exploding on the Chaos Original Beast. The momentum of both sides surged, and they fought fiercely on this dark land. "Let's go. We go up too," Beidou said, and he also rushed up with his troops to attack the Chaos Beast. Lin Yu naturally did not stop, and followed his footsteps with the beasts, while fishing in troubled waters on the side, secretly observing the movements of the opposite boundary alliance. Unlike the 10th level space, the concept of the camp in the 11th level space is very obvious, and both camps are on guard against each other, because they don't want the designated godhead to fall into the hands of the other camp, which will allow the other side to have an extra emperor, which is very disadvantageous for their future war. The lords of the boundary alliance obviously thought so too. Although each of them seemed to attack very quickly, they all kept a hand and did not use their full strength. Caw at this time. A sound of mechanical rotation sounded. The mechanical muzzle on the back of the Chaos Beast suddenly changed its shape rapidly, turning into a long crystal tube as dense as a honeycomb. Boom! There was a loud noise. The long crystal tube exploded and suddenly shot out lasers all over the sky. The brilliance of this moment instantly illuminated the entire sky, leaving only dazzling lasers that shot towards all the lords. Block them. Defense skills. Activate. Retreat quickly. The lords from all walks of life kept exclaiming. Faced with such powerful skills, how could they dare to hold back? They all activated their burst skills and defense skills to resist this sudden rain of lasers. Lin Yu naturally didn't need to say much. Before Beidou and the others could speak, Qin Gang below had already launched a savage roar, and a red light enveloped all the 3 soldiers. At the same time, the power of rules condensed. The protective barrier was activated, and a huge semicircular light shield appeared above their heads. Boom boom boom. The violent explosion echoed in ears. The dense laser rain continued to explode in each team, penetrating the bodies of each soldier. Some lords with weaker strength were unable to react in time, and were even directly hit by the lasers, and were seriously injured. Even Lin Yu and his 2 companions, who had a 25% damage reduction from the Guardian Barrier, had a hard time resisting, and each of them had varying degrees of injuries. Some of the troops were severely injured and on the verge of death. Ling Shikong Ming Qianlong, seeing that the laser rain had no intention of stopping, Lin Yu immediately shouted into the air. After receiving the order, Ling Shikong Ming and Qianlong immediately led the Elf Elder, Lantern Grass, and Green Dragon Core to appear, and burst out group healing skills one by one to heal their injuries. The Emerald Dragon Mother in the sky even passed over their heads, exhaled a breath of life, and drew a green straight road below, instantly allowing their injuries to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even those troops on the verge of death came back to life again. What a powerful healing effect! The beasts looked at Lin Yu's healing team with wide eyes in shock. The healing skills of troops are generally calculated according to the spiritual attributes and distributed to all the treatment targets. The more targets are treated, the more the treatment is shared, and the lower the effect. Ordinary soldiers will never have such a strong treatment effect on their level. But Lin Yu's soldiers still pulled their blood back despite such a fierce attack. And there are only a few hundred of them. What level have the spiritual attributes of these soldiers reached? Is this really an ordinary soldier? Not to mention him. Even Beidou on the other side was very surprised. And at the same time, he was extremely fortunate that he invited Lin Yu to come. With Lin Yu, they at least don't have to worry about saving their lives. Very good. Keep attacking. Seeing that the laser rain was gradually weakening, Beidou shouted and led the soldiers to attack the Chaos Beast again. Other lords were not slow either, especially those lords with 8 or 9 godheads. After recovery, they immediately regrouped and surrounded the Chaos Beast again, and attacked fiercely. For a while, roars and explosions continued. Countless attacks overwhelmed the Chaos Beast. The lasers and holy lights of the mechanical and angelic lords filled the entire field, shooting at the Chaos Beast from all directions, illuminating the darkened sky as if it were daytime. The Chaos Beast roared continuously, and its healing skills were constantly used. But it couldn't break through the siege of the lords, so it had to burst out powerful skills to blast the surrounding soldiers into pieces. And the wounds on its body became more and more. The lords were not much better. Almost all of them were using human wave tactics. When a group of soldiers died, the next group of soldiers immediately replaced them, and the corpses piled up like a mountain. At the same time, they had to guard against the chaos aura of the beast. After nearly half an hour of siege, the Chaos Beast finally began to show signs of decline, and its breath gradually weakened, as if it was already at the end of its strength. And the voice of Beidou was heard next to Linyu. Get ready. It's time to start. Chapter 620 Self-Destruction. Attack and kill. Hearing Beidou's words, Linyu's face turned grim, and he silently joined him and the beasts. At this time, the field became chaotic because the Chaos Beast's breath was gradually weakening. All the lords held their breath and concentrated, holding the burst skills in their hands, waiting for the last moment to suddenly burst out and kill the beast, grabbing the reward of the designated godhood. And some of the weaker ones, who felt that the competition was hopeless, quietly retreated away from the center of the fight. Roar! At this time, the Chaos Beast in the center of the encirclement suddenly roared to the sky. The surging chaos chi suddenly erupted and swept towards the surroundings. Everywhere it went, all the soldiers were infected and mutated into terrifying monsters. Retreat! Fortunately, the lords had already taken precautions. With a loud shout, they teleported back one after another, easily avoiding the Chaos Beast's dying explosion. When the aura of chaos dissipated, the Chaos Beast seemed to have used up all its strength, and fell to the ground with a bang, splashing a large amount of smoke and dust. Seeing this, everyone was overjoyed. Good opportunity. Hurry up. It's dying. Get rid of it. The mission reward is ours. The lords of all walks of life kept shouting, and they all burst out their strongest means. One after another, terrifying power emerged, sweeping across the entire world in an instant, causing the space to collapse rapidly. And the surging space turbulence destroyed everything around. Even Linyu himself burst out at full power, devouring the large number of corpses below, and launched the strongest attack together with several royal families. In an instant, countless powerful attacks gathered together, completely submerging the dying Chaos Beast. Boom! The entire monster space shook violently. The terrifying power turned into air waves, sweeping around, and all the lords were pushed back several miles away. The soldiers and monsters near the center of the explosion were directly turned into ashes, and nothing was left. However, even so, they still failed to kill the Chaos Beast in seconds. Instead, it was covered with a flash of lightning, and it actually activated the mechanical overload at the last moment of its life. Then the bloody body began to expand rapidly, and a heart-pounding breath gathered crazily. Not good. It's the mechanical self-destruct skill. It wants to self-destruct. Quickly retreat. Everyone's face suddenly changed. Obviously, they didn't expect that the Chaos Beast would still have the strength to activate the self-destruct skill, and it was a self-destruction in the state of mechanical overload, and the power was directly doubled. In an instant, all the lords were shocked and retreated, and even fled in panic, trying to escape through space. However, the Chaos Beast didn't give them a chance to escape. In just a breath, the breath in the body had accumulated to the peak. With a loud bang, the huge body suddenly exploded, and the destructive power instantly overwhelmed them and the soldiers. They vomited blood and flew backwards, like rags being blown away for hundreds of miles. Only a few people relied on invincible skills and powerful life-saving skills to resist and were not defeated by the self-explosion. Among them were Linyu and Beidou. Fortunately, Linyu reacted in time and asked the forest sage to activate the peace domain. Otherwise, he would probably be severely injured like other lords. Beidou and Baisho were shocked. I didn't expect Linyu to have such a powerful group life-saving skill that could block such a terrifying blow and let them be unscathed in the self-explosion. Is this really a skill that a soldier can have? What a pity. Before they could think about it, a prompt sounded in their minds. Congratulations. You have successfully assisted in destroying the space core and are rewarded with 10,000 rule fragments. Assist in destruction? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Linyu frowned. It was not so easy to snatch the final kill from so many top lords, which made him feel a little regretful. If he had 8 or even 9 pieces of Godhead, the previous attack would have killed the Chaos Original Beast in seconds. So how could it be someone else's turn? I don't know who got the Godhead reward. I hope it's not someone from the Realm Alliance. It seems that many of them are injured. Our chance has come. At this moment, Beidu's voice came, interrupting Lin Yu's thoughts. The original beast just exploded, directly blowing more than half of the lords into serious injuries, which is simply their perfect opportunity. Let's go. Catch up first. The beast didn't say much nonsense, and directly stared at the direction of the Realm Alliance's escape. The three looked at each other, immediately tore open the space, teleported towards the Realm Alliance team, looking for a suitable target, and disappeared in the endless void in a short while. At this time, in a forest not far away, the space suddenly cracked open, and a beast lord covered in blood appeared, holding his waist with one hand, leaning against a tree and breathing heavily. He was at the center of the explosion just now, and had no time to escape, and was hit directly. If he hadn't been wearing a life-saving gear, he would have been blown to pieces, and wouldn't have been able to escape the scene. What bad luck. I wouldn't have gone if I had known. The man cursed inwardly, looked around and saw that no one had noticed him. Then he sat down on the ground, took out a healing potion and tried to recover. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned over and jumped out without even thinking. Puff! With a muffled sound, several wooden spikes rushed out from the ground and tree trunk where he was originally located, and narrowly penetrated his thigh. Who? The beast lord looked around, as if he was facing a great enemy. But what greeted him was a loud rumbling sound. In the dark forest, a large number of vines suddenly emerged, surrounding him from all directions. Even a large number of leaves floated in the sky, turning into sharp arrows and shooting towards him. Damn it! The beast lord's face was gloomy, and he didn't know that he was being targeted. With the strength of his 6 godheads and a seriously injured body, he had no way to fight. He immediately tore open the space and wanted to teleport away from here. Void space. Unexpectedly, a cold voice sounded at this time. An invisible wave appeared, covering the entire forest where he was, and interrupted his space shuttle skill. Then, a large number of beast roars came from the forest, and countless beasts rushed out frantically, staring at him with red eyes, and quickly surrounded him. The beast lord was horrified. I didn't expect that the other party would have space blocking skills. And there were 2 people together. Suddenly, there was an explosion under his feet, and the whole person soared into the sky, flying straight into the sky, without any intention of fighting. However, when he broke through the treetops and came to the sky above the forest, he found that the picture in front of him suddenly turned upside down, and another forest appeared above his head. He just plunged straight into another forest, and the gravity also reversed. Illusion! The beast lord face changed. The illusion that can affect him must be at least 5 divine powers or above. With his current state, he is definitely not an opponent. Break it! With a roar, his whole body burst out, and a punch smashed a large area of void. Finally, the scene in front of him changed and returned to the original forest. In front of him, Lin Yu and his 3 men stood there, and their army of soldiers had surrounded him unknowingly. Fuck! The beast lord cursed again, feeling the aura of Beidu and Baisho that was stronger than his own, and immediately retreated without hesitation, trying to rush out of the void space. You can't escape. Beidu directly detonated the mechanical overload, and the attributes instantly doubled. He came to the front of the beast lord and punched out. Bang! Ah! The beast lord screamed, vomited blood and flew out. Lin Yu and Baisho in the back followed suit, pouring out attacks, and the vines below soared into the sky. The beast lord gritted his teeth, took out a bottle of bright red beast blood from his personal space and drank it all, and his aura suddenly surged. Ha! Amidst the roar, a giant dragon phantom appeared behind him, and then punched out again, defeating all the attacks of Lin Yu and Baisho. His might was unabated, and he forced Lin Yu and Baisho away, blasting a space crack between them, and successfully breaking the blockade of the void space. Taking this opportunity, the beast lord directly escaped into the void and disappeared. Chase! Beidu's face was stern, tearing open the space and chasing him directly. Lin Yu and Baisho looked at each other, and also put away their troops to keep up with his footsteps. However, when they shuttled through space and stopped the beast lord again, they found that 4 lords of the Realm Alliance were rushing towards this side in the distance, and they seemed to be the companions of the beast lord who came here specially. Haha. You can't kill me! The Beast Lord laughed triumphantly, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. At this time, the 4 lords of the Realm Alliance also found him, and teleported over faster. This is trouble. Beidou and Baisho looked gloomy. They didn't expect that the other party had companions nearby. And Beidou's mechanical overload just ended. And negative effects appeared. He couldn't launch any attacks and skills for a while. It was basically impossible to kill the Beast Lord again. So they immediately wanted to retreat. Only Lin Yu's face remained unchanged. After taking a look at the 4 lords rushing over from the opposite side, he immediately whispered, I can hold him for 10 seconds. You find a chance to kill him. After that, he launched a savage roar and teleported directly to the 4 people. Before the 2 of them could react to what was going on, an ancient clock suddenly appeared behind Beidou. With a ding sound, the pointer pointed to 0, restoring his state to 1 minute ago. This is the countdown to the end of the angel system. Beidou and Baisho stared and exclaimed, a plant lord can actually use angel skills? What kind of trick is this? But they reacted immediately. Beidou didn't care about much, and immediately activated the mechanical overload, and rushed towards the stunned Beast Lord again. Baisho burst out and launched a fierce attack on him together with the beasts and mechanical soldiers below, not giving him a chance to teleport away. You are actually besieging our people. So brave. The 4 people who came over saw this and shouted angrily, wanting to rush up to stop them. But at this time, Lin Yu teleported in front of them, and the law of time erupted. With a hum, a distortion wave enveloped them all. The originally extremely fast movement slowed down instantly, 5 times slower than before. Chapter 621 7 times the flow rate. What? The sudden change made the faces of the 4 people in the Realm Alliance change drastically. It was the first time they had seen such a strange method. Except for thinking. Everything was as slow as a turtle. And even the power of rules in the body could not keep up with their thoughts. What kind of ability is this? Before they could think about it, Lin Yu, who was surrounded by the law of time, had already arrived. And 2 phantom clones like him appeared beside him. The gluttonous feast was launched. 3 huge phantoms of man-eating plants appeared in front of them, and bit the 4 people. The launch speed of this skill was much faster than the fatal sniper. And there was no need to accumulate momentum. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 3 huge mouths had already fallen. Get out of my way! With just a roar, the 4 people burst out with momentum, and gathered a large area of protection in front of them. Boom! The offensives of both sides collided fiercely, exploding a large area of terrifying energy, and destroying everything around. Lin Yu's face was solemn. With this attack, he had sensed the opponent's strength. 2 8 godheads, and 2 7 godheads were much stronger than he had imagined. Although he temporarily suppressed the opponent with the law of time, his basic agility and attack were still a bit low. This level alone could not pose a threat to them, let alone kill them within 10 seconds. Fortunately, he was only responsible for delaying time. Otherwise it would be very difficult for him to face 4 11th level lords at the same time. And just after the few people stabilized their bodies, the rule power in his body was also declared exhausted. And the law of time was lifted. It just delayed 10 seconds. However, just as the 4 people of the Realm Alliance were full of energy and prepared to attack Lin Yu together, a shrill scream suddenly came from a distance. The Beast Lord, who was already seriously injured, was directly smashed into half of his body by Beidou in the state of mechanical overload, and his body exploded into a ball of blood mist. Then he stretched out his hand, and a piece of colorful godhead with wild breath appeared in Beidou's hand, and he shouted to Lin Yu, "Retreat!" As soon as the voice fell, he immediately put away the troops and fled through space. Lin Yu did not hesitate, threw a handful of explosive mushrooms in front, and also recalled the troops to catch up with them. The 4 people were about to chase, but were blown back by a violent explosion. When they came back to their senses, Lin Yu had disappeared, and even his breath had completely disappeared, and they couldn't catch up. Damn! Let them run away. The 4 people looked gloomy, looking at the direction where Lin Yu and the others disappeared. If it were normal times, they would never let the enemy escape so easily. But the original beast's self-explosion just now caused them all to suffer varying degrees of injuries, and it was not easy to chase. In addition, the space is now full of dangers, and they may encounter people from other realms at any time, so they dare not act rashly, and can only watch Lin Yu escape. Sensing that they did not chase them, Lin Yu, who was traveling through the void, slowed down and soon arrived thousands of kilometers away, and soon joined Beidou and the others. How is it? They didn't chase us, did they? Beidou asked hurriedly. Among the 4 people just now, 2 had 8 pieces of divine nature, and there were more people than them, and their overall strength was above them. In addition to the negative effect of his mechanical overload, it was even more impossible for him to be the opponent of those people. So it was always right to be careful. Don't worry. I've shaken them off, Lin Yu said with a smile. When he escaped just now, he turned several corners and made sure that no one was chasing him before he came to join them. Hearing this, Beidou breathed a sigh of relief, and then immediately excitedly took out the beast-type divine nature he had just obtained. Finally got it. This time, it's really thanks to the help of you two. Otherwise I don't know when I can get it. He is now at the strength of 8 pieces of divine nature. After absorbing this piece, he can reach the level of 9 pieces of divine nature like the beasts. So he is naturally very excited. Why are you being polite? When we got the Godhead before, you didn't get a share. So we owed you a share. And now we've paid it back. 100 Beasts laughed. I just paid back the favor of 200,000 rule fragments last time, Lin Yu said immediately. Although he also lacked the Beast Godhead, this operation was mainly based on Beidou, and his main purpose was to repay the favor last time. After Beidou absorbed this piece of Godhead, together with 100 beasts, their primitive world would be equivalent to having 2 top lords with 9 pieces of Godhead. It was really thanks to this monster invasion that they got such a great opportunity. It would definitely not be so easy if it was normal. Besides, if you need help in the future, just come to me. Beidou was not hypocritical. After saying this, he put the Godhead into his personal space again, intending to absorb it after returning to the kingdom. After all, this place is not very safe. The fluctuation of breath caused by absorbing the divine power may attract the covetousness of others at any time, and being besieged will not be worth the loss. Let's go. It's dark. Let's leave here first. Baisho looked at the sky that had completely darkened and said, at night, the chaotic breath will be more agitated than during the day. It's okay in the 10,000 worlds continent and the monster plane, and the impact is not small. But this place is in the chaotic void, and the surrounding chaotic breath is extremely strong. At that time, I am afraid that it will increase the strength of the monsters. So they didn't stay for long, and continued to shuttle through space, rushing towards the direction of the space gate, and disappeared in the vast night in a short while. Until late at night, Lin Yukai finally returned to the territory. Seeing that the lights in the capital were gradually extinguished, he didn't do anything else and went back to the palace to rest, prepared to continue to collect rule fragments in the monster space tomorrow. Time passed quickly. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Lin Yu almost devoted all his attention to hunting down Lord Monsters and collecting rule fragments. During this period, except for some friction with other lords due to the competition for forced treasures, there was no other noteworthy event. On the 8th day, the second space core finally appeared, but unfortunately, he still failed to grab the final kill this time, and only got a consolation prize of 10,000 rule fragments. Fortunately, with various life-saving methods and time laws, he successfully grabbed 8 forced treasures, 2 of which were plant-based. The multiple of the time law was increased to an exaggerated 7 times. At this time, he was even confident that he could suppress the Lord of the 9 Godheads for 10 seconds. Another thing that made Lin Yu happy was the rule fragments. Although the hunting efficiency of SS-level Lord Monsters was much lower, he could still get about 6,000 pieces a day, counting the 4,000 yuan output and task rewards of the Origin universe every day. He finally accumulated 120,000 rule fragments on the 10th day and successfully strengthened the agility attribute to the maximum value. Strengthening agility to the maximum value consumed nearly 70,000 rule fragments. Lin Yu did not use the remaining 50,000 to strengthen strength, because the strength attribute had the lowest benefit to him. It would be safer to be a long-range output and hide behind. Moreover, he had too few legendary soldiers, which greatly affected his speed of hunting Lord Monsters. So he used the remaining rule fragments to mutate more than 4,000 legendary soldiers, plus the previous ones. There were exactly 6,000, which doubled several times. However, the biggest improvement was still the royal soldiers. The basic attribute has soared to nearly 900,000. When it is fully opened, it is equivalent to the level of 7 godheads. Adding Lin Yu himself, The combat power of 12-7 godheads will be launched together. Just thinking about it is terrifying. How many people can resist it? It can be said. Until today, Lin Yu finally had the capital to compete with those old lords. And also had the capital to kill other low-level lords and snatch the godhood. It seems that I have to hurry up and find a suitable target. Lin Yu murmured to himself. His expression gradually became solemn. But soon, his brows relaxed again. Because today is the day when the godhood fragments in his origin universe mature. And it just happened that 3 godhood fragments were gathered. And it was time to establish the remaining 3 principalities. After thinking about it, he teleported away from the capital. At the same time, the southern end of the Holy Blessing Kingdom, in Qinyun City, the 9th level territory in charge of the southern region, Lord Shenhui, as usual, discussed territory affairs with his subordinates in the meeting hall of the City Lord Mansion, handling matters of all sizes. Suddenly, the space on the side twisted, and a figure appeared in the hall out of thin air. Shenhui and his subordinates, who were discussing things, were stunned at first. And then, they were shocked. Your Majesty, why are you here? Shenhui quickly stood up from his seat, and hurried to Lin Yu to pay his respects. The subordinates, who had never seen Lin Yu, were shocked when they heard his words, and hurried to Shenhui's back, not daring to breathe. Nothing. I just want to tell you something. Lin Yu glanced at the people in front of him, and said lightly, Your Majesty, just tell me. Shenhui will do his best, Shenhui said solemnly. His expression was very serious. When this land was just divided into the Principality of Xingyu, he was only the 7th level. It was His Majesty the King who made him continuously improve his strength to the 9th level, and let him take charge of the affairs of the southern region, so that he had his current status. So he was extremely loyal to Lin Yu, and he was also conscientious and responsible in handling affairs, without any sloppiness. However, what he never expected was that, the moment he finished speaking, Lin Yu suddenly flipped his palm, and a crystal shining with colorful light came into view, making his eyes suddenly widen. Chapter 622 Joint Strangling Operation. Your Majesty, what is this? Shenhui swallowed his saliva, looked at the fragment of the godhead, then looked at Lin Yu, and his body trembled uncontrollably. How is it? Can you manage a principality? Lin Yu asked with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the subordinates behind Shenhui suddenly became agitated, and they couldn't help but raise their heads. Is their lord going to establish a principality and become the king? Excitement instantly surged into their hearts, making them even a little unable to control their emotions and trembling all over, not to mention Shenhui himself. At this moment, he seemed to be dreaming, staring blankly at the fragment of the godhead in front of him. But immediately, he was shocked and answered repeatedly, Yes, Shenhui will definitely live up to your Majesty's trust and manage the principality well. Okay, since you are so confident, then this fragment of the godhead is yours. From today on, the southern region will be assigned to you, and the country will be renamed the Brilliant Principality. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction, and the fragment of the godhead in his hand slowly floated in front of Shenhui, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire hall. Shenhui took the fragment tremblingly and bowed deeply to him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Since then, the 8th Principality under the Holy Blessing Kingdom has been established. The things that followed were relatively simple, providing resources to help Shenhui rise to the 10th level, dividing the territory to establish a principality. Lin Yu set off again to the territories of the other 2 9th level lords, helping them rise to the 10th level and establish a principality. When the light symbolizing the birth of 3 10th level lords rose to the sky in the Holy Blessing Kingdom, the lords in all the surrounding countries were boiling. They were already extremely shocked by the fact that the Holy Blessing Kingdom had established 7 subordinate principalities in succession. Now, in such a short time, 3 more principalities have been established. In less than a month. How could a newly promoted kingdom have such huge resources? At this moment, they had a new understanding of the strength of the Holy Blessing Kingdom. Those lords of the 8th and 9th ranks, who had moved away because they disliked the Lin Yu territory as a principality, were even more regretful. If they had chosen to stay, one of the 10 principalities would have fallen on their heads long ago. They actually missed this great opportunity in vain. Missed the opportunity to be promoted to the 10th rank. It can only be said that there is no regret medicine in the world. And no matter how much they regret it now, it will be useless. In comparison, the people in Huasha City were much more lively. In less than half a day, The news spread throughout the city. Have you heard? 3 new routes have been opened in the capital, connecting the 3 newly established principalities. A new principality has been established so quickly. Business opportunity. I smell a business opportunity. What are you waiting for? Go over and take a look first. You have to buy a store before others do. Haha. I just plan to open a branch in another principality. I can't miss this time. The new principality represents opportunity. This is the consensus of many people. Especially these new principalities are connected to the capital of the kingdom through flight routes, which makes businessmen and practitioners flock to them. And the flight network created by Lin Yu through the magic airship and the entry of the dwarf kingdom also attracted a lot of people from outside the kingdom, making the prosperity of the entire kingdom flourish like a huge business empire. Not to mention the vast Gobi outside Huansha City. Because Lin Yu's territory was promoted to a kingdom, monsters above level 10 have begun to appear, attracting countless high-level practitioners to come and adventure and hunt monsters. Almost every day, a large number of adventure teams can be seen gathering outside the East City Gate, heading to the Gobi Desert to obtain cultivation resources. Lin Yu clicked on the territory interface and took a look. At this time, the area of Huansha City has expanded several times compared to before. The population is approaching 8 million, and it is not far from 10 million. After the establishment of the 10 principalities, his daily revenue has also increased to 1.5 billion magic power and 50 rule fragments. And he has finally successfully surpassed those old kingdoms. As long as all aspects are on track, he can surpass them in one fell swoop. Suddenly, Lin Yu paused. Just as he was checking the territory information, a strong breath suddenly broke out in a forest not far from the palace, sweeping towards the surroundings. Without hesitation, he immediately teleported to the forest. Then he saw Yu down and sitting cross-legged in the forest, his body slowly floating up, and a breath comparable to level 10 surging in his body. Breakthrough? Lin Yu looked surprised. When Yu down and came to Huansha City to settle down, he was only at the 9th level. He also said that as long as he practiced under the rules of the Forest Sage, he would definitely be able to break through to the 10th level within 10 years. As a result, only 3 years have passed, and he has successfully broken through. It seems that as the level of the Forest Sage increases, the concentration of the rules has become much stronger, which allows Yu Daonan to comprehend the power of the rules so quickly and successfully condense his own godhood. After a while, there were several whooshing sounds of breaking through the air. Wei Gang, Xiao Songyun, and several 9th-level subordinates hurried over from a distance and appeared in front of Lin Yu. Your Majesty, what is Yu Lao doing? Wei Gang asked hurriedly, looking a little worried. It's okay. He is just breaking through the 10th level, Lin Yu said with a smile. There are 10th-level practitioners guarding the capital, so he can feel more at ease when he goes out. When Wei Gang and others heard his words, they were immediately delighted. 10th level? Yu Lao broke through? For practitioners, the 10th level is also a realm that countless people dream of, because not only can they control the power of rules, but they can also fly in the air and cross space. Any one of them makes them yearn for it. How dare they waste time? They immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, comprehended around Yu Daonan, and sensed the rules and rhymes emanating from him. Lin Yu didn't quite understand the principles of their cultivation, so he didn't disturb them. Instead, he stood aside and waited quietly, watching Yu Daonan's breakthrough process. This lasted for more than 20 minutes. The violent aura on Yu Daonan's body finally subsided gradually, and his tightly closed eyes slowly opened, bursting out a sharp light. Your Majesty, why are you here? At this time, he finally found Lin Yu standing aside. He quickly flashed in front of him and saluted respectfully. And Wei Gang and others who had entered the state of cultivation on the side also woke up slowly, with a look of unsatisfied. No need to be polite. Lin Yu smiled. How do you feel about breaking through to the 10th level? It feels great, Yu Daonan said excitedly. I felt that I didn't have much time left. But after the breakthrough, this feeling completely disappeared, and I can easily control the power of rules. After saying that, he waved his arm, and with a loud bang, a wooden stake rushed out of the ground. He turned out to be a plant-based talent like Lin Yu. No wonder he could feel the power of rules from the Forest Sage. Cultivators, like lords and psychics, also have physical cultivation and magic cultivation. Yu Daonan is a typical plant-based magic cultivator who is good at long-range attacks. This move just now made Wei Gang and others on the side envious. and they wished they could break through the 10th level immediately. Not bad. Lin Yu nodded silently. After explaining a few more words to them, he didn't stay any longer and teleported back to the territory. But unexpectedly, at this time, the voice of Emperor Xingyao suddenly rang in his ears. All those above level 10, gather in the imperial capital. There is an important announcement. All those above level 10? Lin Yu's eyes moved slightly. The last time he called everyone together was when the boundary war just started. Could something big happen again? Not daring to hesitate, he immediately waved his hand, and 10 space channels appeared in front of him, summoning all the kings of the 10 principalities below. Your Majesty, what happened? As soon as he stood still, Meng Qing'an couldn't help asking. The other kings didn't speak, but they also looked at Lin Yu with a puzzled look. They had just received the message from Emperor Xingyao, and they were still confused at this time, and had no idea what was going on. Lin Yu glanced at the 7 people in front. Yanwu and the other 3 had not come yet. They should be at the border of the boundary. They have sent a message saying that they are rushing back. I just received the notice too. Let's wait for Yanwu and the others. We will know when we go to the imperial capital. After that, he waited on the spot, while asking several kings about the recent development of the principality. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that the 3 Yanwus finally arrived and came to Lin Yu through the space channel. Sorry, we are late. We were delayed at the border just now. It's okay. Let's go to the imperial capital first. The other kings should have arrived. Lin Yu didn't say much, and teleported away with everyone. Not long after, he teleported to the imperial capital, and then flashed into the meeting hall of Emperor Xingyao. At a glance, 11 principality kings including Ji Yunshuang had arrived first, sitting next to a large round table, and Emperor Xingyao sat at the first seat. As soon as Lin Yu and his group appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Come on. Come over here and sit down. Emperor Xingyao smiled slightly, waved to Lin Yu, and specially reserved a seat on the side. As the only king of a kingdom in the empire, Lin Yu was considered the second in command in the empire, so he was naturally qualified to sit next to the emperor. Lin Yu nodded slightly, signaled to the 10 kings behind him, and then sat down next to Emperor Xingyao. In a blink of an eye, all the high-level officials of the entire Xingyao Empire arrived. Okay, let's not waste any more time. Let me first tell you the purpose of calling you here. After everyone sat down, Emperor Xingyao got straight to the point and immediately began to announce the purpose of this emergency meeting. Everyone was shocked and held their breath. This time, I called you here for one thing. After discussing among ourselves, we emperors decided to take advantage of the appearance of this large monster space to carry out a joint stranglehold on the Realm Alliance and cultivate more 11th level and Emperor level monsters. Chapter 623 Infiltration Plan. The internal meeting of the Xingyao Empire only lasted half an hour before it ended, but the information contained in it was very huge. The emperors of the anti-alliance side actually wanted to take advantage of the end of the monster invasion to jointly strangle the people of the Realm Alliance. Lin Yu was surprised and happy to hear this news. If this plan goes well, he will have the opportunity to obtain the 6th Godhead and greatly improve his strength. And their time to act is when the last space core of the 11th level appears. At that time, all the lords of the anti-alliance camp will unite to besiege the people of the Realm Alliance. By surprise, they will definitely be able to obtain a large number of complete Godheads, which is definitely a great opportunity for them to quickly improve their strength. Okay, that's all I have to say. Lin Yu, stay for a while, and everyone else can go back. At the end of the meeting, Emperor Xingyao specially kept Lin Yu. The other kings stood up and left, rushing back to their respective principalities to prepare for the next action. When only Emperor Xingyao and Lin Yu were left in the hall, Lin Yu's expression gradually became serious, and he whispered, Emperor, the plan for this action should not be so simple. Right? Smart? Emperor Xingyao smiled slightly, waved his hand, and isolated the entire hall from the outside world. Lin Yu secretly thought that it was true. He guessed right. This plan was not as simple as he imagined, because it was too obvious. In the entire anti-alliance camp, there are more than tens of thousands of lords above the 10th level. No one can guarantee whether there will be internal responses from the Realm Alliance. Once the news is leaked, the Realm Alliance will definitely take precautions, and will not easily fall into their trap. So he guessed whether this plan was just a cover. Sit down and talk. Emperor Xingyao sat back in his seat. After Lin Yu sat down, he said seriously, This joint strangulation plan is indeed just a cover. It would be best if we can kill a large number of high-level lords on the opposite side. But it doesn't matter if we can't. Our main goal is the space gate leading to the interior of the Realm Alliance in the monster space. Space gate? Lin Yu was stunned and immediately reacted. You mean to attack the Realm Alliance's nest from the space gate? When the two camps fought before, the Realm Alliance built an extremely strong defensive wall based on the continent, blocking them all out and unable to advance further. However, the emergence of the monster space connected all realms including the Realm Alliance, opening up space gates one by one. Not to mention, using the joint strangulation action to attract the attention of the Realm Alliance and take the opportunity to attack the other realm is indeed very feasible, which makes Lin Yu's eyes gradually light up. Then, Emperor Xingyao continued to say, our goal this time is not to attack the Realm Alliance on a large scale, but to send several elite troops in to destroy the Realm Alliance's defense array from the inside. We have studied it. The Realm Alliance's defense array concentrates all defenses on the outside. The internal defense is very weak, and even the 11th level can be easily destroyed. So when the time comes, we will send a team of emperors to hold back the emperor on the opposite side, and you will be responsible for destroying the array. Emperor Xingyao briefly recounted the plan process. His tone was very serious, but after listening, Lin Yu was even more confused. According to what you said, this mission should be very dangerous, right? Shouldn't we send those lords of the 9 godheads to go there? No. Emperor Xingyao shook his head. On the contrary, it is precisely because this mission is too dangerous that the major realms do not want these emperor-level seedlings to take risks. So they decided to send people with slightly weaker strength to go there. Lin Yu was silent, but he was not surprised. After all, the lords of 9 godheads are all emperor-level seedlings, and they may be promoted to the emperor level at any time. Naturally, the major realms do not want them to take risks. Although he showed great potential before, he only had 5 godheads after all, and the value of 9 godheads could not be compared. Potential and strength are two different things. However, the next words of Emperor Xingyao shocked him. This time, each realm only needs to provide 1 quota. I have discussed with other emperors in the realm. As long as you can complete the task, you will be directly rewarded with a complete godhead and 500,000 rule fragments. I recommended you to them, but it is up to you to decide whether to go. Reward a godhead? And 500,000 rule fragments? This reward is incredible. Enough to make many 11th level lords crazy. But reason told Lin Yu that this reward is not easy to get. After all, that is the last front of the Realm Alliance. There will definitely be a large number of high-level lords stationed there, and the risk factor is very high. While he was thinking, the voice of Emperor Xingyao came again. We originally planned to use this insect godhood to train the next emperor, but now there is no one lacking this godhood among the 9 godhood lords in our realm. So we decided to use it as a reward. If you don't go, I will immediately notify the other emperors, and let them decide on a new candidate. Go! Why not? When he heard that it was the insect godhood, Lin Yu immediately became energetic. He is now lacking this godhood. How can he miss it? After all, the 11th level lord cannot be killed just because he wants to. They succeeded before because the opponent was seriously injured. And they finally succeeded because of the siege of 2 lords with more than 8 godhoods. They don't have such opportunities at ordinary times. And he doesn't have much time left. Only 8.5 months at most. If he doesn't fight, he can only be annihilated in the reincarnation with others. What's more, he has many ways to save his life. As long as he is careful, he may not be unable to complete the task smoothly. Are you really going? Emperor Xingyao raised his eyebrows, as if he had expected such a result. He suddenly laughed. I knew you would take this task. So I promised the emperors that you would go, and took the task directly. Lin Yu was full of black lines. So you acted first and asked later. As if he could see his thoughts, Emperor Xingyao continued, don't blame me. Soon, there will be a drastic change in the 10,000 worlds continent. Only by becoming stronger can you have a chance to survive. Lin Yu's eyes moved when he heard this. Dramatic change should refer to the reincarnation of the 10,000 worlds. When the reincarnation starts, all living beings are ants. The Emperor's move is obviously to seek a way out for him. Okay. That's all the things I need to explain. Try to improve your strength in the next few days. I will notify you when the action starts. Emperor Xingyao didn't say much and waved his hand to remove the barrier. Then I go back first. Lin Yu bowed and said goodbye. then teleported away and rushed back to the kingdom. An emergency internal meeting came to a temporary end here. After returning to the territory, Lin Yu did not stop, but made some simple preparations and went directly to the border city through the portal. According to the current situation, the last space core will appear within 10 days. In other words, he only has 10 days to accumulate strength, or even less. He must collect as many resources as possible during this period. More importantly, upgrading to the 12th level requires 5 million rule fragments. Such a huge amount of resources, relying on the output of the origin universe and the kingdom alone, cannot be gathered within half a year. If we don't seize the opportunity of this monster invasion, it may not be so easy to collect a large number of rule fragments in the future. No more time to waste, Lin Yu thought silently, speeding up to the border of the boundary, and soon passed through the golden space gate and entered the large monster space. At this time, there were only more than 20 light pillars in the space that symbolized the force treasures, and they were all in the depths of the space. And there were SSS-level Lord monsters everywhere. With his strength, it was a bit difficult to deal with him, and he might even fail, which was not worth the loss. So he did not compete with other lords for the force treasures, but changed his strategy and began to look for Lord monsters in the outer area. As long as the Lord monsters were below S level, they would not be spared, and they would be pushed all the way. I have to say, after the royal attributes were improved and the number of legendary soldiers increased, his monster killing efficiency really became much higher. In just half a day, he obtained the amount equivalent to the previous day. Even the daily output of the Fruit of Faith was slowly increasing, gradually moving towards the 5,000 mark. It was not until the sky gradually darkened and the chaotic atmosphere around the space became more and more agitated that Lin Yu rushed back to the territory with a full harvest. Then he continued to set off to the gate of space early the next morning to hunt monsters. After fighting like this for 9 days, a reminder suddenly sounded in his mind. Lords, please pay attention. All 10 forces have been destroyed, and the space core has appeared. Please go to the target location immediately, destroy the core, and complete the final mission. Is it finally coming? In a monster nest? Lin Yu, who was dealing with corpses, looked up and looked into the depths. The last beam of light was indeed rapidly dissipating. Instead, a series of colorful streams of light shot up into the sky, converging from all directions of space to the deepest part. That was a sign of the appearance of the Chaos Beast. It was also the last Chaos Beast in this space. Lin Yu did not stop, and immediately recalled the troops and rushed back to the boundary. When he passed through the space gate and returned to the boundary border, he found that many high-level lords of their original world had gathered outside, and even the emperors were all present. Standing in the air, Emperor Lin Yu teleported to Sheng Yao. All of a sudden, all the emperor's eyes fell on him, obviously knowing that he was the 11th level representative sent this time. Are you ready? Emperor Sheng Yao couldn't help asking. Yes, I'm ready. Lin Yu nodded in response. The non-stop fighting in the past few days has allowed him to accumulate a full 150,000 rule fragments, and finally increased the number of legendary soldiers to more than 20,000. The types of soldiers have also increased, and basically all kinds of combat soldiers have advanced forms, with attributes far superior to ordinary soldiers. Even if they are beaten by 2 or 3 times the number of soldiers, they will not be at a disadvantage. Hearing his answer, Sheng Yao also nodded silently without saying much, because everything that should be explained has been explained before. After waiting at the entrance for more than 10 minutes, the leading emperor Long Yuan finally waved his hand. Let's go! With an order, the lords turned directly into streams of light and entered the monster space of each level. At the same time, a large number of high-level lords also gathered at all the borders of the anti-alliance side, and they poured into the monster space under the leadership of the emperors. A siege operation finally officially began. Chapter 624 Calculation. Swoosh! The space was broken, and Lin Yu appeared at the other end of the monster space. According to the instructions and the token in his hand, he quickly came to a deep valley near a space gate and found the infiltration team sent by the anti-alliance camp. There were thousands of people, and they were all 11th level lords from all walks of life. Everyone. At this time, 10 powerful figures stood up, holding a golden token high in the air. We are the main leaders of this mission, responsible for the arrangement of the infiltration. Before departure, the emperors had said that those who hold the golden token are the leaders of this operation. And they are all top lords with 8 godheads. And those who come from small realms, like Lin Yu, basically hold silver tokens for identity confirmation. Seeing the leader appear, the lords of all walks of life all looked stern. I believe you all know that this infiltration mission is extremely risky. We don't ask for anything else. And we don't need to fight to the death. Everything is aimed at destroying the defense array. So I hope you will be careful, and don't easily expose your whereabouts to avoid disaster. If you don't have any objections, then let's start. After that, the 10 leaders came to the team and waited for the signal from the emperors. At this time, in the deepest part of the monster space, a shocking roar sounded, and the last Chaos original beast finally appeared. The terrifying momentum shook the entire space violently. If Lin Yu guessed correctly, the battle should have begun over there, and they were fighting for the last designated godhead. I just hope they can delay it for a little longer. And it would be best if they could hold back all the 11th level lords of the Realm Alliance. Here they come! Suddenly, a shout rang out in the team. Outside the valley, in the space gate connected to the old nest of the Realm Alliance, a golden light shone and exploded into countless light spots inside the gate. At the same time, a thunderous roar could be heard. How dare they break into our territory? Stop them! Then, there was a deafening explosion, and the emperors of both sides had already fought together, with the other emperor blocking them. The emperors of their side would probably be stopped immediately if they wanted to destroy the defensive formation, so they had to rely on them. Let's go! The 10 leaders shouted loudly, immediately removed the barrier outside the valley, and led the team to teleport to the space gate. Lin Yu followed the team and soon passed through the space gate, successfully entered the nest of the Realm Alliance, and appeared on a black land covered with hellfire. At the end of the black land, it was the wall that separated their 2 major forces, a defensive formation built on the continent. Charge! The leaders took out the scrolls that had been prepared long ago from the space and tore them open, hiding their figures and breasts. However, this large-scale concealment scroll can only last for a period of time. Without hesitation, everyone identified the target and turned into streams of light and rushed towards the barrier. During the flight, they could see many lords of the Realm Alliance fighting against the monster tide below, of all levels. However, they did not waste time on these people, but headed straight to the defense array without looking back, because they knew very well that it was impossible to be completely hidden with so many people acting together. Moreover, the Realm Alliance would definitely take precautions against their infiltration, and it is very likely that a team of high-level lords had been left to guard outside the space gate closest to the defense array. So they chose the farther space gate as the entry point for this action. Fortunately, they made the right bet. The main force of the Realm Alliance was not outside this space gate. What they had to do next was to destroy the defense array before the Realm Alliance arrived, so that they could escape. Boom! The deafening sound continued to explode in the sky. Even from a distance, the collapsed void could be seen. It was obvious that the battle between the emperors had reached its most intense moment. Speed up! Several leaders shouted in a low voice, and teleported across space again. Finally, after 20 minutes, they passed through the black land and came to the bottom of the defense array. The effect of the hidden scroll just failed. However, before they could take action, a large black shadow had already appeared in the sky in the distance, approaching them rapidly. Not good. They are coming. Attack quickly. The speed at which the Realm Alliance team appeared was much faster than they had imagined. It turned out that they had been prepared for them, and the number was so large that there were tens of thousands of them, almost twice as many as them. How could they dare to hesitate? They immediately summoned the army and launched a fierce attack on the defense array. For a time, attacks appeared all over the sky, exploding wildly on the defense array, creating circles of ripples visible to the naked eye. And the light was also rapidly dimming. There's a chance. The lords were delighted and attacked even harder. However, at this moment, the team of the Realm Alliance finally discovered them, and shouted in shock and anger. It's the anti-alliance people. How dare you sneak into our territory? Go. Don't leave any of them alive. Suddenly, a large group of black soldiers appeared and surrounded them quickly. The surging attack turned into a tide, almost covering the entire sky. Covering them. Come and stop them. Others continued to attack. An old man who led the team immediately led half of the lords to meet the other side without saying a word. And Lin Yu was also in it, because he knew that this was a race against time. As long as they could gain enough time, they could successfully break through the defense array and complete this infiltration mission. Go. Stop them. At the command, the 10 royal families led 10 legendary troops to collide fiercely with the enemy's army. At the same time, a savage roar was launched, and a large red light enveloped the entire plant army. The two teams fought fiercely at the edge of the defense array. Damn it. How can these plant troops be so strong? Soon, the Realm Alliance discovered the strength of Lin Yu's troops, especially a few royal families, who were invincible and killed all around in their troops. This immediately attracted the attention of many lords, who turned their spears and attacked Lin Yu's plant army. Gradually, the originally powerful royal families and legendary troops retreated and began to suffer multiple injuries. Lin Yu frowned slightly. There were too many lords on the opposite side, almost twice as many as them. In addition, there were several lords who targeted him and attacked him at the same time. Even if his rear healing corps tried their best to treat him, it felt difficult to support. The other lords also suffered heavy casualties and began to show signs of decline. It was only a matter of time before the defense line was breached. Are you still not done? The old man in the lead looked back at the team behind him that was attacking the magic circle. But he found that another team of lords from the Realm Alliance came from a distance, circled behind them, and blocked their retreat. Damn it! The old man's face sank, and he immediately shrank the battle circle, and the troops gradually retreated. Not long after, their team of thousands of people was surrounded by a large army of troops twice their own, and launched a fierce attack outside the encirclement. Groups of troops fell, forcing them to resist with difficulty, and there was no way to break the magic circle. Even Lin Yu's legendary troops with various damage reduction auras fell one by one, falling under the fierce siege of the troops. Then a few screams came. Several weaker lords were caught off guard and were hit in the vitals by the opponent, seriously injured and dying. Fortunately, their companions reacted in time and rescued them, so they were not killed by the opponent. Seeing the chaotic scene, more and more lords and soldiers fell. The leading old man finally gritted his teeth. Retreat! With a loud shout, everyone immediately burst out with the strongest means, broke through the weakest part of the encirclement, and fled to the direction of the space gate. Want to escape? Stop them! The Realm Alliance naturally couldn't let them escape so easily, and immediately chased them with a roar, causing the anti-alliance infiltration team to be defeated. They fought fiercely all the way and fled all the way. More than 10 minutes later, they were finally forced into a corner again, cutting off the road between them and the space gate, and fell into a desperate situation. The lords struggled to hold on, and their injuries became more and more serious. Some were even severely injured and had to retreat to the rear, which made them even worse. Lin Yu's face was solemn. Judging from the current situation, their mission might not be completed. Fortunately, this place is not far from the space gate. With the life-saving skills fully activated, he should be able to escape successfully. Haha. You can't escape. You dare to run to our territory. You are dead. Hand over the Godhead obediently, and I can leave you a complete corpse. The people of the Realm Alliance laughed wildly, and their faces were full of excitement. I didn't expect that my luck would be so good. So many Godheads were delivered to my door for nothing. Not to mention that they could take them all. Just keeping half of them would greatly improve their strength. Just thinking about it made them tremble with excitement. Boom! Unexpectedly, a loud noise came at this time. The originally proud expression of the Realm Alliance instantly froze on their faces. Looking back, they found that another Lord team appeared at the edge of the defensive array at some point, blasting a huge hole in the array. And even the array base underneath was completely destroyed. That hole was like a smiling face, mocking their arrogance. The lords on Lin Yu's side were extremely shocked, looking at the team that suddenly appeared. It was the team that was supposed to go to the center of the monster space to encircle and kill the Realm Alliance. What a trick to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. What a trick to lure the snake out of its hole. At this moment, how could they not know? The so-called infiltration operation was just a cover. The real backup was actually a team that was deliberately used to attract the attention of the Realm Alliance. No wonder when Emperor Xingyao told him about this mission, he didn't show any worry at all, and asked him to sneak into such a dangerous place. I'm afraid he had expected this result long ago. The Emperors, they are really calculating. Everyone was deceived by them. Haha. Mo Luo, I play with you here today. Let's retreat. Before Lin Yu and the others could react, The Dragon Emperor's laughter suddenly sounded in the sky. The next second, an invisible force wrapped them up and directly shuttled through space, and took them away from the original place. When he came to his senses again, he was already in a war camp thousands of miles away. Looking around, everyone had a confused expression on their face. Chapter 625 Behind the Reward. A mission that went through many twists and turns was something Lin Yu had never expected. Not only him, but the other lords, who had sneaked into the team, were also extremely stunned, looking at the defensive magic circle that was constantly collapsing in the distance. It was basically impossible to rebuild such a large magic circle in a short period of time. In other words, their mission was completed? Everyone was confused, and their hearts could not calm down for a long time. In the last second, they were still imprisoned, and some people even almost died. In the next second, they had broken through the magic circle and returned to the war camp. All this happened so quickly that they couldn't react for a while. And just when Lin Yu was puzzled, Sheng Yao, who had just experienced a war, appeared beside him. "How is it? Are you not injured?" "Just a little injury. Nothing serious," Lin Yu replied. "It's good that you're fine." Sheng Yao smiled slightly. "Don't blame us for not informing you in advance. In the current situation, there are spies everywhere, and it's easy for the Realm Alliance to detect our plan. So except for a few of us emperors, we must not let others know the real plan. Only in this way can we conceal it from the world." "I see." Lin Yu suddenly realized and was deeply touched by these words. Because of the battle just now, the Realm Alliance was obviously well prepared and discovered their infiltration so quickly. He would never believe that there was no insider in their team. If the real plan was exposed early, the final result would probably not be like this now. But then again, since they are not the main force of this mission, can he still give the reward as usual? "Don't worry. The reward will still be given to you as usual." Emperor Sheng Yao seemed to see his thoughts, and said with a smile, "Although you didn't destroy the defensive formation, you took a big risk and successfully held back the opposing army, which gave others the opportunity to break the formation. We won't break our promise just because of a divine power." "That's right. Although the 11th level divine power is precious in the eyes of the emperors, it is just an important resource for training their subordinates. It's far from enough for them to go back on their words." This also made Lin Yu feel relieved. And then not long after, boom, with a loud noise, the 12th level large monster space began to collapse rapidly, and huge cracks appeared around the space gate. Following, the space of other levels also continued to shrink. Even the monster space without destroying the core gradually disappeared in a violent vibration. Even the entire Wanjia continent began to shake violently. What's going on? Why are all those space gates disappearing? Look! The monsters are retreating too. Is the monster invasion coming to an end? The sudden change made the lords, who were healing their wounds, stand up and look towards the direction of the boundary. The collapse of the 12th order large space actually caused other spaces to collapse as well. The lords in the space rushed out like crazy, escaping from the space. After more than an hour, all the space gates finally closed completely and disappeared into the endless void. The monster invasion that lasted for several months ended just like that. All the lords were stunned and at a loss. A place where resources can be quickly obtained is gone. To be honest, I still feel very sorry. Especially Lin Yu. He still wanted to collect more rule fragments in it. But now, he has no chance. But what the lords care more about is the changes in the monster plane after the invasion disappears. Compared with before, it has shrunk a lot, greatly speeding up the fusion speed of the 10,000 worlds continent. And the light column symbolizing the 72 demons has become dimmer. And it feels like it will collapse and dissipate at any time. At this rate, it may not last more than half a year. The emperors looked solemn, looked at each other, and then nodded silently. Then, a heavy news spread in the war camp. Tomorrow morning, a large-scale attack on the nest of the Realm Alliance. The lords were not surprised by this news, because they should have attacked the nest of the Realm Alliance a long time ago. But it was delayed until now because of the appearance of the defense array and the invasion of monsters. Now that the defense array has been broken, there is nothing that can hinder their advancement. Naturally, they must seize the time to attack, so as to prevent the Realm Alliance from making a comeback and causing harm to all sides. However, Lin Yu knew the reason why the emperors were so eager to attack was not entirely to eliminate the threat of the Realm Alliance as soon as possible. Instead, he wanted to kill as many emperors as possible to improve his own strength and deal with the subsequent drastic changes. I'm afraid even the emperors on the other side of the Realm Alliance thought the same. This is a battle for survival. It is no longer limited to the conflict between the two camps. So it is estimated that the next battle will last for a long time. And he must seize this opportunity. After thinking about it, Lin Yu did not stay any longer, and directly teleported back to the territory through the cross-border function of the primitive world station, and began to prepare for the next battle. Until the afternoon, the voice of Emperor Xingyao suddenly sounded in his ears. Boy, this is a reward for you. Before Lin Yu could react, a space channel appeared next to him. Then a resource ball appeared, wrapped in an invisible force, and flew in front of him. Thank you, Emperor. Lin Yu was overjoyed and immediately took the resources. Improve your strength. Emperor Xingyao did not say much, and directly put away the space channel. And the strong aura dissipated. Lin Yu did not hesitate and immediately used up the resource ball in his hand. Congratulations. You have obtained 500,000 rule fragments and 1 Godhead insect system. The item has been distributed to the personal space. Please go and check it yourself. 500,000 rule fragments. Hearing the prompt, Lin Yu was immediately excited. The emperor was really generous, and it was worth it for him to risk his life to go deep into the enemy's lair. There was no time to waste. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, took out the newly obtained Godhead, and began to absorb it. How is it? Did you give it to him? In the Imperial Palace of Xingyao Imperial Capital, Emperor Changfeng said to Emperor Xingyao next to him. Well, I have given it to him. Xingyao put away the space channel, turned around and looked at Changfeng. His eyes were a little complicated. Lin Yu didn't know that the so-called Godhead reward was not provided by the emperors, but by Emperor Changfeng. The real reward was only the 500,000 rule fragments. Why do you do this? Xingyao rarely showed a serious expression on his face, as if he had just met Changfeng, and looked at him silently. Nothing. Just a thank you gift for his previous help. Emperor Changfeng said calmly. Thank you gift? Are you talking about the incident with your son last time? Xingyao frowned. His eyes were even more puzzled. As a newly promoted emperor, he didn't really know much about Changfeng. He only knew that he was the oldest emperor in the primitive world. Even Long Yuan had to call him senior in front of him. He was considered the most mysterious emperor in the world, and few people knew about his past. As for the matter between him and Situ Jian, Xingyao naturally knew something, but not much. It was really a bit strange to take out a piece of Godhead as a thank you gift for an abandoned child, and specifically asked him not to spread the matter. The most important thing was, the value of a complete Godhead was not low, but he gave it away for such a small matter, and gave it to someone other than his own subordinates. I'm afraid other emperors are not so generous. Right? It's a pity. Changfeng did not answer his question. Instead, he said something inexplicable. The road of our lineage has been cut off. It doesn't matter to anyone. The road has been cut off? Xingyao looked puzzled. But before he could ask more, Changfeng continued, I'm leaving first. I hope that Xingyao can keep this a secret for me. After that, he directly cut open the space and disappeared into the void. Xingyao looked at the direction he left, frowning, always feeling that there was some great secret behind this Emperor Changfeng. But immediately, his brows relaxed. Forget it. It's none of my business anyway. The people below got a complete Godhead for nothing. He was so happy that he didn't have time to think too much about it. In addition, he was free and easy, so he didn't bother to care, and teleported back to the palace to sleep. On the other side, Lin Yu, who had just obtained a lot of resources, didn't know what happened in the Xingyao Palace. At this time, he had successfully absorbed the insect godhood, and then took out 120,000 rule fragments to absorb them, strengthening the strength attribute to the full value, and finally making the royal family's attributes all reach the full value of 1 million. Then, he happily opened the personal interface and took a look. Finally, looking at the balanced attributes on the interface, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The appearance of this monster invasion really greatly accelerated his growth rate, allowing him to strengthen the attributes to the full value in such a short time. If it were before, it would probably take a year or two. And after such a long battle, his daily output of faith fruits has reached 6,000, more than double from the beginning. And the law of time is also the same, with a flow rate of 7 times, which is enough for him to deal with the next battles of all sizes. For more godhoods are missing. Lin Yu secretly clenched his fists, his eyes full of determination. Then, he came to the World Tree and began to mutate legendary soldiers with the remaining rule fragments. In today's battle, he lost more than 2,000 legendary soldiers, almost all of whom were beaten to death. This was after he used the group resurrection item, which was enough to show how fierce the battle was at that time. Fortunately, he was rewarded with 500,000 rule fragments. Otherwise he would be heartbroken. After all, this is all money. Chapter 626. Two armies confronted. Hurry. The army is gathering. Let's go! In the war camp, the lords were in a hurry, shouting constantly, and running quickly between the various realms. Early in the morning, the anti-alliance camp had assembled and gathered on the plain outside the war camp. When Lin Yu arrived here, the 11th level lords of various realms had basically arrived, and were gathering in groups of 3 or 5 to discuss the next tactics. As soon as he appeared, a shout suddenly came from the primitive realm team not far away. Brother Shengyu, this way. It was Beidou and Baisho, and there were many 11th level lords from their primitive realm gathered next to them. Nearly 50. This was the first time Lin Yu saw the scene of all the 11th level lords in the realm, and he teleported to them. But he didn't know. Beidou's shout just now startled all the other 11th level lords. You should know that Beidou is now one of the only 5 9-god lords in the primitive world. His status is completely different from other lords, and he is more valued by the emperors. More intuitively, among the 11th level lords in their primitive world, the existence of the top 5 in strength is not something that he can look at with respect. What's more, a newcomer like Lin Yu? Many people immediately looked at Lin Yu secretly. Long time no see. Lin Yu didn't notice their strangeness and greeted Beidou and the others directly. It's really been a long time no see. These days, Beidou and I have been looking for you to go to the siege and kill the lords of the Realm Alliance together. But you didn't come. Baisho on the side complained. When this was said, the other lords were even more shocked. 2 top lords of 9 godheads actually invited a newcomer to act together. What's going on? Before they could think about it, Lin Yu laughed awkwardly. No way. I have a lot of things to do these days, and I can't get away. In order to complete the infiltration mission these days, he has been working hard to hunt monsters in the monster space. During this period, he did receive invitations from 2 people, but he declined them all. So what? Did you succeed in killing the lord on the opposite side? Lin Yu asked. Don't mention it. I didn't get a hair. Baisho curled his lips and said, those guys are very smart. Basically, several people act together, or they run away when they see us. There is no chance to make a move. It's hard to meet a lone 5 godhead. But he used his substitute ability to run away. They can't do anything, and they have a lot of ways to save their lives. Sure enough, Lin Yu's expression did not change, and he was not surprised by this result. Although the 9 godheads are stronger than the 5 godheads, they cannot completely crush them. If the other party is determined to escape, it is still difficult for him to stay. Just like when he had 5 godheads. Although he could not compete with the Lord of 9 godheads, he was confident that he could escape from the other party. He has a life-saving trump card, and so do others. And those who can survive in the 11th level are basically not good people. This is why he took a huge risk to participate in the infiltration plan. On one side is a relatively safe battle, but it is likely to be fruitless for a long time. On the other side is an action with a high risk factor, but it can guarantee the acquisition of a godhead. Lin Yu chose the latter, because he didn't have much time. If he didn't fight again, what would he use to deal with the next drastic changes? Do you expect those godheads to run away by themselves? If you don't even dare to take this risk, you might as well stay in the territory and wait for death. The most important point is that those 11th level lords rarely choose to act alone. From the words of the beasts, you can hear that they have only encountered one lone person in so many days. He can't wait. He doesn't want to wait. Perhaps because he had been in danger for a long time. His perspective on things had changed. When faced with choices, he would be more inclined to the side that could bring stable benefits. Even though it would be dangerous, it can only be said that everyone is different. Forget it. Let's not talk about this, Baisho said with an unhappy look on his face. And then changed the subject. We will attack the nest of the Realm Alliance later. Brother Shengyu, do you want to join us? Maybe there is still a chance to kill the Lord on the opposite side. Indeed, with your assistance, we will have a better chance. If we get the Godhead, we can directly distribute it according to demand. Beta followed up. They still recognized Lin Yu's strength, especially his endless auxiliary means and exaggerated treatment amount, which can definitely improve their combat power to a higher level. With better luck, maybe he can really kill the 11th level lord on the opposite side on the battlefield. I wish for it. Lin Yu smiled. Having two top lords of the 9 godheads together is much better than working alone. And they can also have someone to look after him on the battlefield. Okay, let's make it a deal. The two of Beidou Baisho didn't say much nonsense, and came over directly to discuss the next battle plan. During the conversation, Lin Yu finally learned that Fuqian, Yuling, and Qingyan, who had acted with them before, did not join them because they had to perform other tasks. So they were not here. That's it. After waiting in the war camp for more than half an hour, the voice of the Dragon King finally came from the sky. Let's go! At the command, the entire huge team immediately moved, stretching out thousands of miles away. Such a big movement naturally attracted the attention of the Realm Alliance very quickly. Countless lords gathered on the dark land covered with lava, each with a stern look. This place is already a subsidiary realm around the demon realm. It is basically dominated by demon lords, so the environment is very extreme. Even from a long distance, you can feel the heat waves coming. Not long after, the armies of both sides met at the edge of this dark land and confronted each other from a distance. Who do I think they are? Aren't they the guys who came here to die yesterday? Haha. Didn't you get beaten enough yesterday? Do you still want to die here? As soon as they met, the 11th level lord of the Realm Alliance began to mock. In yesterday's infiltration operation, many of them were seriously injured, so they were naturally arrogant and made the lords of the anti-alliance look gloomy and murderous. After this period of recuperation, the number of emperors on the Realm Alliance side has increased significantly, and there is a tendency to be on par with them. No wonder they are so confident and fearless. Even if the defense array is broken, they are not panicked at all. So this is what happened. It's obvious that this must be the work of the existence behind the Realm Alliance. If it continues like this, what will happen? The emperors on the anti-alliance side have solemn faces, and their auras surge wildly. They collide violently with the other side, shaking the entire void violently. Attack! No nonsense. Just a loud shout from the Dragon Emperor, and the aura of all the emperors suddenly burst out, rushing towards the opposite side. Charge! Kill! In an instant, the earth-shaking shouts of killing rang out, and the armies of both sides turned into a tide and collided fiercely. Countless attacks emerged, and they madly bombarded each other across the battlefield. Laser volleys, holy light exploded, and the 5 elements continued to explode in the air. And the scene was extremely spectacular. Let's go! Lin Yu and the other 3 did not hold back. As soon as they received the signal, they immediately led their troops to rush towards the 11th level team on the opposite side and fought fiercely with them. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu launched a savage roar, and a large piece of red light enveloped all their troops. And the momentum suddenly rose. It's those perverted plants from yesterday. Quick! Come and stop them! Many of the lords of the Realm Alliance participated in the encirclement and suppression operation yesterday. They immediately recognized Lin Yu's iconic royal plants and immediately sent several elemental and demon lords to stop him. But they didn't know Lin Yu happened to have the divine nature of these two systems. While increasing the damage by 10%, it also reduced the damage received by 10%. Qin Gang, open the way! At the command, Qin Gang, holding a bamboo sword, immediately launched the war barrier and war trampling, leading a team of legendary ancient tree soldiers to rush into the opposing army and rush forward. Wherever he went, no soldier could stop his attack. They were all split in half by a sword or trampled into meat paste. And the attacks of those soldiers fell on Qin Gang, just like tickling, just scratching a few scratches. Even the wounds caused by the demon fire and elemental flames were quickly recovered under the treatment of the elf elder in the back, and were almost unaffected. What's going on? How can the defense of these ancient tree soldiers be so strong? The demon lords and elements on the opposite side were shocked, looking at the ancient tree army that was killing all around in their own team in disbelief. Like a sharp knife, it ripped a hole fiercely. Lin Yu sneered. Qin Gang, whose attributes were enhanced to the full value, had an exaggerated physique of 2.4 million under the blessing of Savage Roar. Even if it was hit by various debuff skills of the opponent, it still had more than 2 million under the reduction of the creation armor. Even if it was a legendary soldier, under the defensive aura of Qin Gang dominating the battlefield. They all had a physique of nearly 1.5 million. Except for the lords and individual soldiers. Basically no one could cause too much damage to them. Not to mention that there was a huge healing army behind them. Look! Without giving the opposing lord a chance to think, Beidou and Baisho also attacked immediately. With a loud shout, Beidou's mechanical army fired a large number of lasers and bombarded them. Baisho was more direct, and the power of the tiger was activated. All the beast's muscles bulged. Their limbs swelled, and they flew towards the opposite side, knocking their soldiers to the ground and biting them madly. The strong participation of the two Nine God Lords immediately caused the opposite side to be defeated, and the soldiers fell in groups. The other royal families of Lin Yu were not idle either. They led their teams to launch fierce attacks and continuously killed the opposing soldiers. Like 10 gods of war on the battlefield. Beidou, Baisho, we meet again. But at this time, a loud shout sounded. 3 lords whose auras were not weaker than Beidou's teleported and led a team of huge rock giants to charge, blocking their offensive at once. 9-piece godhead lords. And there are 3 of them. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. He unexpectedly encountered a high-level lord on the opposite side so soon. It seems that the plan to seize the godhead cannot be realized for the time being. Chapter 627 Powerful Combination Skills. Boom. A deafening sound exploded somewhere on the battlefield. The rock giant, like a giant spirit, swung his fist, causing the ground to shake violently and collapse continuously. There were strange parasitic insects crawling on the side, attaching to the rock giants, greatly improving their combat power. In the back, the angel priests closed their eyes, raised their staffs, and put holy shields on the rock giants, making them invincible and suppressing the offensive of Lin Yu and his team. It's those guys from the demon realm. Beidou and Baisho looked slightly depressed, obviously knowing the 3 lords on the opposite side. Lin Yu was also very surprised, because he found that with the blessing of parasitic insects and angel priests, the strength of those rock giants had reached the level of legendary soldiers. In addition to the bonus of 9 godheads, they were slightly more powerful than his legendary soldiers, and only the royal family could suppress them. But after all, there were only 10 of the royal family, while the other side had more than 20,000 rock giants. The number gap was too big, and the other side also had treatment. So the two sides' troops were deadlocked for a while. Damn it. Why didn't you come at any other time? Why did you come at this time? I wanted to catch a few weak ones and kill them. Baisho cursed, and his hands moved quickly, bursting out one by one with long-range skills, pouring towards the rock giant in front. But immediately, his offensive was disintegrated by the 3 people on the opposite side. The 2 sides bombarded each other across the troops, and neither could do anything to the other. There were constant shouts and killings all around, and the armies of both sides were also in a stalemate, and the scene was in chaos. Brother Xingyu, I'm going to burst out. Do you still have the countdown? Beidou turned around and looked at Lin Yu. Don't worry. Open it. Keep it all the time. Lin Yu replied quickly. Okay. Then I go. Baisho, you help to contain it. After receiving the response, Beidou did not hesitate at all, and immediately turned on the mechanical overload, detonating a terrifying momentum. Not only him, but also the rare war mechas around him, all burst with lightning, and their momentum suddenly doubled. Boom! Beidou's feet exploded with a bang, and he directly crushed the void, and the whole person turned into it and rushed towards the opposite side. The oppressive feeling coming towards them made the faces of the 3 people on the opposite side change slightly. Then the angel lord waved his hand, and the angel of light behind him suddenly burst into dazzling holy light, attaching a layer of holy light armor to all the rock giants. Benefit skills? Drive him away. Lin Yu's eyes condensed, and Kong Ming above his head immediately launched the absolute domain. An invisible wave suddenly erupted from him, covering the rock giant army. In the blink of an eye, the holy light armor on their bodies dissipated in the air, as if they had never appeared. What? The 3 people on the opposite side were shocked, and before they could react, Beidou, whose attributes had doubled, had already arrived. Boom! The punch, infused with all his strength, instantly shattered the vast void where the 3 people were, and the rock giants and angel insects on the side were killed instantly. However, the opponent was a 9-piece god. At the critical moment, the elemental lord directly activated the elemental incarnation, transformed into a terrifying rock giant. and took Baidu's blow, and the whole person retreated several miles away. Holy chain! The angel lord in the distance naturally understood the horror of mechanical overload. With a loud shout, the judgment angel in the sky suddenly burst into holy light, turning into white chains and attacking Baidu, trying to control him until the end of 25 seconds. However, the beasts on the other side are not just eating dry food. Your opponent is me. A large number of loud beast roars sounded, and the strong lion, tiger, wolf, and leopard soldiers rushed out and pounced on the angel army in front. A horde of poisonous dragons flew across the sky, crashing straight into the angels of judgment, breaking their sacred chains. Roar! A dragon roar exploded, and the two armies fought fiercely in the air. The beasts also tangled with the angel lord, colliding wildly in the sky, creating waves of terrifying air. The insect lord below was about to help, but Lin Yu also led the royal army to follow and blocked him. Boom! The ground exploded, and countless vines of all sizes soared into the sky, heading straight for the insect lord. You dare to stop me with just 6 godheads? How dare you? The insect lord expression remained unchanged, and he dodged the vines. Then he waved his arm, and the parasitic worms suddenly gathered at a rapid speed, all parasitizing a group of crustacean insects with 6 legs and scorpion tails, which suddenly raised their momentum. Then, with a strange grinding sound, the crustaceans opened their mouths and sprayed large amounts of green acid at Lin Yu and the army of plants around him. Wherever they went, even the air was filled with wisps of green smoke. Let me do it! Qin Gang did not hesitate and led the ancient tree army to the front, and the war barriers opened to block them. Paw! 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 The green acid continued to explode on the war barrier, corroding large holes. It continued to move forward, falling on the legendary ancient trees, making a sizzling sound, and easily broke through their defenses. But soon, a high-pitched dragon roar sounded. Qianlong led the green dragon army to fly over his head, and his breath of life fell, covering the ancient tree army, and healing them again. Shoot them down for me. At this time, the insect lord shouted again from the opposite side. The buzzing sound of flapping wings appeared, and the flying ants flew high into the sky, like a dark cloud covering the green dragon army. Flying troops? Lin Yu raised a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. Qianlong's aerial overlord skill is to increase the strength of all dragon troops by 20%, and increase the damage caused to flying enemies by 50%. Using flying troops to deal with him is simply courting death. Before he gave an order, the dragon roar sounded. All the emerald green dragons activated their shadow skills, accelerating to spin around the Qianlong at high speed. Then, with Qianlong's roar, the dragon raid was launched, and the speed of all dragon-type soldiers increased by 50% again, and the first attack had a knockback effect. The next moment, a scene that even Lin Yu was shocked by appeared. I saw a terrifying giant tornado appear, covering a kilometer range in an instant, almost connecting the entire world, causing a large area of lightning and thunder, and the space collapsed. You know, usually, when the double dragon combination is launched, it is basically only launched in pairs. But now, all the green dragons are spinning around Qianlong, instantly raising the power of the double dragon combination skill to a higher level. Finally, with Qianlong's high-pitched dragon roar, the giant tornado directly swallowed up the flying ant army and all the surrounding soldiers, and crushed them in the air. The huge scene immediately made all the nearby 11th level lords look over here, with a look of shock on their faces. What a terrifying skill! This aura, I'm afraid it's almost catching up with the Chaos Beast. No, I feel it's stronger than the Chaos Beast. Is this a combined attack skill of the plant system? Impossible. Even the combined attack skill of the 9-piece godhead can't have this kind of power. They are not unfamiliar with the combined attack skill of the plant-type emerald green dragon, which is also one of the unique burst abilities of the plant system. But after so many years in the 10,000 worlds, they have never seen such an exaggerated combined attack skill. It's even more terrifying than the Chaos Beast they encountered in the monster space before. Not to mention the insect lord, who was closest to them, who was stunned by the scene in front of him. Just one blow, his army of nearly 30,000 flying ants was completely destroyed, and not even the corpses were left. Is this really the strength that a 6-piece godhead lord army can exert? He believed that those green dragons were transformed from high-level lords. If it weren't for the large number of his insect-type troops, I'm afraid they would have been wiped out by this blow. Baidu and Baisho, who were fighting fiercely with the opposing lord not far away, were also shocked and turned their heads to look at the giant tornado that was destroying the world. When the strong wind died down, there was only a pile of broken limbs and a huge deep pit that was drilled out. Like a cemetery. Go! Without giving the opponent a chance to react, Lin Yu gave the order again. Suddenly, the rest of the royal family jumped up and attacked the insect lord and the remaining crustaceans. Lingxi and the cannons burst out directly. In a burst of sparks, the long-range skills instantly locked the insect lord and flew straight towards him. Feeling the fatal threat, the insect lord suddenly woke up. And while retreating violently, he urged the power of rules. And an arc-shaped shield appeared in front of him. The attack of Lingxi's cannon fell on the shield and was deflected. And he easily avoided it. At the same time, the armored insects below also had arc-shaped shields appearing one after another, all of which had the effect of attack deflection, deflecting all the mushrooms and dandelions that fell on him. Really difficult. Lin Yu frowned, because he didn't want to face the Lord of Nine Godheads the most. Not only was his attribute higher than his, but he also had many means. Even if his 10 royal families attacked together, they could only barely suppress the opponent, and there was no way to cause much damage, let alone kill him, unless he also had 9 godheads. Or, Lin Yu couldn't help but look at the corpses all around, and the large area of lava behind the Realm Alliance army. Just at this time, Beidou and Baisho, whose mechanical overload state ended, retreated together, and it was obvious that they couldn't do anything to each other. What an annoying guy. If we don't get rid of him, we probably won't be able to launch a sneak attack, Baisho said with an unhappy look on his face, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. No way. The war has just begun. Let's wait for another opportunity. Lin Yu casually cast a doom countdown on Beidou to restore his condition. Then the healing troops flew, and pieces of life breath fell, healing their injuries. The same was true for the 3 people on the opposite side. After retreating, they also recovered under the treatment of the Angel Lord, while staring at them closely. At this time, on the other side, the 10th level battlefield was completely different from the anxious state of the 11th level, and the battle was extremely fierce, especially somewhere in the corner. Yanlai and Sidujian, who had just been promoted to the 10th level not long ago, jointly attacked and beat the Lord with 4 pieces of divine fragments on the opposite side. Finally, they seized the opportunity at the moment when the opponent turned around to escape and blocked all his ways. Die! Sidujian shouted violently, and insects emerged all over the sky. The powerful strength of the 9 pieces of divine fragments instantly dismembered the Lord on the spot. Then a crystal shining with colorful light flew up. Very good. This is the second piece. Keep going. Yanlai licked his bloody lips, gathered his troops again, and rushed towards the other enemies with Sidujian. Chapter 628, The Power of the Clone. Charge. Kill. The deafening shouts of killing echoed in my ears. The battle between the 2 camps lasted for half a day, and there was no intention to stop. Countless armies collided with each other, fighting fiercely at the edge of the Black Land. When one army fell, another army would immediately take its place, and there was an endless supply. The lords who had exhausted their arms rushed back to the war camp, returned to the territory to replenish their arms, and then rushed back to join the battle. In the endless void above, the battlefield of the emperors continued to collapse, and the might of destroying the world spread all around, relying on the advantage in numbers. The front line of the anti-alliance camp gradually advanced, and slowly came to the edge of the Black Land covered with flames. Give up. You can't repel us. On the 11th level battlefield, Lin Yu and his team fought back and forth with the 3 lords on the opposite side, and had been fighting for several hours. But in the end, no one could do anything to anyone. The main reason is that both sides have healers, although the angel lords on the opposite side are not as good as Lin Yu's legendary troops. They have the advantage of 3 godheads, which can barely make up for the gap. So a result was created. The 2 sides fought back and forth, and were in a stalemate for a while. Even Lin Yu's royal troops were on guard, and they retreated every time they burst into an attack, not fighting him head-on. Moreover, it was not easy for Lin Yu to resist the powerful offensive of the 9 godheads, and the royal family around him barely suppressed the opponent. He has been waiting for the opportunity to use the law of time. The consumption of this skill is too great. If he can't kill with one blow, the huge consumption will bring him very serious consequences. But there is a problem. The The three guys on the opposite side are too smart. Seeing that the situation is not good, they immediately distanced themselves and didn't give him a chance to attack. Obviously, they are all veterans on the battlefield and are extremely sensitive to danger. If we keep fighting like this, it will be dark. After exchanging punches with the Angel Lord on the opposite side, Baisho retreated violently and said with a gloomy face, "We really need to find a way to get rid of them." Beidou also looked extremely solemn. The long battle not only left little rule power in their bodies, but also consumed a lot of mental and physical strength. But they couldn't retreat easily. If they let the three lords of the 9 godheads on the opposite side go, it would definitely be very unfavorable for their side. The other side obviously knew this, so they kept using the tactic of delaying and were not in a hurry to fight them head-on. "I think our chance has come." Suddenly, Lin Yu's voice sounded on the side. Just as the two were talking, the front line of the anti-alliance finally advanced to the Black Land. Lin Yu, who was still waiting for an opportunity, suddenly had a gleam of light in his eyes. "Brother Shengyu, do you have a way?" Beidou and Baisho looked at him. "There is indeed a way, but I need you to help me hold those three guys back temporarily. Just for 1 minute. Lin Yu stared at the Black Land not far away with a serious look. Because of the long-term rule of demons, the area in front of him was almost covered by demon fire, burning the ground black. Such a harsh environment is definitely a great weakening for other plant systems. But for him, it is heaven. 1 minute? Okay. Leave it to us. Beidou was shocked and did not doubt Lin Yu's words. He looked at the beasts and rushed out immediately, heading straight for the three lords on the opposite side. Wu Ying, Qianlong. Lin Yu did not hesitate, shouted to the people below, and then appeared at the edge of the Black Land in a flash, detonating the corpses around him and absorbing all their blood. Wu Ying and Qianlong, who were fighting fiercely with the insect army, received the signal and immediately withdrew and quickly came to his left and right. Then, together with him, he stepped into the land burning with hellfire, and his body began to twist constantly. On the other side, seeing Beidou and Baisho rushing towards them again, the three people on the opposite side immediately sneered. "It's useless. I said you can't beat us. You are too naive to want to beat us after just fusing the 9th godhead." As soon as the three people finished speaking, they suddenly rushed out and collided fiercely with Beidou and the others, and fought fiercely in the air. However, at this moment, the Angel Lord discovered something and suddenly looked down. No. Look down. What is that? At the position where the two armies were facing each other, Lin Yu and Wu Ying stood in a burning demon fire, their bodies constantly twisted, and phantom clones that looked exactly like them appeared one by one. 1 divided into 2. 2 divided into 4. 4 divided into 8. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen clones appeared around them, and they were still exponentially increasing. Not good. It's a clone skill. Stop him. The Elemental Lord face changed, and he wanted to rush over to stop Lin Yu. But immediately, he was stopped by Beidou, who activated the mechanical overload. "If you want to get close to him, you have to get past me first." Before the voice fell, a punch filled with terrifying power had already hit the other party, forcing the Elemental Lord to use all his strength to resist, and the whole person was shaken back. The other two were about to take action, but they were immediately stopped by the army of beasts led by Baisho, and it was difficult to escape for a while. Until then, the number of phantom clones around Lin Yu finally exploded completely, reaching more than 100, and their heads suddenly raised, with cold light pointing directly to the sky. "Go!" With a loud shout, hundreds of Lin Yu exploded the power of rules at the same time, and the terrifying might turned into air waves sweeping around. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, the ground collapsed, and countless vines soared into the sky, gathering into a terrifying beast in the sky, and crashed straight into the three people from the Realm Alliance in the distance. How is it possible? The three people were horrified, and they had never expected that Lin Yu would have such a method. They knew the phantom clone skills of the plant system, and they could never do this, let alone use the same skills as the Lord. In horror, they finally dared not hold back, and used their best methods, and their momentum soared. The Elemental Lord even directly entered the elemental incarnation state and retreated violently. However, at this time, dozens of phantom clones suddenly teleported into the air and surrounded them, and the clones of Wu Ying and Qianlong were everywhere below. Before they could escape through space, powerful skills burst out one after another. Void space, The majesty of the king. A feast for gluttons. Gravity field. Shadow kill. Dragon breath. All the great skills of the royal family were used as if they were free, turning into a monstrous force and slamming down on the three people. For a moment, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered. The exaggerated scene immediately shocked the other lords around to look over here, each with a shocked look on their faces. Such a strong breath. This is really a battle between 11 levels. What is that? How can there be so many phantom clones? There are such monsters in the Anti-Alliance. Not to mention the lords on the side of the Realm Alliance. Even the Anti-Alliance side was shocked to the extreme, and fled in fear, fearing that they would be affected by this terrifying blow. And the three people of the Realm Alliance, who were at the center of the drastic change, were like rags at this time, and were vomiting blood and flew backwards by the attack of dozens of phantom clones. Just a face-to-face encounter. The defense was penetrated and seriously injured. However, they are the lords of the 9 godheads after all, and their ability to save their lives is not comparable to that of ordinary people. They took on the joint attack of so many clones. Seeing that the phantom's continuous effects ended and disappeared one after another, he immediately looked at Lin Yu below with resentment. Retreat. He gritted his teeth, and immediately burst out with amazing momentum, rushing towards the rear of the Realm Alliance army at a high speed. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately wanted to continue chasing. However, the next second, a strong sense of dizziness came, because the Phantom Walker's skill effects were triggered too much. It almost consumed his already limited rule power. So he had to stop chasing. What a pity. Lin Yu sighed. If they advance faster and enter the flame zone earlier, he will have more rule power left in his body. Maybe they can really create a miracle and successfully kill the Lord of the 9 Godheads. Of course, the premise is that other lords do not interfere. Brother Xingyu, are you okay? Beidou and the other two who reacted immediately noticed that Lin Yu's breath had weakened, and teleported directly to his side. And their eyes were still filled with deep shock and horror. With one person's strength, he severely injured 3 top lords with 9 godheads. If this spread out, it would definitely cause a sensation. You know, Lin Yu only has 6 godheads now. They dare not imagine how powerful he will be when he has 9 godheads. This kind of monster is really the lord of their primitive world. Could it be the reincarnation of a god? I'm fine. Lin Yu waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. After fusing 6 godheads, the recovery speed of the rule power of the creation armor has reached 60%. As long as he rests for a while, he can recover some energy, which has no effect on him. It's just that he is a little exhausted. It's good that you're fine. Beidou was relieved when he heard this. It's a pity that we couldn't kill those 3 guys. They ran so fast, Baisho said with regret. There's nothing we can do. If the lords with 9 godheads were so easy to kill, we wouldn't have been dragged on for so long. Lin Yu was open-minded and didn't feel so regretful. Instead, he had a clear understanding of his own strength. With his current strength, he was not inferior to the top lords with 9 godheads. With the royal family, he could even suppress them. If he encountered a suitable environment like this, he would be able to greatly improve his combat power. So his real target should be the lords with 8 godheads or less. He must take advantage of this rare opportunity to kill the lord on the opposite side and seize the 7th godhead. Look! There's a guy with 6 godheads over there. Suddenly, Baisho shouted excitedly. Lin Yu, who was recovering, couldn't help but raise his head and look in the direction Baisho pointed. When he saw the other person's appearance clearly, he was stunned at first, and then his eyes gradually narrowed. That person was no one else. It was the 11th rank lord who had hunted him down before. The Fierce Wind King. Chapter 629, The Battle Between Gale and Plants. Is it him? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes gradually when he saw Life Feng fighting with other lords in the distance. When he was chased by that guy before, he was only at level 10. He used up all his life-saving methods and escaped with great difficulty despite being seriously injured. But in a blink of an eye, he has risen to level 11, reaching the same level as the other party. And even the number of godheads is exactly the same. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Why? Do you know him? Beidou asked puzzledly. Well, we had a little feud before, and it's just right to settle it today. When Lin Yu just upgraded to level 10, the reason why the designated godhead obtained from the latter chose the elemental system was largely because of this guy. Now that they meet again, they naturally can't let each other go so easily. After hearing his words, Beidou and Baisho showed a thoughtful expression. Elemental system. We don't seem to lack this system's godhead. But if we can get it, we can try to exchange it with other lords for other systems. It is not easy to trade godheads between lords. First, few people have extra godheads. After all, it is so difficult to obtain. Second, they basically will not exchange godheads with lords from other realms. Because they don't want to see the godhead they exchanged out suddenly make the other side have an emperor. Unless they really need this godhead. The biggest possibility is that it will rot in their hands. People in the same realm can only exchange it when they get the godhead they already have. In this case, Beidou and I will be responsible for holding the two people next to him. And you will find a chance to get rid of him. Bai Shou didn't say much nonsense and made a decision immediately. After a simple treatment and recovery on the spot. After restoring half of the power of rules, Lin Yu retreated to the back of the battle line with them and went around to the position of Lai Feng. At this time, Lai Feng, who was completely unaware of the situation, was besieging the two lords of the anti-alliance with his two companions. What's wrong? Weren't you very good at fighting just now? Why can't you fight now? Fight back. Let me see your strength. You are such a waste. You dare not fight me head-on. Arrogant ridicules came out from Liu Feng's mouth. And the expression on his face was also extremely arrogant. The fierce wind skills kept flying out of his hands. And the undead lord in front of him was defeated step by step. And the surrounding space was cut into terrifying cracks. And his companions were not weak. All of them reached the level of 7 godheads, which made it even more difficult for the two anti-alliance lords to resist. Lai Feng, you can't go on. At this time, Liu Feng's companions reminded him. Because he was too selfless in the battle. He unknowingly advanced to the rear of the anti-alliance army and left the team of the Boundary Alliance. Lai Feng was shocked. And obviously knew that he couldn't go on. So he immediately gave up the attack and turned back to his own team. But at this time, a sound of breaking through the air came. And without any warning, a stream of flame shot out, heading straight for his vitals. What? Liu Feng's face suddenly changed. And he activated his life-saving skill, rock armor, without even thinking, and condensed a layer of armor made of solid rock on his body. And then, he retreated violently. Boom! With a loud bang, a large piece of flame exploded at his waist. The rock armor that reduced 50% of the damage was directly blasted with a big hole. And the armor was blasted to pieces. If he hadn't reacted in time to avoid the vitals, he would have died on the spot. Lai Feng. The two companions reacted and wanted to come up to rescue immediately. But immediately, two figures teleported in front of the two and blocked their way. It was Beidou and Bai Shou, who came from the other end of the battlefield. Who? Lai Feng looked in the direction of the attack and looked around with a vigilant look. At the same time, he was shocked. The power of the attack just now. If he had not reacted in time, he would have been seriously injured. Or even turned into a cold corpse. Such power. I am afraid that even a lord with 9 godheads cannot easily do it. How could such a strong man suddenly set his sights on him? It's only been a few months since we last met. Have you forgotten me so quickly? Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded behind him. Lai Feng was startled, turned around and looked behind him, and saw a figure standing in the air, staring at him. The entire battlefield was surrounded by a large number of strange plants, and their bodies were constantly twisting. It's you? The memory of the 11th level lord is amazing. At a glance, Lai Feng recognized Lin Yu, who was the 10th level lord he had chased during the battle between the camps a few months ago. But now, Lin Yu standing in front of him has risen to the 11th level, and his momentum is even stronger than his. How is this possible? Lai Feng was shocked. In just less than 3 months, an ant that he didn't even need to look at had grown to this point. How could there be such a monster in the Wanjia continent? How dare he think more? He immediately summoned all the wind element soldiers to his side, and his body burst into amazing momentum. I let you escape last time, but it won't be so easy this time. Come on! With a loud shout, a violent gust of wind blew around more than 20,000 wind element masters, turning into wind blades all over the sky and sweeping towards Lin Yu on the opposite side. The talent displayed by Lin Yu is really terrifying. If he continues to let it go like this, it will inevitably reach a point that even he is afraid of. And he will never let himself go easily at that time. He must be completely wiped out before he grows up. Think about it. Li Feng directly detonated the power of rules, activated the elemental incarnation, and his whole body turned into a hurricane. And the power of all wind element skills increased by 50%. the vast elemental power condensed in front of him, and a giant wind blade that seemed to cut through the sky swept out. Wherever he went, a hurricane suddenly rose, turning into a terrifying gust of wind sweeping around. You really haven't made any progress at all, Lin Yu sneered, and launched a savage roar. A large red glow enveloped the plant army and Beidou, and the others, who were already fighting fiercely in the distance. Then, he stretched out his arm, and several mirror walls appeared in front of him. Boom! The giant wind blade exploded in the sky, shaking the entire sky violently, and countless small wind blades shot out from the center of the explosion. The skills of the two were completely dissipated in the explosion. It turned out to be a fight of equal strength. You know, his elemental incarnation greatly increased the power of elemental skills. He couldn't do anything to the opponent even like this? Lifeng was shocked. He didn't expect that his strongest attack would be blocked so easily. And his face suddenly turned cold. He no longer held back, and the hurricane surged all over his body. The terrifying storm almost covered the entire area within a mile, causing the entire sky to shake violently. The next second, he shattered the void with one kick, and the whole person turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Lin Yu. He collided with Lin Yu fiercely and started a fierce battle in the air. In a moment, the strong wind gathered, and countless plants emerged crazily, constantly exploding in the sky. And dozens of rounds of fighting took place in a blink of an eye. And the army of plants below, led by the royal family, also resisted the wind blades on the opposite side and got into a melee with those wind elements. However, how could the ordinary and rare soldiers with only 6 godheads be the opponents of the royal family and legendary soldiers? In just one encounter, nearly half of the wind elements were possessed by the dandelion seeds blooming from the soul-chasing dream tree. And they fell into the illusion of killing one by one and began to fight each other. The huge vines of the green vines swung wildly in the air. Every swing could defeat several wind element bodies and dissipate them in the air. The Green Dragon Legion relied on the blessing of the Overlord of the Sky and crushed them all the way under the leadership of Qianlong. The cannons below were firing continuously with a team of legendary ice and fire peas, targeting the wind elements in the air, specifically aiming at their elemental cores. This was simply a completely unequal massacre. How could it be? Lifeng, who was fighting fiercely with Lin Yu in the air, was terrified as he watched his army of wind elements being routed. They both had 6 godheads. So why were his troops so much stronger? Unfortunately, before he could think about it, Lin Yu's attack fell again. The sharp leaves, like a green torrent, cut through the space and shot towards him, forcing him to use wind skills to resist and crush those leaves into pieces. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Although the elemental incarnation only increased the power of elemental skills, it was no match for the all-attribute improvement of his wild roar. But the 50% power bonus was still very terrifying. Moreover, this skill continuously consumed the power of rules without cooling, and it could be activated as long as there was the power of rules. Even if he used the Devour skill and the Absolute Domain to clear the state, he could still activate it again. But it would only take a little time, so he had to pay attention to it. Of course, it was just a little bit of attention, because he knew very well that the incarnation skill consumed a huge amount of rule power. And even if the opponent had items to restore energy, he would definitely not last for 3 minutes. The reason why he did not use the phantom clone tactics was because he wanted to hold the opponent back until the elemental incarnation ended. In addition, the lava land was far away from here. By the time he got the clone out, the opponent would probably have run away. So he simply gave up this plan, seeing that the wind elemental troops below were in disarray. With less than half left, Lin Yu finally fixed his eyes. It's time to act. As his mind moved slightly, Lingxi, Ming, Qianlong, and the cannons, who had the ability to fly and long-range sniping, turned their spearheads and quickly surrounded his side. Damn it! Liefeng's face changed greatly. He realized that during the fierce battle with Lin Yu, he had unknowingly entered the encirclement of the plant army. In just a blink of an eye, Qianlong, who had stacked the dragon's fury state to the maximum value through fighting with the wind element, launched a giant dragon attack and turned into a residual shadow to rush straight towards him. Get out of the way! With a loud shout, Lifeng directly transformed into a 1,000-foot elemental giant and punched Qianlong with a punch infused with wild wind. Bang! All with a shrill scream, Lifeng in the elemental incarnation state was slapped away by Qianlong's claws, spitting blood and flying backwards. Lin Yu sneered. Qianlong is his royal family, with the highest strength attribute. Not only does he have 50% of the power blessed by Dragon's Fury, but he also has an additional 20% bonus to the Dragon's power from the Sky Overlord. Under the full burst, even the 9 godheads dare not take his attack head-on. Chapter 630 Reincarnation. Lai Feng stabilized his body, and was extremely shocked. He looked at the plant dragon in the distance in disbelief. He didn't understand why the power of a plant soldier could be so strong that even his elemental incarnation could not resist it. But he didn't have the chance to think about it. The attacks of the other 3 royal families followed closely. Ling Shi's long-range magic, the deadly sniping of the cannon, and Kong Ming's void space fell almost at the same time. Escape. This was Lai Feng's only thought at this time. Almost without hesitation. While the elemental incarnation lasted for a few seconds, a violent gust of wind condensed a large wind wall around him, and the whole person turned into a sharp arrow and retreated in the direction of the Boundary Alliance army. As the one with the most acceleration ability among the left and right soldiers, the wind system is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he has reached the edge of the void space range and dodged the joint attack of the 3 royal families. However, at this time Lin Yu, who had seen through his intention, had already blocked him. The power of rules surged, and mirror walls appeared all over the sky, building a transparent wall on the road he had to pass, spreading vertically in all directions. You can't stop me. Lai Feng was very confident about his speed, especially in the state of elemental incarnation. His skills were greatly improved. Without hesitation, he directly activated the 10th level skill of the Wind Elf Army, Gang Feng. Suddenly, his speed suddenly increased, and it doubled in an instant, turning into a residual image that could not be captured by perception and swept outside the transparent wall. In just 2 seconds, he could completely get rid of Lin Yu and retreat to the army of the Realm Alliance. By then, no matter how strong Lin Yu was, he would have no way to deal with him. He lost this battle. But so what? No one can kill a wind attribute elemental lord at full speed. Thinking of this, Lai Feng finally put on a smug smile on his face, and his eyes were extremely ferocious. Sooner or later, he will avenge today's vengeance. No, you can't escape. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded. Liu Feng's expression changed, and before he could react, a strange invisible wave burst out from Lin Yu, covering his escaping figure. His extremely fast speed suddenly slowed down under this wave, becoming as slow as a turtle, and his body, which had transformed into a wind spirit, was instantly revealed. Liu Feng's heart was filled with a huge wave. What kind of power is this? It can actually make his speed so slow that even his movements and the flow of rules in his body have slowed down several times. He struggled desperately and fled to the outside of this quagmire. However, because of this short stay, the power of rules in his body was exhausted, and the elemental incarnation state was automatically lifted. The next second, Lin Yu and several royal families appeared in front of him, and the power of rules gathered crazily, turning into a series of devastating power that fell on him. No! Lai Feng howled in despair, and was instantly drowned by the joint attack of Lin Yu and the royal family, and his body exploded into a ball of blood mist. Kill the 11th level lord of the other plane, and obtain 440.3 billion magic energy. The cold reminder sounded in Lin Yu's mind, making him happy. However, soon, the feeling of weakness from the exhaustion of the power of rules came again, forcing him to terminate the ability of the law of time. Sure enough, the consumption of this ability was still too huge, excluding the power of rules consumed by him fighting with Lai Feng. It only lasted for more than 3 seconds. Even if it was a little slower, it would probably be taken advantage of by the opponent to escape and miss the chance to kill. Without hesitation, he immediately let the remaining power of rules and swallowing the sky to count down the end for himself, and restored the state to 1 minute ago, which was slightly relieved. Then he came to the side of Liu Feng's body and slowly put away the elemental godhood floating in the blood mist. And the shrill howl of Lai Feng just now also attracted the attention of all the 11th level lords around. When they saw the colorful shining elemental godhead in his hand, their faces changed, and they all showed greedy expressions. Damn it! Lai Feng was killed. Retreat! The 2 lords who fought fiercely with Beidou and Baisha were terrified, and even witnessed the process of Lai Feng being killed. After seeing that Lin Yu had such a strange method, they dared not stay for long. They repelled Beidou and Baisha and led their troops to escape back to the army of the Realm Alliance. Beidou and the other two did not chase him, but teleported to join Lin Yu. Brother Shengyu, you actually killed him? Baishou said in shock. He knew very well how terrifying the speed of the Wind Elemental Lord was. If he wanted to escape, no one could catch him. But now he still died in Lin Yu's hands, which really surprised him. Let's leave first. It's not safe here. Beidou glanced at the greedy eyes around him, and said immediately. The appearance of the elemental godhead immediately attracted the attention of all the 11th level lords. If they were not careful, they would be besieged. Okay. Lin Yu also knew that it was not advisable to stay for long. So he immediately put away the godhead, and led the troops to retreat to the rear of the anti-alliance front. It was not until he reached the rear of the army that he got rid of the perception lock of the lords and stopped. After some discussion, Beidou and Baishou agreed that the man was killed by Lin Yu alone. So this elemental godhead belonged to Lin Yu. But Lin Yu also knew, if it weren't for the two of them helping to hold back Liafeng's companions, he wouldn't have been so easy to kill successfully. And finally gave each of them 100,000 rule fragments. Next, all he had to do was find a lord with extra godheads to exchange with him. This battle is expected to last a long time. I have to go back to replenish the troops before coming back. I have to go back too. We lost a lot of troops just now. Then let's meet up later. After saying goodbye to each other, Beidou and Baishou hurried back to the territory. Lin Yu didn't lose many troops because of the powerful attributes of the legendary troops and the defensive talents of the plant system. So he didn't return to the territory for the time being. After a simple rest and recovery, he joined the war again to find the next target. And this battle to attack the home of the Realm Alliance was unexpectedly intense. In a whole day, their front line only advanced a few dozen kilometers. I don't know whether it is because of the backing of the base camp or because of the increase in high-level lords. The defensive strength of the Realm Alliance has been greatly improved this time. The two sides fought fiercely, shouting and killing, and fought back and forth on this black land. And it was difficult to tell the winner. Even the Battle of the Emperors was in a stalemate, with little progress. What made Lin Yu very helpless was that he and Beidou, who came over, finally caught a lone lord and killed him. But what exploded was the Chaos Godhead that had been transformed by evil spirits, which could not be absorbed at all. Damn! How could it be the Chaos Godhead? Looking at the Black Godhead in front of him, Baishou directly cursed. No wonder there are so many high-level lords in their ranks. It is estimated that many of them were forcibly promoted by Chaos Godhead. Beidou said with a serious face. Isn't it said that absorbing Chaos Godhead to the 11th level will make people go crazy? Lin Yu asked in confusion. He still remembers the lord who went crazy after absorbing Chaos Godhead to the 11th level. So that few people dared to absorb this kind of Godhead later. That's not clear. Beidou shook his head seriously. But one thing is certain. The monster behind the Realm Alliance may have mastered a way to make people absorb Chaos Godhead without going crazy. This Lin Yu opened his mouth, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. If that were the case, wouldn't they be able to mass-produce high-level lords? No wonder the emperors were so eager to attack. It was probably because of this. Although the Chaos Godheads that were forcibly upgraded were basically 1 or 2 Godheads, and the threat was not great. But once the number increased, it would not be as simple as a threat. It might even determine the fate of the entire Wanjia continent. Lin Yu didn't know. Their previous guess was actually close to the truth. And just when the two camps were fighting, at the bottom of the deepest abyss in the center of the demon realm, the surging evil spirit surged wildly, constantly spreading outside the abyss. Like a group of swimming black flames, the black evil spirit circled above the abyss, and then sank into the abyss again, gathering towards a young figure sitting cross-legged among the dry bones at the bottom, and constantly condensing in front of him. Then, in a strange heartbeat, a chaos godhead shining with black light gradually condensed, following the slow rhythm of the heart. If Lin Yu were here now, he would definitely recognize the identity of the person in front of him. It was the heart host that had disappeared for a long time. Feng Yin. The only difference from before was that at this time, in addition to the red light of the heart flashing on Feng Yin's chest, there was also a huge torso phantom behind him, which was slowly merging with his body. Come! As long as you merge with me, you can gain supreme power. At that time, even if you don't start reincarnation, you can revive your family again. Hurry up and merge with me. The voice full of temptation continued to echo in the abyss. Feng Yin frowned, seemed to be struggling, and was a little hesitant, and the beating speed of his heart became faster and faster. The voice struck while the iron was hot and sounded again. Don't resist. You are a reincarnation chosen by the Lord God. Like me, you are tasked with changing the rules and starting the reincarnation normally. Have you forgotten your family? The most important people to you? And why you were chosen? As long as you merge with me, you can get everything you want. As the music echoed in his ears, Feng Yan's heart beat faster and faster, and even his body began to tremble. However, in contrast, his struggle became more and more intense, and he did not let the evil spirit outside invade his body. The two forces were deadlocked in the abyss, just like the two camps that are now in a stalemate. Chapter 631 Exchange Conditions. The battle between the two camps lasted for 4 full days before it ended. It was not because one side was defeated. It was because both sides had consumed too much energy and had to temporarily stop fighting and retreat to repair. Huh? Finally it's over. Lin Yu looked at the battlefield full of corpses and breathed a sigh of relief. After 4 consecutive days of fighting, even though his body and spirit had been strengthened to the 11th level, he felt that he was about to collapse. And in these 4 days of fighting, he and Beidou successfully killed 3 11th level lords. But unfortunately, all they got were polluted chaos godheads. Those who relied on their own efforts to improve were like loaches, and they were very difficult to catch. And basically, several of them acted together, and they would not easily be left alone to give them a chance. Especially after those people saw Lin Yu's methods. They were more cautious against him, and retreated directly when they saw that the situation was not good. The next attack will probably not be too long, so go back and repair first, Beidou said with a tired face. Although I didn't get the real godhead, I heard that the 11th level chaos godhead can be exchanged for 50,000 rule fragments. So it's not a loss. Bai Shou grinned. Lin Yu on the side heard this, and his eyes moved immediately, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Can you sell me the chaos godhead you have? I buy it at the same price as you." When he was at the 10th level before, his original universe absorbed the fragments of chaos godhead, which could greatly increase the number of faith fruits. The 11th level should also be able to do so. After all, although this is chaos godhead, it also contains a very huge rule power. What do you want chaos godhead for? Beidou looked puzzled, and Bai Shou looked at him strangely. They naturally didn't think that Lin Yu would use it to fuse directly. After all, with his amazing talent, as long as he didn't die, he would definitely have a great chance to achieve the throne. There was no need to fuse chaos godhead to destroy his future. Don't worry. I won't do anything rash. I just want to do an experiment. If it doesn't work, I exchange it for rule fragments. Lin Yu smiled and said. Beidou looked at him deeply and didn't ask any more questions. Since you want it, of course I can give it to you. Anyway, we can't use it. As he said that, he took out the chaos godhead in his personal space and handed it over. Bai Shou, let alone Bai Shou, was more casual. When he heard that Lin Yu wanted the chaos godhead, he saved the effort of running back to the war camp to exchange it, and he immediately took out his chaos godhead. Take it. This broken thing can't be used. It's too space-consuming to leave it there. Thank you. Lin Yu took the chaos godhead and traded 50,000 rule fragments to each of them. These rule fragments were the remaining 500,000 from the previous infiltration reward, after deducting the part used for the mutant legendary troops and enhanced attributes. There were originally 100,000 left. Now that he had traded it out, he immediately became a pauper, with only the 20,000 or so accumulated by the Origin Universe and the Kingdom in the past few days, which was more than a little short of the 5 million needed to upgrade to the 12th level. However, if the Origin Universe could absorb the Chaos Godhead, that would be another matter. At least in the long run, he would still make money. After thinking about it, he did not stay any longer. He glanced at the scene of the battlefield being cleaned up around him, said goodbye to Beidou and the others, and teleported directly back to the war camp, and returned to the territory through cross-border transmission. I hope it can be absorbed. Coming under the lush world tree, Lin Yu took out the 3 pieces of Chaos Godhead in his personal space and put them in his hand. He took a deep breath and put them all into the Origin Universe. The next second, a familiar scene appeared. As soon as the Chaos Godhead appeared in the Origin Universe, it was wrapped by a force and turned into 3 streams of light that swept towards the world tree. During the flight, the life force around the world tree also cleared the evil spirit on the Godhead and sank into the trunk. Boom! A loud sound spread throughout the original universe. causing the cultivation civilizations in those galaxies to raise their heads and worship the sky devoutly. Then, streams of light swept out from various galaxies and converged towards the World Tree in the center of the universe. The already huge World Tree began to rise rapidly, and the surrounding continental space expanded, gradually appearing mountains, rivers, sun and moon. The originally static space was given the concept of time, and began to flow slowly. However, the biggest change was the fruit of faith on the World Tree. It actually soared from 6,000 to 9,000, almost equivalent to the amount he had gained in the previous month when he killed the Lord monsters in the monster invasion. Counting the daily revenue of the principality, more than 9,000 rule fragments a day. About 1.7 million can be obtained in half a year, which is definitely a big improvement. In other words, he only needs to collect an additional 3.3 million rule fragments. Although the monster invasion is over, a way to obtain a large amount of resources has been lost. But the camp war is not bad either, and it can also allow him to quickly obtain resources. So he must seize this opportunity. Boom! Just thinking about it, a shining beam of light suddenly shot up from a corner of the continent and sank straight into the sky. Then, one after another, large and small lights lit up and appeared in various realms, attracting the attention of the lords of various realms. What's going on? Is there anyone who has advanced to the 10th level again? Not only the 10th level. There seem to be a few who are at the 11th level. Fuck. So many people are advancing together. Are these guys on drugs? The appearance of a series of upgrade phenomena shocked the lords of various realms, and they all dropped the things at hand and talked about it on the channel. There were even a few realms that lit up with a magnificent golden light, which shook the entire Wanjia continent. Great Emperor. A new Great Emperor is born. The lords were shocked and immediately guessed the meaning of the golden light. Only when a lord is promoted to the Great Emperor will such an exaggerated phenomenon that spreads throughout the entire Wanjia continent appear. Indistinctly, one can even feel a terrifying aura spreading out and rushing straight into the void. It seems that this 4-day camp war has made a lot of gains in each realm, and so many high-level lords have been promoted at once. It seems that they have discussed it well. Even the Realm Alliance has seen a lot of upgrade phenomena. The appearance of the new 11th level lord has also made the high level of both camps active, and they have begun to investigate the identities of those people and plan to snipe them on the battlefield. Lin Yu is also very tempted. It is not easy for him to kill lords with more than 5 godheads, but there is still a great chance for lords with 1 or 2 godheads. But before he could go to the war camp to find out, a private message suddenly popped up and appeared in front of all the 11th level lords in the original world at the same time. Lin Yu clicked on it and saw that it was sent by Emperor Xiangyue. It recorded the information of the 11th level lords, who were upgraded this time, and their domains, from head to toe, with no omissions, which shocked him. What a fast speed! Is this the method of the Emperor? It is possible to collect such detailed information in such a short time. It is worthy of being the Emperor Xiangyue, who is responsible for collecting intelligence in their primitive world. What Lin Yu did not expect was that, not long after Emperor Xiangyue sent out the message, in the direction of Xiangyu Empire, a light of upgrading to the 11th level also lit up, attracting the attention of all the lords of the primitive world. This location. Could it be Liku? Lin Yu thought of something, and immediately teleported away from the kingdom and rushed towards the direction of Xiangyu Empire. He had never been to Xiangyu Empire, but he knew that it was at the southernmost tip of the continent, not too far from them. In less than half an hour, he had crossed a quarter of the continent and came to the territory of Xiangyu Empire. The upgrade light was indeed in the empire. He shuttled through space again and appeared near the light. He saw Liku sitting cross-legged in the territory and Emperor Xiangyue standing by. Not long after, other 11th level lords also arrived to investigate the situation. Even Beidou and Baisho, who had just separated not long ago, appeared and nodded to Lin Yu. Boom! A surge of breath spread out. Liku finally succeeded in upgrading to the 11th level, and his tightly closed eyes slowly opened. Absorbed this too. Emperor Xiangyue nodded with satisfaction, and took out 2 complete godheads and a resource ball full of rule fragments from the space without any taboo, and handed them to Liku, who had just upgraded. The shining colorful light immediately made the lords, who came here, bulge their eyes and show envious expressions. 2 godheads in one shot. Is this the foundation of the old emperor? They are naturally very clear about Emperor Xiangyue's actions. Just want others to know that her son now has 3 godheads. which is not something that can be easily taken. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a shout sounded, interrupting Emperor Xiangyue's action. She frowned and turned to look at the source of the voice. When she saw that it was Lin Yu who spoke, her expression relaxed. Brother Yu? Why are you here too? Li Ke looked up in surprise. Lin Yu did not stop, and appeared in front of the mother and son in a flash, bowed to Emperor Xiangyue, and then said, I have an elemental godhead. Can I exchange it with the Emperor for the humanoid one in my hand? As he said that, he took out the elemental godhead that he had obtained before from his personal space, which immediately caused a commotion among the other lords. You actually have extra godheads in your hand? Emperor Xiangyue looked at the godhead that Lin Yu took out in surprise. The godhead she gave to Li Ke was humanoid and mechanical, and there happened to be one that Lin Yu could use. So when he saw the two divine bodies, Lin Yu was so excited that he didn't care about much and came to the two of them immediately. Li Ke didn't think much after hearing this. Anyway, he could integrate both the humanoid system and the elemental system, so he was ready to agree to the exchange. However, Emperor Xiangyue took the lead and said, exchange is possible, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. Please say. Lin Yu's eyes condensed, and he saw that Emperor Xiangyue was serious. It's very simple. I want you to protect my son at a critical moment. Emperor Xiangyue said lightly. He has just upgraded to the 11th level, and there will definitely be many people who pay attention to him. I can't take care of him too much in the next camp war, so I hope you can help him when he is in danger. If you can agree, I can agree to exchange with you. Chapter 632 The Strongest Human Race. Finally, Lin Yu got the human form godhood as he wished. The conditions of Emperor Xiangyue were nothing to him. After all, Li Ke was his friend and had helped him a lot before. Even if Emperor Xiangyue didn't say it, he couldn't watch Li Ke being besieged by other lords. So he naturally agreed. But there is one thing that deserves his attention. That is Emperor Xiangyue's reaction. Even a person of this level can't take care of others. The next camp war is likely to be very severe. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. Then, I go back first and won't disturb Li Ke's upgrade here. After congratulating Li Ke, Lin Yu didn't stay for long. He tore open the space and prepared to teleport back to the kingdom. At this time, the voice of Emperor Xiangyue suddenly came. Improve your strength as soon as possible. The next Wanjia continent will depend on you. Her voice was not loud, as if she was talking to Li Ke, and it seemed that she was talking to Lin Yu specifically. Lin Yu paused, his expression somewhat surprised. Rely on them? What does that mean? For some reason, he always felt that Emperor Xiangyue knew something. After all, as the emperor in their primitive world, who was responsible for collecting intelligence on the 10,000 worlds, he would definitely know more about the secrets behind the 10,000 worlds continent. It was just a pity. Before he could ask more, Emperor Xiangyue had teleported away and disappeared directly in the territory. In desperation, he had to enter the space channel and teleport back to the direction of the kingdom. It was not until he returned to the territory that he took out the humanoid godhead that had just been exchanged from the space. May I ask if you want to merge? Godhead, humanoid? Once merged, it cannot be changed or dissolved. So please decide carefully. Merge. Take a deep breath and choose to merge directly. Then, the godhead burst into dazzling light and slowly merged into his body. When it was completely merged with the 6 godheads in his body, a prompt of successful fusion sounded. Lin Yu was very excited and quickly checked his personal interface. The average attribute of 1.7 million can reach 2 million with the blessing of Savage Roar. It is 100,000 higher than the Lord of 9 divine bodies. In other words, at this time, his strength can already suppress the top lords. According to the practitioners, that is half a step to the Emperor level, or the 11th level extreme. Then, he casually clicked on the attribute of one of the royal families and took a look. Name, Emerald Dragon King Qinlong, Royal Family, Race, Plant, Hero, Level, 11th level. Skills, Phantom Walker. Super Regeneration. Dragon Assault. Air Overlord. Destruction Dragon Breath. Rule Transformation. Attributes can be improved by absorbing rule fragments. Dragon's Fury. For every friendly dragon death, all attributes are increased by 5%. Up to 10 layers. And lasts for 10 seconds. Introduction. The Supreme Dragon King of the Green Dragon Clan has the ability to command all Emerald Green Dragons and greatly improve the aerial combat capability of the clan. It can be said that Qianlong is definitely Lin Yu's current soldier, with the highest comprehensive attributes. Not only does the Sky Overlord passively increase its strength by 20%, it also gains a 20% melee physique bonus from Qin Gang's battlefield domination, adding Ling Qi's 10% permanent aura of all attributes. It is equivalent to having an extra godhead, and the attributes are even more abnormal than his as a lord. Lin Yu couldn't help but complain. The attribute auras of the royal families are all for specific objects, which are of no use to him. For example, Ling Qi's natural affinity aura is to specify the plant type to increase all attributes by 10%. Qin Gang's battlefield domination talent specifies the melee type to increase physique by 20%. Qianlong's Sky Overlord is even more direct, only effective against the Dragon Clan, increasing strength by 20%. Even the Forest Sage's casting speed and reduced consumption, and the blood-sucking effect of the King of Swallowing Sky Flower are all friendly type and Piranha plant type. So he deserves to be a lord instead of a type? But it is precisely because of this Lin Yu discovered a rule. That is, after the potential level of a soldier is raised to the royal family, it will have a bonus effect on the corresponding tribe. It is like a leader is born in the tribe, which will greatly increase the combat power of the same soldier. And on the contrary, if a king appears in this tribe, a second one cannot be born. This is why he is never mutated into a royal family of the same type, because there can only be one king. Interesting. Lin Yu smiled, and felt that the soldier system of this world was more and more magical and mysterious, and he was more looking forward to what level the royal family would be in the future. But what is more important now is to collect the last 3 pieces of godhood as soon as possible. Otherwise everything will be in vain. Especially after seeing the abnormal reaction of Emperor Xiangyue today. He felt that something big might happen next. He must improve his own strength as much as possible, so that he can survive in the flood of this era. After thinking about it, Lin Yu took a look at the Upgrade Requirements interface. Upgrade Requirements: 500 billion magic energy, 5 million rule fragments. Plants 1/1. Humanoid 1/1. Humanoid 1/1. Beasts 0/1. Insects 1/1. Undead 0/1. Machinery 1/1. Elements 1/1. Angels 0/1. Demons January 1st. He has already gathered 500 billion magic energy, so he doesn't have to worry at all. So what he lacks now is 5 million rule fragments and the 3 godheads of beasts, undead, and angels. Beasts and undead are easy to say. The racial advantage is 50-50 with the plant system. What he is most worried about is the angel system. As a race with the most defense means and auxiliary abilities, it is very strong to save its life, and it is not easy to kill it. In addition, he does not have the angel godhead. If the opponent has a plant godhead, it will suppress him even more, and the attack and defense will increase by 10%. This must be prevented. It seems that we have to find a suitable target. Lin Yu closed the interface and got up to do other things, and dealt with various problems in the kingdom. Soon, 3 days passed. Just as Beta guessed before, the war did not subside for long, and it kicked off again. All lords received the assembly order. Early in the morning, Lin Yu came to the war camp through cross-border transmission and joined the lords. At this time, the war camp that should have been in the rear had also been moved to the edge of the Dark Land by the emperors, further pressuring the old nest of the Realm Alliance. Wherever he looked, there were lords from both camps, almost covering the entire sky and the ground. The black mass was endless, and they confronted each other far away across the place where the previous battle took place. But what surprised Lin Yu was that, this time, the highest commander on the opposite side was changed from the Demon Realm's Demon Emperor to the Eternal Realm's Thousand Machine Emperor, standing at the front of the 2 camps. The Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor collided fiercely. You didn't defend the Eternal Realm, but came here specially. Are you trying to do something again? The Dragon Emperor's voice was extremely loud, and even accompanied by a faint dragon roar. As the top golden holy dragon in the dragon race, his strength can be said to be above all the emperors. But facing such a powerful Dragon Emperor, the Thousand Machine Emperor on the opposite side was not weak at all, and his momentum was even able to compete with the Dragon Emperor. If the Dragon Emperor is the strongest of the beast race, then Thousand Machine is the strongest among the human race. It's a pity that he is on the side of the Realm Alliance, and he is the culprit who provoked the entire 10,000 Worlds War, which makes the human lords on the anti-alliance side despise him and think that he has lost the face of all human races. What can I do? It's just because the Saint Emperor is too tough. So we let Mo Luo go to deal with him. Isn't this just what you want? The Emperor Qianji smiled and looked calm. As long as the lords, who have a little knowledge of the secrets of the various realms, know that the Emperor Qianji has a grudge against the Dragon Emperor, and Mo Luo and the Saint Emperor are the strongest of the demons and angels respectively, and they are even more incompatible, the move of the Realm Alliance is probably not a good move. It makes the lords below feel that a storm is coming, and they are ready for a decisive battle. Be careful when the battle starts. Don't rush too far ahead. Lin Yu whispered to Li Ke beside him. Beside them, Beidou and Baisho were also present, looking eager to try. Because just yesterday, Lin Yu contacted them and said that he would use Li Ke's bait to once again implement his plan to lure and kill other lords when he just upgraded to the 11th level. In response, the two naturally agreed and planned to do a big fight today. When the battle starts, it is estimated that many people will take action. If there are too many people, don't fight too long, Beidou said with a serious face. Last time, when the old king of the 11th level was besieged and killed, he was nearby and saw with his own eyes how crazy those lords were to get the godhood, and they didn't even have time to rescue him. So he was extremely cautious in this bait operation. Even the rough beasts rarely showed a serious expression and secretly alerted their surroundings. Don't worry. My mother gave me a lot of life-saving things. I won't die so easily. Li Ke came to the 11th level battlefield for the first time, and he seemed a little nervous, but more excited. His eyes kept looking out. Lin Yu took a look at the 11th level equipment on his body that was almost armed to the teeth, and didn't know how to complain. The life-saving method of the rich second generation is so simple and unpretentious. His eyes also fell on the opposite 11th level team, looking for the few lords who had just advanced, intending to see if there was a chance to attack later. Then not long after, the Dragon Emperor's loud shout exploded from the void. Everyone, listen up. Attack! Chapter 633 A good start. Attack! Charge! Accompanied by the order of the Dragon Emperor and Qianji, the armies of both sides suddenly turned into a tide and fiercely merged together on the dark ground below. Instantly, dense attacks gushed out and madly bombarded each other across the front line. The whole scene was extremely chaotic, and it was almost impossible to see the shadows of the frontline soldiers. The auxiliary soldiers in the back kept lighting up, casting various blessing skills for the frontline soldiers. The three major healing soldiers, angels, plants, and elements, burst out with large areas of healing light, falling to every corner of the battlefield to support the frontline soldiers. Here they come! Suddenly, Beidou, who was hiding on the side, shouted in a low voice. As soon as the battle started, more than a dozen figures approached this side at a rapid speed, directly locking onto Li Ke, who was standing alone in the sky. Seeing this, Lin Yu and Baisho, who were hiding on the other side, suddenly looked stern, and the power of rules began to operate secretly in their bodies. Unexpectedly, the other party seemed to have guessed that they would set an ambush. The leading humanoid sea lord with 9 divine attributes sneered, and a large number of rare sea monsters appeared and blew the conch in their hands directly. Woo! The melodious sound spread out, turning into circles of sound waves visible to the naked eye, spreading rapidly, covering the entire area where they were. Affected by the sound of nature, all soldiers fell into a state of confusion and completely lost their fighting spirit for 10 seconds. The effect of the armor of creation was triggered, reducing 70% of abnormal states, and the confusion state was shortened to 3 seconds. 2 consecutive reminders sounded in Lin Yu's mind, which startled him. Although the attributes of their lords were much higher than the soldiers and would not be affected, the soldiers were not. In the blink of an eye, the soldiers ambushed around them fell into confusion and kept spinning in place. You are 100 years too early to ambush us. The Sea Clan Lord grinned with a mouth full of fangs, and his words were full of disdain. The other lords did not waste words. A large number of soldiers were summoned by them, and at the same time, they operated the power of rules and launched a fierce attack on Li Ke in the air. More than a dozen 11th level lords attacked at the same time, and their might was terrifying. And in order to kill Li Ke in one blow, almost all of them used the strongest means, causing the entire sky to tremble violently. The majesty of the king. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Ling Shi, who should have been in a state of confusion, suddenly raised her staff and activated the skill of the majesty of the king. and Qin Gang's Savage Roar also broke out. Buzz. With the blessing of Savage Roar and exclusive talent, Ling Qi's spiritual attribute directly reached 2.3 million. A supreme majesty erupted from her, suppressing the dozen lords and their troops. What? The Sea Clan Lord face changed. He didn't expect that there were troops that were not affected by his siren's song. This required at least twice the attributes of his troops to achieve this. What shocked him and other lords even more was that under the cover of this majesty, as soon as their attack was launched, a backlash force immediately emerged and exploded on them. Puff! More than a dozen 11th level lords were all hit hard and flew away. Some were directly hit back by their full strength attack and were seriously injured, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of their mouths. Even the troops who were casting skills below collapsed one by one and quickly withered. This is the side effect of the King's Majesty. When launching an attack, it will cause equal damage to oneself. It can be said that Lin Yu chose the right time very accurately. Just at the point where they were about to attack, the purifying light of Kongming also fell, clearing the confusion effect on other soldiers. A bunch of idiots. You've been fooled. The beast on the other side laughed loudly, and immediately led the beast army to rush out from the side, taking advantage of the heavy damage to their soldiers, and fell to the ground in groups, tearing them into pieces. Beidou adhered to the principle of taking advantage of your illness, and more than 10,000 war mechas around him directly turned on mechanical overload, and the attributes were instantly maxed out. Then, with a loud bang, lasers shot out from the sky, carpet bombing them. Just 4 people want to stop us. Let's go together and get rid of them. When they found that there were only 4 people in Lin Yu's group, the faces of the dozen or so Domain Alliance lords suddenly turned cold, and they all burst out the power of rules, gathered defensive shields around, and launched a fierce offensive again. The angel priest in the middle held up the scepter, shining white holy light around, healing the injuries of others. The huge difference in numbers and types of troops allowed them to immediately turn the tables, reorganize their formation, and repel Lin Yu and his troops. However, just as they were preparing to take this opportunity to besiege Li Ke again, they found that Li Ke had already escaped, and used illusion to deceive their eyes, and retreated to Lin Yu. And around Lin Yu, a large number of phantom clones appeared at some point, and they continued to split under the burning of the flames below. And in a blink of an eye, they were all over the center of the plant army. This time, Lin Yu learned his lesson and did not increase the number at once, but controlled it to about 50. The appearance of 50 phantoms with auras that were a few points stronger than the 9 Godhead Lords immediately shocked the Lords of the Realm Alliance. Damn it. Retreat. In panic, they retreated without thinking. Lin Yu would never let them escape so easily. With a thought, more than a dozen phantom clones teleported directly around them, and the void space was activated, blocking the entire sky. Ha! With a loud shout, Beidou, which was in a mechanical overload state, soared into the sky. The fist filled with surging power slammed into the Angel Lord, forcing him to let several angel soldiers of judgment stand in front of him. And the shields transformed by the holy shield were put together. Boom! With a loud bang, the shield shattered, and several angels of judgment were killed instantly. The Angel Lord also took advantage of this brief pause to get rid of Beidou's attack and rushed out of the void space. But at this moment, a rumbling vibration came. Countless vines soared into the sky, forming a large circular net around them, blocking their way. The 3 poisonous mists of corrosion, charm, and blood spread rapidly, spreading towards them from the bottom. It was the Banshee Vine Cord led by Qingting. Break it for me! Several of them burst out with momentum, and launched skills without hesitation, turning into a powerful force to slam into the vines. But the next second, Lin Yu's phantom clone appeared in front of them, defeating their offensive, and the 2 sides fought fiercely in the air. The remaining phantoms, under the control of Lin Yu, worked with the royal family to suppress the enemy's army, and did not give them the opportunity to interfere. Beidou and Baisho wandered to the other end, constantly harassing Li Ke, who was weaker, hid in the distance and launched long-range attacks to help slow them down. Gradually, Qingting bloody poisonous fog enveloped the sky and wrapped them all. There is something wrong with this poisonous fog. Get out of here! The Bloody Kingdom doubled its effect with the addition of bloody poisonous fog, which can reduce the enemy's physical fitness by 10% per second. Now Qingting attributes have reached more than 2 million. Except for the Lords of the 9 Godheads, Almost everyone else was fully affected, and the vitality in their bodies was quickly drawn away, which made their faces suddenly change. How dare they hold back? They immediately repelled the phantom clones in front of them, burst out with the strongest means to shatter the void, forcibly broke the blockade of the void space, and disappeared into the void. Some even took out some unknown props, and used them to become immune to all control states and escape through space. Each of their escape methods was more amazing than the other. However, the remaining lords with 6 or 7 godheads were not so lucky. With their strength, they had no way to break Lin Yu's space blockade and were forced to stay. The escape of those top lords instantly reduced the number of soldiers under them by half, and all the pressure fell on them. Bang! Sparks exploded, and a stream of red light swept out of the cannon mouth and flew straight towards the Angel Lord. The Angel Lord who was resisting the phantom attack felt a fatal threat, and a circle of angel priests suddenly appeared around him, casting a wall of holy light around him. But immediately, the swallowing sky on the other side opened his mouth and siphoned all the holy light walls into energy and swallowed them directly. The Angel Lord was shocked, and almost without thinking, he urged the power of rules to condense a golden shield in front of him. Boom! The flames exploded on the shield and were blocked. The golden shield also cracked due to the attack, and turned into light and dissipated in the air. Holy Shield! Lin Yu frowned slightly. The Holy Shield, the signature skill of the Angel system, can forcibly resist an attack that is not higher than its own level. It can almost be said to be the most perverted single-target invincible skill of all races. And from the 7 divine bodies on the opponent, Lin Yu also felt the breath of the plant system. But he did not have the Angel Divine Body. In this way, the opponent will get a 10% attack and defense bonus when facing him, plus the various defense methods and healing skills of the Angel system. It is estimated that it will be a bit difficult to kill. Sure enough, as soon as his thoughts fell, the Angel Lord spurted out a mouthful of blood and forcibly activated all the power of rules. Together with the 10 heroic angel judges around him, he raised the holy sword in his hand and built an angel gate in the back, connecting the rear of the Realm Alliance army. Let's go! After taking a deep look at Lin Yu, the Angel Lord stopped staying and recalled a few remaining soldiers. He and his 2 companions turned into afterimages and rushed into the gate. Wait for me! Seeing this, the remaining beasts and demon lords wanted to enter the angel gate with him. Want to leave? Stay here. Beidou and Baisho followed closely and stopped them, so that they could only watch the angel gate close and disappear in the air. 2 lords with only 6 godheads could not stop Lin Yu and his gang from beating them. In a blink of an eye, they were overwhelmed by countless attacks and died on the spot with 2 screams. Kill the 11th level lord of the other plane and gain 394.6 billion magic power. Chapter 634 Good and Evil. A killing reminder sounded in Lin Yu's mind. The Beast Lord who didn't have time to escape was directly killed by more than 20 phantom clones and the royal family. The remaining demon lords died under the siege of Beidou and Baisho, and even their heads were directly blown up. There were more than a dozen 11th level lords, and finally 2 were left, and they were the weakest 6 god lords. During this period, Lin Yu even kept casting void space and other control skills to prevent them from escaping. But he still couldn't keep all of them. It is enough to see how good those guys' escape methods are. However, being able to successfully kill 2 is much better than they expected. After all, the army of the Realm Alliance is not far away. The other party is determined to escape, and it is not easy to stay. Thanks to the surrounding environment, his Phantom Walker ability can be maximized. Otherwise, the 4 people facing more than a dozen 11th level lords, and several 9-piece godheads, the pressure is still very great. You actually blocked it? And you killed 2? So strong. The other anti-alliance lords nearby were shocked by what was happening before their eyes. They had never expected that Lin Yu and his team could block the enemy's siege with only 4 people and even kill 2. All this happened so fast that the battle was over before they could come to help. Looking at the 2 colorful godheads floating in the air, the lord showed eager and greedy expressions. But thinking of the tragic death of the 2 lords just now, they were terrified and did not dare to approach easily. Even the lords of the opposite Realm Alliance were extremely afraid of Lin Yu and his team. After hesitating, they all gave up the plan to continue to besiege Liku and turned to look for other targets. We are lucky to get 2 more godheads. Lin Yu and his team gathered around the 2 godheads with joy. It is rare for the Realm Alliance to rush into their backs and besiege a lord regardless of everything. They also benefited from Li Ke's recent upgrade. Li Ke, who participated in the 11th level battle for the first time, was also very excited and has not recovered yet. What a pity for the beast and demon systems. Looking at the divine power in front of him, Beidou said regretfully, "There is nothing I can use." Baisho shrugged, as if he had long been accustomed to this result. After all, they only lack one divine power now, and the chance of hitting is too low. Just now, they had already aimed at the one they lacked. But in the end, they still failed to successfully keep the opponent. Originally, they did not believe in the concept of luck. But sometimes they had to believe that if they wanted to become an emperor, they really needed great luck. According to the agreement, the divine power will be distributed according to demand. We can't use these two pieces, so you two will share them. Beidou looked at Lin Yu and Li Ke. Can I get one too? Li Ke said hesitantly. In the previous battle, apart from being a bait, he basically just played by the side, and his attacks could not cause much damage to those lords. He had never expected to get a piece of extremely precious godhead like this, and he was a little bit unconvinced. Of course, I can't just give it to you for free. Beidou smiled slightly. According to the degree of contribution, you have to give me and Beidou 400,000 rule fragments each. Brother Xingyu has contributed the most, so each of us only needs to give 100,000. You should know the value of a piece of godhead. This is already the price within the team. If you sell it outside, you can at least sell it for several million. And there is no market for it. Yeah, I know. Li Ke nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Then, in the surprised eyes of Beidou and the others, he directly traded 500,000 rule fragments to each of them. I didn't contribute much just now, so I helped brother you with his share. This. Beidou and Baisho looked at each other in surprise. They just quoted according to the market price. But they didn't expect Li Ke to actually take out so many rule fragments directly, without even hesitation. Is this a new lord who just advanced? I'm afraid the wealth of those old lords is not so exaggerated. Not to mention them. Even Lin Yu beside him had a strange look on his face, and finally understood what it meant to be rich and powerful. In this case, I will take this beast godhood. Li Ke, you don't have a demon system yet, so you can just take this demon system. Okay, as long as I can use it. Li Ke grinned and immediately took the demon godhood handed over by Lin Yu with joy. And Lin Yu got the beast godhood. Okay, the battle is not over yet. You should find a place to merge the godhood first, and see if you can kill a few more enemies. Beidou and Baisho, who had just obtained 500,000 rule fragments, were also in a good mood, and immediately called back the scattered soldiers. Lin Yohe did not waste any more time, and teleported directly back to the war camp to merge the godhood. Then, they reunited and continued to look for targets in various parts of the battlefield. Boom! In the void above the continent, the energy of destruction continued to explode. The strongest of the two camps, the Dragon Emperor and the Thousand Machine Emperor, collided fiercely, and the terrifying might shattered the void of thousands of miles. In a battle of this level, ordinary troops are no longer of much use. Only 12 heroic troops were left to accompany them, and they were also madly bombarding each other. But in the end, neither of them could do anything to the other. After fighting for thousands of rounds, they finally stopped and confronted each other from a distance across the void. It's useless. I'm here. You can't attack inside. Among the 12 majestic elemental masters, the Thousand Machine Emperor's robe fluttered without wind, and his eyes were fixed on the Dragon Emperor. Whether we can attack or not is not up to the two of us. The Dragon Emperor, covered with a layer of golden dragon scales, was also surrounded by 12 majestic and domineering 5-colored dragons, whose huge bodies covered several miles. That has to win us. With a loud shout, Emperor Qianji attacked again and collided fiercely with the Dragon Emperor. Two extremely terrifying auras collided back and forth in the void. And the sky and the earth were dark, and the rules were chaotic. The sky above the entire Wanjia continent was full of the figures of the emperors fighting fiercely. Even if you can't see it, you can hear the constant loud noises and see the collapsed sky. The armies of both sides below also shouted and killed loudly. Limbs and blood intertwined wildly, dyeing the black land below dark red. And under the burning of the devil's fire, it turned into a pungent bloody smell that filled the entire battlefield. This battle, it lasted for 6 days. Under the crazy attack of the Anti-Alliance army, it finally successfully broke through the defense line of the Realm Alliance on the afternoon of the 6th day and advanced thousands of kilometers into the territory of the Realm Alliance. But unfortunately, for 6 whole days, Lin Yu and his team gained nothing. The lords on the opposite side seemed to be on guard against them, and seemed to have temporarily changed their strategy. Seeing that the situation was not good, they immediately retreated and did not give them a chance to attack. This was also the reason why they could advance so quickly. It's really unlucky. Weren't these guys very brave some time ago? Why are they so cowardly these days? The beasts cursed and looked at the Realm Alliance front that was retreating again in front of them. Just now, they finally caught a lone lord and were about to burst out and take him away with a full wave. But the opponent ignored him and directly used the life-saving skills to escape. It should be that they knew that this outer area could not be defended, so they chose to retreat to the next realm. Beidou analyzed seriously. Although the Realm Alliance has equalized the number gap of high-level lords with the help of the Chaos God, they are all defective products after all, and there is still a lot of strength gap compared to them. In addition, the low-level lords on their side are almost twice as many as those on the opposite side, so they can use the method of taking turns to fight. After a long battle, the opponent's consumption will naturally increase greatly. In the end, they can only choose to retreat. At this rate, we should be able to advance to the outside of the demon realm soon. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at the vaguely visible black peaks at the end of his sight, and a blood moon hanging high in the sky. The demon realm is one of the headquarters of the Realm Alliance. As long as they attack there, it is equivalent to cutting off an arm of the Realm Alliance, greatly reducing their threat to the 10,000 Realms continent. When the battlefield teams on both sides meet up and jointly besiege the remaining Eternal Realm, they will be able to completely destroy the foundation of the Realm Alliance and win the final victory in the camp war. Everyone, stay where you are. At this time, a loud and majestic voice sounded in the void. The emperors who ended the battle appeared one after another and came to the sky above the army. The expressions on each of their faces were different. Some were excited and gloomy, and some were even seriously injured and covered in blood. Obviously, their situations were different. Relatively speaking, the situation on the Realm Alliance side was similar. It can be said that some were happy and some were worried. A battle that lasted for 6 days also came to a temporary end. Demon Realm. In the highest palace in the center of the continent, Emperor Qianji, who had just retreated, happened to run into Emperor Mo Luo, who was waiting there. How is it? Is the situation here okay? In the empty hall, Emperor Mo Luo's voice was like a bell, echoing around. He had many wounds on his body, and all of them were injured by the holy light. It was obvious that he had just fought with the Holy Emperor not long ago. Well, the loss is not too big. Qianji nodded silently. Since you are done here, I will go back to the Eternal Realm first. Remember to notify me if there is any situation. After speaking, he took a few men across the space and rushed back to the Eternal Realm, until they left the range of the Demon Realm. One of the men finally couldn't help but speak. Emperor, I don't understand. Do we really have to go to this extent? There are enough people dead on both sides. Emperor Qianji glanced at him, and his originally cold eyes gradually eased, and he let out a barely detectable sigh. After a while, his calm voice came out slowly. We don't have much time. If we don't do this, everyone will die. I just accelerated their speed of becoming stronger. No one wants to be the bad guy, so I do it. Chapter 635 The Eve of the War. As a person who survived from the same period as the Dragon Emperor, Qianji knows more about the secrets behind the 10,000 worlds than anyone else. The incident 10,000 years ago interrupted the reincarnation that was supposed to start, and completely changed the pattern of the 10,000 worlds continent. Now 10,000 years have passed, and a new reincarnation will start again. This time, no one can stop this drastic change, because the source of reincarnation is no longer the 10,000 worlds continent, but the withering of the living world. If you want to survive, you must continue to improve your strength to seek a glimmer of hope in the next drastic change. What Qianji is doing now is to speed up this progress as much as possible and amplify this vitality. And the fastest way to improve strength is war. I hope I can make it in time. Qianji slowly raised his head and stared at the endless void above the 10,000 worlds continent. Finally, his eyes fell on the ancient door locked by chains in the deepest part of the monster plane. I don't know what he was thinking. After a while, he shuttled through space again and disappeared with his men. The battle between the two camps was still in full swing. After 6 consecutive days of fighting, The anti-alliance camp only rested for 1 day and launched an attack on the nest of the Realm Alliance again. In just 1 month, their battle line has advanced to the depths of the Realm Alliance's nest, only half a realm away from the Demon Realm. Even the battlefield on the other side is almost the same, having advanced to the vicinity of the Eternal Realm. This also made the battle between the two sides more intense, and there were shouts and killings almost every day. And I don't know how many people died in the battle, but it is precisely because of this. The Lords of all realms have achieved unprecedented development, greatly improving their resource acquisition and upgrade speed. Almost every day, you can see the upgrade lights of the 10th and 11th levels light up in every corner of the continent. Even those who have never dared to upgrade have followed the trend and chose to upgrade at this time, making the situation in the entire 10,000 realms continent even more chaotic. Take advantage of this opportunity. Lin Yu cooperated with Beidou and others and successfully killed more than a dozen 11th level lords with low godhood. Unfortunately, all the godhoods that those lords exploded were chaos godhoods, and not even one of them was usable to kill those serious lords who had just advanced. It was completely based on luck. Obviously, they didn't have this luck. But the good news is, when Lin Yu's origin universe absorbed another piece of chaos godhood, the daily output of the Fruit of Faith finally broke through the 10,000 mark. And the origin universe did not automatically absorb the extra chaos godhood, which obviously reached the upper limit of the 11th level. Lin Yu was not worried about this, because chaos godhood can be exchanged for 50,000 rule fragments. It just solved his problem of not knowing where to get more rule fragments. There are still 7 months. Lin Yu looked at the resource interface, and the 500,000 rule fragments accumulated during this period of time. Frowned deeply. There was only a little more than half a year left before the countdown to reincarnation. But his resource accumulation speed was still much slower than expected. And even the remaining undead and angel godhoods had no whereabouts. The main reason is that the 11th level lords on the battlefield are very vigilant, and they basically act in groups. After his methods were exposed, many people were on guard against him and did not give him a chance to attack, or they were interrupted and rescued by people from other realm alliances just when they were about to succeed, and escaped. If this continues, let alone reaching the 12th level within half a year, I am afraid that all resources will not be gathered before the reincarnation starts. We have to think of a way. Walking on the way to the front line of the war, Lin Yu gradually fell into deep thought. When he came back to his senses, he found that he had arrived behind the front line. Charge! Kill! The deafening shouts of killing kept echoing in his ears, shaking the whole sky violently. It was only the time to return to the territory to replenish the troops, and the front line had already advanced to the end of this continent. From a distance, the border of the demon realm could be seen, which made the lords of the anti-alliance side even more excited, and gradually pushed the Realm Alliance army back. Brothers, work harder. We are almost at the lair of the Realm Alliance. Charge into the Realm Alliance lair and kill them all. Kill! Don't leave any alive. Seeing the enemy's base camp in sight, the anti-alliance army was full of momentum, and they all used their strongest means to attack the Realm Alliance's front line frantically. The Realm Alliance was not to be outdone, and the sky was full of attacking light, turning into dense streams of light and storming over, fighting fiercely with them outside the demonic realm. Both sides suffered heavy losses, and the bodies were piled up like mountains, perhaps because they were backed by the base camp. The Realm Alliance's resistance was very tenacious. In addition, the teleportation array was relatively close, and it was very convenient to replenish troops. They actually blocked their swift offensive and fell into a stalemate again. Lin Yu also joined Beidou and others, and led the plant army to join the battle again. After fighting for more than an hour without any progress, the emperors finally issued a ceasefire order. Retreat! At the command, the troops of both sides stopped fighting and retreated to their respective base camps, leaving only corpses on the ground and a messy battlefield. And Lin Yu and others followed the team back to the war camp and began to repair. Huh? It's finally over. Baisho let out a long breath and threw away his bloody shirt. Keeping such a high-intensity battle, even he felt a little overwhelmed. Even Beidou and Liko on the side were tired, and their hair was messy, and they had no time to take care of it. Not to mention the other lords. Each of them wanted to lie on the ground and sleep. The emperors obviously knew this, so they temporarily gave up the attack and let the army retreat to rest for a while. But it was also because of this that the lord smelled an unusual breath and became solemn. It seems that the next battle will launch a general attack on the demon realm. Beidou said solemnly. Yes. Lin Yu sighed. It will probably be a long-lasting war at that time. And I have to go back and rest well. After so many battles, and so many changes. They are finally about to usher in the final battle. The mood is really complicated. Looking back, it has been nearly 2 years since the emergence of the Realm Alliance, the establishment of the Anti-Alliance camp, and the official start of the 10,000 Realms War. At that time, Lin Yu had just risen to the 8th level, and was even hunted down by the 9th level Lord. It was also from that time that the ambitions of the Realm Alliance began to show. In just 2 years, the entire 10,000 Realms continent has undergone earth-shaking changes. From the original separation of all races, to the current integration. And he has grown from the little lord who ran around for survival to the current 11th level, and has also established his own kingdom. I have to say it is really sigh-worthy. I couldn't help but sigh. Now, the final war is finally coming. And Lin Yu naturally has no intention of staying in the war camp. After saying goodbye to Beidou and the others, he walked back to the direction of the original world. Lin Yu. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Lin Yu paused and looked at the source of the voice, and found that it was Yen Lai and Situ Jian, who had not seen them for many days. Is it you? Lin Yu looked at the two people walking towards him in surprise. It's only been 2 months since we last met, and Yen Lai's aura has become much stronger, and he already has 7 pieces of divine fragments. This speed is simply outrageous. He couldn't help but be a little shocked. But soon, he was relieved. After all, this war that lasted for more than a month gave many people the opportunity to quickly improve their strength. What's more, there is Situ Jian, who has 9 pieces of divine fragments to help him. So it is much easier to kill the 10th level lord on the opposite side. Thinking of this, it is not surprising that Yen Lai can gather 7 pieces of divine fragments in a short time. How is it? Are you shocked? Yen Lai seemed to see Lin Yu's shock and raised his head proudly. I was really shocked. It seems that you have been doing well in the 10th level battlefield recently, Lin Yu said in admiration. That's right. Yen Lai became even more proud. I said that I will catch up with you soon. How can I not work harder? Yen Lai is right. It won't be long before we can upgrade to the 11th level. You have to take care of us when the time comes, Situ Jian said with a smile. He already has a divine fragment in his personal space at this time, and he can upgrade to the 11th level at any time. And there are 500,000 rule fragments given by the greedy Wolf King, so his strength is guaranteed. The reason why he didn't upgrade immediately was just to wait for Yen Lai to come together, so that he can take care of him when the time comes. By the way, Lin Yu, how strong are you now? You have been attacking the Realm Alliance recently. You should have about 4 godheads, right? Yen Lai asked curiously. And Situ Jian on the side couldn't help but look over. They haven't met Lin Yu many times recently, so they don't know Lin Yu's specific strength. According to their estimation, 4 godheads should be Lin Yu's limit. After all, they heard that the 11th level lords who survived were very abnormal, and each of them had at least 4 or 5 godheads. Lin Yu can withstand such a great pressure to survive and survive on the battlefield. So he shouldn't be weak. You will know when you rise up. Lin Yu smiled slightly, but didn't tell his specific strength. Yen Lai curled his lips when he heard this. TSK. Don't tell me. Anyway, I will catch up with you soon. Me too. Situ Jian's expression was very serious. Then he thought of something and continued. And your girlfriend named Ji. We met her and her father once on the battlefield before. And it seems that she has already obtained 5 pieces of divine fragments. She also has 5 pieces of divine fragments. Lin Yu was surprised. It is said that when father and daughter go to the battlefield together, the combat power will be quadrupled. And it is true. It seems that Ji Yunshuang and her father have also gained a lot on the battlefield recently. In this case, he has to work harder, so as not to be overtaken by these guys. Chapter 636. The target appears. Time flies. 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. Just when Lin Yu was holding a court meeting with the ministers in the hall, the news of the army gathering suddenly reached his ears, and all the lords. Are we finally going to launch a general attack? Great. I can't wait to attack the nest of the Realm Alliance. Brothers, let's go. This time we must break through the opponent. We have been attacking for so long, and finally waited for this day. Messages kept flying across the chat channel, and the lords of all realms were startled and walked into the teleportation and rushed to the war camp. Lin Yu was no exception. After briefly explaining the matter to the ministers below, he teleported directly to the territory. After checking and preparing, he disappeared into the teleportation gate. Swish! Rays of light lit up in the war camp. Lin Yu identified the direction and teleported out immediately to meet up with Beidou and others who arrived first. Brother Shengyu, you're here, Baisho said with a smile on his face. Compared to when they parted, he was much more energetic and looked rosy. It seemed that he had recovered from the rest of the past few days. Baisho and Li Ke beside him were also basically recovered from the last battle. And they all looked eager to try. Brother Yu, do you think we can attack the demon realm this time? Li Ke asked excitedly. It's not up to me. Lin Yu pouted. It should still be possible to attack. Beidou continued. But it's probably not easy to completely destroy the nest of the Realm Alliance. You mean that monster? Lin Yu's eyes moved and looked at him. Baisho and Li Ke were also solemn when they heard it. That's right. Beidou nodded silently, with an extremely serious expression. Don't you think it's strange? In the battle for more than a month, the monster has never appeared once. I suspect that things are not that simple. Behind the Realm Alliance, there is a terrifying existence suppressed under the monster plane to help. This is something that many high-level lords know. In theory, when they attacked all the way outside the Realm Alliance's nest, that existence should have stopped them. But it has never appeared once, and only created the Chaos Godhead to enhance the strength of the Realm Alliance. This is really too strange. Lin Yu remembered very clearly that the last time he saw the monster was at the top of the World Tree in the living world. Not only did it rescue the people of the Realm Alliance, but it also took away the host of the heart. Wait. Heart. Suddenly, Lin Yu thought of something and his face changed. At that time, the monster's target was not the core of the world, but the heart. At this moment, Lin Yu was completely shocked. All the things that happened in series made him think of a very scary situation. That monster was probably going for the heart from the beginning, in order to fuse the heart and regain the power inside. The power of the body alone has left the emperors helpless. If the power of the heart is fused, how powerful will it be? Lin Yu dare not imagine. At the same time, he is very confused. Since that guy can fuse the heart and control its power, shouldn't he be one with the monster? Why did he go to such great lengths to catch him? Could it be that? I heard some news from Emperor Tianqiong. Before Lin Yu could think more, Beidou's voice sounded again. The monster is called Matian. He was suppressed under the monster plane in a war that affected the entire Wanjia continent 10,000 years ago. And the person who suppressed him is the master of the 72 heavenly demons. And he seems to have a great connection with the monster plane. He was suppressed by the master of the 72 heavenly demons. Baisho and Li Ke were shocked when they heard this. It was obviously the first time they heard of this matter. Only Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged, because he had already guessed it almost exactly. After all, the information about the 72 heavenly demons included the words one of the 72 heavenly demons under the demon god. This so-called demon god should be the one who suppressed the monster in Beidou's mouth. Demon Heaven. This was the first time he knew the name of the monster, and he was a little surprised. But what surprised him the most was Beidou's last sentence. As far as he knew, the monster plane did not actually belong to the 10,000 Worlds continent. It was an outsider that appeared out of thin air 10,000 years ago and blocked the fusion of the 10,000 Worlds continent. Although it was magnified countless times, no matter how he looked at it, this monster plane looked like the continent at the center of his origin universe. That's right. He felt that the monster plane was likely the origin space of a certain powerful being. Moreover, it is the origin space that has developed to a certain extent and has given birth to intelligent life. The decaying civilizations encountered in the monster plane are the best proof. So, the ultimate evolution of the origin space is a continent that can evolve life? Lin Yu was full of doubts. Since the end of the origin space is a continent, what about the universe and galaxies around his continent? Did it mutate? Oh, this. It's okay if the troops mutate. Will even his lord mutate? Here. Just thinking about it. A few low shouts from other lords suddenly came from not far away. The lords looked up and saw the emperors from all walks of life appearing one after another. The leader was the dragon emperor wearing a golden crown and a purple gold dragon robe. Let's go! Without saying much nonsense, the dragon emperor waved his hand, and the whole team moved directly, advancing towards the direction of the demon realm. Naturally, Lin Yu and his team did not stop and followed the team of the 11th level lords closely. In less than half an hour, The whole team had arrived outside the demon realm. Through the rule barrier at the edge of the realm, one can see the Realm Alliance army that has been guarding there. A black mass, almost covering the entire sky and the ground. Dragon Emperor, you are here after all. Standing quietly at the forefront of the Realm Alliance, the Demon Emperor flapped his wings and squinted at the Dragon Emperor who led the team. As one of the 10 realms, the strongest in the Demon Realm, the terrifying aura of the Demon Emperor is not much weaker than that of the Thousand Machine Emperor, and even has a unique tyrannical aura of the Demon Lord, which makes people shudder. Why are you here to guard this time? And not Qianji? The Dragon Emperor, as always, spread out the unique majesty and domineering of the Golden Holy Dragon, and fiercely clashed with the tyrannical aura of the Demon Emperor at the junction of the realm. Haha. I am enough alone. You don't think you can attack our demon realm? Demon licked his tongue, and a strange red light flashed in his eyes. That was the unique eye color of a high-level demon. A purple-winged demon. Lin Yu had learned about the information of the demon realm. It was said that there were no other races in this realm, and it was all ruled by the demons. Moreover, the hierarchy within the demons was very strict. The higher the level of the demon, the purer the bloodline and the stronger the strength. Like the Demon King, he belonged to the royal family of the demons. It is not up to you to decide whether to attack or not. I advise you to surrender obediently to save us from doing it ourselves. The Dragon Emperor's momentum surged wildly. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Demon also operated the power of rules, shaking the entire sky violently. In that case, don't blame us for not showing mercy. Attack! That's exactly what I want to say. Come on! Kill them! Charge! Kill! With the shouts of the 2 emperors, the armies of both sides finally moved. Amid the deafening shouts and cries, the surging army of soldiers turned into a tide and fiercely converged at the junction of the realms. For a moment, dense attacks gushed out, and they blasted each other frantically across the barrier of rules. The high-level lords in the center of the battlefield also led their respective soldiers to collide with each other, colliding fiercely in the air. And attacks condensed by the power of rules continued to explode. A war related to the situation of the entire world began. Brother Shengyu, another team is coming over there. In a corner in the center of the battlefield, Beta kept shouting, reminding Lin Yu who was clearing the front soldiers. Not long after the battle began, a team of lords with all 7 godheads or above targeted them and surrounded them. Last time, they killed people in our realm. Get rid of them. With a loud shout from an undead lord on the opposite side, 5 11th level lords led hundreds of thousands of soldiers to attack them. The angel soldiers in the back burst out and gave all the soldiers a layer of damage reduction shield and various buff effects. So you are here to seek revenge. Leave that angel system to me. Like Lin Yu, Baisho lacked the godhood of the angel system. So when he saw the angel lord appear, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he led the beast army to rush up. This guy. Beidou shook his head helplessly, and then his eyes focused, looking at another humanoid lord, and immediately detonated the power of rules and rushed towards the opponent. Lin Yu looked at the remaining 2 undead systems and 1 plant system, and said to Li Ku beside him, the plant system with 7 godhoods will be left to you. It will be easier for you to deal with it without the suppression effect. If you can't stop it, retreat and don't fight. Okay. Li Ku responded to the above, and immediately led the soldiers to entangle the plant lord. He now has 4 godhoods, and he also has a complete set of 11th level equipment that other lords dare not even think about. As long as he was careful, it would not be a big problem to hold back a plant lord with 7 godheads. Seeing him fighting with the other side, Lin Yu immediately looked at the 2 undead lords, one with 9 godheads and the other with 7 godheads. And there was no hellfire like before. Boy, you don't want to stop the 2 of us alone, do you? Seeing Lin Yu leading the plant army to block them, the 2 undead lords laughed immediately. They came from other places, and didn't know Lin Yu. But a lord with 8 godheads wanted to stop the 2 of them, which was a bit too arrogant. It just so happened that both of them lacked plant godheads. So wouldn't this be delivered to them for nothing? With a sneer, the huge undead army spread out rapidly, gradually surrounding Lin Yu's plants in the middle. Even the surrounding land loosened, and skeletons of various shapes crawled out from the ground. And in a blink of an eye, the undead army expanded to more than 100,000. Chapter 637 The Ninth Godhead. Boom! A mushroom cloud made of poisonous gas rose on the battlefield. The undead lords of the two realm alliances escaped from inside with dusty faces, looking at Lin Yu and the 11 terrifying plants around him in horror. 5 minutes. Just less than 5 minutes. Their two troops were completely wiped out and turned into countless broken bones. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't even dare to believe it was true. Especially when they looked at the little mushroom riding on the back of the green dragon. They were even more frightened. Almost half of the undead troops were blown up by the mushroom army led by it. Not to mention the other 10 plant troops. It was unheard of and unseen. Each of them was so powerful that they were comparable to the lords of 9 godheads. This guy is too strong. Don't worry about the others. Retreat quickly. The two terrified people had no time to care about anything else. They teleported back to the front line of the Realm Alliance as if they were escaping. But unexpectedly, at this time, an invisible wave suddenly appeared and enveloped them all. The space channel that had just been opened was instantly blocked. And even the surrounding space became solid as a rock. And there was no way to use the teleportation skill. The sudden change made the two people's faces change drastically. But soon, they reacted and immediately activated the burst skill to speed up and rush outside. The speed was so fast that only 2 afterimages could be seen. The one with 9 godheads was slightly faster, and the one with 7 godheads was a little behind. Qin Gang. At this moment, Lin Yu shouted from behind. Qin Gang, who received the order, activated the gravity field skill. Suddenly, the gravity within a kilometer range increased exponentially, pressing the two people who were unable to react from the air to the ground. And their speed slowed down instantly. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yu and other royals rushed over, surrounded them, and launched a fierce siege, facing the powerful attacks from all directions. The two had to summon the remaining troops to support them with difficulty, and wounds of various sizes gradually appeared on their bodies. It looked precarious. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. In the battle line of the Realm Alliance in the distance, several ice cones swept out and directly locked onto Lin Yu. At the same time, several lords with strong momentum teleported and approached this side rapidly. TSK, Lin Yu tisk, and his brows immediately frowned. The previous battle was because of this. Every time at the critical moment, someone came out to rescue, which made him fail once. Now that he had finally cleared out the troops of these two guys and successfully trapped them, how could he easily let these guys come to mess things up? Lingxi Qianlong Mushroom Demon King. Go and hold him back. He dodged the ice cone and shouted to the royal family around him. Don't worry, Master. I will never let them get close. In a violent gust of wind, Qianlong soared directly into the sky, carrying the mushroom army of the Mushroom Demon King. And Lingxi led the plant army to meet the lords who came. Seeing that the duration of the void space was about to end, Lin Yu's mind moved, and Kong Ming, who was flying beside him, activated the void space again, blocking the displacement ability within a range of 1 kilometer. Then he continued to attack the two undead lords. This is the only bad thing about this battlefield. Without the burning of the flame zone, Lin Yu could not stably trigger the Phantom Walker and keep the skill effect indefinitely. And because of the restrictions of the rules, the troops could not attack the lords, and they could not exploit loopholes. Now that he and Kong Ming's void space has been used up, only the clones actively cast by Mirage can continue with a wave of skills. The battle must be resolved within this minute. Looking at Beidou and others who were fighting fiercely with other lords in the distance, Lin Yu's rule power burst out and directly launched a fatal sniper skill. And a stream of flame shot out at the 7 god level undead lord. Damn it! The face of the undead lord suddenly changed, and he felt the threat of death from this attack. Almost without hesitation, his body quickly turned into a spirit state, allowing the stream of flames to penetrate through his body and fall to the ground with a bang. Skills of the resentful soul system? Looking at the unharmed undead lord, Lin Yu frowned. The rare level of the undead soul soldiers of the undead system do have the virtualization skill of being immune to physical attacks. Many physical lords don't want to encounter such disgusting things the most. At this time, Ling Shi and the others who had left the team had also fought with the lords who had rushed over, and there were continuous roars and explosions. The enemy seemed to be quite powerful, and they gradually pushed back the 3 royal families and the legendary army they led. Our reinforcements have arrived. You can't kill us. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, the undead lord who was resisting the attack of the plant army was very excited. Taking advantage of Lin Yu's distraction, He suddenly turned into a ghost and passed through the encirclement of the plant army. Quickly swept outside, wanting to meet up with the lords, who had rushed over. But he didn't know. Looking at Lin Yu on the other side, a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. This was the opportunity he was waiting for. Tunshin! At the command, Tunshin, who was spraying acid, opened the four-petal mouth that had evolved from the four-leaf clover, and siphoned in the direction where the two disappeared, swallowing up their virtual skills in an instant and returning to their original state. How could it be? The two lords widened their eyes in shock, their faces full of disbelief. Then, their expressions suddenly changed, and they retreated to one side without thinking. Boom! The giant vines of the tree roots rushed out and appeared where they were standing. Even if they were a step later, they would probably be pierced into skewers by the green vines. Just when the two were about to speed up and escape in two directions, Lin Yu suddenly lifted the void space and teleported between them. Buzz! A strange wave spread out, enveloping the two. The speed that was originally so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye suddenly slowed down. Like a slow snail. That's right. It was Lin Yu's law of time. The reason why it was used at this time was not only because of the high consumption, but also to force out their life-saving escape skills first. Only in this way can we ensure that they can be kept. Facts have proved that his decision was right. At the moment when the four-sided time was slowed down, the Lord with 9 Godheads was only startled for a moment, and the ghost fire immediately appeared on his body. With a bang, his body exploded into countless resentful souls and rushed out of the law range, escaping into the void and disappearing. The remaining one had just used up his life-saving skills, so he had to look at the rapidly approaching Lin Yu with a horrified face and desperately fled to the outside. But under the influence of the law of time, his speed was a full 7 times different from Lin Yu. He had just run out for a few meters when the sky full of wooden thorns shot out, and the blood exploded, piercing him into a hornet's nest. Kill the 11th level lord of the other plane and obtain 323.7 billion magic energy. The long-lost reminder sounded in Lin Yu's mind. After more than a month of fighting, he finally succeeded in killing an 11th level lord, and it was the undead godhead that he lacked. Seeing the undead godhead slowly floating up from the corpse, he immediately teleported over and took it in his hand with trembling. Boy! You dare! At this moment, a loud shout of shock and anger came from a distance. The lords of the Realm Alliance, who were fighting fiercely with Lingxi and Beidou, all noticed the situation here. When they saw that a lord with 7 godheads was killed by Lin Yu, they were shocked and angry. They immediately knocked away the opponent in front of them and surrounded Lin Yu, trying to take back the undead godhead in his hand. It's not easy to keep me. Feeling the little rule power left in his body, Lin Yu immediately recalled the troops and retreated quickly to the rear. And the next second after he left, a giant crystal tree rose from the ground and spread a large area of dandelion seeds protected by shields around. Explode! A low shout. All the dandelion seeds exploded, along with the corpses of the undead underneath. The terrifying explosion blew back several lords who were chasing them. When he stabilized again, all he could see were the two sides fighting frantically. Where was Lin Yu? Even Beidou and his men took this opportunity to retreat and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving them staring blankly in place, but not daring to go deep into the rear of the anti-alliance army. Brother Shengyu, did you get another godhead? Soon, the 3 beta men joined Lin Yu, their faces full of shock. 1 against 2, and both of them were lords with more than 7 godheads, and he managed to kill one. It was simply abnormal. Luckily, I forced those 2 guys to use their life-saving skills, so I succeeded, Lin Yu said with a smile. In situations where he was not sure, he generally would not use the law of time to avoid others being on guard. So Beidou and his men did not know that he had this ability, and they rarely saw it. According to the agreement, I will give each of you 100,000 rule fragments. Lin Yu was about to send them a transaction application. No need. Bai Shou stretched out his hand to interrupt him. You killed that guy independently. We didn't do much just now. Let's forget about the 100,000 rule fragments. Indeed, you now have 9 godhoods like us. It's time to save more rule fragments. Beidou's words were full of emotion. When they met Lin Yu, he only had 3 godhoods, 5 less than them. Now he has caught up with them, which makes them ashamed. However, it is precisely because of Lin Yu's appearance that they not only got the 9th godhood, but also got a lot of rule fragments dividends. So they definitely can't ask for the dividends this time. I'm just a slacker. I don't need to give my share, Lika said immediately. 100,000 rule fragments are nothing to him. Okay. Since you all said so, I won't be polite to you. When I meet your target in the future, I will do more to help. Lin Yu is in urgent need of rule fragments now. So naturally, he won't be too hypocritical with him. Beidou and the others were also happy when they heard it. That's what you said. You have to help us when the time comes. They all saw Lin Yu's strength and had no doubts. Now that he has obtained the 9th godhead, he is even more powerful. As long as he is well prepared, it will definitely be much easier to kill the 11th level lord than before. Thinking of this, Beidou immediately said, okay. Quickly absorb the godhead. The battle is not over yet. Chapter 638 Madness. The beginning of chaos. After successfully absorbing the undead godhood, Lin Yu's strength has been greatly improved, especially his personal attributes. He finally successfully entered the ranks of top lords. Name, Lin Yu, Lord, race, human. Level, 11th level, 9 out of 10, strength, 1 million, plus 900,000, constitution, 1 million, plus 1.1 million, agility, 1 million, plus 900,000, spirit, 1 million, plus 900,000, basic skills, multiple mutations, rule power, space shuttle, rule transformation, space channel, time law, power of the godhood, all attributes plus 90%, race talent, constitution plus 20%, recovery speed plus 20%, introduction, Lord attribute interface, record the specific strength and skills of the Lord. 10th level Lord can unlock 9 godhoods. He already had plants, elements, and demons on the day he upgraded. And the demon was given by the Emperor. The mechanical system was obtained by him after Yuan Sheiji threatened him with Yan Lai and his group and besieged him. The humanoid system was obtained by setting a trap together with Beidou and his group for the first time. As for the insect system, it was a reward from the Emperor during the infiltration mission. Needless to say, the humanoid system was obtained by exchanging the unused elemental godhead with Emperor Xiangyue. The remaining beasts and undead were obtained by killing the opposing lords during the camp war. He had experienced many things with 9 godheads, and was in danger several times, and almost lost his life. Now he has finally succeeded in standing at the top, thanks to this 10,000 worlds war. Otherwise, he would not have been able to gather them so quickly. He is now, with the blessing of the Savage Roar. The average attribute can be 300,000 higher than other lords. This is enough to suppress any 11th level lord. And if the opportunity is right, it can even kill the opponent. Of course, the premise is that the opponent's life-saving skills are all used up, and there can be no other people around to obstruct. Otherwise, if the opponent is determined to escape, it is not easy to stay. After all, he has lived for dozens or hundreds of years, and his ability to survive is definitely not weak. Then, there is the royal family. Now, except for having fewer skills than him, their strength is basically the same as his, and each of them is equivalent to the combat power of 9 godheads or above. And the effect of the creation armor has been greatly improved with the addition of 9 godheads. Damage reduction is 18%. Abnormal effects are reduced by 90%. And the recovery speed of rule power is increased by 90%. And it is effective for all arms. This piece of equipment alone can almost replace a whole set of 11th level equipment. Or even stronger. After all, there are very few equipment that can be effective for arms. And even if there are, they are very limited. Look! The battle line is starting to move forward. Suddenly, Beidou's shout came from the side, interrupting Lin Yu's thoughts. Just when they arrived at the front line of the war, they found that the anti-alliance army had gradually advanced into the demon Yuan realm. The shouting and killing on the battlefield shook the sky, stirring up the dark clouds above and causing gusts of wind. The two armies collided violently, and dense attacks filled every corner. Wherever you look, there are corpses and broken limbs, and blood flows like a river. Mechanical parts and broken bones of the undead are scattered everywhere. This battle is more intense than any previous one. Both sides refused to give in, fighting madly, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Let's go. Let's go over and help. And see if we can pick up more leaks, Baisho said, and immediately teleported over, summoning the army of beasts to attack the Realm Alliance. Lin Yu and his men were not slow, and they also teleported to the front line, summoned soldiers to join the battle, and looked for suitable targets. In just half a day, Under the crazy attack of the Anti-Alliance, the battle line advanced to the depths of the demon realm. People kept rushing back to the territory to replenish soldiers and rush again. Even Lin Yu went back to the territory and came to join the battle again soon. I don't know how many soldiers died at the hands of his plant army. The opposite realm alliance did not give in at all. With the advantage of being backed by the base camp, they were dragged back and fought desperately in the demon realm, gradually blocking their offensive. The two sides were deadlocked for a while, but not many people noticed. I don't know when it started. The blood on the ground seemed to be pulled by something, turning into strands of light red silk threads, converging from all directions towards the center of the demon realm. They flowed very slowly. If you don't observe carefully, you can't find them at all. In addition, the whole field was in chaos. And even if they were found, no one would care about them, just thinking it was some kind of skill effect. Ha 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 ha. Come on. Come on. Such thick and fresh blood. In the abyss in the center of the demon realm, the terrifying strange laughter kept echoing. The skull floating in the air was madly absorbing the pure blood that was gathered, and the evil spirits around were also surging wildly, and the momentum was rising rapidly. Then it turned into a black and red torrent, pouring directly into the body of Feng Yin, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground below, causing his body to tremble more violently. There, suddenly, the Anti-Alliance emperors, who were fighting fiercely in the void above the continent, felt this breath, and their expressions all changed. They did not hesitate to speed up the progress and attack the Realm Alliance at all costs. In addition to wanting to kill the Emperor on the opposite side and improve their strength, the purpose was to find the trace of Emotion and strangle him in the cradle to prevent him from harming the 10,000 Realms continent before the road to heaven appeared. However, the obstruction of the Realm Alliance made it impossible for them to detect the situation of the other party, let alone find the specific location of the other party. Now that they felt his breath, their eyes suddenly brightened. After searching for so long, they finally found the target. But immediately, they were shocked in their hearts. Not good. He is already fusing the heart. Stop him quickly. The perception of the Emperor level is amazing. In just a moment, he sensed the breath deliberately hidden by Emotion. Shouts of surprise rang out, including the Dragon Emperor, and the Emperors of the Anti-Alliance side burst out, wanting to rush into the demon realm to stop Emotion. However, the next second, the Emperors of the Realm Alliance appeared one after another, blocking their way. The Dragon Emperor was also stopped by the Demon Emperor. Mo Luo, do you know what you are doing now? You will destroy the 10,000 Worlds continent. The Dragon Emperor's face was extremely gloomy, and he stared at Mo Luo with murderous eyes. Ha ha ha. What can I do if I know? The Demon Emperor laughed wildly, and a crazy look gradually appeared on his face, and even the demonic energy around him became agitated. 10,000 years. A full 10,000 years. This world has imprisoned us for too long. I just want to destroy it completely, and no one can stop me. Almost crazy words kept coming out of the demon's mouth, and his whole expression became ferocious, as if he was full of deep hatred for this continent, and even the whole world. If you say, Emperor Qianji was willing to use extreme means to save the 10,000 worlds. Emperor Mo Luo really wanted to destroy the entire 10,000 worlds continent, and the cage that had imprisoned them for 10,000 years. He didn't want to stay in this life dominated by rules for a moment. You are destroying yourself. The Dragon Emperor's face sank, and he looked at the other Realm Alliance Emperors beside him. Mo Luo has gone crazy. Are you going to go crazy with him and destroy the entire 10,000 worlds? His voice was so loud that it almost spread throughout the void. However, the response he got was a series of indifferent faces. The thousands of emperors who were fighting with him all became dull at some point, and stared at them with empty eyes. Even more than half of the 10th level and 11th level lords who were fighting below had lost their luster in their eyes. Like puppets, a lot of evil spirits began to emerge from their bodies. What's going on? Why did the aura of those guys suddenly change? Something's wrong. This seems to be the aura of the Chaos Godhead. There are so many Chaos Godheads. Not good. There are even some in our team. Be careful. Ah. In a blink of an eye, the two armies that were fighting fiercely cried out in shock and fell into chaos, because they found that in addition to the Realm Alliance team, there were also a large number of lords who had merged with the Chaos Godhead lurking in the Anti-Alliance team. Several high-level lords were hit in the vitals by their companions before they could react, and screams came one after another. Damn it! It's the Chaos Godhead. The Chaos Godhead controls their minds. In a corner in the middle of the battlefield, Beidou looked at the chaotic scene around him with an ugly face. Lin Yu, Beidou and Li Ke, who were fighting fiercely with the other side, also retreated one after another with a solemn face. Didn't they say that all the Chaos Godheads have been collected? Why are there still so many? Bai Shou said in shock. They have been hiding for so long. What a deep plot. Be careful. They are coming. Just when Lin Yu and his friends were shocked, the 11th level lords, who were covered with evil spirits, suddenly had red eyes, and quickly surrounded them. There were nearly 20 of them, and their aura was even stronger than before. In shock, they immediately gathered their troops, and fought fiercely with them on the battlefield. In a blink of an eye, the armies of both sides were in chaos, and high-level lords whose minds were controlled by the Chaos Godhead were everywhere, slaughtering on the battlefield. Even those who were not controlled on the side of the Realm Alliance were beaten to death by the sudden companions and fled desperately. All this happened too suddenly, so that they could not organize an effective resistance. And soon they were defeated and could only fight on their own. The emperors in the void were also completely shocked when they saw such a scene. The other party was able to avoid their detection and hide so many Chaos Godheads. What shocked them even more was that the other side's emperor level, unexpectedly, had all become puppets of the demon sky without knowing when. They were caught off guard at once. Is this the method from that world? They didn't even have time to think about it. The demonic energy on the opposite side of the demon Luo also began to surge wildly, and the momentum continued to rise. A pair of scarlet eyes that symbolized high-level demons gradually turned into gray, but still maintained rationality. I said, I will destroy this world with my own hands, and none of you can stop me. Ha ha ha. The crazy laughter sounded again, shaking the entire void violently. At this time, although the demon Luo still maintained his original rationality, his expression was extremely hideous, and there was only a strong bloodthirsty desire and endless madness in his eyes. Crazy. You are really crazy. And you don't even let go of the people in your own realm. The Dragon Emperor's body trembled violently, and his anger reached the extreme. So what? It's their fault for resisting my orders. I can only offer them all to the Master. Like me, they will all become the Master's puppets. Chapter 639. The situation changes. The frenzied Mo Luo's body rapidly expanded in the air. The demon's body, which was originally extremely tall, bulged with deformed muscles, like mutated pustules. Even the pair of flesh wings behind him were constantly extending, as if to cover the entire sky. The powerful momentum continued to rise, and he was faintly ready to break through the 12th level. Boom! Finally, even this space could not withstand his burst of momentum, and began to collapse rapidly. The ground below was shaking, and the mountains and rivers were shattered, like a doomsday scene. We can't go on like this. Get rid of them first. Seeing that the Emperor opposite had lost his mind and blocked their way, the Dragon Emperor's face sank, and he immediately burst out the power of rules and rushed towards Mo Luo. Seeing this, the other emperors also took action and fought with the Emperor puppets of the Realm Alliance again. For a time, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the mountains and rivers flooded. The entire Wanjia continent was shaking violently. The terrifying aura that escaped scared the monsters all over the continent and made them flee in all directions. Ordinary people and cultivators trembled, as if they felt the destruction coming. As the bloody aura continued to gather, the skull in the abyss below became more and more powerful. In the midst of lightning and thunder, it turned into a body of 10,000 feet, and the surging evil spirit poured into Feng Yan's body. Power. I feel the power. After 10,000 years, my power is finally back. Ha ha ha. The sharp laughter almost spread throughout the Wanjia continent, making the whole world tremble. Lin Yu and his men, who were still fighting fiercely with those puppet lords, were instantly pressed to half kneel on the ground by this vast and boundless power, and their blood and chi surged in their bodies. Those low-level lords and soldiers were directly pressed to the ground, unable to move, and soon they bled from all 7 orifices, and their eyes were full of bloodshot. Lin Yu looked at the evil spirit that stood like a black giant beast between heaven and earth in the depths of the demon realm, and was extremely horrified. This might was even more terrifying than what he had felt in the demon plane. It was even far beyond his understanding of the 12th level. The 11th level lords were like ants in front of it, without any resistance. Quickly retreat. Beidou struggled to stand up, gritted his teeth. recalled the troops and teleported to the low-level team of the primitive world. Seeing this, Lin Yu and his team also forcibly tore open the space and followed his footsteps. Then they built a space channel with other 11th level lords, took away all the low-level lords of the primitive world, and fled to the outside of the demon realm. The high-level lords of other realms were also terrified, and they directly gave up the opponents in front of them and fled with the lords of various realms. However, what Lin Yu didn't expect was, just when they arrived at the periphery of the demon realm, those Realm Alliance lords, who had not become puppets, suddenly came and blocked their way. And I don't know what method was used to block the breath. Those puppet lords did not attack these people, but looked at them with a covetous look. And a large number of soldiers appeared around them. Haha. You can't escape. Come on. Get rid of them. At the command of the lords of the Realm Alliance, dozens of puppet lords turned into afterimages and surrounded them with a large army of soldiers. I stopped them. You take the others away. Lin Yu shouted to the 10 duchy kings around him, and immediately summoned the plant army to meet them. The other 11th level lords of the primitive world looked at each other, and also told the 10th level subordinates, and then summoned soldiers to rush up and fight with the puppet lords. Seeing this, the 10th level kings did not dare to stay, and immediately took the low-level lords across the space, and continued to flee to the direction of the war camp. Want to leave? Stay here. Several Realm Alliance lords shouted loudly, and then burst out the power of rules one after another, trying to intercept and kill them. You don't take us seriously? Unexpectedly, a cold voice sounded at this time. Just as the few people attacked, a series of phantom clones suddenly teleported in front of them, blocking their way. Roar! Qin Gang's savage roar was launched, and a large piece of red light lit up on the plant soldiers. Then all the clones' rule power burst out, and the instant shadow and shadow-killing skills were launched at the same time, turning into several residual shadows and teleporting behind them, and punching suddenly. What? The faces of several Domain Alliance lords changed drastically. From the fists of those clones, they actually felt a terrifying aura far beyond the 9 godheads. How dare they think too much? They all activated defensive skills, stretched their physical fitness to the highest, and retreated violently at the same time. Bang! Ah! With the bonus of the double speed of the instant shadow, how could they escape the attack of the clones? The double damage of the shadow kill skill plus the instant shadow attack that ignored defense directly blew up the arms of 2 of the lords, and the others were severely injured, vomiting blood and flying backwards. You can say that, if they hadn't used their defensive skills just now, they would have been killed in an instant, and not even their bodies would have been left. With horror in their hearts, they dared not confront Lin Yu's clone head-on, and immediately gave up sniping the low-level lords and retreated to the back of the puppet lords and soldiers. Standing in the flames below, Lin Yu's eyes condensed, and the 10 royal families except the forest sage led the plant army to surround them. For a moment, twisting vines continued to emerge, entangled the soldiers in front of them one by one and drained their blood. Countless dragon breaths and exploding mushrooms fell from the sky, carpet bombing them. With the blessing of the 9 godheads and the savage roar, no soldier could stop the attack of the royal family and the legendary soldiers. In a blink of an eye, they were defeated and fell in groups, turning into food for the banshee vines and the carnivorous plant army, as well as the soul-chasing dandelion flower beds. Damn! How can his troops be so strong? One of the 7 godhead plant lords turned pale. While treating his injuries, he looked at the approaching plant army. Although they were both plant-based, the opponent's troops were completely different from his own. With such terrifying strength, even if 9 godheads came, they would be killed instantly. They never expected that there would be such a monster in the anti-alliance team, which made them regret it. If they had known this, they would not have chased this team. But even if they regretted it now, it was too late. Just when they were thinking about how to escape, Lin Yu finally split hundreds of phantom clones with the help of the earth fire outside the demon realm. With a thought, all the clones turned into afterimages and flew everywhere to support other lords. And he led more than 20 clones to join the siege of the royal family and launched a fierce attack on the lords, who were not controlled. No, it's almost unstoppable. Another beast lord shouted in shock. In just a few minutes, more than half of his troops were lost, and all of them were killed by the group of cactus troops. One explosive thorn ball could kill a group of them in seconds, especially the strange cactus holding a pair of spiked daggers, which was extremely powerful. Every time it was attacked, A phantom clone appeared beside it. Even when those phantom clones were attacked, they would continue to split. They simply became more and more numerous. And in the end they filled the entire battlefield, slaughtering his beast troops madly. And there was no enemy at all. Retreat! Seeing that the troops were defeated, they finally issued a retreat order and fled through space. Lin Yu just wanted to catch up, but was blocked by several puppet lords and attacked him. Get out of the way! With a loud shout, the newly copied phantom clone teleported and suddenly punched out with all his strength. Under the joint attack, two of the weaker puppets were directly blasted into a ball of blood mist. Kill the 11th level lord of the other plane and obtain 123.3 billion magic energy. Kill the 11th level lord of the other plane and obtain 209.4 billion magic energy. The prompt sounded, and two pieces of Chaos Godhead appeared in front of him, and the black light shone all around. When Lin Yu put away the Godhead and wanted to continue chasing, he found that the lords of the Realm Alliance had fled and disappeared. As they fled, more and more puppet lords surrounded them and launched a fierce attack on them, forcing them to resist with all their strength. There are so many! Lin Yu's face sank, and a sense of urgency rose in his heart. All these things happened too suddenly. He hadn't collected the 10th Godhead yet, and even before the half-year period, such a drastic change had occurred. All his plans were disrupted at once. It looked like this. The monster called Matian should have successfully integrated the power of the heart and regained some of his power. When he only had the body, he was able to severely injure so many emperors and escape easily. Now that he has obtained the power of the heart, I am afraid that the emperors may not be able to stop him. Once the emperors are defeated, what awaits them will be a devastating blow. Could it be that? Is this Wanjia continent really going to end? Boom. Just as he was thinking, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky. In the completely collapsed void, two figures, one black and one yellow, collided violently, exploding countless terrifying energies. It's useless. You can't stop our attack. So just surrender to the master and become our companions. The crazy voice of the demon emperor kept echoing in the air, accompanied by a monstrous demonic energy that almost covered the entire sky. The dragon emperor transformed into a golden holy dragon, resisting the erosion of the demonic energy, but gradually fell into a disadvantage. It was actually a disadvantage. Lin Yu was shocked. You know, the dragon emperor is one of the strongest in the Wanjia continent, but he actually showed signs of being suppressed by the demon emperor. If this continues, let alone stopping the monster from fusing its heart, they couldn't even get past the demon Luo level. Are they really just waiting to die? I'm coming! Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting everyone's thoughts. The Holy Emperor, holding a scepter and covered in holy light, crossed space and appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 640 Black blood all over the sky. Bang! The Holy Emperor appeared, and the Dragon Emperor and the Demon Luo separated at the first blow, and stopped fighting almost at the same time. Why are you here? Are you not going to care about the battlefield in the Eternal Realm? The Dragon Emperor frowned slightly. As one of the 10 realms, the strongest in the Holy Light Realm, the Holy Emperor's strength is not much weaker than his. Without him guarding, no one in the Eternal Realm could resist the attack of the Thousand Machines Emperor. The battle in the Eternal Realm is over. The Holy Emperor sighed and said leisurely. His beautiful angelic face was full of sorrow and sadness, as if something had happened that even he could not calm down. And at this time, in the Eternal Realm on the other side of the continent, at a glance, the mountains and rivers collapsed. Millions of corpses were lying, and the blood dyed the entire land red. The desolate and lonely battlefield was full of broken limbs and corpses, some of which were from soldiers and some were from lords, all piled up into terrifying hills. It is conceivable that this place has just experienced such a huge and shocking battle. It is not something that can be described as tragic. In the center of the battlefield, the battered Emperor Qianji sat there, leaning on a holy sword stuck in the ground, looking at the tragic scene in front of him. I hope I did the right thing. At this time, he had been filled with evil spirits, and his eyes gradually turned gray. But at the same time, he was still shrouded in a strong aura of dusk, which was a sign of exhaustion of life. Following his gaze, he looked around. There were corpses of the Realm Alliance Emperors, and all of them were infected by the Chaos Godhead. Like him, they lay quietly on the ground, lifeless. A ray of golden sunlight broke through the sky and shone on the face of Emperor Qianji. His expression finally froze at this moment. and his arms fell to the ground. Clang! The holy sword behind him made a clanging sound, turning into a large piece of holy light that fell from the sky. Playing this last him. On the other side. On the battlefield of the demon realm. What did you say? Qianji is dead? The Dragon Emperor looked at the Holy Emperor in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. You know, Qianji's strength is not weaker than his. Unless the two strongest people from the primordial realm and the living realm take action, there is a chance to kill him. But the problem is that the two are also short-lived at this time. At the same time, as the guardians of the entrance to the living realm and the world tree, they have no way to leave the primordial realm and the living realm. He really couldn't think of anyone else in the 10,000 realms continent who could kill Qianji. Let's put Qianji's matter aside for now. The most important thing for us now is to get rid of them first. The Holy Emperor looked at the demon Luo opposite with a deep look. That's right. At this time, the other emperors from the Eternal Realm battlefield also rushed over, tearing open the space one by one and appearing beside them. In a blink of an eye, the number of emperors on the Anti-Alliance side doubled, completely overwhelming the puppet emperors on the Realm Alliance side. Okay, get rid of them first. When the reinforcements arrived, the Dragon Emperor shouted loudly and burst out his aura again and rushed towards Morua. You go deal with the others, and leave Morua to me and the Dragon Emperor. After saying this to the other emperors, the Holy Emperor also summoned the Holy Sword, which turned into a sword light of 10,000 feet and slashed towards Morua. Qianji, that guy, is really unreliable. Facing the extremely terrifying attack of the two, the evil spirit in Morua's eyes became stronger. He condensed the demon incarnation behind him and collided fiercely with the two peak strongmen of the continent, and fought fiercely again. The 11th level lords, who were fighting with the puppet lords below, were immediately excited when they saw this. Great! The Emperor from the Eternal Realm came to support. Everyone, work harder. The reinforcements are coming soon. While shouting, the lords activated their burst skills one after another, launched a counterattack against those puppet lords, and fought wildly outside the demon realm. For a while, corpses kept falling from the sky. Although the puppet lord's strength has improved, they have no self-awareness and don't know how to run away in fear. Finally, under the siege of the Anti-Alliance lords, casualties began to occur, and they were killed one after another on the spot. Even Beidou Liku and his team killed 3 11th level puppet lords, and each got a piece of Chaos Godhead. But Lin Yu was confused at this time. The Holy Emperor appeared. Could it be that the battle in the Eternal Realm has not started yet? At this critical moment, how could the Lords of the Realm Alliance easily let them run here? Or is the battle over? What a pity. Before he could think more, several puppet lords rushed towards him from the opposite side, interrupting his thoughts. Forget it. Collect more Chaos Godhead first. An 11th level Chaos Godhead can be exchanged for 50,000 rule fragments. And he now has 600,000. In other words, it only needs to collect 88 more Chaos Godheads to accumulate 5 million rule fragments. Killing 88 11th level lords may sound a bit far-fetched, but now more than half of the 11th level lords on the opposite side have been controlled and have no intention of escaping. With his various powerful means, there is still a great chance to kill them. Just be careful not to be counterattacked by the opponent and besiege them with your life for your life. Thinking of this, Lin Yu immediately shouted to the royal family, Qin Gang Qin Tung Jue Han Kong Ming. You are responsible for blocking the troops, and the others follow me to kill those lords. Received? Yes. In response, except for the name called by Lin Yu, the other royal families left the team one after another, came to Lin Yu, and rushed towards several puppet lords. At the same time, with the help of the burning flames below, Lin Yu and Wu Ying constantly triggered the Phantom Walker. One by one, the clones appeared beside them, and in a blink of an eye, they were all over the sky and the ground, launching a fierce attack on the Realm Alliance. Until more than an hour passed, the Anti-Alliance reinforcements in the Eternal Realm battlefield finally arrived and joined the battle. A war that affected the entire Wanjia continent began. Boom! In the endless void, Mo Luo and the Dragon Emperor collided fiercely. After an hour of fierce fighting, the joint attack of the two peak emperors finally defeated his demon body, and a large amount of black blood fell into the void. Even the other puppet emperors were defeated step by step, and began to suffer casualties under the siege of twice the number. Give up. Mo Luo. You can't stop us. The Holy Emperor shook off the black blood on the sword and said in a deep voice, "Give up? Defeat me first." At this time, Emoluo was already at the end of his strength. Not only was half of his wings destroyed, but his breath was much weaker than before. Defeat was only a matter of time. But the Dragon Emperor and the Holy Emperor were extremely anxious, because they had sensed that the body and heart below were about to be completely fused together. Once he was completely fused, no one in the entire Wanjia would be able to stop it, unless they gathered all their strength. We can't delay any longer. We need to fight quickly and decisively. The Dragon Emperor and the Holy Emperor looked at each other. Their auras suddenly surged, burning their godheads directly. The boundless dragon might and holy light converged together, turning into a golden holy dragon phantom surrounded by holy light, and fell towards Emoluo. Facing the full strength attack of the two, Emoluo's murderous spirit surged wildly, and a pair of evil god's true eyes condensed behind him. The evil eyes opened, and the strange red light containing endless murderous intent burst out. Wherever it went, the sky and the earth collapsed, and the terrifying space turbulence raged in the void. Boom! A deafening roar made the entire Wanjia continent tremble violently, and cracks appeared on the edge of the boundary that isolated the chaotic aura. Those ordinary people and practitioners with low strength fell to the ground one after another, horrified by the pressure of this heavenly might, and their hearts were full of fear. "Mom, I'm afraid." In a corner of the city, a little girl curled up in her mother's arms, trembling, her little face pale. "Don't be afraid. Mother is here. Nothing will happen." The woman comforted her daughter softly and hugged her tightly, but she was pretending to be calm at this time. Her hands were already shaking violently, and her lips were pale. Facing this doomsday-like scene, ordinary people were too powerless. All they could do was wait for death to come. There was no other way. In Huansha City, Shui Changde also brought a group of managers to the city wall at this time. Looking worriedly at the direction of the battle, Wei Gang led the city guards to maintain order, and even Yu Daonan, who had just been promoted to the 10th level, had to come out to help. At this moment, the entire Wanjia continent was in chaos. As if they felt the unusualness of today, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked towards the direction of the demon realm. Some people knelt down to pray. Some hugged each other tightly, and some collapsed on the ground. It seemed that after today, this world would no longer exist. At this time, in the demon realm, after taking the full force of the Dragon Emperor, Emoluo vomited blood and flew backwards. Not only did half of his arm disappear, but there was also a hideous wound on his chest, which went from the front to the back. The black demon blood flowed down the wounds on his arms and abdomen, dripping continuously. His entire aura was completely weakened, no longer as fierce as before. "I lost." Emoluo stared at the hole in his chest with his eyes wide open, unable to believe it. Once upon a time, he was still a fledgling low-level demon. After nearly 10,000 years of hard work, he finally stood at his current position, standing at the top of the entire Wanjia continent. But now, he is lost, and lost so thoroughly. Feeling the vitality in his body rapidly dissipating, he suddenly trembled all over and came back to his senses. "No, I can't die. I don't want to die yet. Master, save me." A shrill howl came out of his mouth, and he turned around and fled, fleeing towards the abyss in the center of the realm, which was shrouded by evil spirits. With a hideous face, he hadn't destroyed the entire Wanjia continent with his own hands, and hadn't seen all these damn enemies die suddenly. How could he die now? No! Absolutely not. Suddenly, his speed increased, and he rushed towards the abyss, almost twice as fast as before. "Stop him!" The face of the Dragon Emperor Saint Emperor changed. Obviously, he didn't expect that Emoluo would burst out with such a strong desire to survive, and resentment in the end. He dared not hold back, and immediately teleported to chase him. And at the same time, the power of rules burst out, and two powerful attacks bombarded Emoluo. However, at this moment, a crazy laugh suddenly came from the abyss. "Come on. Come here. Merge with me. I can give you the power you want." As the voice fell, the terrifying evil spirit suddenly surged out from the abyss, enveloping Emoluo and madly devouring the remaining vitality in his body. Chapter 641 Race Against Time. "No!" Emoluo's shrill screams echoed throughout the realm. In the blink of an eye, he was dragged into the abyss and merged with the evil spirit. The strongest person in the demon realm was completely killed. Boom! A violent breath suddenly erupted and swept out from the abyss. After swallowing Imoluo's power, the breath in the abyss finally climbed to the top, and immediately shook off the Dragon Emperor and other emperors who came. Damn it! It's still a step too late. The Dragon Emperor's face was gloomy, looking at the evil spirit surging wildly below, and the young figure slowly rising in the evil spirit. Behind him, there was a huge body shadow, which was slowly merging with his body. Once the two are completely merged, it will be too late. The Dragon Emperor and others knew this very well, and no longer hesitated. They immediately burst out all their strength and rushed towards the figure. However, the next second, a powerful force burst out, turning into a circle of black light curtain covering the abyss, blocking all their attacks. No matter how crazy they attacked, they could not defeat the light curtain. They could only watch the two merge faster and faster, and the evil spirit became more manic. It's useless, you bunch of ants from the lower world. Just wait to become the food for me to restore my strength. Ha ha ha. Emotion's crazy laughter continued to come out from the light curtain, shaking the air violently. At this time, his power had climbed to the limit of the 12th level, as if he would break through the shackles of this world at any time and reach a level they could not imagine. Seeing that the black light curtain could not be broken for a long time, the Emperor suddenly showed expressions of despair and unwillingness. Could it be that, after all their efforts, they still couldn't escape the fate of the destruction of the world? I'm here! Death! Suddenly, two loud shouts like thunder exploded in the air. Just when the Emperors were in despair, a blood-red blade and a cane shadow as high as 10,000 feet cut through the void, descended from the sky, and fell towards the black light curtain. Senior Xian Yuan, Old Qin, the Emperors of all realms were shocked and looked at the two figures that appeared. They were the two strongest people from the Taichu realm and the Shang realm. And they were also the two strongest people in the entire Wanjia continent who had half a foot stepped out of the 12th level. They didn't expect that they would come together, which immediately made the Emperors excited. With a loud bang, two powerful attacks exploded. The terrifying energy turned into a wave of air that swept around, and it actually directly blasted a large crack on the black light curtain, and finally shattered into countless fragments and dissipated in the air. Just one blow, it defeated the light curtain that so many Emperors could not break through together. Damn reptile. How dare you ruin my good deeds? Emotion, who was covered with evil spirit, shouted sharply, and the fusion progress of his body and heart was abruptly interrupted. He had to possess Feng Yin and control his body to soar into the sky to avoid the remaining power of the two elders' attacks. Obviously, with his current strength, he still has some fear of the two elders. Seeing this, the Emperors were overjoyed and finally saw the hope of victory. Old man, the last time we met was 10,000 years ago, right? Xian Yuan looked at Qin Lao beside him and said with emotion, yes, at that time, the gate of the living world had not been closed yet, and we fought on the ladder. I remember that we were only at the 6th level at that time. Qin Lao was also very emotional. The two of them, one is the guardian of the core of the living world, and the other is the gatekeeper who guards the entrance of the two worlds and prevents the realms from connecting. They should have stayed in their positions forever until they turned into dry bones. I didn't expect that they would meet again in this way when their lifespans were about to end. They knew it very well. Once they made a move this time, their remaining lifespan would be completely exhausted. But they still came to burn their lives for the last time for the Wanjia continent. Are you ready? Old friend. I've been ready for a long time. The two smiled at each other, and then their faces turned stern, looking at the surviving Emperors from all walks of life below. If you are not afraid of death, come with us. As soon as the words fell, the soles of his feet suddenly exploded, and he rushed towards Emotion across the domain void. Seeing this, the Emperors of all walks of life looked at each other, and then they burst out with momentum, followed the footsteps of the two elders without hesitation, and launched a fierce attack on Emotion. For a while, there were continuous explosions, and the whole sky collapsed completely. It's useless. You ants from the lower world. You don't know what real power is. Even if you come more, it's useless. The evil spirit around Emotion surged wildly, and he turned into a chaotic beast and rushed towards the Emperors of all walks of life, fighting with them in the void. As for himself, he was fighting fiercely with the two elders. colliding back and forth. The energy that could destroy the world continued to explode. And he alone blocked the joint attack of the two strongest people in the world. Shen Yao. Be careful. At the other end of the battlefield, several emperors from the primitive realm were also present, uniting to fight against the chaos beasts of demon heaven. However, their troops were simply vulnerable to those chaos beasts that were close to the peak strength of the 12th level. After a while, several beasts broke through the defense line and pounced on Emperor Shen Yao. Fortunately, Emperor Xiang Yue reacted in time, stretched out his hand, and the surging vines entangled the beasts, temporarily blocking their attack. But in less than a second, the vines were torn apart by the sharp claws of the chaos beasts, and they pounced on them again. The speed was so fast that even they, who were emperors, felt that they could not keep up. Puff! Suddenly, a sound of flesh and blood being pierced was heard. The chaos beast, which was originally coming with great momentum, was instantly strangled by a large piece of wind blades, and turned into evil spirits and dissipated in the air. Shen Yao and his men turned around in surprise, but saw Emperor Chanfeng standing in the void calmly, as if he had done something so insignificant. Great! Chanfeng, you killed this monster in 1 second. Emperor Long Yuan was amazed and kept looking at Emperor Chanfeng, as if he was meeting him for the first time, because in their impression, Emperor Chanfeng has always been a man of few words and cold nature. The chances to see him take action are very few. We don't even know what his specific strength has reached. It's very mysterious. Keep fighting. Those beasts are coming again, Emperor Chanfeng said lightly, without any change in expression because of their gaze, as if nothing could shake his heart. Shen Yao recalled the things that happened before, and after taking a deep look at him, he went to meet those chaotic beasts again. The sky above the entire demon realm was full of figures fighting crazily. That huge scene. Even Lin Yu, who was fighting with those puppet lords below, could feel it clearly, and was completely shocked by the emperor-level battle. The difference of one level is like a natural moat. This is really true. Even though he had reached the pinnacle of the 11th level, he still felt insignificant in front of these emperors. Like an ant. 12th level. He must reach it as soon as possible. Lin Yu looked at the battle in the void and clenched his fists secretly. He thought that he had fought hard enough during this period, and even risked all kinds of dangers to fight the enemy. But the plan still failed to catch up with the changes. This sudden change almost completely disrupted his plan, and his plan to reach the emperor level before the cycle came back was instantly shattered. Fortunately, he fought hard enough, so that he was not so far away from the emperor level. Only the last piece of angel godhood was missing. It seems that he can't fight again. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's eyes condensed and looked at the corpses and blood all around. With his current physical strength, he should be able to withstand stronger bloody energy. Qingteng. Without hesitation, he shouted to Qingteng, who had entered a bloody frenzy in the distance and was madly slaughtering the opposing troops. Let go and suck blood. The bloody frenzy of the green vine has a strong side effect. That is, as the blood and chi it swallows, the stronger the desire to kill in its heart will be. In the end, it will even temporarily lose its self-awareness and become a machine that only knows how to kill. So Lin Yu has been suppressing the green vine from absorbing too much blood and flesh to avoid accidentally hurting its friends. Even he himself deliberately controls it within the limit he can bear to avoid going berserk. But it is far from enough to kill a large number of 11th level lords in a short period of time. Blood. I need more blood. The green vine that received the order suddenly rushed out like a prehistoric beast that had been released from its restrictions. Giant vines suddenly rushed out, penetrating the surrounding mountains of corpses and blood, and happily devoured their flesh and blood. The already terrifying aura began to surge rapidly, and a large amount of bloody aura emerged from the vines, and the bloody poisonous fog around the body became several times thicker. Lin Yu did not hesitate and directly detonated all the corpses within a kilometer, turning them into a surging bloody torrent that converged towards him and poured into his body. The strange and terrifying scene immediately shocked the other lords nearby and looked over here with a look of horror. What's going on? How could Brother Xingyo's momentum increase so quickly? What kind of ability is this? It's actually absorbing the flesh and blood of those corpses. It seems to be the bloody frenzy of the banshee vines. Is the effect of bloody frenzy so strong? Not to mention the people in the anti-alliance camp. Even the lords of the Realm Alliance, who were commanding the puppets to fight on the opposite side, noticed the movement here and looked over in shock, because they found that in less than half a minute, Lin Yu's momentum had actually climbed to twice the level of the 9 godheads. And it was still getting stronger. How is this possible? The Lords of the Realm Alliance were horrified and couldn't help but recall their troops and retreat. However, the next second, Lin Yu, who was absorbing blood, suddenly raised his head, and his scarlet eyes locked onto them. Die! With a loud shout, Lin Yu crushed the void with one foot, and the whole person turned into a shadow and shot out towards them. His speed was so fast that it even exceeded teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of several Domain Alliance lords. So fast! Retreat! Retreat quickly! The face of the Domain Alliance lord behind him changed drastically, and he retreated at a very fast speed without thinking. But at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and scarlet vines rushed out of the ground, hitting them fiercely with lightning speed. They were pulled towards the oncoming Lin Yu. Chapter 642 Explosive Killing. Amazing Harvest. The speed of the green vine power entering a bloody frenzy is terrifying. The Lords of the Realm Alliance didn't even have time to react before they were severely injured and flew backwards. The soldiers around them couldn't even save them. Facing the violent Lin Yu, their faces suddenly changed, and they immediately activated various life-saving skills, fleeing to the side despite being seriously injured. Die! With a loud shout, the mighty Lin Yu had already arrived. At the same time as the punch filled with strong murderous intent was thrown, the law of time was activated, instantly covering them. Feeling that their speed of action suddenly slowed down, those people were even more furious, and tried their best to activate the power of rules to avoid it. But the next second, the giant fist formed by countless vines had already fallen. Boom! Ah! 2 of the 4 lords vomited blood and flew backwards. The remaining 2 were directly blown up by this punch, and exploded into a ball of blood mist. Kill the 11th level lord of the other plane, and obtain 79.9 billion magic energy. Kill the 11th level lord of the other plane, and obtain 255.8 billion magic energy. 2 cold reminders sounded. With the remaining trace of consciousness, Lin Yu directly put away the 2 pieces of godhood, and chased the remaining 2 again. Damn it! Run! The 2 who escaped death were pale, and turned around and fled without thinking. At the same time, a large number of soldiers appeared and blocked Lin Yu's way. Blood? I need more blood. Unexpectedly, a sharp voice suddenly came at this time. The green vine, which fell into a frenzy, twisted the giant vines around her body like a giant octopus. One by one, the vines soared into the sky, and in a blink of an eye, the 1-kilometer range became a vine forest, and the entire range was included in her bloody kingdom. The 2 were seriously injured and just wanted to escape through space. But they found that the space here had been blocked at some point, and they could not use displacement skills. It was the void space that Kong Ming activated in time. Swoosh! 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 A series of air-breaking sounds rang out. Countless vines rose to the sky and quickly closed, turning into a huge cage that stood between heaven and earth, including the 2 lords and tens of thousands of soldiers within a radius of 1 kilometer. All were trapped in the vine cage, blocking all retreat routes. Amid chanting crazy and sharp laughter, a large amount of bloody poisonous mist gushed out and gradually enveloped them. No! The 2 lords screamed miserably, and the screams were transmitted to the outside through the vine cage, which frightened the other lords around and made them pale. The Lords of the Realm Alliance were so scared that they fled in all directions, and they only regretted that their agility was not maxed out. Kill the 11th level lord of the other plane and obtain 226.9 billion magic power. Kill the 11th order lord of the other plane and gain 300 billion magic energy. 2 more reminders sounded in Lin Yu's mind. After the 2 lords died, the soldiers who were hindering his actions were also killed one after another, turning into a rain of corpses falling from the sky. Lin Yu flashed into the scattered vine forest, put the 2 pieces of godhood into his pocket, and looked around again with scarlet eyes. At this time, he had only one word in his mind. That is, kill! Kill all the enemies in front of him, not to mention the green vine. After devouring the flesh and blood of 2 11th order lords and tens of thousands of soldiers, it became more and more crazy. Without any pause, 1 person and 1 vine rushed towards other nearby enemies again. Those Domain Alliance lords fled, and directly chose the puppet lord as the target. Wherever they went, they destroyed everything and slaughtered crazily on the entire battlefield. Other royal families led the legendary soldiers to support and finish behind. pushing forward like a bulldozer. The horrific and bloody scene shocked the lords of the Anti-Alliance, who even forgot to attack and stopped. Is this the full strength of Brother Xingyu? Beta stared blankly at Lin Yu, who was madly slaughtering the Realm Alliance. In just 1 minute, several 11th level puppet lords died at his and Qingting hands. In the entire Wanjie continent, which 11th level lord can do this? I shouldn't be dazzled. Right? Beasts were also shocked. And they stood still. Only Li Ke was excited and clenched his fists. I knew that Brother Yu still had hidden strength. He could easily kill even the 11th level, which is too strong. You know, these puppet lords were all strengthened by the evil spirit, and their strength became much stronger than before. But even so, they still couldn't stop Lin Yu's attack. You could imagine how terrifying his strength was at this time. After being shocked, the Anti-Alliance finally reacted. Good opportunity. Quick counterattack. Their defense has collapsed. Attack with all your strength. Get rid of them all. Amidst the shouts, the Anti-Alliance teams rose up and launched a fierce attack on the Realm Alliance. While they were in chaos, they gradually turned the situation around. Some people even seized the opportunity and successfully killed many puppet lords, tearing a huge gap in the Realm Alliance's defense line and marching straight in. In the blink of an eye, the two sides started fighting again. The air was filled with a strong bloody smell. I don't know how long it took, and how many soldiers and lords were killed. When Lin Yu's bloody frenzy dissipated, the monstrous murderous intent in his heart finally subsided. He glanced at the scene of corpses and blood all around him, and found that he had unknowingly penetrated into the rear of the Realm Alliance, surrounded by the Realm Alliance's soldiers and puppet lords who surrounded him. Retreat! Without hesitation. With an order, he retreated with the plant army. As for the bloody frenzy on Qingting's body, Tunshan activated his devouring ability to help her devour some of her blood and qi. And then she woke up from the mad state. When Lin Yu retreated to the rear of the Anti-Alliance team, the three Beidou on the other side also came up. Brother Xingyu, are you okay? Brother Yu, are you okay? They all saw the scene just now. It was not an easy thing to go in and out 7 times under the siege of so many puppet lords. I'm fine. Just a little overdrawn. Lin Yu waved his hand and said, looking a little weak, and even had many places on his body that were torn by the bloody breath. And he almost exploded and died. In that state just now, he couldn't control his consciousness at all. And he only knew to kill crazily, almost consuming all the power of rules. Once the power of rules is no longer supported, and he doesn't regain consciousness, the consequences will be disastrous. But there is no way. In the current situation, he can only fight. Otherwise he will die in the end. Fortunately, he made the right bet. The worst did not happen. And he also got a lot of Godhead. I think I got a few Godheads just now. After casting a few healing skills on himself and recovering some strength, Lin Yu opened his personal space to check. The next second, he was stunned. Then his eyes suddenly widened. At this time, there were 4 Godheads and 15 Chaos Godheads in his personal space. Killed so many in just 3 minutes? Lin Yu couldn't believe his eyes. But soon, he became excited. With so many Godheads and Chaos Godheads, it was almost certain that he would upgrade to the 12th level. What's wrong? Brother Xingyu? Feeling his abnormality, Beidou on the side couldn't help asking. Lin Yu didn't answer him, but turned his palm, and 4 crystals shining with colorful light appeared in his hand. Beidou and the other 2 who wanted to say something were instantly shocked. Godhead, Beidou exclaimed in surprise, completely shocked. It was the first time he had seen 4 pieces of Godhead appear together. Not to mention Baisho and Li Ke, whose eyes almost popped out. These Godheads were humanoid, beast, insect, and angel, which made Lin Yu very happy. The angel Godhead was finally in hand. It was also thanks to the fact that he had been staring at the angel lord on the opposite side before the bloody frenzy, which made him chase and kill the other party subconsciously. But the one who was more excited than him was Beidou. His eyes seemed to be sucked in, staring at the humanoid Godhead, and his hands trembled slightly. Brother Shengshengya, can you sell me this humanoid Godhead? I am willing to pay a higher price than the market price. He swallowed his saliva and said with a little stutter. Seeing him like this, Lin Yu realized that the last piece of Godhead he seemed to be missing was the humanoid Godhead. Emperor level. As long as he merges this humanoid Godhood, he can successfully upgrade to the Emperor level. No wonder even he, who is always calm, is so excited. Lin Yu calculated in his mind and said, I will use this angel godhood. If you need the rest, I will sell it to you at a price of 2 million. These godhoods were obtained by him killing enemies independently, so they naturally belong to him alone. He now has a total of 600,000 rule fragments, plus 3 godhoods worth 6 million, and 750,000 that can be exchanged for the chaos godhood, which is a total of 7.35 million. It is enough for upgrading, and there is still enough to maximize the physical attributes to ensure his survival ability, although it may be sold at a higher price if it is auctioned. He does not have much time, so he must act as soon as possible. Moreover, 2 million rule fragments are not a small amount. It is equivalent to the savings of an 11th level lord for several years, or even decades. Most people really can't take it out. Obviously, Beidou and his men are not ordinary people. Seeing him say that, he was immediately shocked. Really? Are you really going to sell it to us? Beidou and Lika can use both the humanoid and insect systems, and they have enough wealth to buy them. As for the beasts, although they don't have the angel system that he lacks, they still stare at the beast godhood, intending to buy it, and find a lord with the angel godhood to exchange. So soon, they got the godhood they needed from Lin Yu. And Lin Yu also earned 6 million rule fragments. Brothers, I have to go back to the territory first. After getting the humanoid godhood, Beidou's face was full of anxiety. After saying goodbye, he teleported back to the direction of the war camp, obviously going back to prepare for the upgrade. Then I should go back too, and come back later. Lin Yu took a deep breath and said the same thing. At this time, the strength of the two camps was not much different, and they were at the most anxious time. The loss of a lord like him did not have much impact. Go ahead. We're here to support you. Haha. Now we have 2 more emperors in our realm. After each of them got a divine power, Baisho and Lika were in a very good mood and immediately said with a smile. Lin Yu nodded to them, and without hesitation, he immediately recalled the troops and rushed back to the territory. At this time, he was eager to go home, and his speed was a little faster than usual. Chapter 643 Missing Rules. Do you want to absorb Godhead Angelic? Once absorbed, it cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. Absorb. A trembling voice sounded in the territory. Lin Yu sat cross-legged under the world tree, staring at the angelic godhead in front of him, watching it slowly rise and bloom with dazzling colorful light. Then, whoosh, it turned into a stream of light and entered his body, gradually merging with the 9 pieces of godhead in his body. At the same time, a huge force surged into his whole body, constantly strengthening his limbs. The fusion was successful, and various attributes changed. Please go and check it yourself. All the materials required for upgrading to level 12 have been collected. Do you want to upgrade the territory? 2 consecutive prompts sounded in Lin Yu's mind, making him take a deep breath. The process of upgrading from level 11 to level 12 did not take as long as when he was at level 10, but the danger was several times that of level 10. Fortunately, he survived, and he successfully collected 10 pieces of godhood from different races. And finally, he could take the last step and stand on the top of the entire continent. Just thinking about it made him sigh. Seeing that the war was still going on, he didn't waste any more time and answered directly, upgrade. Boom! The moment the voice fell, a vast and boundless energy suddenly exploded, sweeping towards the entire Holy Blessing Kingdom, and even the entire primitive continent with the world tree as the center. Then, a golden light column surrounded by the breath of life rose into the sky and rushed straight into the void, causing the entire primitive continent to begin to shake violently. What's going on? What happened? The terrifying vision and the vast breath immediately frightened the residents of the entire primitive continent and made them run outside and look in the direction of the light column. Not to mention Shui Chagui and Wei Gang, who were doing business in Huansha City. All of them were shocked by this sudden vision. Emperor level. His Majesty the King has been promoted to the Emperor level. No doubt. This breath is indeed the power of the great Emperor. What did you say? His Majesty the King is going to become the great Emperor. Wei Gang and others widened their eyes, full of disbelief and excitement. The great Emperor. Their Majesty the King is going to become the great Emperor. So, wouldn't the Holy Blessing Kingdom also be upgraded to the Holy Blessing Empire? And their name for His Majesty the King will also become the Great Emperor. The Holy Blessing Great Emperor. Just thinking about it makes them excited. And some of them even blush. and in the whole Huansha city. There were exclamations at this time, and many people knelt on the ground and worshipped devoutly in the direction of the palace, as if to respond to their worship. At this time, the breath of life that enveloped the entire holy blessing kingdom suddenly exploded, turning into a sky full of green light and falling down. As long as anyone who came into contact with this breath, no matter how serious the injury was, began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even those practitioners felt a huge energy pouring into their bodies, breaking through their cultivation shackles, and the light of breakthrough continued to light up in every corner of the kingdom. This is the power of rules, shouted Songyun, who was standing with Wei Gang on the street, changed his expression, and suddenly felt a strong power of rules from the green light falling from the sky. He didn't care about much, and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. A circle of faint rule aura began to surround him, and it was constantly condensing. Old you. What happened to Senior Xiao? Wei Gang asked in confusion. Don't disturb him. He should be about to break through to the 10th level. Yu Daonan smiled and looked at Xiao Songyun, who had entered the state of cultivation. Sure enough, not long after, a strong aura suddenly burst out from him, and he was directly promoted from the 9th level to the 10th level. Really broke through. Wei Gang and others were shocked. They didn't expect that the energy upgraded by His Majesty the King would have such a powerful effect. How dare he hesitate? He immediately sat down and started practicing on the spot. Even Yu Daonan, who had already reached the 10th level, could feel that his use of the power of rules had improved a lot under the influence of this power. Such a grand event of national upgrading can only appear when the Emperor is born, which makes those practitioners who have just arrived in the Holy Blessing Kingdom say that they have made a profit. And this upgrade phenomenon, it also attracted the attention of the emperors, who were fighting in the Demon Yuan realm, and they all looked towards the direction of the Primordial realm. This location seems to be our realm? Emperor Xingyao said in surprise. It is indeed our Primordial realm. There is a new emperor born? Emperor Xiangyue looked surprised. I don't know which kingdom it is. It is not a good time to be promoted at this time. One more emperor level, and one more combat power are better than none. The 12th emperor. It can indeed increase our combat power. Be careful. Those beasts are coming again. Just as the primitive emperors were discussing, powerful chaos beasts appeared again and rushed towards them. The faces of several people were stern, and they no longer paid attention to the movements of the primitive world, and rushed towards the chaos beasts again. At this time, the emperors of various worlds had more or less wounds on their bodies. Some were even seriously injured, creating opportunities for the two elders to attack. It's useless. Yuans can't beat me. In the center of the void, Motian laughed wildly, controlling Feng Yan's body to collide violently with the two elders. And the progress of his fusion with the heart has entered the final stage, seeing that only the last step is left for complete fusion. In contrast, Xian Yuan and Qin Lao were covered with wounds, and their breath was unstable. But they still didn't say a word and launched a fierce attack on him. Wherever they went, the void collapsed and there was a loud rumbling sound. Although Motian was extremely powerful, he was still only at the 12th level. He could not get rid of them in a short time. He was finally beaten to anger, and a fierce look flashed across his face. Damn ants. Why do you have to struggle so fearlessly? The creator of your world is dead. It won't be long before the reincarnation starts. At that time, the soul power of all the creatures in this world will be drained and used to recondense the core of the new world. Isn't it better to wait for death obediently? Boom! The sudden shocking news exploded among all the emperors, making their faces change drastically. The creator of this world, dead? Let alone the newly promoted emperor like Xingyao. Even the old emperor like the Dragon Emperor, who survived the incident tens of thousands of years ago, was shocked and almost breathless. All along, they all knew that at the top of this world, there was an existence called Lord God, who was also the origin of the rules of the entire Wanjie continent. If someone created this world, it would most likely be the so-called Lord God. But now Motian told them that the Lord God is dead. How could they believe it? But at the same time, they had to admit that all this seemed to be true. Because whether it was the shrinking of the monster plane, the fusion of the 10,000 worlds, or the withering of the living world and the withering of the world tree, they all indicated the truth behind it. So, the appearance of reincarnation was not actually caused by the chaos of rules, but because the Lord God fell. He wanted to deprive all the souls of all the people in the 10,000 worlds to recondense the core of the world. The moment they came to this conclusion, all the emperors were shocked. They actually lived in a world that was about to be destroyed. No wonder. No wonder Qianji was willing to pay such a high price to seek a glimmer of life. The Dragon Emperor's eyes trembled violently, and he staggered back 2 steps. At this moment, he finally understood why Qianji risked his life to launch this 10,000 Worlds war, and even stood on the opposite side of the entire 10,000 worlds. Perhaps he had already guessed the truth behind this from various clues. How is it? Are you desperate? Seeing their expressions, Emotion suddenly laughed fiercely. Perhaps because he was trapped for too long. His temperament became extremely twisted. Seeing this expression of falling from heaven to hell and hope turning into despair, he felt very happy. As if this was not enough, he continued, I will tell you another good news. The road to heaven that you have been looking forward to will never appear, because it disappeared completely 10,000 years ago. Abandoned people are not qualified to enter the road to heaven. Ha ha ha. The arrogant laughter shook the entire void violently, and his words just now also spread through the void to the entire Wanjie continent, making all the creatures on the continent feel a breath of death spreading in their hearts. Sure enough. Has it been cut off? In the primitive team, Emperor Xiangyue frowned slightly and sighed slightly, as if he had known about this for a long time. As early as several years ago, she had a chance to peek into some of the secrets behind this world and guess some things. It's just that she couldn't confirm it for a long time. Now, hearing the words of Emotion, she finally confirmed her guess. Yes, the Lord God fell. They have been abandoned, and their way to rise is completely cut off. This is why their 12th level upgrade interface is completely different from the previous 11th level. Name, World Tree, Territory, Category, Plant System. Level, 12 level. Durability, 500, 000/500, 000, plus 100,000. Number of recruits, 25, 000/50, 000. Upgrade requirements, cannot be upgraded. Introduction, the core of the territory, with various functions. Due to the lack of rules, the level cannot continue to increase. In Huansha City, Linyu stared at the interface in front of him blankly, and his whole body froze. The lack of rules? The level cannot be upgraded? What does this mean? In astonishment, he quickly opened the Godhead interface and took a look. Name, Godhead. Level, 12th level, 1/infinity. Features, general. Each time a Godhead of the same level is absorbed, the attributes of the Lord and soldiers are increased by 10%. Introduction, the crystal block containing divinity, due to the lack of rules, only retains the most basic attribute enhancement and cannot exert its full effect. Chapter 644, the vision of becoming an emperor. The continent is shocked. Even the function of the Godhead is missing? Looking at the information interface in front of him, Linyu was completely stunned. All along, the emperor level is very mysterious and desirable to lords and even practitioners. Linyu thought that the emperor level should be the same as the 11th level, with rule fragments plus basic attributes, and the Godhead brings additional aura bonus. But now, there is only the function of integrating the Godhead to increase the attribute by 10%, which is completely different from the emperor level he imagined. And the source of all this is just because of those few words. Missing rules? Does it mean that the rules of this world are missing? Damn ants. Why do you have to make such a fearless struggle? Just thinking about it. A roar like thunder suddenly exploded above the Wanjie continent. Linyu was shocked and immediately closed the interface and looked up. If he heard it correctly, it seemed to be the voice of the monster called Emotion. Sure enough, after a while, Emotion's voice sounded again. The creator of your world is dead. It won't be long before the reincarnation starts. At that time, the soul power of all the creatures in this world will be drained and used to recondense the core of the new world. Wouldn't it be better to wait for death obediently? I tell you another good news. The road to heaven that you have been looking forward to will never appear, because it disappeared completely 10,000 years ago. People who abandon the world are not qualified to enter the road to heaven. Ha ha ha. The arrogant laughter echoed over the entire Wanjie continent, shocking Linyu inexplicably. The creator of this world, dead. This sudden news was like a thunder, exploding in his mind, making him freeze in place. As the owner of the origin universe, Linyu's understanding of the origin of this world is even better than those emperors in some aspects, because the emergence of the origin universe made him guess a long time ago whether this world would be created by a creator like his origin universe. And this creator is what they call the Lord God. The Lord God fell. The living world withered. The 10,000 worlds perished. And the rules were lost. In an instant, all the questions were connected in Lin Yu's mind, making his eyes gradually magnify. However, before he could react, the change occurred again. With a boom, a golden light column shot up from the world tree in his origin universe, and directly turned into a vast energy that rushed out of his body and intersected with the upgrade light in the territory at this time. The upgrade light that was about to dissipate actually broke out again. Circles of vast light breaths spread out from the light as the center, spreading out to the outside of the original world. In a flash, it covered the entire 10,000 worlds continent. The sky above the 10,000 worlds continent was filled with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and violent winds, as if the end of the world was coming. This is not over yet. The next second when the light appeared, in all the territories on the Wanjia continent, beams of light of all sizes also shot up into the sky, sinking straight into the clouds, forming an extremely magnificent scene on the continent. Indistinctly, there seemed to be him surrounding and Rule's baptism. The vast and boundless aura filled the world. This, Lin Yu looked at everything in front of him with a shocked face, and was completely stunned. It was the first time he had seen an emperor-level upgrade phenomenon, so exaggerated that it directly covered the entire Wanjia continent. Could it be because of the origin universe? At this time, all residents on the continent were also shocked by this exaggerated phenomenon, and there was an uproar in all realms. Even the emperors, who were fighting fiercely, turned around in shock, because they had never seen such a strange upgrade phenomenon that directly covered all realms, which was simply unheard of. Only Emotion, who was in the center of the encirclement, suddenly showed ecstasy on his face, as if he had discovered some amazing treasure. World Core. A new world core has been born in this world. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that there would be such an opportunity in this abandoned world. God bless my Emotion. World Core. This strange phenomenon is actually the birth of the World Core? The emperors of all walks of life were shocked when they heard it. But before they could think about it, Emotion, who was in the encirclement, had already turned into a stream of light and escaped into the void, rushing towards the direction of the original world. Not good. Stop him quickly. The two elders of Xianyuan changed their expressions, and their aura suddenly burst out, shattering the void and forcing Emotion out of the space channel again. Seeing this, the other emperors also appeared in a flash, surrounded him, and didn't give him a chance to escape, because they knew very well, once Emotion got the power of the World Core, everything would be over, no matter how many emperors came. Damn ants. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? In that case, I show you what real power is. Emotion roared angrily, and the evil spirit around him surged wildly. The body that was almost able to merge into Feng Yan's body was compressed, and forcibly merged with the heart. Boom! The power of destroying the world suddenly exploded on him. At this moment, he finally succeeded in breaking through the shackles of the 12th level and reaching a higher level. The powerful and boundless power also completely exceeded the limit that this world could bear, causing the entire world to begin to collapse rapidly. And there was a scene of destruction everywhere. If this continues, I'm afraid that there is no need to wait until the reincarnation appears. The Wanjia continent will be blown up by this power. Stop it! Old Qin shouted in shock, and the crutch in his hand turned into thousands of lights, sweeping towards Emotion. Other emperors on the side also took action, using the strongest means to try to stop Emotion's actions. It's useless. This world will be destroyed sooner or later. It's better to help me before it's destroyed, so that I can successfully enter that level. Emotion's face was distorted, and his breath was surging. He came here just to wait for the reincarnation to start and get the World Core. For this, he even did not hesitate to be suppressed by that hateful guy for 10,000 years and lose his freedom. Now that another new World Core has appeared, he doesn't need to care about anything anymore, and finally bursts out all his strength. With a wave of his hand, an extremely powerful energy exploded around, and the emperors vomited blood and flew backwards. Only the two elders barely supported. The two sides are not at the same level at all. Xianyuan and Qin Lao looked at each other, and finally a trace of determination flashed across their faces. After nodding to each other, a divine power shining with colorful light suddenly flew out of their bodies, instantly illuminating the entire void. I didn't expect that I could be so crazy when my life was about to end. Yes, I have long wanted to experience this feeling of breaking the rules. The two elders' calm voices slowly came out of their mouths. Without any hesitation, the flying godheads suddenly burned fiercely, turning into a huge energy that poured into their bodies, causing their momentum to rise rapidly. In the end, they broke through the blockade of the 12th level and successfully stepped into the legendary realm. Burn the godhead. Are you going to die? Emotion shouted in shock. And finally a shocked expression appeared on his face for the first time. Burn the godhead. The emperors were shocked. They didn't expect that the two elders would be so decisive and forcibly increase their strength by burning the godhead. For a moment, a sad atmosphere filled the surroundings, causing all the emperors to secretly clench their fists and prepare for the last fight. The bodies of the two elders also began to melt because their strength exceeded the limit, and they felt that they would collapse at any time. But they were smiling at this time, and their eyes were more determined than ever. Finally, the two momentums reached their peak, and a strong fighting spirit suddenly broke out in their eyes. Die! Suddenly, the two jumped high. The terrifying blade light and endless death energy merged together, and the power of destroying the world poured out towards Emotion. Other emperors also took action one after another, and attacks emerged from the sky, blocking all his retreat routes. Even though Emotion was extremely powerful, his face changed drastically. There was no way to dodge, so he had to frantically mobilize the evil spirit around him, recall all the chaotic beasts, and go straight to this power. Boom! The deafening explosion shook the entire Wonjia continent. The demon Yuan realm below collapsed rapidly under the ravages of this terrifying energy, turning into ashes and dissipating into the void. Not to mention the emperors around. All of them were blown away thousands of miles away by the air wave, and finally stopped their bodies, looking at the center of the explosion with horror. Did it succeed? One of them couldn't help asking. It should be, right? Another emperor said hesitantly. It must have succeeded. The combined attack of Senior Xian Yuan and Old Qin burning their godheads. No matter how powerful the monster is, it will definitely not be able to stop it. At this time, the center of the explosion could no longer see or sense any breath of the two elders and Emotion, as if they had disappeared out of thin air. Seeing this, the other emperors showed sad expressions, without any joy of victory, sacrificing so many people. And even the two guardians finally killed the opponent at the cost of burning their godheads, which really made them unhappy. No! Look there! Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded in the team, interrupting their discussion. The emperors from all walks of life were startled and looked at the center of the explosion, and found that there was a murderous aura appearing, rapidly gathering towards the center from all directions. In the blink of an eye, it gathered into a human shape again, staring at them with a gloomy face. How could it be? The emperors were shocked, and their eyes were full of disbelief. After enduring the attack of the two elders' burning godhead, he was still able to survive unscathed. What kind of monster is this? Despair surged into their hearts again at this moment, causing them to tremble violently. You can actually hurt me like this? It seems that I underestimated you. Emotion's eyes were cold, and he glanced around with murderous intent, probably because of the attack just now. The evil spirit around him became much dimmer, and he was obviously seriously injured. So he didn't attack immediately, but looked at the golden light in the distance, and with a flash, he teleported towards the direction of the original world. When I absorb the world core to restore my strength, it will be your death. The murderous voice sounded in the void, shocking the emperors. Not good. Stop him quickly. We must not let him get the world core. In the roar, the emperors from all walks of life chased after him. Chapter 645. The countdown begins in the death realm. Boom! Just as the emperors were chasing after Emotion, a loud noise came from the direction of the primordial realm. Because of the death of the two guardians, the primordial realm and the living realm began to vibrate violently and continued to shrink inward. The entrance and the ladder to the living realm were also sucked into the collapsed void between the two realms until they disappeared completely. The gate to the living realm is closed. The emperors who were chasing turned their heads, and their mood instantly sank to the bottom. It was really a case of when it rains, it pours. Before the changes in the 10,000 Worlds continent were resolved, drastic changes occurred in the living realm. They didn't give them a chance to react at all. After the gate to the living realm closed, the vibrations in the living realm began to become more and more violent, and the world tree in the center of the realm finally exhausted its last bit of vitality. and its branches and leaves quickly withered. Withering with it, the regular protective wall around the living realm also withered. This protective wall is the realm wall used to block the influx of chaotic aura. As the boundary wall gradually dissipated, a large amount of chaotic aura began to flow into the living world from the edge of the boundary, instantly plunging the entire living world into chaos. Quick! Get out of here! The poisonous gas is coming. Run! Save me! I don't want to die yet. Anxious shouts and shrill screams continue to sound at the edge of the living world. Countless superpowers and ordinary people ran in every corner, avoiding the erosion of the chaotic aura. But how could their speed catch up with the speed of the spread of the chaotic aura? In just a blink of an eye, those survivors near the edge of the boundary were swallowed by the surging chaotic aura and mutated into hideous and terrifying humanoid monsters. Some even turned directly into deformed monsters, fiercely pounced on the companions who had just escaped with them, and tore them into pieces. Chaos. The entire living world was completely in chaos. The sound of wailing spread everywhere, like a purgatory on earth. Just as the survivors were running for their lives, there was another loud bang. A huge space channel suddenly appeared in the center of the realm, connecting to a dark and strange realm space. This incident immediately shocked the high-level members of the Guardian clan and made them come out. When they saw the realm behind the space channel, the head of the clan, Qin Shuntian, suddenly fixed his eyes. This is the origin realm. That's right. The place where this space channel leads to is the realm that is as famous as the primordial realm and is responsible for guarding the gate of the death realm. It's the origin realm. So, the legend is really true? Several elders on the side said tremblingly. There is a prophecy in the ancestral precepts of the Guardian clan. When the living world turns into the dead world, the gate of the dead world will open. At that time, it is also the starting point for the entire living world, and even the 10,000 worlds continent to truly go to extinction. Now that the gate of the dead realm has appeared, it means that the prophecy has come true. How could it be? Several elders and deacons collapsed to the ground, looking at the dramatic changes in the living world with a look of horror. Qin Shinqian's face was as gloomy as water, and his brows were tightly knitted together. Just now, they learned the news of the ancestor's death. Now that they have encountered such a change, no matter how firm their minds are, they are almost defeated in their psychological defenses and are in a mess. But Qin Shuntian is the patriarch after all. If even he falls, the entire Guardian clan will be finished. Thinking of this, he turned around and looked at the people behind him, and shouted in a deep voice, "All the people of the Guardian clan listen to the order, and the whole clan will migrate to the origin world in half an hour to take refuge." Although he knew very well that in this situation, even if they escaped to the origin world, the chaotic aura would still flow into the origin world through the gate of the dead realm, and even spread to the entire Wanjia continent. But if he could buy a little more time, there would be a chance for a turnaround. It's not time to give up yet. Soon, all the people of the Guardian clan started to move. Even the forces and residents of the origin city below received the news, packed up their things, and rushed to the gate of the dead realm with their families. In a blink of an eye, the entire origin city fell into chaos, and hurriedly fled from the roots of the world tree that had protected them for generations. It really is true that when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. On the other side, in the origin realm, this realm is different from other realms. It is a completely independent realm behind the forces of the Realm Alliance. And because of the long-term death aura and the large number of undead emperors, even the Realm Alliance dare not easily set foot in. But today, this realm has welcomed a large number of uninvited guests, who rushed in from the living realm, and also alarmed the emperors in the origin realm. "Is it coming again?" A ghost emperor with a white body whispered, as if he had foreseen the arrival of this day. The existence of their origin realm, like the primordial realm, is responsible for guarding the entrance to the death realm. I thought it would take half a year for the living realm to transform into the death realm, but I didn't expect it to happen half a year earlier. Let's go. It's time to fulfill our mission. Gather the strength of all of us, and hold on for a while. We must not let the chaos aura enter the 10,000 realms continent so quickly. Let's go! With a loud shout, all the strong men above the 10th level of the origin realm started to move, rushing towards the entrance of the death realm, ready to gather all the strength to block the passage and delay the spread of the chaos aura. That's all they can do now. At the same time, in the primordial realm on the other side of the continent, Lin Yu, who was checking the upgrade information, also felt the changes in the living realm. and his expression became solemn. After being promoted to the emperor level, his understanding of the rules has reached an unimaginable level. It's as if he has some kind of connection with the entire 10,000 Realms continent, and he can vaguely feel the changes on the continent. However, before he left the territory to investigate the situation, he suddenly felt a palpitation and sensed that an extremely powerful momentum was approaching this side at a rapid speed. Then, a large number of emperor-level auras appeared one after another near the primitive world, which shocked him. Little did he know, when the Emperor Xingyao who had just arrived saw that the person who upgraded to the Emperor was him, they all showed shocked expressions. But immediately, the face of the Emperor Xingyao suddenly changed. "Boy! Run away!" Before anyone knew it, the anxious shout had already come out of his mouth. Lin Yu was slightly startled, and before he knew what was going on, a hole suddenly appeared in the sky above his territory. A monstrous force suddenly rushed out and fell towards his territory. Lin Yu was shocked and activated the law of time without thinking, reducing the speed of time around him to the minimum. Then he stepped on the ground and broke it, and the whole person turned into a sharp arrow and rushed out of the territory. Boom! A deafening roar shook the entire Huangsha city. The terrifying might turned into a wave of air, sweeping across the entire palace, blowing away all the nearby people, and collapsing a large area of trees and buildings. The core of the territory was damaged, and some of the territory functions failed. With just one blow, Lin Yu's territory and the world tree in the territory were directly destroyed. Lin Yu turned around in horror and found that there was only a huge deep pit left where the original territory was, and even the surrounding palaces were all turned into ashes and razed to the ground. So strong. The strength of the person who came was definitely far beyond the Holy Emperor, even stronger than the level of the Dragon Emperor. How could such a monster suddenly target him? There was no time to think about it, so he had to speed up again to escape outside the capital. The law of time. You can actually use the law of time. This is impossible. But unexpectedly, at this time, a scream like a drake suddenly came from the sky above his territory. A figure covered with evil spirit appeared, causing Lin Yu, who was fleeing rapidly, to shrink his pupils. Feng Yan was wrong. This breath was from the monster called Mutated. His heart was actually fused with him, and he recognized his law of time at a glance. He dared not think too much. In order not to involve Huangsha City, he immediately shuttled through space and fled in the direction of the emperors. Ha! It's true. The core of the world is in you. Only by possessing the core of the world can you control the law of time. Hand over the core of the world obediently, and I will spare your life. With a wild laugh, Mutated immediately caught up. Lin Yu, who was fleeing, was shocked when he heard his words. The other party actually came for his origin universe. Could it be that the vision just now attracted him? But he didn't even have the opportunity to consider it. The surrounding space had been shattered by a terrifying force, forcing him out of the space channel. Then the pressure came, and the surging evil spirit fell directly on him. So fast! Lin Yu's face changed drastically, and he launched a savage roar without thinking, bursting out all his defensive skills, and stretched his physical attributes to the limit. But the next second, the evil spirit directly smashed the layers of protective walls in front of him. He didn't even have time to react, and his chest was hit hard, and the whole person vomited blood and flew out. Master, are you okay? Let us go out to fight. In the origin universe, a group of royal family shouted anxiously, wanting to rush out to help. Go back. This guy is too strong. Even if you come out, you will just die. Lin Yu knew very well that the opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. His royal family is now only 11th level. Even if more come, it will be useless. Without any hesitation, he immediately escaped into the void again by inertia and fled to the outside of the primitive world. You can't escape. Mutad's voice sounded. Just 1 second later, Lin Yu, who was traveling through the space channel, felt a strong force falling again, madly squeezing the void where he was. Just as he was about to be stopped again, a loud shout finally came from outside. Stop! Mutated. Your opponent is us. It's the emperors. The Dragon Emperor and the Holy Emperor are also there. Lin Yu was overjoyed and immediately rushed out of the space channel. Sure enough, he saw that the emperors from all walks of life had arrived and surrounded Mutated in the middle, completely blocking his way. Chapter 646 Race Against Time. Damn ants. How dare you ruin my good deeds? I think you are tired of living. Seeing the world core in front of him, Emotion had no intention of entangled with them. He roared, and the monstrous evil spirit emerged, turning into a chaotic beast and sweeping around. Get out of here! Emperor Shengyao turned around and shouted at Lin Yu, and immediately went up with other emperors to launch a fierce siege on Emotion. They didn't know much about the world core, but they knew one thing. If there is still a last glimmer of hope for the 10,000 worlds continent, it must be this world core that suddenly appeared. And Lin Yu, the person chosen by the world core. Even if they risk their lives, they can't let this last hope fall into the hands of Emotion. Go! Emperor Xiangyue also turned around and shouted at Lin Yu, struggling to resist the attack from Emotion. At this time, except for the Dragon Emperor and several other powerful veteran emperors, most of them were seriously injured and obviously could not hold on for long. Leave? None of you can leave! Emotion laughed strangely, and the evil spirit on his body surged again. Behind him, he condensed into a huge beast that towered over the sky and earth, and opened his huge mouth to bite all the emperors, including Lin Yu. The extremely terrifying scene made the residents of the entire primitive world tremble and terrified. Some even fainted and fell to the ground under this pressure, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Unable to avoid it, the emperors had to burst out all the power of rules, converged into one, and collided fiercely with the phantom of the beast. Boom! The whole sky shook violently, and the raging energy exploded with a collision point as the center, blowing all the emperors away. Shengyao and some weaker new emperors were stained with blood in the sky, and fell directly into the mountains and rivers of the primitive world below, crashing into countless huge cracks. Emperor! Lin Yu looked at the unknown Emperor Shengyao, his eyes trembling violently, bloodshot, but he didn't give him a chance to react. Emotion rushed out of the encirclement of the emperors, and the overwhelming power enveloped him. Escape! With almost no hesitation, Lin Yu turned and fled, fleeing at high speed outside the primitive world. Emotion's strength was much stronger than he imagined, and even so many emperors couldn't compete with him. He couldn't change anything by himself, and would only affect the primitive world. So soon, his eyes were locked on the center of the 10,000 worlds continent, the huge portal standing in the deepest part of the monster plane. If there is anyone in the 10,000 worlds who can be Emotion's opponent, it is only the top 4 of the 72 demons. The 4 terrifying existences, with the title of the Supreme 4 Demons. At this moment, Lin Yu can't care so much. He even uses the law of time to accelerate time and increase his speed to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the endless void and arrived in the monster plane, rapidly approaching the portal. Do you think you will be fine if you escape inside? The chasing Emotion obviously guessed Lin Yu's plan and shouted loudly. His strength far exceeded the emperor level, allowing him to close the distance between the two at once. In less than a few breaths, he had crossed the space, and the surging evil spirit appeared in the direction of Lin Yu's advance, surrounding him like a cage. His speed was too fast, with Lin Yu's perception that had just been upgraded to the emperor level. There was no way to lock it. He had to activate the time law to delay time, dodge along the edge of the black cage, and escape to the depths of the monster plane again. At the same time, the end countdown was activated, restoring the state to 1 minute ago, replenishing the large amount of rule power consumed by the time law. But even so, his rule power was still insufficient, and was being consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, when he escaped to the sky above a wilderness, he was accidentally hit by the evil spirit, which pierced through his shoulder and fell from the sky. I said, "You can't escape." Emotion came over without saying anything nonsense. He waved his hand, and a sky full of black spears gathered and shot at him violently. Facing this extremely strong attack, Lin Yu gritted his teeth, and the forest sage appeared beside him, directly launching the peace domain skill. A circle of invisible ripples spread out, covering the entire 1-kilometer range. However, what he didn't expect was, after entering the domain, the black spears only became a little dimmer, and then fell again. However, it was this brief pause that gave him the opportunity. He recalled the forest sage and dodged into the void to avoid the attack. Then, with a loud bang, he fled to the depths of the monster plane again. What a hassle! Seeing Lin Yu flee, Emotion's face darkened, and he began to become impatient. He accelerated and chased after Lin Yu, while continuously launching attacks and destroying large areas of the void. As they chased and fled, Lin Yu had more and more wounds on his body, and even various healing skills could not keep up with the speed of the wounds. Finally, after escaping the siege of the beast again, the power of rules in his body was completely exhausted, and his speed slowed down instantly. Run! Why don't you run? Feeling his power was exhausted, Motion sneered. Without giving him a chance to breathe, he raised his arm and prepared to give a fatal blow. But he didn't notice. At this time, they were already in the deepest part of the monster plain, on a piece of empty black land. And in the center of the black land, it was the huge door locked by chains. Motion, you are here after all. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded. Motion, who was about to attack, changed his face and looked up. Boom! With a loud noise, all the light pillars representing the 72 demons suddenly lit up, rushing straight into the sky, forming a huge blockade formation in the monster plain. The emperors from all walks of life who had just arrived were shocked and were also trapped in the monster plain by the blockade formation. Then, the 4 largest light pillars in the center lit up. The 4 phantoms of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise appeared one after another, gradually solidified, and finally turned into 4 terrifying giant beast entities, surrounding Motion in the middle. The 4 great beasts. Lin Yu looked at the 4 figures in shock. The existence that made the emperors of all realms extremely fearful. The real body turned out to be the legendary 4 great beasts. And the terrifying momentum was not weaker than that of Motion at this time, which made Motion's expression become solemn. You 4 are here to ruin my good deeds again. Wasn't it enough that you were seriously injured by me 10,000 years ago? Motion said coldly. We are here to guard your body under the order of our master. And naturally we can't let you escape easily. The Azure Dragon floated in the air, and the slender dragon whiskers moved without wind, exuding supreme majesty. Lin Yu looked at its information and found that except for the name and the word royal family behind it, there were only question marks. No specific information could be found, and even the level was not displayed. Then, he heard the white tiger on the other side say in a deep voice, we couldn't leave here originally, but since you came here by yourself, just let us suppress you again. Humph. Even your master has been blown up by me and is sleeping here forever. Do you think you can stop me with just a few of you? With an angry roar, Motion didn't say anything more. The monstrous evil spirit burst out, turning into endless power and bombarding the 4 beasts directly, fighting with them in the air. For a moment, the sky and the earth collapsed, and the breath surged. It finally gave Lin Yu a chance to breathe. Just at this time, the emperors arrived one after another. When they saw the 4 beasts fighting fiercely with Motion, their faces suddenly became stern. Let's go together. And we must not let him escape from here. They all knew the strength of the 4 beasts very well, and they had definitely surpassed the level of the 12th level. With these 4 people, they will be able to successfully kill Motion and resolve the crisis of the Wanjia continent. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now that they have a common enemy, how dare they hesitate? They immediately rushed up to join the battle, causing the entire depths of the monster plain to fall into a melee. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yu hurriedly fled to the periphery of the battle circle, clicked on the function interface, and recondensed a territory core in front. Condensing the 12th level territory core requires 500 billion magic energy and 500,000 rule fragments. Do you want to continue? It's so dark. Lin Yu cursed inwardly. Fortunately, he had saved a lot of magic energy by killing the Lord before, and there were about 1.35 million rule fragments left. He didn't care that this was the monster plane. He gritted his teeth and directly chose to confirm. Then after a loud bang, a new world tree rose from the ground. After the system prompted that the territory function was restored, Lin Yu quickly clicked on the interface and upgraded the royals one by one. Upgrading a troop to level 12 consumes 25 billion mana and 25,000 rule fragments. Do you want to continue? Luckily, the cost of upgrading a troop to level 12 is lower than expected. Except for the forest sage who has no level. The 10 royal families are 250 billion mana and 250,000 rule fragments. Without hesitation, all the royal families were upgraded to level 12. Then, he quickly took a look at his personal attributes. Name, Lin Yu, Lord, basic skills, multiple mutations. Rule power, space shuttle. Rule transformation, invalid. Space channel. Time law, Form a time field within 100 meters around the body. Change the flow of time. Consume 10% of the rule power per second. Not affected by skills other than the time law. The effect increases with the origin space. The maximum time multiple, 10 times, divine power, all attributes plus 10%. Racial talent, constitution plus 24%. Recovery speed plus 24%. Introduction, Lord attribute interface. Record the specific strength and skills of the Lord. Unlockable for the 10th level Lord. 10 times. Lin Yu was shocked to see the change in the law of time. No wonder he could escape Emotion's pursuit. It turned out that the law of time had become stronger again. I didn't pay attention when I was being chased before. But now I finally understand. But what made him frown was that because the function of the Godhead was not perfect. The rule conversion skill was directly invalid. And he could no longer continue to absorb the rule fragments to improve his strength. In other words, the basic attributes of all emperors are 5 million. And the more Godheads you absorb, the stronger your strength will be. But the problem is, with his current strength, where can he get so many Godheads? Chapter 647 Power Gathering. The battle between Emotion and the emperors continued. After the 4 beasts joined, the emperors finally reversed their decline and successfully blocked Emotion's attack, surrounding him and attacking fiercely. Do you think you can stop me with just this level? Too naive. Emotion laughed loudly, and the evil spirit on his body surged wildly, turning into fierce beasts in the sky and fighting fiercely with the 4 beasts. And the terrifying energy continued to explode. In a blink of an eye, the 4 beasts were completely suppressed, and the attacks of the emperors were easily blocked, and there was no way to cause effective damage to him. Seeing this, Lin Yu below did not hesitate anymore, and flew directly into the sky and came behind the emperors. Then the power of rules condensed and launched a savage roar. In an instant, red light spread, except for the 4 beasts that could not be blessed due to the level difference. All the attributes and speed of the emperors were increased by 30%, making their momentum soar instantly. This is. The Dragon Emperor looked at Lin Yu in surprise. 30% overall improvement. And it is a range group gain. Even he does not have such a powerful burst skill. Seeing this, the other emperors also looked at Lin Yu deeply. To be honest, many of them actually thought about taking the world core from Lin Yu. The reason why they did not do it was mainly because they were not sure that they could really get the legendary power. After all, their understanding of the world core only came from legends. And once they got the world core, they would definitely become the target of Emotion in the first place. No matter how confident they were, they did not think they could survive under Emotion's pursuit. So this world core was like a hot potato to them, and they dared not touch it easily. They could only work together to kill the threat of Emotion first. Very good. Attack with all your strength. Feeling the great increase in strength, the emperors did not hold back, and the power of rules burst out, and a series of powerful attacks poured out towards Emotion, which gradually suppressed Emotion, making it impossible for him to break through the encirclement and approach Lin Yu for a while. Be careful. He is targeting you. Don't get too close. At this time, several emperors from the primitive world also came to Lin Yu and whispered to him. Okay. Lin Yu nodded, stepped aside, and attacked Emotion with them using long-range skills, and summoned the royal family to assist the emperors. After another round of fierce siege, Emotion was finally aroused. Damn reptiles. You pissed me off. While roaring, he broke through the encirclement of the 4 sacred beasts, and a grim smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. You don't think that I have only this much strength, do you? Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish. After saying that, he opened his eyes, bursting with bloodthirsty red light, causing the rules around him to fluctuate violently. Then, as if being pulled, the rule power of the entire monster plane began to gather rapidly and gathered towards him. Boom! With 2 loud noises, a huge abyss suddenly cracked at both ends of the monster plane, and 2 huge hands rushed out of the ground. The light pillars on the periphery used to suppress the seal also dimmed rapidly, causing everyone's faces to change suddenly. Ha! Didn't expect it? A long time ago, I had already tampered with the seal on the periphery. This level of seal can't trap me now. With a loud and arrogant laugh, Emotion once again manipulated the rules, causing the entire monster plane to begin to vibrate violently. Then, the ground cracked again. After the hands, the suppressed feet also broke through the seal. turning into a surging evil spirit that flowed into Emotion's body, causing his momentum to begin to surge wildly. How could it be? The seal was actually broken. It turns out that he was prepared. The emperors looked gloomy, looking at the broken seals everywhere. Emotion, who had integrated his limbs, was even more powerful, reaching a height that they could hardly imagine. The terrifying aura spread out, making the whole world tremble, and they were so overwhelmed that they couldn't breathe. Even the extremely powerful four beasts were forced to retreat in front of him. What level is this? The emperors were extremely shocked, and they felt that they were like an ant in front of this pressure. So small. No. We can't let him continue to merge. Stop him. The emperors knew that once Emotion completely merged his limbs and recovered his strength, it would be their death, and even the death of the entire world. How dare they hold back? They burst out all their strength and rushed towards Emotion again. Do it! The four beasts shouted loudly, and also urged the rules. For forces that destroyed the world gathered together and fell towards Emotion. However, the next second, Emotion opened his eyes sharply. With a hum sound, an invisible wave surged out with him as the center, instantly covering the entire demon plane. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds came, and the emperors were extremely shocked to find that they could no longer activate the power of rules, and fell from the sky one by one. Even the four powerful beasts lost their ability to fly, and their huge bodies fell to the ground with a bang, smashing a huge deep pit on the ground. Unable to move. It was not until this time that Emotion's voice finally came. I forgot to tell you that I actually have another identity. That is, the reincarnationist who is responsible for starting the reincarnation and collecting the world core, and is given the ability to completely imprison the rules of this world. Originally, all this should have been completed 10,000 years ago, but your master messed up the situation, causing my mission to fail, forcing the higher-ups to choose this little guy from this world to replace me. Poor little guy. He actually thought that his relatives could be resurrected after reincarnation, which is really funny. Looking at the people who were pressed to the ground and unable to move, Emotion said to himself, as if he was laughing at their ignorance and their overestimation of their own abilities. And these words fell into the ears of the emperors, which made them even more shocked. Rules imprisonment. The other party actually has this ability. You know, almost all of their power comes from the rules of this world. Without the blessing of the rules, they are like lambs that have lost their power support and are at the mercy of others. They can't even resist the opponent's pressure, and they are all suppressed to the ground. What makes them even more unbelievable is Emotion's words. From what he said, he was just sent down to collect people from the core of the world. Doesn't that mean there are more powerful beings than him? At this moment, all the emperors were shocked. Their enemies turned out to be such a terrifying existence, which instantly shrouded their hearts in despair. And at the same time, they were very unwilling. They were unwilling to die like this. They were unwilling to be played around with by others. Gradually, more and more emperors stood up against the pressure, gritted their teeth and stood up straight, their eyes full of unyielding dignity. As emperors, the strongest at the top of the realm, the guardians of the realm. How could they fall so easily? Even if they died, they had to die on the road of resistance. Humph! Seeing that someone could stand up under his pressure, Emotion snorted coldly, and the terrifying evil spirit swept over, fiercely blasting away the emperors who stood up. And all of them vomited blood and fell to the ground. Without the support of the power of rules, they were just cultivators with stronger bodies, and they had no way to resist Emotion's attack. Some were pierced through the chest and died on the spot. A piece of Godhead shining with colorful light slowly flew out. San Yuan, Li Qin. Several emperors on the side cried out in grief and wanted to get up and run towards the corpses. But the next second, the pressure fell again, pressing them to the ground in an instant. With a few bangs, several emperors exploded and died, and the blood dyed the ground red. The gap in strength between the two sides was too big. With the pressure alone, they died on the spot without any resistance, which made the other emperors tremble violently. A sad atmosphere filled the surroundings. Ants should have the awareness of ants. Trying to resist will only make you die faster, Emotion said coldly. After fusing the heart and limbs of his body, his strength has recovered nearly 80%. He doesn't even need to do anything to deal with these lower world ants. Just a thought. This also makes him feel a little bored, and he thinks it's time to end it all. No, you're wrong. Unexpectedly, a low voice sounded at this time. Behind the crowd, Lin Yu, who was upright, trembled and stood up, staring at Emotion with a firm gaze. Even ants can survive, let alone humans. Monsters like you can't understand it at all. Lin Yu, the Xiongyu emperor next to him, explained, not expecting Lin Yu to be able to stand up. You are not affected by the rule confinement? Emotion looked at Lin Yu, who was surrounded by the power of rules, with a look of surprise on his face. But immediately, he reacted, squinted his eyes and said, so that's it. It's because of the power of the world core? So what? Lin Yu was not humble. Just now, when the other party launched the rule confinement, he found that he was not affected. In other words, since he reached the 12th level, the original universe in his body has formed its own rules and no longer relies on the Wanjie continent. Lin Yu didn't understand the principle, but he knew that if he didn't do something, he would die here sooner or later. Since he was going to die anyway, why bother hiding? It's better to live with dignity. He has lived enough of this cautious life. You're right. Ants still try to survive, let alone humans. The Dragon Emperor in the distance laughed loudly. His bloody body supported the ground, and slowly stood up. Unlike Lin Yu, he had no rules to protect himself, and could only rely on his strong body and perseverance to resist the pressure. In his eyes, Lin Yu saw a trace of determination and heroism. Then he shook his whole body, and a piece of divine power shining with colorful light flew out. Boy, this is my power, and I leave it to you next. After the words fell, the divine power turned into a stream of light and swept towards Lin Yu, sinking straight into his body. The fusion of the divine nature was successful, and the various attributes have changed. Please go and check it yourself. A reminder sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Without the support of the divine nature, the Dragon Emperor also aged rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he became an old and frail person. With his start, the emperors also laughed, and then pieces of divine nature came out of their bodies and rushed towards Lin Yu from all directions at a high speed. Boy, bring our strength and knock him down for me. Chapter 648 Final Battle. Lin Yu is now the only person who is not affected by the restrictions of the rules, and naturally he has become the only hope of the emperors. It was not until this time that they finally realized the true meaning of the core of the world, which is not just a representation of power. Lin Yu, I will give you my power. Help me protect my son. Emperor Xiongyu smiled bitterly, and a piece of godhood also flew out of her body, and together with other godhoods, it gathered towards Lin Yu. In a blink of an eye, the center of the entire monster plane was shrouded in a colorful glow. The power of all the emperors gathered together and merged into Lin Yu's body. It was also the last power of the entire world, and it also represented their determination to resist. Boom! As the godhood continued to merge, Lin Yu only felt an unprecedented huge force pouring into his body, making him tremble all over. Because from these merged godhoods, he felt the unyielding will of the emperors. And this crazy surge of breath also made Emotion in the sky change his face, and he was ready to interrupt them. However, the next second, his body suddenly trembled, as if affected by something. His cloudy eyes gradually regained a trace of clarity, and a hoarse voice came from his throat. How dare you? Even if you die, I can't let you do what you want. Listening carefully, it was Feng Yan's independent consciousness that broke free from control at this critical moment and regained control of his body. I guess Emotion would never have thought of it. His words just now completely broke Feng Yan's last hope. The consciousness that was about to be devoured would suddenly rise at this time. This heart? Don't want it. After the voice fell, Feng Yan slowly raised his arm and aimed at the position of the heart. At this moment, the expression on his face changed back to Emotion's ferocious look. Stop! Stop it! Emotion roared angrily, trying to stop Feng Yan's actions. But he forgot who the original owner of this body was, and how terrifying the energy burst out of the person whose hope was shattered was. Puff! With a muffled sound, the palm suddenly pierced into the chest, and with a strong pull, a beating heart was directly pulled out, and blood exploded on the chest. Looking at the heart beating in front of him, Feng Yan smiled. His journey started with the heart and ended with the heart. It turned out that he was wrong from the beginning. Reincarnation. There is no way to bring people back to life. This is just his delusion. I'm coming. He stared at the sky in a trance, as if talking to someone. Then he exerted force with his palm, And with a bang, the heart exploded directly, accompanied by a shrill howl from Emotion, and fell from the air. The originally powerful momentum also fell to the level before the fusion of the limbs, which was one level higher than the 12th level. Obviously, the heart is very important to him. The emperors were very excited, and finally saw the hope of defeating him, and accelerated the sacrifice of the Godhead. The Godhead was successfully fused, and various attributes were improved. Please go and check it out yourself. The divine nature has been successfully fused, and all attributes have been improved. Please check it out yourself. The divine nature has been successfully fused, and all attributes have been improved. Please check it out yourself. A series of prompt sounds rang in Lin Yu's mind. Every time a divine nature is fused, he will improve all attributes by 10%. Thousands of divine natures directly increased his attributes by hundreds of times, and finally successfully broke through the limit of the 12th level, reaching a point that even he dared not imagine. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the whole world. Between his gestures, a boundless breath emerged, causing the whole world to completely collapse, and it could no longer bear his existence. In his eyes, everything was so small, it was like a speck of dust in the world, and there was even a tendency to break through this world and become independent. This feeling, could it be the ascension? Lin Yu was surprised to feel the changes in his body and perception, as if he had transformed into an observer, observing this world from an omniscient perspective. Law Incarnation. How could you be the Law Incarnation? Feeling the aura on him, Emotion, who regained control of his body, was terrified, as if he had seen something that frightened him. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. His eyes widened, but immediately, he reacted and shouted with a fierce look on his face, "You are just a lower world ant. Even if you have the Law Incarnation, what's the use? Die!" As soon as the voice fell, the monstrous murderous aura surged from his body, completely covering the entire sky. Then he turned into thousands of fierce beasts, roaring and rushing towards Lin Yu. Like a black frenzy, Lin Yu looked at the surging chaotic beasts with a calm look. Just by raising his hand slightly, 11 royal families appeared beside him, with a terrifying aura. "How dare you be rude to the master? Your death is coming!" The Qianlong roared, spread his wings and flapped them fiercely. A devastating wind swept out, instantly crushing all the chaotic beasts that rushed up, leaving no one alive. So strong. The emperors looked at all this with shock on their faces. They dared to guarantee that even if they merged so many godheads, they would never reach this level. Not to mention reaching, just absorbing such a powerful force at one time. Their bodies would probably have been blown up long ago. Is this the power of the core of the world? Go. Before they thought about it, Lin Yu's voice sounded again. Then, in Emotion's horrified eyes, the 10 royal families except the forest sage disappeared instantly and teleported directly to his side. No! It's not teleportation. It's extremely fast. Even more terrifying than teleportation. In a blink of an eye, the 10 royal families surrounded him, and the boundless sense of oppression almost made Emotion breathless. How is this possible? Emotion was horrified. He had only felt this kind of oppression from the soldiers around those powerful men. How could it appear on the soldiers of the lower realms? Playing tricks. Die! With a roar, the evil spirit burst out again, and he turned into a black giant beast. Amidst the raging wind and clouds, lightning and thunder, it seemed that the giant mouth that swallowed the world opened and bit the 10 royal families. Wherever it went, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the rules of the entire world were shaking violently. Submit. Ling Shi was solemn and majestic. With just a raise of his arm, a vast pressure appeared out of thin air and suppressed the giant beast. Emotion had not reacted yet, as if he was hit hard, and he was vomiting blood and flew backwards. And the black giant beast also disintegrated instantly. It was not an enemy at all. No! This is impossible. Emotion, covered in blood, finally stopped his body with a crazy look on his face. He couldn't even beat a lower ant, and was forced into a desperate situation. How could the proud him accept this? You forced me to do it. Finally, his eyes widened, and endless madness emerged on his face. Since I can't get it, I die with this world. With a roar, his whole body began to expand rapidly, and an unprecedented terrifying power gathered on him. He wants to self-destruct. Stop him quickly! The emperors below exclaimed. The opponent's strength has already exceeded the endurance limit of this world. If this energy explodes completely, it will definitely destroy the monster plane and even the entire Wanjia continent in an instant. Everything will be over by then. Ha! It's too late to react now. Motion laughed fiercely, and the power on his body gathered faster, causing the rules of this world to be completely disordered. And terrifying cracks began to appear, and the edge of the continent continued to collapse. However, just when everyone thought that they were powerless and despaired, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Swallow him. Suddenly, a huge man-eating plant shadow towering between heaven and earth appeared, opened its huge mouth, and the violent devouring power completely enveloped Motion, madly devouring the energy in his body. Then, in his horrified eyes, the huge mouth fell down. No! The shrill howl echoed in the sky. There was no time to resist. Motion was swallowed up. His body exploded into a ball of blood mist, and turned into a blood rain that fell all over the sky. All the emperors lying on the ground stared with shock. Dead. This monster who had plagued the Wanjia continent for so long and forced them into a desperate situation just died like this. I don't know why. I just felt that there was a breath of air in my heart, which made them unable to come back to their senses for a long time. They all stared blankly at the blood mist, and Lin Yu standing in the air. After a long time, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The blood rain just fell on one of the chains that bound the huge portal, making a sizzling sound. It was corroding the chain that symbolized the final seal. Oops. The emperor's faces changed, and a bad premonition rose in their hearts. The next second, the chain broke, and a wild laugh resounded through the sky. Ha! Do you think you can defeat me so easily? You are so naive. As the laughter echoed, the ground around the entire portal began to shake violently, cracking into a terrifying abyss. The surging evil spirit gushed out from the abyss, and gathered in the air into a black human-shaped phantom and a huge skeleton. It was the last part of Motion's body that was suppressed. His head and soul. However, because most of his body was blown up by Lin Yu, his strength was only 1/10 of what it was before. Much weaker than before. Just wait. I will avenge this sooner or later. Motion looked at Lin Yu with resentment, and then opened a space channel directly, ready to escape from this world. Even though Lin Yu was extremely powerful, he couldn't stop him from leaving in such a short time. So he had to crush the void and rush towards him. Motion, you are still the same as you were 10,000 years ago, without any improvement. Suddenly at this moment, a calm voice sounded. Everyone's face changed, and they found that a figure appeared behind Motion at some point. Who? Motion was shocked. Someone could come behind him without him noticing. How dare he think more? He turned around and retreated violently, and the figure behind him was revealed at once. It was the Chanfeng Emperor that Lin Yu and the others knew. Chapter 649 in. Portal opens. Chanfeng. Seeing Emperor Chanfeng, several emperors of the primitive realm were shocked, because they didn't even notice how he appeared behind Motion. The most important thing is his words. It sounds like he knows Motion? How is this possible? You know, according to the information they learned, Chanfeng became an emperor only 4,000 years ago. How could he know Motion 10,000 years ago? It's a pity that they didn't have the chance to think about it. Motion had already reacted, and his face suddenly darkened. Duan Chanfeng. It's you? Sure enough, he knew Emperor Chanfeng. Wait, Duan Chanfeng? Shouldn't Chanfeng's last name be Situ? The emperors were even more confused, with doubts on their faces. Even Lin Yu stopped and watched vigilantly from the side, because he found that the aura of Emperor Chanfeng was not weaker than his at this time. There was even a mysterious aura that he could not fathom surrounding him, as if he had merged with the heaven and earth. And he looked completely different from the previous Emperor Chanfeng. Since you still remember me, you should know what will happen to you. Right? Emperor Chanfeng ignored everyone's gaze, and stared at Motion indifferently. Lin Yu was shocked, and felt a dangerous aura locking the entire surroundings, as if he would be severely injured if he dared to act rashly. Motion's reaction was even more intense, and his face suddenly changed, and he screamed, "No! You can't kill me! If you dare to do it here, those people will definitely find you at the first time, and you won't be able to escape then." It can be seen that he is very afraid of Chanfeng's strength, even more than he is afraid of Lin Yu, and retreated in panic with a look of horror. Lin Yu's eyes moved when he heard this. In just a few words, He extracted a lot of useful information. First of all, Emperor Chanfeng is likely to be from another world like Matian. That is, the world where the Lord God is. Secondly, someone is chasing Emperor Chanfeng. And they are very powerful. So powerful that once Emperor Chanfeng makes a move, he will be discovered immediately. Combining these 2 points, we can draw a conclusion. Emperor Chanfeng may have fled to the 10,000 worlds to avoid being hunted down, hiding his identity in their primitive world. This is also the reason why he has never used his true power. As for why his surname is Duan instead of Situ, it is unknown. It is estimated that there are some unknown secrets behind this. Or it may be related to his being hunted down. Even a strong man of this level has to run for his life. So it is conceivable how terrifying those who are chasing him are. Which is far beyond Lin Yu's imagination. What if he is discovered? At this time, Changfeng's voice sounded again, full of disdain and murderous intent. If you hadn't been making trouble, I could have stayed here for a long time. It's your fault that you ruined my good deeds. No, I didn't want to come here by myself. Those people sent me here. It's none of my business. Feeling the murderous intent in Changfeng's eyes, Matian was even more horrified. He broke through the space without thinking and disappeared directly into the void. But the next second, Chanfeng raised his arm, and an invisible wave burst out, instantly covering the entire monster plane. Then, there was a twist in front of his eyes, and the space channel that had been closed appeared again. Matian retreated back in an opposite posture and reappeared in this world. Time goes backwards. Lin Yu was shocked, and his pupils shrank to the extreme. He possessed the law of time and was very sensitive to the speed of time. The time in the area in front of Emperor Chanfeng just now actually went back and returned to a few seconds ago. At this moment, he finally understood why he felt a palpitating power from Emperor Chanfeng. Just this move is enough to easily kill him. So the law of time actually has such a high-level method? What level has Emperor Chanfeng reached? Just thinking about it, Mutian, who was forced out of the space channel again, finally reacted, his face full of horror. He burst out all his strength almost without hesitation and rushed out of the monster plane at a high speed. Why bother? Emperor Chanfeng sighed. His palms flew, and the time in the entire monster plane stopped instantly, including the movements of Mutian and the emperors below. Only Lin Yu, who possessed the law of time, was not affected, and watched all this in great shock. Time stopped. He has been pursuing the highest mystery of the law of time. I didn't expect that Emperor Chanfeng could use it at will. It was simply terrifying. Okay, go and get rid of him. At this time, Emperor Chanfeng suddenly looked at him. I can't do too much here. Otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble. Trouble? Lin Yu was secretly shocked. The trouble he was talking about was probably the supreme beings mentioned by Mutian, the people who were chasing him. Without further hesitation, he teleported to the imprisoned Mutian. In Mutian's horrified eyes, a terrifying force of rules erupted, and with a bang, his last head and soul exploded, turning into nothingness and dissipating in the air. Together with the puppet lords who were fighting the anti-alliance army, they also lost their vitality and fell to the ground and died one by one. Since then, the disaster that has harmed the Wanjia continent for thousands of years has finally been completely eradicated. Lin Yu looked dazed, staring at the messy monster plane in front of him and the Wanjia continent on the verge of collapse. His mood was extremely complicated. A great war almost destroyed this world, and countless lords fell. Now that the battle is finally over, he can't be happy at all, because these are all exchanged for their blood. For this victory, countless lives are sleeping in the ground, and countless innocent lives have been buried. If possible, he would rather not have all this happened. It wouldn't be like now, with only a ruined world left. Is it over? In a trance, the weak voices of the emperors came, and Emperor Chanfeng lifted the shackles of the law of time. Lin Yu's face changed, and he immediately teleported to the side of several primitive emperors and helped them up, because the godhood was forcibly stripped away. They had little vitality at this time, and their faces were pale. Some even slept here forever, turning into rotten mummies and collapsing on the ground, with a satisfied smile on their faces. Senior, Lin Yu raised his head suddenly and looked at Emperor Chanfeng. Is there any way to save them? I can do whatever you want me to do. If they hadn't gathered all their strength at the last moment, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Mutian, and he might not even have been able to escape from Mutian's pursuit at the beginning. People should not forget their roots. And Lin Yu naturally would not forget this favor. And now the only one who could save them is Emperor Chanfeng, who controls a powerful force. I can help you save them. Emperor Chanfeng looked at Lin Yu silently. But you have to agree to one condition of mine. What condition? Lin Yu asked hurriedly. It's very simple. One day in the future, when you reach your strength, help me kill someone. Chanfeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Lin Yu was shocked when he heard this. The person who could make a strong man of his level hate him must be very extraordinary. But time was tight, and he couldn't care about much now, and hurriedly said, okay. I promise you. Don't forget what you said today. Chanfeng looked at him deeply, and didn't say any more nonsense. With a wave of his hand, colorful streams of light rushed out of Lin Yu's body, and continued to merge into the bodies of those emperors. And Lin Yu's powerful momentum quickly weakened, and soon fell back to the level at the beginning. Separation of the Godhead. Lin Yu was surprised to see the means of Emperor Chanfeng. He didn't expect that he could actually separate the Godhead that had been fused together. It looked like another way to use time to go back. But on second thought, it was true. The opponent's strength was so terrifying that saving a life of a mere 12th level should not be difficult for him. When the light faded, the emperors finally gradually recovered their vitality, and looked at Lin Yu and Chanfeng with gratitude. Thank you. Emperor Xianyue nodded to the two of them, and finally recovered his strength and slowly stood up, sitting cross-legged on the ground to recover. Okay. I have used too much power, and can't stay here for too long. If we are destined, maybe we will have a chance to meet again in the future, Chanfeng said, without giving Lin Yu a chance to react. He disappeared from the spot, and rushed towards the direction of the primitive world. Wait. Lin Yu stretched out his hand to call him, and ask about the news of the road to heaven, but found that the other party had disappeared long ago, and his brows were immediately furrowed. He could sense that the living world had basically been swallowed by the chaotic aura, and completely turned into a dead world. In other words, their crisis has not been resolved. They must find a way to stop the chaotic aura from pouring into the 10,000 worlds continent. Otherwise, once the reincarnation begins, all their soul power will be sacrificed to condense the core of the world. But the problem is, the current Wanjie continent is on the verge of collapse, and the road to heaven no longer appears. What can they use to escape from here? Master, look! The door is open. Suddenly, a shout from the Mushroom Demon King interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. He raised his head, and looked at the huge door standing in the center of the monster plain. As the Mushroom Demon King said, because the chain was broken, it slowly opened, and there was a heavy sound of opening the door that resounded throughout the monster plain, together with the surviving emperors next to them. They all woke up and looked at the door in surprise. What's going on? Why did the door suddenly open? Is it because the seal disappeared? For a while, Luo exclaimed everywhere, and everyone couldn't help but be alert. After all, they were seriously injured and had just recovered some strength. Their strength was not as good as before, so they had to be on guard. You know, this portal has been here for 10,000 years, and is older than the Dragon King, and it is likely related to the person who suppressed the demon heaven, which makes them even more cautious. Only Lin Yu had a different expression, a little doubtful, because at the moment the door opened, he actually felt a familiar breath calling him, which made him subconsciously raise his foot and walk towards the door. Chapter 650: The Destruction of All Worlds. A New Beginning. When Lin Yu arrived in front of the portal had been completely opened. At this time, streams of light appeared, and the 72 demons appeared on the left and right of the portal, their bodies dim, as if they would dissipate at any time. Obviously, the collapse of the demon plane made them also embark on the road of destruction. But when facing the portal, they still looked respectful, and all of them were guarding there diligently. Seeing this, Lin Yu also vaguely guessed what was hidden in the door. As expected, as soon as he came to a place less than 100 meters away, a voice suddenly sounded from the portal. Young man, you are finally here. Behind the ancient gate, there was a completely blank square space, and in the center of the space, a white figure was sitting cross-legged, flashing a dim light, as if it would dissipate at any time. Spirit Clan? Ghost Clan? Lin Yu came to the door and saw this figure, and couldn't help but be startled. But soon, he found something different, and suddenly his eyes condensed. No! This is not the body of a special race, but a soul. A human soul. Are you the Lord? Lin Yu hesitated for a moment. stepped into the white space, and stared at the figure with burning eyes. If he guessed correctly, this person should be the creator of the demon plane and the master of the 72 demons. He was also the one who prevented the reincarnation from appearing and suppressed the demon heaven for 10,000 years with his own strength. To be precise, it is the Lord of the last reincarnation. The figure smiled. Although he had no eyes, Lin Yu felt that the other party was looking at him, and the words of the figure also made him secretly shocked. The Lord of the last reincarnation. That was 10,000 years ago. Before coming here, he always thought that this person who called himself Demon God was from the outside world, like Demon Heaven. But the reality is just the opposite. The other party is the Lord of the 10,000 worlds continent like him. A Lord can actually reach the level of transcending the 12th level and suppressing the demon sky. What an amazing talent! Are you surprised? The voice of the figure sounded again. 10,000 years ago, a large number of outsiders appeared and wanted to get involved in the 10,000 worlds continent. That was when I reached the top of the 12th level. After desperately killing an outsider, I got a way to break through the constraints of the rules of this world. Finally, I took that step successfully and learned the truth behind this world. That day, I and all the emperors burned our lives to kill all the outsiders, and finally suppressed the strongest demon sky with the origin space to prevent the fusion of the 10,000 worlds and wait for the birth of the next savior. I didn't expect that this wait would take 10,000 years. The words of the figure were full of emotion and nostalgia, as if he was talking about something insignificant. But to the ears of the emperors, who had just arrived outside the gate, it was like a thunderclap. So, is this the true origin of the incident 10,000 years ago? With only his own strength, he successfully reversed the reincarnation and bought them 10,000 years. How powerful he was. No wonder not many people remember that battle. I'm afraid all the people who participated in the battle have died long ago. And the decayed civilizations seen in the monster plane are indeed the same as he guessed. They evolved from the origin space of this person, which made him admire him sincerely. At this moment, the doubts about the 10,000 worlds in the hearts of the emperors were finally completely solved, and they felt suddenly enlightened. And the careful Lin Yu also noticed another key information. 10,000 years ago, in addition to Emotion, there were other outsiders. If this is true, then there are probably many secrets involved behind the 10,000 worlds. And they may even be more complicated than he knows. Okay, I don't have much time. Let's talk about business first. After a few words, the soul of the figure became a little dimmer. Together with the 72 demons outside, they also began to gradually dissipate, which made Lin Yu suddenly startled. You have also seen the way to break through the 12th level, which is to merge the godhood and the origin space and transform into a truly substantial soul. Only in this way can the origin space undergo a qualitative change and form an independent world with its own rules that can accommodate living things. This is the only way to save the lives of all living things in the world. I have already built a magic circle here. After I die, my life strength will break through the barrier of rules and temporarily connect to the road to heaven. Remember, you only have one chance. If you cross the road to heaven, there may be a glimmer of hope. As soon as he finished speaking, his soul began to dim rapidly, turning into dots of fluorescent light and dissipating in the air. Wait! Lin Yu was shocked and wanted to ask more questions. The emperors also looked anxious and finally came back to their senses from the shock. But what they got in response was a loud rumble, and the entire monster plane began to shake violently and collapse. The surging chaotic aura finally broke through the obstruction of the emperor of the origin world and the strong men of the living world, and rushed into the 10,000 worlds. Damn it! The reincarnation has begun. The emperor's faces changed, and they all looked in the direction of the origin world. The crack was getting bigger and bigger, and it was spreading in all directions. I'm afraid it won't be long before the entire 10,000 worlds continent will be engulfed by the chaotic aura, and everyone will die here. But the problem is, in such a short time, it is impossible for them to merge the godhood and the origin space, let alone make the origin space undergo a qualitative change. Are they really going to abandon so many people below? Escape to the road to heaven alone? At this time, Lin Yu in the blank space finally reacted from his daze, staring blankly at the direction where the soul disappeared in front of him. Then, with a loud rumble, the light in the space began to shrink rapidly, and it actually formed a miniature cosmic star cluster in front of him, floating quietly in front of him. The core of the world. Lin Yu was shocked. This cosmic star cluster was exactly the same as what he had seen in the living world before. And it was deeper and more complex. And in the center of this dark cosmic star cluster, he actually saw a miniature version of the 10,000 Worlds continent. He seemed to be standing outside the world, overlooking the entire 10,000 Worlds continent and the galaxy universe around the 10,000 Worlds continent that had already dimmed. However, what shocked him even more was, when he came back to his senses, he found that he was really standing outside the world, and his consciousness was magnified countless times, and his body was still standing in the center of the 10,000 Worlds continent. Consciousness ascends. These words popped up in Lin Yu's mind instantly. When he observed the core of the world from the perspective of an observer, his consciousness had completely transcended this world and ascended to a higher dimension. So this is the secret of ascension in cultivation novels? In other words, as long as his body is strong enough to break through the rules of the world, he can completely break free from the shackles and truly go to a higher dimension. Think about it. Lin Yu subconsciously reached out and touched the core of the world. Found. Unowned world core. Do you want to merge? Once merged, you will be able to gain full control of its rules. A familiar prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Yu's mind, making him doubtful. Is this world core what Mutated and those outsiders have been looking for and fighting for? That is, the real core of the 10,000 Worlds continent. I didn't expect it to be ownerless and can be merged. It seems that it is really the same as Mutated said. The creator of this world is dead, and the world transformed by his soul will also be destroyed. As long as it is merged, you can completely control the rules of the 10,000 worlds. That is to say, he can lift the imprisonment of all living beings in the 10,000 Worlds continent and take them away. Seeing that the barrier of the 10,000 worlds gradually collapsed and more chaotic auras were pouring in crazily, Lin Yu did not dare to hesitate any longer. Gritting his teeth, he directly chose to confirm. However, what he did not expect was that there was an accident during the fusion process. The host has been found to have a world core, and the fusion failed. Switching to twin fusion is successful. Various functions have changed. Due to the influence of rules, they cannot be viewed temporarily. Please go to the main world to view. Fusion failed? Twin fusion? What's going on? Lin Yu was confused. He recognized the words on the prompt, but he had no idea what they meant after combining them together. Unfortunately, he was not given a chance to think about it. The fusion had just been completed, and the Wanjia continent, which was no longer supported by the world core, suddenly made a loud bang, and the surrounding rule barriers were all broken, which also represented the collapse of the creator's soul power. The surging chaotic aura was like a flood, rushing into various realms, devouring the soul power of all living beings, and transforming them into monsters. At the same time, a magic circle light in the center of the monster plane shot up into the sky, broke through the Wanjia barrier, and sank straight into the chaotic void around it. And the space in the portal gradually evolved into a twisted passage, and no one knew where it led to. Lin Yu said to the emperors without hesitation, I will transfer everyone from all realms to the new continent. You decide whether to go or stay. You only have this chance. Can you transfer? The emperors were surprised when they heard that everyone could be saved. Seeing the collapse of the 10,000 realms continent, they didn't have time to think about it and made decisions. Almost 80% of them walked towards the road to heaven. I have waited for thousands of years just for this opportunity. Of course, I have to go to a wider world. That's right. I am tired of living in this world. Even if I am torn to pieces, I have to go. Let's go! Let's go to the so-called upper realm. Haha. This time I will definitely blow the dog heads of those guys. After that, they disappeared in the passage one by one, and the remaining dozens of emperors looked down on many things and chose to stay in this space forever and live out their lives. Wait for us. Suddenly, several shouts rang out. On the outskirts of the monster plane, several figures rushed over quickly, and several teleported outside the portal. One of them was the Emperor Xingyao, who Lin Yu thought was dead. Lin Yu, the people in the realm are in your hands. If there is a chance, see you in that world. After calling out to Lin Yu, Emperor Xingyao did not stop and plunged into the road to heaven. Lin Yu smiled, and with a thought, he moved all the creatures on the Wanjia continent to the continent in the center of the origin universe. Then he took a deep breath, walked into the gradually closing gate to heaven, and disappeared. Chapter 651. Are you my soldier? Swish. The light came on. Lin Yu appeared in a white space. And where he was, there was a golden passage that stretched to the end of the world, and it was unknown where it led to. Could this be the legendary road to the heaven that led to that world? Lin Yu was amazed and kept looking around. But he didn't see the figure of a great emperor. It seems that everyone's road to the heaven is different. Or the test is different. Huh? Suddenly, Lin Yu looked outside through the wall of the passage, with a look of surprise. In the center of a swirling chaotic void, an independent space was collapsing rapidly, getting farther and farther away from him, and getting smaller and smaller. That way, it was just like the 10,000 worlds that were heading for destruction. No! That space seemed to be the 10,000 worlds continent. Lin Yu was shocked. And then he realized that he had unknowingly escaped from the constraints of the 10,000 worlds rules, and came to a chaotic void. And his only way was the road to the heaven in front of him. The world where the Lord God is? Lin Yu muttered to himself, retracting his gaze to look at the end of the passage. After taking a deep breath, he finally moved slowly, and walked towards the other end of the road to heaven. The surroundings were extremely quiet. Apart from his breathing and footsteps, no other sound could be heard. At this moment, he was like a lonely traveler walking in the desert, not knowing what would be waiting for him in front. But the way back was cut off. In order to leave here, he could only bite the bullet and continue to move forward, and gradually left the collapsed 10,000 worlds behind. And this walk took nearly 3 days. 3 whole days. Nothing in front of Lin Yu changed. There was only a vast expanse of white, and the endless void outside the passage. Even various information interfaces and the original universe were closed, and there was no way to check. And there was no way to summon soldiers to use skills. The only thing that was not affected was the law of time. It was as if he was in a void, and everything disappeared. If it weren't for the fact that the void outside the passage was still flowing slowly, he would even think that he was trapped in an infinite loop. After advancing for about 3 days, the surrounding scene still did not change, and the passage was terribly silent. Is it the test of the road to heaven? Lin Yu frowned, and finally stopped moving slowly. He burst out with strength and ran wildly in the road to heaven. Then another 3 days passed, when Lin Yu almost thought that he would never get out. He finally found something wrong. His strength was actually decreasing as he moved forward. Even the vitality in his body was constantly draining away. Although this process was very slow, it could still be vaguely detected with strong perception. And when he stopped, the drain would stop immediately. Obviously, this should be part of the test of the road to heaven. Or, it is the only way to cross the dimension. Since he is in a game world, it is easy to figure out the key as long as he follows the thinking mode of the game. Simply put, what he is doing now is actually a process of crossing dimensions. If energy is conserved, he must pay a lot of energy to enter a higher dimension. For example, if an ant wants to become as big as a human, it must pay a huge price to do so. And this price is the vitality and strength in their bodies. No wonder the emperor said that only 1 in 10 people who enter the Tantian road survives. Now he finally understands it. Without sufficient strength, it is impossible to cross this road. In the end, the vitality will be exhausted and die on the way. What a perverted test! Lin Yu was completely shocked. He finally understood why the emperors wanted to get the power of the law of time. Because changing the flow rate of time through the law of time can greatly delay the loss of vitality and strength. This is the key to crossing the Tantian road. Lin Yu was very grateful. Fortunately, he has the bug-like ability of the law of time. Otherwise, with his current strength, it is impossible to support it to the end. After thinking this through, he did not hesitate anymore and immediately activated the law of time to reduce the flow rate of time by 10 times. There was a bang under his feet, and the whole person turned into a stream of light and rushed out. When the power of the rules is exhausted, stop and recover immediately, and then continue to move forward. After walking and stopping along the way for another 20 days, Lin Yu's strength had degenerated to 1,000th of the original. However, his body and soul had become much more solid, and he seemed to have faintly touched another new level, which made him look forward to it. Boom! However, at this moment, a loud noise was heard. The originally calm chaotic void suddenly surged violently, turning into a series of terrifying torrents that madly hit the road to heaven, causing the entire passage to begin to shake violently. Lin Yu turned his head and looked at the starting point of the Tantian road, which was the center of the chaotic void, and found that the space was also beginning to collapse. A destructive force was centered on the location of the Wanjia continent. madly devouring everything around it. In the end, it actually formed a huge black hole, and the Tontian road was constantly swallowed up, and it was rapidly approaching him. Damn it! Lin Yu cursed inwardly. If he guessed correctly, it should be the disappearance of the core of the world that caused the soul world of this creator to begin to collapse. That is what people often call the dissipation of the soul. If he couldn't leave the Tontian road before his soul completely dissipated, he would probably be destroyed along with it. He didn't dare to think too much, and suddenly increased his speed to the maximum, running wildly on the Tontian road. And the power in his body was also constantly declining, from 1,000th of the original, gradually approaching 1/10,000th. However, even so, he still couldn't catch up with the speed of the collapse of the chaotic void. In less than half a day, a terrifying devouring force appeared behind him, tearing the entire Tontian road into pieces and swallowing it, just like a huge mouth of the abyss. Hurry! Hurry up! We must catch up! Lin Yu shouted anxiously in his heart, not even daring to look back, because he already felt that there was a suction force pulling him behind him. If he looked back for a second, he would probably be sucked into the black hole and never be able to turn over. At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared at the end of Tontian Road, shocking Lin Yu, who was fleeing. There was no doubt about it. That should be the exit of Tontian Road. Suddenly, he burst out all his potential and fled madly towards the golden door at a very fast speed, and finally showed an excited expression on his face. Boom! Unexpectedly, there was another loud noise at this time. The edge of the chaotic void also began to collapse. The last section of the passage that originally connected to the void was suddenly swallowed and destroyed by a destructive force, and the connection with the golden portal was disconnected. Lin Yu, who was fleeing, didn't even have time to react. The terrifying space turbulence had already swallowed him and rolled him in another direction. The raging power tore his body madly, and in a blink of an eye, he was covered in blood and flesh, and turned into a bloody man. No! I can't die yet! Seeing the golden portal getting farther and farther away from him, Lin Yu roared angrily, endured the severe pain, and activated the law of time to temporarily imprison the turbulence around him. Then his eyes flashed and kept scanning the surroundings. Finally, not far from him, he found a crack that was emitting a faint light. He gritted his teeth and urged all his strength to crash into it. Boom! The moment he touched the breath outside the crack, a vast force enveloped him. The body and soul that were concentrated to the extreme finally ushered in an explosion, and the chaotic void in front of him began to shrink rapidly, turning into a grain of dust in front of him until it disappeared. He was wrapped in a strange force, crossing the spatial level, recondensing his body and soul, as if his whole person was sublimated. I don't know how long it took. When the feeling of grounding came again, Lin Yu found that he had appeared on a shining stone platform. Success? Lin Yu looked around in confusion. There was no ascension formation or a magnificent church as he imagined. There was only a very simple stone platform, and pairs of eyes around, staring at him in astonishment. Beside the stone platform, there was also a beautiful figure in a white dress, also staring at him blankly, as if looking at a monster. Human! How could it be a human? Summoned a human? Or is it a humanoid type of soldier? The exclamations kept ringing beside him, reaching Lin Yu's ears, making him frown instantly. Look at this. It seems that he teleported wrong? Lin Yu can feel that his body and soul have been upgraded to a whole new level. It is an indescribable qualitative change, just like the life level has become higher. At this moment, a series of unfamiliar prompts suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the test of the road to heaven. Life level is upgraded. Level limit is increased. And the 12th level function is unlocked. Due to the change of rules, various functions have changed. Please go and check it yourself. Welcome to the main world, the realm of God. The prompts came one after another, which confused Lin Yu, as if he wanted to make up for all the things he lacked when he upgraded to the 12th level at once. It was precisely because of these prompts that he finally confirmed that he had successfully broken through the space barrier and arrived at the world where the main God was. And this world is called the realm of God. So this is the world outside the 10,000 worlds? Lin Yu's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. He felt that the air here was different from that in the 10,000 worlds. What a pity. Before he could indulge for long, a hesitant voice suddenly came from the side. Excuse me. Are you the initial soldier I summoned? Soldier? What soldier? Lin Yu turned his head in confusion. The next second, he was stunned by the beautiful face in front of him. Chapter 652 Pantheon. Demon-suppressing city. Her skin was as white as cream and her breath was as fragrant as orchid. This was the only feeling Lin Yu had when he saw the woman in front of him. Unlike most people he had seen before, she was like a blooming white lotus, pure and flawless, and exuding an innate holy aura. Her clear eyes were like duckweed floating on the water, flickering and agile. Her black hair, like a waterfall, naturally fell on her shoulders, with only a pure white hairband and nothing else. There were not many decorations, but it made her snow-like face even more pure and soft. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't have wings behind her, Lin Yu would have almost thought that she was an angel. But soon, he came back to his senses, looked around curiously, and then looked at the woman. "Are you talking to me?" As he said that, he pointed at himself. The woman opened her mouth slightly, and was speechless for a moment. The people around her were in an uproar. Speaking? That humanoid soldier actually spoke. This level is definitely above the legendary level. The initial soldier directly reaches the legendary level. The Bai family girl is so lucky, the crowd exclaimed, interrupting Lin Yu's actions. He looked around in confusion, and then found that he was on a wide circular square. People were coming and going around, full of people of all kinds. And the stone platform where he stood was in the center of a strange formation. It was obvious. The faint light he saw in the space turbulence just now was emitted by this formation, which directly pulled him out of that space. Judging from the words of these people, they seemed to be performing some kind of soldier summoning ceremony. And he was summoned by the formation by chance and interrupted the ceremony? Lin Yu had a black line on his face. And he never thought that he would actually pass through the road to heaven in this way. But fortunately, there was this summoning formation. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not be able to break through the space barrier at all, and could only wait for death slowly. So when he saw the woman in front of him looking a little overwhelmed, he finally nodded slightly. "Yes, I am the soldier you summoned. It is better not to reveal your identity easily when you just come to this new high-level world. At least you should first find out the situation of this world, and get familiar with the environment." Because he found that there are many people who have reached the 8th and 9th levels in this square alone. And even the girls next to them are at the 6th level. Especially the few people in the middle, wearing uniform clothes, have reached the 10th level. It is indeed a higher level world. I have encountered so many 10th level people just after I came here. There are probably countless strong people above the 10th level. Lin Yu dare not act rashly, and chooses to hide temporarily. Facts have proved it. His decision was right. Just when he passed through the road to heaven, and entered the divine domain. At the top of a sky city in the divine domain, several extremely terrifying figures were surrounding a huge magic circle connecting the sky and the earth. Staring at the golden door, in the center of the magic circle with frowns. "Still haven't found the core of the world?" The old man in the lead asked the people beside him with a sullen expression. The people beside him were shocked and immediately leaned over to answer, "My lord." All the people from the lower world who passed through the Tontian Road during this period were forcibly captured, and no trace of the core of the world was found. As he said this, he also glanced at the corpses lying on the ground, which were shocked and their souls were drained. The old man heard this and his face suddenly darkened. "Waste. You can't even do this. And the waste Montian is the same. What do I feed you for?" As the voice fell, a terrifying breath burst out, and with a few bangs, everyone was pressed to the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Seeing that they were about to be crushed into a pulp by this momentum, one of them immediately spoke with difficulty. "Sir, the soul space of the person just now has begun to collapse, and many souls from the lower world have been swept away by the turbulence. I think the core of the world should be in it. What are you waiting for? Go find it for me quickly. Don't come back if you can't find it. Also, send more people to find the whereabouts of Duan Shanfeng. Don't let the remnant around him survive." The old man roared, then put away his pressure and left. After a while, several people got up from the ground, looked at each other, and did not stay any longer. They scattered and sent people to find the whereabouts of the core of the world. This day, a corner of the gods' domain began to fall into a violent turmoil. "Are you really my army?" Walking on the way out of the square, Bai Lingqiu looked at Lin Yu with an embarrassed face. "Yes, I am." Lin Yu responded directly without blushing, and secretly looked at the surrounding environment. He was in a city that looked relatively remote at this time. The city is very large, with stone-paved roads extending in all directions. The surrounding shops are full of goods and are full of constant hawking. There is also a river flowing by the side, extending from outside the city to the endless wilderness and jungle outside the town, separated by a heavily guarded city wall. In the distant horizon, a tower standing between heaven and earth can be vaguely seen, separated from here by an unknown distance. Many teens dressed as adventurers rode their mounts past, heading outside the city, looking very lively. Linyu tried to shuttle through space, and suddenly a reminder sounded in his ear. Insufficient level. Skill use failed. Sure enough, the world level has been upgraded, so he can't use many of his abilities in the 10,000 Worlds continent. The space in this world is many times stronger than the 10,000 Worlds, and he can't break it with his current strength, even except for the law of time. Other types of military skills cannot be called. It seems that he has to find a place to understand the situation as soon as possible. Just when he was about to calm down and check the changes in the origin universe, Bai Linshua's voice came again. You don't have to lie to me. I know you are not a soldier, but a living person. After the voice fell, Lin Yu's footsteps also stopped. He turned around and found that the other party was looking at him with a firm face, as if she had suddenly changed into a different person, without the cowardice just now. Facing her firm gaze, Lin Yu was silent for a long time, and finally sighed. Since you know, why do you still help me hide it from those people? He could see that this was a very smart girl. Although her temperament was a little weak, she had a calm mind that was not inferior to ordinary people, because it was obvious at a glance whether it was his own soldier. But the other party did not directly expose his lie, but waited until he left the square to confront him, which helped him a lot invisibly. But what he never expected was, hearing his words, Bai Linshua suddenly clenched the corner of her clothes and bit her lips tightly. That was my awakening ceremony. If they knew that I summoned a non-army type, my father would be very sad. Does this mean that I have failed in awakening? After saying that, tears as big as beans slid down her fair cheeks, and her body began to tremble slightly. Lin Yu was silent. He had noticed that the awakening ceremony should be similar to the ceremony of awakening the Lord ability, used to detect whether a person has the potential to become a Lord, and at the same time determine what his initial arm is. When they became Lords, it was because the system automatically assigned all those who could not become Lords to the living world, so they skipped the awakening process directly. So, my appearance was considered to have destroyed the other party's awakening ceremony, making it impossible for her to become a Lord and summon her initial arm. This is tantamount to ruining someone's future. But even so, the other party still pretended to be calm and came outside to help him conceal his identity, and did not even have a look of resentment towards him. Can I help? Lin Yu hesitated and said. He still didn't know a lot about this world, but if he could help, he was willing to help, which could be regarded as making up for the guilt in his heart. You want to help me? Bai Linshua suddenly raised her head as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, but immediately, she lowered her head with a gloomy expression. After the first awakening failed, each awakening ceremony must use a 6th level law crystal, and I don't have so much money. Law crystal? Is it the trading currency of this world? It doesn't look cheap. I don't know if he can get it with his strength. Thinking of this, he couldn't help asking, can you tell me what the law crystal you just mentioned is? You don't even know the law crystal? Bai Linshua raised her head and looked at him as if he was looking at a monster. Maybe when I was summoned by you, I hit my head and lost my memory. Lin Yu made up a reason. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Bai Linshua laughed out loud. Then she actually believed his lies and said with guilt, I'm sorry. I summoned you by force. Of course she knew that Lin Yu made it up, but out of guilt, she didn't ask more questions and started talking about the law crystal. Yes, she is really a pure and kind girl. Lin Yu couldn't help sighing in his heart, but it was also because of this girl that he finally learned some information about this world. Law. It is the main source of power in this world. Generally, monsters above level 6 have a chance to condense a law crystal of the same level as themselves. Killing them can get it. It is the most commonly used trading currency in the god's domain. In this case, he only needs to kill a few more level 6 monsters. Fortunately, this is not a difficult task for him. It is a good opportunity to try out the level and strength of the monsters in the god's domain. In the god's domain, everyone has a chance to awaken for free after reaching the 6th level. Our demon-suppressing city is under the jurisdiction of the Pantheon, so the annual awakening ceremony is held by people set by them. If you can't gather enough law crystals within 3 days, you can only wait until next year. Perhaps because Lin Yu was summoned by herself. Bai Lingxue has a natural trust in him, and can be said to be open and honest. When Lin Yu heard her words, his eyes fixed. Pantheon. He seemed to have heard the name of an extraordinary force. Chapter 653 Identity Exposed. After a conversation and some side-splitting, Lin Yu learned a lot about the God's Domain from Bai Lingxue. The God's Domain is also called the God's Domain. It is said that this world has an endless and vast universe and history, with large and small forces spread all over the place. And monsters are all over the God's Domain. Moreover, the farther away from the city, the stronger the power is. And even the top strong men dare not set foot easily. Their demon-suppressing city belongs to a force called the Pantheon. It is a city of medium size under the jurisdiction of the Pantheon, which is specially used as the outermost barrier to guard against monster attacks. This is also the origin of the name of the demon-suppressing city. The center of the Pantheon's power is the Pantheon City, which is the most prosperous place in this area and the place with the most strong men. As for places farther away, Bai Lingxue doesn't know much, and only heard a few words from those passing merchants. Basically every year, the Pantheon will send people to various cities around to perform awakening ceremonies, select outstanding lords to join them, govern various territories for them, and resist attacks and harassment from monsters from different directions. In general, this is a dangerous world where gods and monsters coexist and fight against each other. If you want to gain a foothold here, you must have enough strength. Therefore, the initial awakening of the troops is definitely the first priority in life for many people who have reached the 6th level. If the awakening fails, what awaits them is a lifetime of mediocrity and a life as an ordinary person. Well, the 6th level is indeed just an ordinary person for the God realm. And if the awakening fails, there is no way to continue to upgrade. If you want to become stronger, you can only become a lord and awaken the troops, which is very different from the 10,000 worlds. According to what you said, it seems that I have ruined your life event? Lin Yu looked weird, looking at Bai Lingxue, who was walking on the side and a little depressed. It's okay. Bai Lingxue forced a smile. Anyway, the chance of awakening is only 50%. Even if you didn't appear, I might not be able to awaken successfully. After saying that, she lowered her head with a gloomy look, and anyone could see her disappointment. What a kind girl. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After experiencing too many intrigues and life and death struggles, he hadn't met such a pure heart for a long time, which made him feel nostalgic and more determined to help. But before that, he had to understand why he couldn't call on his power. Just like this, they chatted casually. The two soon came to the civilian area in the west of the city. The bustling streets in front of them gradually turned into alleys and lanes that extended in all directions. And even the houses became much lower and older. Hey, isn't this Lingxue a girl? Are you going to buy medicine for your father again today? At this time, several old women who were hanging clothes in front of the door greeted Bai Lingxue enthusiastically. Lingxue is really filial. Going out to buy medicine so early. That's right. If only my crazy girl was as filial as Lingxue. Girl Bai, do you want to come to my house for a visit? I haven't thanked you for helping me heal my wounds last time. It can be seen that Bai Lingxue is still very popular in this civilian area, and almost everyone treats her with a smile. Bai Lingxue also responded to them one by one with a forced smile, as if nothing had happened. But at this moment, a loud and arrogant curse suddenly came from a distance. Damn, old man. If you don't pay the rent tomorrow, get out of here, and these things will be considered interest. No, don't. That's the only thing in my house. You can't take it away. Get out of here. Ah. The curse, mixed with a voice of pleading, resounded in all the alleys around. Bai Lingxue, who was originally chatting with the uncles and aunts, changed his face and immediately ran in the direction of the sound. Dad. Anxious cries came out of their mouths. They finally came to the end of the alley, outside a dilapidated courtyard. At a glance, they saw an old man lying on the ground, holding several hideous servants tightly. On the open space next to them, there was a charming and enchanting woman. Bai Ru. Let my dad go. Bai Lingxue changed her previous weakness and shouted angrily, running towards the courtyard. Bai Ru? Lin Yu, who was following behind her, looked at him. Both of them had the surname Bai. Could there be any relationship? Before he could think about it, the woman named Bai Ru had already given the answer. Hey, isn't this Bai Linxue, the illegitimate daughter of our Bai family? Come back so soon. Did you fail to awaken? As she spoke, she laughed sweetly, and her words were full of disdain. Bai Linxue glared at her, and ran over to help the old man up. Dad, are you okay? The old man did not answer her, but anxiously looked at the delicate wooden box in the hands of the servants. Quick! Go and get that wooden box back. It's the only thing your mother left for you when she left. It's what I want you to give it to when you come of age. Oh! So this thing was left by that wild woman who came from nowhere? Bring it here and have a look. As soon as Bai Ruo stretched out her hand, the servant respectfully handed the wooden box to her and looked at it with interest. Lin Yu, who followed from a distance, had a strange look on his face. Illegitimate daughter. Adoptive father. Mother left, leaving behind relics. What kind of protagonist script is this? Lin Yu's expression became even weirder. You are not allowed to say that about my mother. Give my mother's things back to me. Bai Linxue stared at Bai Ruo angrily. What? You are just defending that wild woman who abandoned you and left? I want to see what she left for you, Bai Ruo said, and put his hands on the wooden box, ready to open it. Bai Linxue's face became anxious, and he wanted to rush up to snatch it. But the next second, a shadow flashed by, and the wooden box in Bai Ruo's hand disappeared instantly. Who? Looking at the empty palm, Bai Ruo was startled and immediately looked around. Second miss. Be careful. The servants also reacted quickly, came to her side, and protected her tightly. Until then, they finally noticed that there was a figure beside Bai Linxue and her father, and the wooden box in his hand was in his hand. Who are you? How dare you ruin our Bai family's good things? Bai Ruo's face sank, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Yu. Brother Lin. Looking at Lin Yu who appeared beside him, Bai Linxue was surprised and happy. I didn't expect that his strength was so strong that he could snatch something from Bai Ruo. You know, the strength of the servants around Bai Ruo is not weak. At least they have reached the 9th level. And the lords, who have just awakened, are not opponents at all. Take it. Lin Yu handed the wooden box to her, and looked at the servants in front of him with interest. Even if he hasn't figured out the strength rules of this world, he can sense the strength of the other party at once, and is not too worried. The reason why he chose to take action, in addition to repaying Bai Linxue's favor, is to try the fighting methods of the people in the God realm, so that he can be mentally prepared. Don't talk. Right? Then show him some color. Seeing that Lin Yu ignored her, and didn't say anything, Bai Ruo narrowed her eyes, and gave orders to the servants around her. There was no killing intent in her eyes, but more of amusement, constantly looking at Lin Yu, the man who suddenly appeared beside Bai Linxue. The servants looked at each other, and one of the men with flower arms walked out alone. Wow! He is quite loyal to the martial arts world. And he didn't fight directly. Lin Yu was slightly surprised. But immediately, his eyes paused, because a ghost soldier holding a sickle suddenly appeared next to the flower-armed man. Name, Scythe of Death, Legend, Legendary Soldier. Seeing the soldier information in front of him, Lin Yu was even more surprised. He could understand the 9th level. But what did the 6th level mean? And the attributes also exceeded the upper limit of the 9th level soldiers. And the bonus effect was too strange. The most important thing was that in addition to the skill effects, he could see all the information of the opponent's soldiers. Doubts kept emerging from his mind, and he was ready to try the opponent. But at this moment, a loud shout came. Stop! A man in armor appeared on a scaled mount, with a guard team behind him. Lin Yu's eyes condensed, and he felt a breath from the person who came that was not weaker than the few people in the square before. This person's strength has also reached the 10th level. A lot of 10th level. Brother, why are you back? Bai Ruo looked at the man and the team behind him unexpectedly. The armor on each of them was still stained with blood, and they looked dusty, obviously having just experienced a battle. I settle the score with you later. The man glared at Bai Ruo fiercely, then immediately jumped off his mount and walked straight towards Lin Yu and the others. Lin Yu couldn't help but be surprised, because he found that the other party was coming for him. Sure enough, after a while, the man came to him and looked at him curiously. Brother Bai Zhan? Bai Linxue had greeted him, and seemed to have a good relationship with the man. Bai Zhan smiled and nodded slightly at her, then looked at Lin Yu again. I guess you are the soldier summoned at the Linxue awakening ceremony. Right? After saying that, a strange look flashed across his face. But he immediately coughed lightly and told his purpose. My father would like to invite you and Lin Chua to the mansion for a chat. There is something important to discuss. I wonder if you can move. To me? Lin Yu was secretly alert and subconsciously wanted to refuse. However, the other party's next words made his face change. It's about the road to heaven. Bai John said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. The road to heaven. How could he know about this? Lin Yu frowned, ready to kill at any time. Because he came from the 10,000 worlds. He must not let others know. Especially the forces behind the demon heaven. Once it is discovered that the core of the world is in him, he will be chased endlessly. Chapter 654. A world where arms are supreme. Don't worry. We have no ill intentions. Feeling the murderous intent in Lin Yu's eyes, Bai Zhan was startled and spoke quickly. I just want to invite you to my house to talk about your identity. Identity? Lin Yu's eyes condensed, and he put away his murderous intent. Indeed, what he lacks most now is an identity that can hide himself. Otherwise, the fact that he was summoned here today would definitely not be concealed for long. Once the forces behind him Otion sent someone to investigate, it would be easy to find clues about him. The other party obviously knew this. So he was so straightforward. It seems that the people in the god's domain are not as simple as he imagined. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded, lead the way. Bai Zhan was delighted when he heard this, and immediately made a gesture of invitation. Please follow me. Lin Yu didn't say much, and left the alley with Bai Linchua and her daughter, and got on several prearranged carriages. Although Bai Ruo was still a little angry, Bai Zhan glared back, and he got on the carriage obediently. The group left the alley and crossed the street, heading slowly towards the city center, followed by a team of well-equipped guards. The spectacular team immediately attracted the attention of passers-by, but they could not see what was going on inside the carriage. Let me introduce myself first. In the carriage, Bai Zhan, who took off his armor and sat down, said with a smile, I am the eldest son of the Bai family in the City Lord Mansion of Demon Suppression City, and also the commander of the Demon Suppression Army. Bai Zhan. City Lord Mansion? Lin Yu's eyes condensed. He thought that the Bai family had an unusual identity, but he didn't expect that they would be the ones in charge of this city. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Bai Linchua, who was nervously holding the wooden box beside him. I thought it was just a simple return of gratitude, but it turned out to involve such a large force. For him who just came here, it was not good news. But since it has developed to this point, we can only wait and see. At least for now. Bai Zhan has no ill will towards him. My name is Lin Yu. As for why I am here, I think you should know. Right? Lin Yu said lightly. Indeed. Bai Zhan smiled. The news in the Demon Suppression City can basically not be hidden from our eyes. But don't worry. Sir, I have sent people to suppress this matter. Even if others investigate, at most they will only know that Lin Chua summoned a humanoid soldier. Why do you do this? Lin Yu looked at him deeply. It must be said that the other party did help him a lot. With the ability of the Bai family to rule a city, it is very easy to tamper with some news. So he couldn't figure out why the other party would do such a thing for a stranger like him. It's a pity. Bai Zhan did not answer him directly, but said, you will know about this matter when you see my father. Since you can't say it, then you can tell me about this matter about the road to heaven. Right? Lin Yu did not delve into it, but changed the subject. He had just arrived here, and his heart was full of questions, since the other party already knew that he came from Tontian Road. There was nothing to hide, and it was just right to learn more information. Of course, no problem. Bai Zhan obviously expected him to ask this question, and immediately smiled. Then, amid the driver's shouting, he began to tell Lin Yu about Tontian Road. In short, after each lord breaks through the 12th level and reaches the next level, the godhood in the body will merge with the origin space transformed by the soul. Then the origin space begins to transform, giving birth to rules, and gradually becomes a small world that can nurture living beings. For example, the monster plane that Lin Yu is familiar with evolved from the origin space, which is called the origin world here. When the origin world evolves to a certain extent, intelligent life will be born. In order to enhance their own strength and resist the attack of the monster army, the major powerful forces will basically extradite mature creatures in the origin world, allowing them to cross space and condense higher-level bodies and souls in the divine domain. So crossing Tontian Road will consume a lot of energy. Of course, Not all levels of origin worlds can be extradited. You must reach a very high level. Otherwise the life level will not be able to cross the barrier of space. Bai Zhan's voice kept echoing in the carriage. And Lin Yu's expression kept changing. He was shocked by the news. Then Bai Zhan continued, in a way you can understand. You must reach level 12 or above to enter the God realm. Otherwise you can't bear the power of this world at all. This is the origin of the road to heaven. After saying that, Bai Zhan couldn't help but glance at Lin Yu. He knew very well that those who could pass through the road to heaven had a strength of at least level 12. And they were definitely not something that a remote city like them could deal with. So he spoke very carefully, fearing that he would upset Lin Yu. Are the monsters here very strong? Even the major forces have to do this? Lin Yu ignored him, and asked the most critical question. In his impression, although the monsters are strong, they are still a little inferior to the fierce lords. And it seems unnecessary to go to such great lengths. No. You are wrong. Unexpectedly, Bai Zhan directly denied his words. Of course, ordinary monsters are nothing. But monsters above the Demon King level are different. Their wisdom is no weaker than ours. And they even control all monsters, and have formed a complete ecological system. Tens of thousands of years ago, the demon army attacked the divine domain. And we also lost 2 main god-level strongmen to successfully repel them. Lord God level. Fallen. Lin Yu was completely shocked. Although he didn't know what level of existence the Lord God was. He knew very well that it was definitely a very terrifying existence. The monsters in the God's domain are so powerful? And what is the level of the Demon King? Unfortunately, before he could ask more questions, the carriage suddenly stopped. We're here, Bai Zhan said in a low voice. We're here? So fast? Lin Yu followed him out of the car in confusion, and found that the carriage did not stop next to the City Lord mansion, but outside a quiet attic. It seems that the other party has worked hard on concealment. Come with me. My father is on the way, and should be here soon. Bai Zhan was still leading the way in front. And the guards who followed were hiding in various corners around the attic to prevent eavesdropping. Lin Yu didn't think much and followed him into the attic. Soon he came to an antique living room, and sat down. Bai Lingxue and his daughter were taken to the other side by Bai Zhan later. In a blink of an eye, Lin Yu was the only one left in the living room. And he finally had time to check various information. The previous prompt said that because the world rules have changed, all functions will change. And I don't know what it will become. The first thing to check is naturally personal attributes. I tried to call out the interface, and it worked immediately. Name, Lin Yu, Lord, race, human. Level, 12th level, level 1 quasi-god, strength, question mark. Constitution, question mark. Agility, question mark. Spirit, question mark. Basic skills, multiple mutations. Time law. Soul bond, arms are transformed by soul power, representing the strength of the soul. Specify a soldier and materialize its attributes. It can be changed. It requires a territory core. Twin origin, insufficient level. Not unlocked, origin power, all arms potential unlocked 10%. Introduction, Lord attribute interface. Record the Lord's specific strength and various skills. Unlocked after becoming a Lord. At this time, Lin Yu, like the attribute interface, was full of question marks. Except for mutations and time laws, all his skills disappeared. And even his attributes turned into a string of question marks. Is this the function change mentioned in the prompt? And even the power of rules disappeared. No wonder he couldn't use his skills. There is also a new skill. Soul bond. Does it mean that he has to use the territory function to materialize the attributes of a soldier to himself before he can obtain the attribute? If that's the case, then it's not easy. In other words, the higher the potential of the soldier you have, the higher the attribute the Lord can materialize through the soul. For example, his royal family, the attributes are definitely much higher than those who only have legendary soldiers, which greatly enhances his advantage. This makes high potential soldiers become crucial. As for the twin origin, it reminds him of the twin fusion mentioned in the prompt when fusing the world core before. Is it because of that the extra skill came out? It seems to be an extraordinary ability. After all, the world core that so many people are fighting for must be not simple. I just don't know when it can be unlocked. What is this origin power? Lin Yu looked down and murmured. That represents the unlocking degree of the strength of the soldier. As if to answer his words, a voice suddenly came from outside. Lin Yu looked up, and found a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes walking into the living room with a kind smile on his face. Needless to say, this should be the lord of the demon suppression city, the patriarch of the Bai family, because his strength is the same as Bai John. He has also reached the level of the 10th level, and his momentum is even stronger. What does it mean to unlock the strength of the troops? Lin Yu asked. Not at all shy. You may not know that the power system in the God's domain is very different from that in the lower realm. Here, the strength of the Lord mainly comes from the troops. The stronger the troops, the stronger the Lord. Take the king-level troops that only the big forces have. For example, their potential is to double the attributes. That is, the highest attribute can reach twice. The basic attribute of 5 million at the 12th level can be increased to 10 million at the 10th level quasi-god, and 5.5 million at the 1st level quasi-god. The voice of the patriarch of the Bai family kept coming into Lin Yu's ears, making him surprised. According to the other party's statement, doesn't that mean that even if the legendary soldiers reach the highest level of 12, their attributes will only be improved by about 25%? And the soldiers above the king level can achieve more than double the attribute improvement? The most important point. There are actually other people who have king-level soldiers. I don't know if it is different from his royal family. This is simply a world where soldiers are supreme. Chapter 655 Twin Universes. The new power system surprised Lin Yu. Fortunately, it was still within the acceptable range. After all, the foundation has not changed. The combat power is still judged by the territory level and the type of soldiers. It's just that the way of improvement is different. It can be seen. The rules of the 10,000 worlds are based on the power system of the God's domain, making it more suitable for the initial improvement of the lords and faster to cultivate high-level lords. However, he really doesn't agree with the rule of letting the lords kill each other to speed up the improvement, especially for someone like him who has come out of the killing. He can understand the cruelty of it. To put it bluntly, it is raising a goo. No one wants to be the goo that is raised. Let me introduce myself first. I am the head of the Bai family, Bai Shanting. Just thinking about it, the voice of the head of the Bai family came again. I guess when you came here, I told you about the road to heaven. Right? Talking about business. Lin Yu also put away his thoughts, raised his head, and looked at Bai Shanting deeply. Tell me, why do you want to help me? He didn't think that the other party would help him for no reason. In the adult world, it's nothing more than the word interest. Bai Shanting didn't waste any words and said directly, just a while ago, I received an order from the Pantheon, saying that we need to search for all the people extradited from the lower world today and report it. It seems that they are looking for someone, and the battle is very big, almost mobilizing the power of the entire Pantheon, and also promised a very generous reward. Is the Pantheon searching for people extradited from the lower world? Lin Yu was shocked and suddenly had a bad premonition. Yes. Bai Shanting nodded, his face also extremely solemn. I haven't seen the Pantheon go to such great lengths for one thing for a long time. Today, I just learned about what happened in my daughter's awakening ceremony. So I guess that you might be the person the Pantheon is looking for. I see. Lin Yu suddenly realized. No wonder the other party knew about him so quickly. It was probably because he was still thinking about Bai Linxue, the illegitimate daughter, and had been paying attention to her awakening ceremony. Unexpectedly, he ran into him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help asking, if that's the case, why don't you report me directly? It's very simple. Because I'm not from the Pantheon. Bai Shanting smiled mysteriously. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He is in charge of the city under the Pantheon. But he is not from the Pantheon. This guy is not simple. You should know that the forces in the God's domain are complicated, and there must be some spies inside. Even those who are responsible for the awakening ceremony are our people. And with your strength, you can kill us and escape. I don't need to take this risk, Bai Shanting said bluntly. Not to mention, this guy is quite honest in this regard. And Lin Yu gradually let down his guard. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? You really want to help me? Bai Shanting's face lit up, and his expression was a little excited. For him, a 10th level lord, it is harder than climbing to the sky to get to the relationship of the 12th level. After all, that is a being that can be called a god. Even in the God's domain, he has a very high status. He has only seen it a few times in the city of 10,000 gods, and people don't even look at him straight in the eye. But now, by chance, he has sold a favor to a 12th level person. It would be strange if he is not excited. After taking a deep breath, he finally said, "You don't know. My daughter Bai Lingxue is actually the daughter of me, and the daughter of the third elder of the Pantheon. But the third elder strongly opposed his daughter to associate with a poor boy like me. In order to protect my daughter's safety, I had to resort to this last resort and abandon her. So I would like to ask you to help me, so that I can reunite with my wife and daughter one day." At the end, Bai Shanting's voice became a little trembling. The veins of his clenched fists bulged, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if he recalled the past that he couldn't bear to look back on. Hearing his words, Lin Yu couldn't help but be surprised. He could see that Bai Shanting's feelings for his wife and daughter were real. After pondering, he asked, "How strong is the third elder you just mentioned?" "True God level. All the elders in the Pantheon have reached the level of true God," Bai Shanting said seriously. "True God level?" "Yes." Seeing Lin Yu's confusion, Bai Shanting quickly explained, "Above the quasi-gods are the 3 god levels of true gods. Heavenly gods, and main gods, corresponding to the 13th, 14th, and 15th levels respectively. It is said that the master of the Pantheon is very close to the limit of the true God, and it is likely that he will break through to the heavenly god level in a short time." "Lord God?" Lin Yu lowered his head, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. After being here for so long, he finally knew what kind of existence the Lord God was. It was actually the terrifying 15th level. How powerful should he be? He thought that he had inherited the power of the Lord God and gave birth to the original universe. Even if there was a gap with the Lord God, it should not be much. But the fact was not so. But the good news is, the 12th level is not too weak in this. At least it can be barely considered as upper middle. With the 2 bud-like abilities of the law of time and mutation, he will sooner or later be able to stand at the top of the realm of God and explore the truth behind the destruction of the world. In particular, his mutation can also improve the potential level of the army, which just perfectly fits the power system of the God realm. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to understand the potential level of the army and see if I can raise the royal family to a higher level. There is one more thing. Since the Pantheon is going to great lengths to find him, it must be looking for the core of the world, which is definitely related to the forces behind the demon heaven. So he must improve his strength to the level of the true God as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with people above the elder level, especially the Hall Master, who is close to the limit of the true God level, and his strength should not be underestimated. I don't know what the potential level of the opponent's troops is. If they are king level like him, it will be difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, he said, "I can help you with this. Tell me more about the Lord level in troops." There is a suitable source of information in front of him. Lin Yu will naturally not let it go, and the more he can know, the better. Hearing that he would help, Bai Shanting was overjoyed and immediately began to explain to him in detail all the information he knew. Until noon, Lin Yu left the attic with Bai Shanting's farewell, and did not let too many people know that they had contact. His identity is now the most sensitive, so it is better to stay in the demon suppression city for a while and wait until the storm is over. It is just right to go out and hunt monsters to improve his strength. "Mr. Lin, although the place is a bit shabby, my manor in the northern suburbs of the city is the most secluded and rarely disturbed, so it is the most suitable for a territory," Bai Shanting said as he led the way. "Okay, let's go there," Lin Yu replied indifferently. "In the God's domain, because the level of awakening to the Lord is the 6th level, you will have the origin space from the beginning. That is, the initial soul space. The souls of people in the God's domain are much stronger than those in the 10,000 worlds, and the territory core is transformed by the soul power, so it can be freely collected and released, and the consumption is not large. Most of the time, the lords put the territory core into the origin space and run around. Only those who belong to certain forces and need to guard a place will deploy the territory to station." When Lin Yu learned about this from Bai Shanting, his heart was mixed. Thinking back to the past, the territory core of their 10,000 worlds lords could not be collected into the origin space. Once the core is destroyed, the lord will die. In comparison, the living conditions in the God's domain are much more comfortable, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are like flowers in a greenhouse, without the threat of life and death. The lords cultivated in this environment will inevitably lack blood. If a fight really breaks out, Lin Yu is absolutely sure that he can kill the opponent with the same strength. Not fearing life and death is a major advantage of their lords of the 10,000 worlds. I don't know how the other emperors are doing now, and how many people can successfully cross the Tontian road to the god's domain. Thinking of this, Lin Yu, who was already sitting in the carriage, couldn't help but calm down and enter the origin universe. Huh? Suddenly, he exclaimed lightly and looked at his soul space in surprise. He found that next to the origin universe space, the world core that was finally fused was floating slowly and completely independent, and it was slowly absorbing his soul power, as if nourishing itself. This suddenly gave him a bold guess. When he reaches the 13th level, this world core will break out of the cocoon and become his second origin universe. 2 origin universes. Lin Yu didn't know what this meant. After all, there was only one main god. But he had a vague feeling that this would be his chance to rise in the god's domain. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. After all, when the core of this world was merged, the prompt said twin fusion? Twins. That is, coexistence. Perhaps his guess was right, which made him look forward to it. And he wanted to quickly reach the 13th level of true god. I wonder how the others are doing. Lin Yu thought silently, and his eyes finally fell into the origin space universe, looking at the continent in the center of the universe. After only 1 month in Tontian Road, the central continent had changed a lot, except for the enclosed area around the World Tree for military activities. Various buildings have begun to appear in other places, under the leadership of the dozens of emperors who stayed behind. The lords and practitioners of various realms united and began to build new residences. They did not fall into chaos as imagined, which made Lin Yu finally relieved. There was no way. At that time, the collapse of the 10,000 Worlds continent was too hasty, and there was no time to make any preparations. Now seeing that everyone was safe and sound, he was relieved. Then the huge perception swept over, and soon found those people in the primitive world. Strange. Suddenly, Lin Yu frowned. His perception at this time could directly cover the entire continent. But after searching around, he only saw Jixinghe and the others, but not Situ Jian and Yen Lai. Could it be? Lin Yu was shocked and suddenly remembered that Duan Chanfeng had specially returned to the primitive world before leaving. Could it be him? If it was him, he should be able to take a few people away. So, Yen Lai and the others may have come to the god's domain now. It seems that I have to find a chance to inquire about it later. After searching for another round without finding it, he did not waste time and began to change some rules on the central continent. He also sent a message to the kings of the 2 empires, the Great Emperor and Shengyao Shengyu, through his mind, telling them that he would find a way to build a road to heaven so that later generations could have the opportunity to enter the divine realm. For a moment, everyone who received the message was excited, especially the kings of the 2 empires, who were even more excited. The divine realm? I will catch up with you soon. On the continent, Ji Yunchuang secretly clenched his fists and looked at the vast void above his head with an unprecedented firmness in his eyes. Other kings also began to work hard for this. The entire central continent was prosperous. After doing all this, Lin Yu exited the original universe and continued to check other information. Chapter 656 New Level. Changes after upgrading. Swish. The space twisted, and Ling Shi appeared in the carriage. Lin Yu took a look and found that after reaching the 12th level, her attribute interface also underwent a lot of changes. Name, Fairy Queen Ling Shi, Royal Family, Skills, Natural Control Top, Natural Affinity, Thorn Entanglement, Domination Power, King's Majesty, Original Power, Potential Unlock 10%, Full Value 100%, Natural Messenger, Natural Spell Power increased by 20%. Introduction. The Queen of the Fairy Clan, the Supreme Existence, has a strong affinity and domination ability for nature. The arms in the god's domain lack the bonus of the godhead and the racial talent, but have more potential unlocking. And the potential unlocking directly improves the basic attributes, unlike the additional bonus of the godhead before. According to Baishanting, the basic attributes of all arms are similar. The initial attributes of the 12th level arms are basically between 4.5 and 5 million. But the strengths and weaknesses of the 4 attributes are different. But the potential level determines the growth after birth, which is simply the upper limit of the attribute. The arms are divided into 6 levels: ordinary, rare, legendary, extraordinary, royal, and royal. The corresponding full value attributes are 0%, 10%, 25%, 50%, 100%, and 150%. For the 12th level, you need to reach the 10th level of quasi-God to maximize the attributes of the arms. For people in the realm of God, the arms that are awakened at the beginning are mostly ordinary and rare. Rare is considered a little talented, and legendary is considered an extremely rare genius. Not to mention the extraordinary level, which is absolutely a rare existence, and it may not appear once 100 years. Of course, this only represents a person's initial talent. Through acquired efforts, even the Lord of Ordinary Initial Arms has the opportunity to obtain rare or even legendary arms. But arms above the extraordinary level are not so easy to obtain. That is to destroy a super large monster group, or even kill a Demon King level monster to have a chance to obtain it. The power of the Demon King level monsters is equivalent to the true God level of the Lord. They can destroy the world at any time and command a large army of monsters. It is not easy to kill them. So, my royal family is actually very powerful. Looking at the interface in front of him, Lin Yu thought secretly, at least before encountering those powerful forces. His royal family's 100% attribute potential is still very advantageous. Even if he encounters a lord with royal soldiers, his soldiers are stronger than ordinary royals with one more skill. As for the last level, the royal family, that's different. 150% attribute potential is definitely a crushing level existence. Even if they are just the same first level quasi-gods, the unlocked attributes are 5% higher than him, reaching 15%. Of course, these are still far away for him now, so there is no need to worry too much. Lingxi, can you use skills now? Lin Yu closed the interface and looked at Lingxi. Yes. Lingxi waved her arm, and a barbed thorn suddenly grew in the carriage. Looking at the thorns, Lin Yu frowned. According to Bai Shanting, because the power of the law is more restricted, many methods in the lower world will be completely ineffective. The biggest change is the power of the Lord rules. In the 10,000 worlds, lords above the 10th level can use all the skills of the army at will. But in the realm of God, you can only use the skills of the army that you have concretized through soul bonds. In other words, you can only use the skills of the army that you choose as your own attributes. This is why he can't use any skills now. Mr. Lin, we're here. Just thinking about it. Bai Zhan's voice suddenly came from outside, because Bai Shanting had to deal with the matter between himself and Bai Lingxue. He asked Bai Zhan to lead the way and send him here personally. Lin Yu didn't think much, called back Lingxi, and lifted the curtain and got off the carriage, accompanied by the dazzling light. A quiet manor located outside the city with flourishing plants, bird singing and flowers blooming came into view. Not bad. Lin Yu nodded silently. At least there are a lot of plants and flowers on the side. And there is a small lake behind. And the place is big enough and quiet enough, so his world tree will not be too conspicuous. Are you satisfied? Seeing him nod, Bai Zhan on the side asked hurriedly. When he learned that Lin Yu was now a guest of their Bai family, he was very excited and volunteered to come and lead Lin Yu. With such a strong support, why would their Bai family not be able to rise in the future? At least in this demon-suppressing city, no force will be able to compete with him. Well, not bad. Don't bother me if there is nothing important in the future. That's natural. Bai Zhan smiled and said, then I will take my people away first. If you need anything, you can come to the City Lord Mansion to find us. After that, he turned around and left with a few drivers, heading back to the north gate of the demon suppression city in the distance. Let's go. Settle down first. Lin Yu didn't have much requirements for this temporary residence, as long as it was quiet enough to settle down. He summoned the royal family directly and asked them to move around, then walked through the gate and walked into the courtyard full of flower beds. After walking around, he finally chose the largest flower bed in the center of the courtyard and came to it. Condensing the core of the 12th level territory requires 10 12th level law crystals. Since it is the first time for the Lord to condense the core, the operation is free. Do you want to continue? Fortunately, the first time is free. Otherwise, he would have to look for 12th level monsters everywhere to kill. He still hasn't understood the strength of the monsters in the God's domain. It is estimated that it will be more perverted than those in the 10,000 worlds. Without thinking too much, he directly chose to confirm. Boom! With a loud bang, his soul power began to condense rapidly, projecting the world tree and the origin universe onto the flower bed in front. In a blink of an eye, the huge rhizome spread all around. A huge tree rose from the ground and appeared in the center of the courtyard, with its crown directly covering the entire manor. Fortunately, the surrounding flowers and trees served as a foil, making it less conspicuous. The core of the territory was condensed successfully, and all territory functions were unlocked. Please go and check it yourself. A prompt sound sounded, and a bunch of gray functions on Lin Yu's interface lit up immediately. And finally, it could be operated normally. Without hesitation, he immediately came to the world tree and clicked on the territory interface to check it. Name, world tree, territory, category, plants. Level, 12th level. Durability, 5 million/5 million. Number of recruits, 21,000/50,000. Soul bond, unbound. Upgrade requirements, level 10 quasi-god, 10,000 12th level law crystals, 1 13th level law crystals. Introduction, territory core. With various functions. Transformed by the soul power of the Lord. Condensation requires resources. Upgrade actually requires so many things? Looking at the changes on the interface, Lin Yu was surprised. He could understand the 12th level law crystals, but the appearance of the 13th level was a bit unexpected for him, because it is possible to drop after killing the 13th level monster. Yes, it is possible, but not 100%. The difficulty of this upgrade can be imagined, and the previous 10th level quasi-god is even more difficult to achieve. According to Bai Shanting, this requires the continuous improvement of the strength of the origin world to upgrade. That is, the strength of the soul power. The only way to increase the strength of the soul is to kill monsters and absorb their soul power to nourish the central continent. After reaching a certain level, it will automatically upgrade. I see. Lin Yu suddenly realized. Although the upgrade conditions are very harsh, the good news is that he doesn't have to actively kill other lords anymore, so his guilt will be lower. Although sometimes people are not as good as monsters. Then, he looked up and looked at the extra soul bond replacement option. Obviously, this is how to establish a connection with the arms, so as to obtain the attributes and skills of the designated arms. It's a pity that only one can be chosen, and it can't be changed after leaving the territory, so he has to choose carefully. Lynx's natural control and command power are good, and she can use long-range plant spells and summon tree demons. But her strength and physique are relatively low, which is not good for close combat and life-saving. As for Qi Gang, the physique attribute meets his life-saving needs, and the skill also has a wild roar that can burst out once more. It's just a pity that I can't use the routine of Phantom Walker plus Infinite Savage Roar. Qingting will not be considered for the time being. Although her Bloody Frenzy is a very good burst skill, it has great limitations, and her agility is the lowest among all the royal families, which is not conducive to escape. After thinking about it, Lin Yu finally chose Qin Gang, because he didn't have such a powerful means of escape as Space Shuttle. As a lord, it would be better for him to hide behind and rely on the troops to fight. And Qin Gang's Savage Roar and War Barrier can greatly improve the combat ability of the troops. Double Burst? There must be more trump cards. And his Hardening, War Trample, and Gravity Field are also good skills. It's decided to be you. Lin Yu clicked his fingers and directly clicked on the Soul Bond function. The next second, a troop selection interface popped up, listing all the troops he currently has, and the 11 royal families were at the forefront. Would you like to choose Ancient Tree Venerable Qin Gang as the Soul Bond object? After choosing, you will get all the attributes and skills of this soldier. To change, you need to pay the territory core and the same level of law crystals. Please choose carefully. Okay. Lin Yu answered without hesitation. Then a ray of light appeared, connecting him with Qin Gang, who was familiar with the environment outside. He quickly opened the personal interface and took a look. Sure enough, the question marks on it turned into the same attributes as Qin Gang. Strength and physique reached 5.5 million. Agility and spirit 5.17 million. And the skill bar also had 5 more available skills. Accompanying, it was a change in the body, because Qin Gang's attributes were primary body and secondary agility. His physical strength was also strengthened, and his spirit and reaction were slightly improved. Very good. Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly, feeling the return of strength. Let's go outside and see what the monsters look like. Qingting Zuihan, you guys stay here to look after the house. Summoning a group of legendary soldiers to the manor, he rode directly on the back of Qinlong. and flew directly to the wilderness far away from the demon suppression city in a whistling wind. Chapter 657 Demon King's Army. Just when Lin Yu was out, a carriage slowly drove over the central square of the demon city and stopped at the edge. Bai Lingxue took the 6th level law crystal stone she had just received from Bai Shanting and got off the carriage in a trance. At this moment, her eyes were red, as if she had just cried. Her adoptive father, Lao Jiang, followed her and sighed with his head down. Go. Your father has already helped you get through the relationship and announced to the outside world that the previous awakening was wrong. So you can awaken again. Lao Jiang's voice came slowly from the side, because it was not appropriate for Bai Shanting to show up in such a place. He asked him to come instead. No. Bai Lingxue turned around and looked at Lao Jiang stubbornly. You raised me to adulthood. No matter what, you will always be my father. Although she was weak in nature, she attached great importance to kindness. Although she had known about this matter for a long time, how could she let go of the kindness of raising her for so many years? This may be the only time she was tough. Seeing her say that, old Jiang was also somewhat moved, and nodded repeatedly with tears in his eyes. Okay. I feel relieved with your words. Hurry up and awaken. I wait for you to come back and pick me up to live a good life when you succeed. Yes. Bai Lingxue nodded heavily. Her eyes suddenly became firm, and she walked towards the square. But she didn't notice that the wooden box in her hand was emitting a faint holy breath at this time, gradually blending into her body. After everyone in the queue had basically awakened, an awakening person who had been arranged in the corner immediately waved to them. Miss Bai. Right? Come on the stage. The man deliberately lowered his voice and said, although Bai Shanting had sent people to spread false news, and the people in the square had also changed. But it is better to conceal this kind of thing as much as possible, so as not to attract too much attention, which would not be of any benefit to him or Lin Yu. Bai Lingxue obviously understood this, looked back at Lao Jiang, and slowly walked to an empty awakening platform in the corner, closing his eyes nervously. Relax, the awakening personnel whispered, habitually activating the awakening formation, and began to awaken Bai Lingxue. But the next second, when the formation was lit, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A dazzling holy light suddenly exploded in the formation, wrapping Bai Lingxue's entire body. The surging holy light turned into a beam of light and shot up into the sky, instantly illuminating the entire square. The man didn't even have time to react, and everyone's eyes on the square and even the surrounding streets were attracted. What a powerful breath! Awakening anomaly. Awakening anomaly appeared. Could it be that some powerful arms were awakened? The few rare ones, just now, were not so exaggerated. This is definitely a legendary or above arm. Quick! Go and have a look. For a remote city like Shenhua City, legendary initial arms are already extremely rare. More importantly, those who awaken legendary soldiers have a high chance of awakening a companion ability, just like the extra ability that the Lord of the 10,000 Worlds draws at the beginning. Companion abilities are strong or weak, but what is certain is that the Lord who awakens the companion ability has at least one more method than the ordinary Lord, and the probability of becoming stronger is greatly increased, which is definitely the object of competition for recruitment by all major forces. So soon, all the forces in the city, big and small, set people to investigate the situation to see if they could recruit this rare genius. And at this time in the square, Bai Lingxue closed her eyes tightly, and under the holy light, the whole person became extremely sacred. Behind her, an angel phantom holding a healing scepter spread his wings, and large pieces of white feathers fell down. Congratulations! You have awakened successfully and obtained the initial unit, Holy Priest, Legendary, Awakening Companion Ability, Holy Heart. All treatment and protection skills increase by 50%. Range increases by 50%. And offensive units cannot be recruited. Listening to the prompts in her mind, Bai Lingxue opened her eyes, a little at a loss. She didn't expect that her awakening ceremony would cause such a big commotion. Looking at the increasing number of people around her, she finally panicked and didn't know what to do for a while. Follow me. Fortunately, at this time, a black shadow passed through the air and pulled her up from the stage and took her away from the square. The speed was so fast that it didn't give other people in the square a chance to react. When Bai Lingxue reacted, she found herself sitting on the back of a golden-winged eagle, and in front of her was her biological father, Bai Shanting. It was obvious. Although Bai Shanting did not show up, He had been paying attention to the awakening ceremony. Otherwise, he would not have come so quickly. Only after leaving the square far behind did Bai Shangting finally sigh. You really did inherit your mother's bloodline. Bai Shangting was both happy and conflicted about Bai Lingqiu awakening the legendary angel type. With such a big scene just now, even if he wanted to conceal it, he couldn't suppress it all. Once the news that someone in the demon suppression city awakened the legendary type spread, it would definitely attract the attention of the Pantheon's high-level officials, and they would send people to recruit her. But the problem was, he and the third elder were still at loggerheads. If the other party knew that his granddaughter had such a talent, he would definitely come and take her away personally, and no one would be able to stop him. Bai Shangting knew the third elder's temper too well. He would never change his mind about him for his granddaughter. My mother? Is she also an angel type? Bai Lingqiu asked in a low voice. Her memory of her mother only stayed in her childhood, and she couldn't even remember her appearance clearly. But she had always longed to meet her mother one day, and see what kind of person she was. Hearing her question, Bai Shangting hesitated for a moment, and his eyes finally dimmed. Yes. Your mother is the most talented saint in the Pantheon, and you should have inherited her blood. With your awakening talent, it is estimated that the Pantheon will send someone down soon. And then I am afraid that they will take you to the Pantheon City. I don't want to go to the Pantheon City. Bai Lingqiu has suddenly raised her head. You don't want to go? Why? Bai Shangting looked at her in surprise. Although he was reluctant to admit it, joining the Pantheon would definitely be of great benefit to Bai Lingqiu. And he was even ready to part with his daughter. Since he couldn't fulfill the responsibilities of a father, he should at least send her to her mother to make up for the debt he owed her since childhood. But what Bai Shangting never expected was, hearing his question, Bai Lingqiu shook her head. I like this place better than the Pantheon City. Everyone is very nice to me. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's voice, as if she was talking to herself. But with Bai Shangting's hearing, he could still hear it clearly. He was stunned for a moment, and his eyes softened immediately. He stretched out his hand, wanting to touch Bai Lingqiu's head, but froze halfway and retracted it again. Don't worry. Since you said so, Dad will never let anyone take you away again. After saying that, he let the golden-winged eagle circle over the city and fly back to the city lord mansion. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away from the demon-suppressing city, Lin Yu, who was riding on Qianlong, finally crossed the jungle below and came to a barren land. The reason why he came to such a far place was that the monsters near the demon-suppressing city were basically below the 10th level, which did not interest him at all, and the vastness of the realm of God was beyond his imagination. With his 12-level strength, he flew for so long, and the surroundings were still boundless and could never see the end. So he could only try to choose a more remote and uninhabited direction to travel, heading towards the wilderness where the monsters were entrenched. Master, look over there. Suddenly, Qianlong's voice sounded. Lin Yu raised his head and looked forward, and was shocked by the scene in front of him. At the end of the distant sight, a large area of surging blood covered the sky and earth, dyeing the originally clear sky of the divine domain into a blood color, and even a faint demonic energy was surging. Although it was tens of thousands of miles away from him, he could still feel a tyrannical breath different from that of the Lord. This made Lin Yu recall what Bai Shangting said to him today. Although the location of their demon city is remote, they are facing a demon army led by a demon king-level monster. Once attacked, the demon city will exist as a checkpoint. Quickly convey the news back to the 10,000 god city, and wait for the strong to come to support. It is only the demon king level, but it has such a terrifying power, almost stretching for thousands of miles. It is conceivable how many high-level monsters are contained in it. It also refreshed Lin Yu's understanding of the 13th level again. Let's go and take a look first. Don't fly too high. There should be monsters above level 12 over there. Lin Yu's more than 20,000 legendary soldiers are all mutated from the Guilu soldiers. They inherited the characteristic of Guilu to upgrade their levels with the territory. So now they are all automatically upgraded to level 12. As long as he doesn't encounter that Demon King level monster, a small group of Demon King troops should not be a big problem for him. However, his purpose of coming here this time is just to scout the enemy situation. He will try to avoid a big battle as much as possible to avoid attracting the attention of the demon clan. Soon, Qianlong relied on his amazing speed to pass through the wasteland and came to the area covered by blood. Looking up, the sun in the sky has been dyed red. A strong bloody smell that makes people feel uncomfortable rushed into the nose. And the sensory nerves became agitated. And there was even a faint impulse of bloodthirstiness. What a weird smell. Lin Yu was secretly shocked. This blood energy is different from ordinary blood energy. If you smell it below the 10th level, you will definitely be corroded immediately, lose consciousness, and even become a monster that only knows how to kill, unless you have the large-scale purification and dispersal skills of the angel system. It is basically impossible to attack it. It can actually cause such changes in the surrounding environment. Is this the horror of the Demon King level monster? I wonder if the Lord will have similar powerful abilities after being promoted to the true god level of the same level. Stop. Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes swept down and were attracted by a powerful monster. So he stopped Qianlong. Qianlong understood and circled over the monster. Lin Yu finally successfully detected its properties. Name, Dark Knight Scout. Boss, race, undead. Level 10. Strength, 56,250. Constitution, 56,250. Agility, 62,500. Spirit, 58,750. Skills, Sprint, Hide, Dark Vision, Death Sense. Boss, all attributes increased by 25%. Introduction, a scout of the Demon King's army under Demon King Barton. Responsible for guarding the periphery. With strong reconnaissance and escape abilities. Chapter 658 Elite Monster of the 12th Order. Boss level monster? Lin Yu showed a surprised expression when he looked at the attribute interface in front of him. Like the arms, there are also 6 levels of monster potential in the god's domain. Ordinary, Elite, Boss, Leader, Lord, Domain Lord. The attributes are 0%, 10%, 25%, 50%, 100%, 150%. However, it is different from the arms. Monsters do not need to unlock their potential like arms to improve their attributes, but directly have full attributes in a step-by-step manner. It is like a 10th order monster. The attribute of the ordinary level is 50,000, and the elite level is 10% higher, reaching 55,000. The boss level is even closer to 60,000, which is equivalent to the full potential of the legendary arms. There is no need to say more about the leaders, lords and domain lords behind. They are definitely more terrifying than each other. When Lin Yu heard Bai Shanting talk about the monster levels before, he was also surprised for a long time. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was even more shocked. He seemed to finally understand why the lords formed various cities to resist the attacks of monsters. The advantage of being born with full attributes alone is enough to crush many lords of the same level in a one-on-one situation, unless the potential of the troops is higher than that of the monsters, or the potential is unlocked to the full value. Otherwise, the same level cannot be an opponent at all. If you want to win, you can only use the human wave tactics. Fortunately, I have the royal family. Lin Yu thought silently. Now he is a level 1 quasi-god, and the progress of the royal family potential unlocking is 10%, and the attributes are about 5.5 million. In a one-on-one situation, it is still no problem to deal with elite level 12 monsters. As for those above the boss level, they can only fight in groups, as long as there are not too many bosses at one time. Lingxi, leave it to you. Summon Lingxi and say to her. The next second, a wooden thorn suddenly rushed out from under the feet of the lurking Dark Knight Scout, instantly killing it on the spot. Killing the 10th level boss monster is automatically absorbing soul power. With a prompt, an invisible force suddenly flew up from the body of the Dark Knight Scout and merged into Lin Yu's body. Although it was very small, Lin Yu could still feel a slight increase in the strength of his soul. This should be the way to improve strength that Bai Shanting said. In addition, the magic energy on the body of the Dark Knight Scout was also gathering rapidly, and soon condensed into a crystal stone shining with golden light above the body. So lucky? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. The Law Crystal Stone is not something that any monster can explode. The energy in the body must be condensed to a certain degree. The higher the potential level of the monster, the higher the chance of explosion. Without thinking too much, he immediately let the latent dragon land and pick up the golden crystal stone. Law Crystal Stone, level 10, a crystal stone containing the power of law, which can be used for territory upgrades, military recruitment and other functions. So that's it. After losing the magic power, does this world use this thing to recruit soldiers? In this case, he must collect more Law Crystal Stones before he goes back. Let's go. Keep moving forward. Putting away the law crystal, he rode on the back of the hidden dragon and went deeper into the place where the Demon King's army was entrenched, continuing to look for traces of the 12th level monster. What did you say? Tens of thousands of miles away from the Demon Suppression City, in the most magnificent building in the center of the city of 10,000 gods, an old man who was not angry but in danger suddenly stood up and looked at the subordinate in front of him who was responsible for conveying the message. Replying to the third elder, the news just came back from the Demon Suppression City, saying that a person who awakened a legendary soldier appeared, and it seems that he also has a companion ability. The subordinate bowed his head respectfully and repeated what he had just said. There is also a companion ability? What type? Angel type. Good. The third elder's eyes flashed. Recently, we have lost many people at the hands of Demon King Barton because of his blood evil field. As long as they are angel type talents, they must be recruited. By the way, have you found out the identity of the other party? I will ask Zhou Fang to go and recruit them. I have found out. The subordinate responded quickly. It is Bai Linxue, the daughter of Bai Shanting, the lord of the demon city. Who? The third elder paused, frowned and looked at him. His expression was uncertain. How could it be her? Not many people in the pantheon knew that his daughter had an affair with Bai Shanting. I thought that they had completely cut off their contact at the beginning, but I didn't expect that their daughter would awaken such an excellent talent. After frowning and thinking for a long time, he finally raised his head again. No need to call Zhou Fang. I go there myself. At this moment, his eyes became extremely sharp, and his whole body exuded a frightening aura. The subordinate saw this and dared not even breathe, and was secretly shocked. You know, the strength of the third elder has reached the 13th level, and it is said that he is a level 3 true god with considerable strength. Such a person is the top level even in the entire divine domain. Many people want to meet him, but have no chance. But now, he wants to go to a remote town like the Demon Suppression City in person? If this gets out, it will probably cause a sensation. If Lin Yu knew about this, he would probably flee overnight, and dare not stay in the Demon Suppression City for a long time. After all, with his current strength, it is impossible for him to compete with the 13th level. A sudden crisis is quietly approaching Lin Yu. Third elder. Something bad has happened. The two deputy generals of the Demon King's army are leading the demon army to attack the northwest front, and are about to collapse. Suddenly, an anxious cry came from outside. What's going on? Isn't there a sixth elder guarding the northwest? The third elder's face changed. The deputy generals of the Demon King's army were all capable generals under the Demon King Barton, and their strength was not much weaker than that of the elders. Two of them appeared at once, which meant they wanted to forcefully break through the defense line and attack the interior of their pantheon. He dared not think too much, and immediately said to his subordinates in front of him, "Let Zhou Fang handle the recruitment, and let him bring the people back." Before he finished speaking, he had already ridden on a flying mount, turned into a residual shadow, and rushed straight into the sky, leading a team to the northwest front line, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Not long after, another team was also ready outside the pantheon, ready to set off for the Demon Suppression City. The leader was a stern man, with a strength of 9th level quasi-god. On the other side, after more than an hour of exploration, Lin Yu finally came to the interior of the bloody land, and monsters above the 11th level began to appear in front of him. There were even a large number of flying monsters gathered in the sky, forcing him to summon several flying royals and dragon legions to clear the way, killing ordinary 11th level monsters, automatically absorbing soul power. Killing ordinary 11th level monsters, automatically absorbing soul power. Killing elite 11th level monsters, automatically absorbing soul power. One after another, prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. He couldn't count how many 11th level monsters he had killed, and the deeper he went, the denser the monsters were. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't kill them all, and the corpses fell like rain. And he found that the explosion rate of ordinary and elite monsters was ridiculously low. Basically, only a law crystal would appear after dozens or hundreds of monsters, and they were all 11th level. Master, there is something going on ahead. At this time, Qianlong, who was rushing in the front, suddenly spoke. Lin Yu looked in the direction of the voice, and found that more than a dozen enchanting harpy banshees, with blood all over their bodies, were approaching them rapidly, and their momentum was many times stronger than that of the 11th level. Name, Eagle Blood Demon, Elite, Race, Humanoid. Level 12. Skills, Charm. Crushing Claws. Wind Dance. Blood Feather Blade. Elite, all attributes increased by 10%. Introduction. The vanguard of the Demon King's army under Demon King Barden. Responsible for guarding the periphery and blocking all enemy attacks. And the attack has a strong tearing ability. Level 12 Monster. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. After searching for so long, he finally encountered a monster of level 12. And it was a vanguard. In other words, he is now gradually approaching the place where the Demon King's army is entrenched. And he must be more careful. Lingxi Qianlong Mushroom Demon King. They are left to you. Cannon and Kongming are responsible for support. Remember not to let them escape. Elite monsters already have a certain degree of wisdom. If they are allowed to escape, the Demon King's army may know of his existence. He dare not go too deep into the interior now. So it is best to get rid of them all. Understood? The royal family received the order and moved one after another. Their current strength is just the same as the elite level, reaching about 5.5 million attributes. With the blessing of Savage Roar and the support of legendary level troops, the difference in numbers should be made up. As for the land troops such as Qin Gang Wuing, they are not very helpful in air combat, so they will not be summoned for the time being. At this moment, the harpies also let out a piercing scream, waving the wings on their arms left and right, shooting large feathers at them. Whoosh! 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 The dense sound of breaking through the air instantly enveloped the dragon army rushing in the front. Except for the latent dragon. All the legendary emerald green dragons were cut with a lot of wounds. Some were directly cut by countless attacks and fell down injured, which made Lin Yu's eyes condense. Legendary level troops only have 2.5% attribute growth per level, although the basic attribute has reached 5 million. With his current blessing of the quasi-god of level 1, the highest is only about 5.1 million. And it is still a bit difficult to face the elite harpies. What's more, it was the opponent's big group attack skill. Fortunately, he had enough troops. Seeing that the green dragons were injured, the elf elders immediately raised their staffs to treat their injuries. Qianlong directly launched a giant dragon attack and rushed straight towards two of the harpies. Go to hell, humble reptiles. The dignity of the Dragon King cannot be desecrated by these inferior flying monsters, Qianlong roared. And the dragon claws infused with terrifying power suddenly slapped the two harpies away, under the 50% additional damage blessed by the air overlord. One of them even had its wings broken directly, and fell from the air with a scream. It is worthy of being the strongest air combat force under Lin Yu's command. One of them resisted two opponents, which reduced the pressure on other troops. Chapter 659 by Shangting's Determination. Bang! Amidst the explosion of sparks, the last elite harpy was pierced through the heart by a cannon bullet and fell from the sky with a scream, killing the 12th level elite monster. It is automatically absorbing soul power. Okay, let's all recover first. Seeing that the harpies and the surrounding low-level monsters were cleared, Lin Yu said to the plants. Then he rode the emerald green dragon to the ground and checked the drops. Lucky. 10 harpies gave him 2 12th level law crystals. Although not much, it was higher than he expected. The most important thing is that after killing monsters of the same level, he can clearly feel the improvement of soul power. And it seems that it will not take long to rise to the level 2 quasi-god. He calmed down and took a look at the world tree in the origin universe, and found that the faith fruit on it had increased again, directly breaking through to more than 10,000. But what surprised Lin Yu the most was the godhood. In addition to the fact that a fragment of the godhead is produced every 5 days, a complete godhead of the 11th level has appeared at some point, and it is of a random race. The growth cycle is much slower than that of the godhead fragment, and it is estimated that it will take about 50 days to fully form. Of course, these things are no longer of much use to him now. Instead, they can be used to reward people on the continent by formulating various tasks to speed up their growth. As the overall strength of the continent has improved, his soul power should also improve, and he will be able to upgrade faster at that time. Without hesitation, he manipulated the rules in the origin universe through his mind, and put all the fruits of faith and godhead fragments produced during this period into various adventures and system tasks as rewards. Then he stopped interfering with the people on the continent and withdrew directly from the origin universe. Master, all the 10th and 11th level law crystals have been taken back. At this time, Wing, who led the cactus army to deal with the corpses, also came back with the law crystals that had just been killed by the low-level monsters. Lin Yu took the crystals and counted them. He got more than 100 pieces of the 10th level and 20 pieces of the 11th level, which made him frown. This drop rate is too low. Although the monsters he killed along the way were mostly ordinary and elite. Even if there were not 30,000, there were at least 20,000. With so many monsters, only more than 100 pieces of law crystals were dropped, which was really stingy. It seems that if he wants to mutate the 12th royal family and recruit 50,000 soldiers, he will have to collect them for a while. After all, he has asked that the soldiers here don't need anything else to recruit, but law crystals of the same level. So it is hard for him not to doubt that mutation also requires law crystals. It seems that I have to find more monsters above the boss level, Lin Yu murmured to himself, and couldn't help looking at the stronger bloody smell in the depths. He could feel that his current location was very close to the nest of the monster army. If he continued to go deeper, he might encounter more elite monsters, or even monsters above the boss level. So it would be better to be careful. In the battle with the 10 harpies just now, he had lost several legendary soldiers. Although the royal family was not seriously injured, they were also slightly injured. If it weren't for the healing soldiers, the loss might have been even greater. This is the power of the 12th level elite monsters. Let's go and have a look at other places. After all the soldiers were restored, Lin Yu finally got up. He rode on the Qianlong and flew into the air, exploring around the area, specifically looking for the 12th level monsters to attack, and killing the low-level monsters along the way. It was not until the afternoon that he collected 50 pieces of 12th level law crystals. He also unknowingly came to a deeper place. That's it. Suddenly, Lin Yu's speed suddenly slowed down while flying, looking at the rows of tall buildings that gradually appeared at the end of his sight. Those primitive buildings, one after another, were made of rocks and sharp fangs and wooden thorns. It turned out to be a large defensive checkpoint built by monsters. Not only that, above and below the checkpoints, there were also a large number of terrifying monsters gathered. Just like human soldiers, they roamed and patrolled around the outposts, almost all over the sky and the ground, even in the mountains and caves on the edge. There were all kinds of large monster nests. Almost every area had one or more tribes entrenched, stretching out for who knows how far. This was just the outpost responsible for reconnaissance at the outermost periphery. When Lin Yu heard Bai Shanting mention the collective action of monsters to build an army, he was a little bit unconvinced. After all, the ferocity of monsters is there, and their intelligence is not high. But now he found that he was wrong. He completely underestimated the monsters in the gods' domain, and even more underestimated the horror of high-level monsters. And just as he was looking at the outpost from a distance, countless powerful perceptions suddenly enveloped him, causing his face to change. Not good. Get out of here. As soon as the voice fell, Qianlong immediately turned around, launched a giant dragon attack to speed up his escape, and quickly flew away from the checkpoint. In a blink of an eye, the checkpoint was far behind. It was not until it flew hundreds of kilometers and confirmed that nothing was chasing it that it gradually slowed down. Lin Yu was shocked. Among those perceptions just now, many were almost twice as strong as his royal army. That was definitely a Lord level 12th level monster. I didn't expect that there were so many powerful monsters guarding the outermost defense line. This Demon King's army was really too terrifying. Fortunately, he reacted in time and ran fast, not giving the other party a chance to catch up. How dare he stay? He immediately flew away from this bloody world and rushed back to the direction of the demon city. At night, when the last ray of light on the horizon disappeared, the night fell like a curtain, gradually covering the entire demon city. After a day out, many lords rushed back to the city, making the area near the city gate bustling with people and vehicles. On the streets, bright lights were hung one after another. Some directly used mechanical products to illuminate half of the block. At this time, a huge black shadow was passed. After more than an hour of flying, Lin Yu, riding on the Qianlong, finally returned to the outside of the city. After taking a look at the bustling scene below, he flew directly to the northern suburbs of the city and landed in the quiet manner. How is it? Did anything happen during the time I was out? As soon as he landed, Lin Yu asked Qingting, hovering on the world tree. No, Qingting replied softly, but the city lord came once in the afternoon, as if he was looking for the master. But he left soon. Bai Shanting? What did he come to see me for? Is there something urgent? Just thinking. Suddenly there was a sound of wings flapping outside. A black shadow appeared in the night. Approached this side quickly. And soon landed outside the manor. Mr. Lin. Are you in there? It was Bai Shanting's voice. He came to see him twice in a row. It seems that there is really something urgent. Come in. Without thinking too much, he immediately asked Qingting to retract the vines growing around the manor and make way. After a while, Bai Shanting hurried into the courtyard and came to him. What do you want to talk to me about? Lin Yu asked. Yes. There is indeed an important matter to discuss with Mr. Lin. Bai Shanting looked at the plants around him with some fear, and said hurriedly, to be honest, when Mr. Lin was out today, my daughter Lin Chua, she awakened a legendary initial soldier. And it was an angel. Legendary? Angel? Lin Yu was shocked when he heard this. He was not shocked by Lin Chua's talent, but the things involved behind it. As expected. After a pause, Bai Shanting said, the Pantheon has received the news and will send someone from the Pantheon city in a few days. It is the third elder's most capable subordinate. A deacon with the strength of a 9th level quasi-god. 9th level quasi-god. Isn't that just one step away from reaching the level of a true god? Lin Yu's eyes suddenly became surprised. He killed hundreds of 12th level monsters today. And there was only a hint of reaching the level of a 2nd level quasi-god. It is still far from being able to compete head-on with a 9th level quasi-god. Once his identity is discovered and it is known that he is a fish that has escaped the net in the 10,000 worlds, the Pantheon will definitely send people to hunt him down. Seeing that he was silent, Bai Shanting thought he was worried about his identity being leaked, and hurriedly said, Mr. Lin, please rest assured. Regarding your identity, I have set people to deal with all possible leaks. No one will know about this matter. I specifically talked about this matter today because I wanted to notify you in advance so that we can take precautions. Bai Shanting was not worried about Bai Lin Chua. He would negotiate with the people of the Pantheon. Even if the worst result was that Bai Lin Chua was taken to the Pantheon city for training. It was much better to have her mother around than to stay with him. A small lord in a remote village. But Lin Yu was different. From the first time he saw him, Bai Shanting felt that this person was extraordinary. The vision he had cultivated as a city lord for so many years was definitely not wrong. And judging from the importance the Pantheon attached to this matter, even a fool would know that it was unusual. So he decided to take a gamble, betting his future and his family. Betting that Lin Yu would really be able to help him one day in the future. This is his only chance to fight against the Pantheon. But unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu suddenly laughed, without any worry on his face. Why are you laughing? Sir? Bai Shanting asked in confusion. That's a 9th level quasi-god. Even if Lin Yu is so talented and can come here from the resource-poor land of the lower world through the Tontian road, it is not something that can be fought overnight. So he felt very incredible when he saw that Lin Yu could still laugh. It's okay. Lin Yu waved his hand. It's just a 9th level quasi-god. It's not enough to make me flee in panic. There's no need to worry. What a joke. When did he not crawl out of a pile of corpses along the way? Even during several battles, he was chased by people who were 1 or 2 levels stronger than him. Within the same level, it's not enough to scare him. Even a 9th level quasi-god can't do it. Chapter 660, Going Behind Enemy Lines. After a conversation, Bai Shanting rode away on his mount. Lin Yu looked at his back as he left and fell into deep thought. The strength of a level 9 quasi-god is beyond doubt. Having reached the pinnacle of the 12th level, although he was sure that he could escape unscathed, he still had to make the necessary preparations. If he really ran into him, he would be more calm. Unless he had no choice. He would not fight a battle he was not sure of. No matter where he was. He always adhered to this principle, which was also the guarantee for his survival until now. According to Bai Shanting, the Pantheon was tens of thousands of miles away from here, and the person sent down would first go to other cities on the way to do business. And it was expected to take about 5 days to arrive at the Demon Suppression City. 5 days was enough for him to do a lot of things. After thinking about it, he turned and came to the World Tree. Took out more than 200 10th level crystals, and more than 70 11th level crystals he had just collected, and prepared to try to see if he could mutate into the 12th royal family. Recruiting a 10th level lucky 4-leaf clover requires 1 10th level law crystal. Do you want to continue? Among all Lin Yu's soldiers, the skill of lucky 4-leaf clover plus 40% single attribute is the most suitable for embryos, and it is also the skill with the most stable benefits. Now all his main combat forces are basically led by royal families. In other words, the probability of him mutating into a sunflower royal family will be much higher. Lin Yu is really in urgent need of this royal family now, because this is his only soldier with the means to restore energy. But the recovery amount of legendary sunflowers can't keep up with his consumption speed. If he can speed up the recovery of the power of law, then he doesn't have to worry about the power of law being consumed too quickly when using the law of time, which will definitely increase his combat power. Even if he restores energy to the royal family and other plants, it can make them stronger in sustained combat. Plant system. It relies on various treatment and defense skills to fight a war of attrition. He naturally wants to maximize his own advantages. Recruit. Without hesitation, he directly recruited a 4-leaf clover and used mutation on it. The mutation of the 10th level soldiers requires the consumption of 1 10th level law crystal. Do you want to continue? Sure enough, the consumption of mutation is the same as recruitment. Luckily, he saved up some 10th level crystals. Mutation. Please choose to keep skills and attributes. Keep the spiritual protection. Random attributes. With a response, the 4-leaf clover in front of him was wrapped in light, and the body began to change rapidly. After a while, it turned into a rare morning glory, which can generate sound waves and transmit sounds. It's useless. Recruit new 4-leaf clovers to continue mutation. Just recruit and mutate at the same time. The plants in front of Lin Yu kept changing, and the law crystals next to him were also consumed quickly. Mutation successful. Current soldier, sunflower, rare finally. After using up the last piece of 11th level crystal, he finally succeeded in mutating the most desired sunflower soldier. Rare. Fuck. Lin Yu burst into a swear word. His face blackened. Nearly 300 law crystals were thrown in, and nothing came out? That's it? The probability is too bad. It reminded him of the shady card drawing games he played before, which were just a bunch of idiots. It seems that if he wants to mutate the 12th royal family, he has to collect more low-level law crystals. Fortunately, he also plans to save more 12th level crystals in the next few days, and he can collect low-level crystals at the same time. Thinking of this, he didn't bother about it anymore. He got up, closed the interface, and went to rest in the house in the manor. The next morning, outside the busy Pantheon city, after a night of preparation, the team responsible for recruiting talented lords from various cities in the Pantheon finally set off, riding a large number of flying mounts to fly high into the sky. The whole team was mighty, led by a middle-aged man with a casual demeanor. This man, it was the capable general under the third elder, a 9th level quasi-god lord of the undead system. Sir, the awakening situation in each city this year has been counted. There are 3 legendary ones. In Luoyang City, Jinma City, and Lion Roar City, and hundreds of rare ones in each city. At this time, a 10th level lord rode a mount to approach and handed over a document. The geniuses of the legendary initial arms are the main targets of their pantheon. So at this time every year, they will send people to various places to collect talents and expand their forces. This is why the pantheon has always stood firm, generally speaking, except for a few who have already joined the forces or have special reasons. Basically, no one can resist the generous conditions they offer. This is their confidence. Don't look. Just pick a place to go first. Zhou Fang waved his hand, yawned, and leaned lazily on the saddle behind the undead bone dragon, seeming indifferent to everything. Seeing this, the man was a little embarrassed and said, "Sir, this time the recruitment is entirely your responsibility. Or you should make the decision." Okay. It's just a few remote towns. What can go wrong? Let's go to that. Lion Roar City. Don't disturb my sleep if nothing happens. As he said that, he turned his back and fell asleep on the back of the undead bone dragon. The man wanted to say something, but seeing Zhou Fang's appearance, he didn't dare to say anything more and retreated with the documents. The team that originally planned to go to Luoyang City and Jinma City first immediately turned around and flew towards Lion Roar City. Why did the third elder send Master Zhou Fang to be responsible for the recruitment this year? On the side, several accompanying personnel chatted in a low voice while hurrying on the road. It is said that it is because there is a legendary angel talent in the demon suppression city. Angel? That's no wonder. But such talents usually have forces behind them. Right? What's the matter? Master Zhou is now a 9th level quasi-god, so it's easy for him to suppress those country bumpkins? And I heard that Master Zhou's troops are all extraordinary, and their strength can be ranked in the top 10 among all the 12th level pantheons. His. Extraordinary? The people on the side took a breath of cold air, their faces full of shock. Extraordinary troops can only be obtained by killing monsters above the 13th level Demon King, or destroying superlarge nests. Even in the entire pantheon, they are extremely rare. There are even fewer people in the 12th level who can have extraordinary troops. Basically, only people like the controllers of major forces can obtain them with amazing wealth. With such a strong man in charge, there is really nothing to worry about. And in the casual chat, the recruiting team flew farther and farther, gradually leaving the Pantheon city behind. On the other side, the place where the Demon King army was entrenched. After more than an hour of flying, Lin Yu finally came to the world shrouded in blood yesterday. Strange. Why do the monsters seem to have become less? Lin Yu looked around in confusion. He found that the monsters that gathered on the periphery yesterday were almost all gone. And even the blood energy that permeated the surroundings became much thinner. Or, it was moving towards the northwest. If he remembered correctly, that seemed to be the direction of the Pantheon city? Did the Demon King army fight with the Pantheon? When he talked with Bai Shengting yesterday, he had already learned about it. The Demon King army on the side of the Demon Suppression City was only led by an adjutant under the Demon King level monster. The real Demon King level monster was actually on the main battlefield on the side of the Pantheon city. Good opportunity. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. When the two forces fight, they will definitely transfer the high-level monsters away. He can take this opportunity to go deeper. Let's go. Speed up and take a look inside, he said to the Qianlong under him, and immediately launched a giant dragon raid, rushing towards the deeper part. Not long after, they came to the vicinity of the sentry post yesterday again. As he expected, there were fewer monsters, especially those high-level monsters. All disappeared, leaving only some low-level and medium-level monsters to guard. Lin Yu didn't dare to go deeper, but this outermost sentry post still has a lot of room for improvement. Immediately, he set his sights on a centipede nest built in the cave at the edge. Hesitating for a moment, he let the Qianlong land on the ground and slowly approached, and at the same time prepared to escape at any time. Swish, swish. As soon as he approached, he heard a sound of something crawling. It was like thousands of ants crawling on the ground. Then, a large number of huge black centipedes rushed out of the nest and quickly surrounded him. The dense bare feet, like a black tide, made Lin Yu's scalp numb. A closer look showed that they were all 12th level elite monsters. And there were many leader level monsters in the middle, totaling tens of thousands. And they were still pouring out. Then a chill that made his heart palpitate surged into his heart. At the entrance of the nest, a giant centipede with a height of more than 20 meters and a red body stood with its head held high, and its eyes full of wisdom locked onto him directly. Name, Red Blood Centipede King, Leader, Race, Animal. Level, 12th level. Skills, Venomous Fangs, Venom Spray, Shadow Attack, Dance of Death. Leader, all attributes increased by 50%. Introduction, a subordinate general of the Demon King's army under Demon King Barton, responsible for garrisoning on the periphery to block all enemy attacks. Extremely fast, and deadly poisonous. Leader level. Lin Yu's eyes condensed. With an average attribute of more than 7 million. Even if he launched the Savage Roar, his royal family could barely keep up with it. Not to mention that there were so many elite centipedes on the side to help. And if they really fought, they would suffer heavy losses. But if he could eat all these monsters, the gains would definitely be huge. He would definitely be able to successfully upgrade to a level 2 quasi-god. And he hadn't killed a leader-level monster yet. So maybe he could get something useful. Let's do it. Seeing that the monsters at the distant checkpoint heard the noise and tended to approach, Lin Yu didn't hesitate, and turned around and fled with Qianlong, heading away from the checkpoint. Then a sharp roar from the Centipede King came from behind, and all the centipedes turned into a tide and chased after them.